Yi Chen had transmigrated into the body of the second son of a hunter's family, a wastrel infamous for drinking, gambling and visiting brothels. Outside he had run up heavy gambling debts, his elder brother had his leg broken while shielding him, and his sister-in-law had wept as she sold off her dowry. Their younger sister was being forced to marry the foolish son of a creditor's family. When he awoke, the home was already on the brink of ruin and destruction. Fortunately he had awakened a proficiency system through which any kind of training could enhance his attributes, and merely gripping a longbow would activate archery. In a small hut, Yi Chen struggled desperately within a chaotic darkness like a drowning man until he suddenly snapped his eyes open, regaining consciousness. He panted heavily, chest heaving, his forehead slick with sweat. Suddenly the sound of conversation drifted to his ears. "Head of the family, there is only this little bit of rice left in the jar. In a while take what remains of my dowry into town and sell it for as good a price as you can, then buy some grain and bring it back. Don't forget to buy medicine for father, his coughing was terrible last night. Your leg still hasn't healed, so be careful on the road. No, forget it, once I finish cooking I'll go with you. We've sold everything in the house that can be sold. I don't even know if we can survive this winter. It's all because of that damned second son. If he didn't idle around all day and run everywhere to gamble, losing so much money, how would the whole family end up without enough to eat?" A sharp, helpless complaint echoed through the courtyard. It was the voice of a young woman. "There's barely anything left of my dowry. Keep a few pieces as a memory, besides they're not worth much anyway. In a while I'll go look for some wild greens, and on the way I'll pass by the riverbank. If I can spear a fish, at least everyone can have a bit of meat to taste. And don't criticize the second son so much. He only went gambling because he had to scrape together a bride price to marry Miss Lin. In the end he was the one others set up and trapped. If blame must be laid, then blame those bastards who keep laying traps for him," the man said hesitantly, his expression full of guilt and helplessness. These were Yi Chen's elder brother and sister-in-law, Yi Shan and Madame Li. Hearing his words, Madame Li's voice grew even sharper, tinged with resentment. "If we don't talk about the second son, will he ever change? If he hadn't been stirring up trouble outside and racking up so many gambling debts, how would all the family savings be emptied out? How would your leg have been broken? And Linger wouldn't have had to grit her teeth and sign that marriage contract. Next month she'll have to marry the foolish son of that hunter's family in the neighboring village. He's an imbecile. If Linger marries into that family, her whole life will be ruined." Madame Li's voice grew choked with sobs. She ached for her husband and for the younger sister in the family. "Don't, sigh." Elder brother Yi Shan wanted to persuade her, but the words on his lips dissolved into a helpless sigh.
"After the Tian Gang, one can become a celestial being. After that, one must condense a half-step divine pool to challenge the final supreme shattered realm. Only then can one compete for destiny."
A terrifying power akin to an ocean overturning, like mountains collapsing, overwhelming and forceful, condensed into an enormous palm seal that reached the heavens.
Once again that sharp yet helpless voice of the woman rang by his ears. "And there's the Lin family's younger daughter. She grew up as childhood sweethearts with the second son, and their engagement was set long ago. He was supposed to marry her next year. After all this, the Lin family wants to withdraw from the marriage. In a few days they'll come to retrieve the betrothal contract. If we don't force the second son to get rid of these bad habits and sell off the remaining dowry to scrape together some money, he'll truly end up a lifelong bachelor." Madame Li spoke with a furrowed brow, her tone tinged with anxiety. Though her mouth was full of complaints, in her heart she was worried about Yi Chen's marriage, so much so that she was willing to sell off what little remained of her own dowry. Cough, cough. A fit of urgent coughing sounded immediately after. "I know my own body, don't waste money on medicine for me, save every coin you can. From today on I'll just drink wild vegetable soup. The eldest still has to work, the grain should be reserved for him." Yi Yuanfeng spoke in a voice filled with regret and pain, sitting on a small wooden stool in the corner of the kitchen wall. His words were punctuated by fits of coughing, his face contorted in agony. "This marriage with the Lin girl cannot be withdrawn. I'll stake this old face of mine and personally go to the Lin family tomorrow to beg them not to break off the engagement. The second son likes that girl so much, if the engagement is annulled it will be the death of him. If it comes to it, I'll kneel to them." Another violent bout of coughing cut him off. "Father, don't get worked up. I'll think of something, I'll think of a way." Elder brother Yi Shan hastily tried to soothe him, his brows so tightly knotted they almost met. Inside the room Yi Chen listened to the rasping coughs and sighs, his thoughts in turmoil. Before he could think further, a sharp pain lanced through his mind. Memories surged like a tidal wave flooding his mind. The agony lasted only an instant before it passed. Yichen slowly widened his eyes, staring blankly around him. The tattered bedding at his side, the patched-up window, the bare room and the earthen walls all came into view. He had transmigrated. This was an ancient empire in a parallel world, the Great Zhou dynasty. The body's original owner was a villager of Yi family village, also named Yichen, second in the family's birth order. He had an elder brother Yishan 3 years older and already married, and a sister-in-law Madame Li, frugal and industrious yet driven nearly to collapse by their hardship. He also had a younger sister Yi Ling 4 years his junior, lively and spirited by nature. Madame Li managed all the household affairs, every matter great or small passed through her hands. Though she constantly scolded Yichen for being idle, whenever there was something tasty or useful she always saved a share for him and had never truly been partial against him. The family had once had 2 main pillars of support: his father Yi Yuanfeng and his elder brother Yishan. Yi Yuanfeng had been an old hunter of the village. Back when his health was sound he frequently went into the mountains to hunt, thereby supporting the family's expenses. Not long ago, in a rush to repay the second son's gambling debts, he had risked entering the mountains to hunt wild boar. He missed his strike and was gored and flung aside on the spot, lying unconscious for half a day before waking. He struggled out of the mountains covered in blood, frightening his entire family half to death. Because the family had no money, medicine came only in fits and starts, and his injuries never fully healed. Although he had clung to life, his body had given out him now, not to mention hunting in the mountains. Even walking about each day was a struggle. Elder brother Yishan was a skilled farmer. All the family's fields were tilled and tended by his hands, and he never voiced a complaint. Several months earlier, because the original Yichen had incurred enormous gambling debts, the creditors had come to make trouble, insisting on teaching him a lesson. As the elder brother Yishan stepped forward and took the beating in his stead, and his leg was brutally broken by those debt collectors. Now he could no longer even work the fields. Even the just-grown Yi Linger had been forced to agree to a marriage, signing a contract with one of the creditors. If Yichen could not repay his debts within a month, Yi Linger would have to marry the fool of that creditor's household. Her dowry would be used to pay off the gambling debts he owed. Even as such calamities unfolded, the original Yichen had behaved as though nothing were amiss, still refusing to improve himself, spending his days in pleasure and even sneaking off to consort with a beautiful widow from the neighboring village. The burden he ought to have shouldered he had instead thrown entirely upon his sister-in-law Madame Li, leaving a lone woman to prop up the household. Perhaps because they saw no hope or future in Yichen, the Lin family, who had originally agreed to a marriage contract with the Yi family, had now sent word to annul the engagement and would come within a few days to reclaim the betrothal document. A once flourishing household had thus been pushed by the original Yichen into a pitch-black abyss. Thinking of all this, a nameless fury surged up in Yichen's heart. He wanted nothing more than to beat that former self to a pulp. So the second son they spoke of was him. What a worthless scoundrel! Death was too good for him. Yichen could not help but curse inwardly. Ding! Host detected in dire poverty and despair. Proficiency system binding in progress. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding the proficiency system. A cold mechanical chime echoed in his mind. Startled, Yichen had not yet reacted when a luminous panel visible to his consciousness alone materialized before his eyes.
Her expression shifted instantly. The pages detailed Li Hanzhou's background, information easily obtained by a city lord determined to verify a stranger's identity.
Agility 3, Proficiency 0-100. Average for an ordinary person 5. Increase this to move with greater swiftness. Evasion 2, Proficiency 0-100. Average for an ordinary person 3. Increase this to gain a chance to evade attacks. Physique 2, Proficiency 0-100. Average for an ordinary person 3. Increase this to strengthen defensive resilience. Special skills none. Once the host selects any attribute as a focus for improvement, engaging in related training will increase that attribute's proficiency. After selection it cannot be changed for 10 days. This is... Yichen looked at the values on the panel and could only give a bitter smile in his heart. This body was far too weak, only capable of posturing on a woman's belly and not even on par with an ordinary young man. Yet the 2 former pillars of the family had already fallen, and now only he could step up, and he had to. Even if those past misdeeds belonged to the original owner, he was now Yichen, the second son of the Yi family, the only male left who could bear the burden. He could not shrink back. To fill their bellies, to survive, he had to hold up this family. Silently Yichen rose to his feet and walked out of the room. Guided by the memories, he made his way to a storeroom piled with all sorts of odds and ends. The floor was cluttered with farm tools, baskets, hoes, machetes and the like. Yi Chen's gaze fell upon a longbow leaning against the corner of the wall. A thin layer of dust settled atop it. He took one look, then strode over, reached out and gripped the bow, lifting it into his hand. The instant he swung the longbow up, a cold voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Host detected. Practicing archery, special skill archery activated.
In barely a moment, the forces of the Fuyao Empire collapsed like a landslide, directly blasted back thousands of feet.
Yi Chen's eyes lit up, and after a momentary pause he immediately chose to confirm. Select archery. With a thought. Ding! Binding archery succeeded, and it can be swapped in 10 days. A cold mechanical notification sound flashed through his mind, and his body began to undergo a subtle change. Holding the longbow, his arm felt a mix of familiarity and strangeness, and he gained new insights into drawing and shooting. His heart raced as he turned his attention to the glowing screen panel. Host Yi Chen, Strength 5, Proficiency 0, 100, Average Human Value 8, Improvement enhances power. Agility 3, Proficiency 0, 100, Average Human Value 5, Improvement boosts movement speed. Dodge 2, Proficiency 0, 100, Average Human Value 3, Improvement grants chance to evade attacks. Physique 2, Proficiency 0, 100, Average Human Value 3, Improvement enhances defense. Special Skill Archery, Proficiency 0, 100, Beginner 1, Chance of critical hit. He had never practiced archery before, yet now it felt instinctive. Casually drawing an arrow from the quiver beside him, he nocked it, drew the bow, and aimed at the wooden wall panel ahead. In his mind he hoped this skill could help him hunt in the mountains. How else could he repay the enormous gambling debts? Swish! One arrow shot. Archery Proficiency 1. Yi Chen froze, eyes wide, his breath suddenly quickening. Not only the beginner's archery skill but also the sudden increase in proficiency filled him with incredible joy. This. He stared blankly at the longbow in his hand, desperately replaying the previous action in his mind. He had only shot one arrow. And it increased proficiency. Was he hallucinating? He quickly looked back at the skill panel. Special Skill Archery Proficiency 1100, Beginner 1, Chance of critical hit. Gulp. Confirming his archery had improved again, Yi Chen couldn't contain his excitement. If this is the case, his gaze fell on the longbow. Without any extra motion he nocked another arrow, ignoring accuracy, even ignoring strength. With a flick of his fingers he shot arrow after arrow. Archery Proficiency 1. Archery Proficiency 1. Archery Proficiency 1. Watching the rapidly rising proficiency, Yi Chen was absolutely thrilled. A series of soft thuds sounded in the room. The arrows fell weakly to the ground, but that didn't hinder the proficiency increase at all. Gradually Yi Chen's arms grew sore, his movements slowed, and he began to pant heavily. White breath dissipated into the air. This body is still too weak. Yi Chen smiled bitterly. Just a little exertion and he was already exhausted. He had already used the most energy-saving technique. If he had drawn the bow fully he might not have managed even 3 shots. Ding! Congratulations, host, your archery has reached minor mastery. A cold notification passed through, accompanied by exquisite insights into archery that flooded into his mind, merging with Yi Chen. His body coordination also improved significantly, especially when holding the longbow. His fingers twitched slightly as if by instinct, and his arms and waist could instantly achieve the optimal firing posture. This feeling was like suddenly gaining a deeper understanding and coordination of something he had just become familiar with. Yi Chen had no strength left, he stopped moving, his shoulders aching. His attention fell on the panel. Host Yi Chen, Strength 5, Proficiency 0, 100, Average Human Value 8, Improvement enhances power. Agility 3, Proficiency 0, 100, Average Human Value 5, Improvement boosts movement speed. Dodge 2, Proficiency 0, 100, Average Human Value 3, Improvement grants chance to evade attacks. Physique 2, Proficiency 0, 100, Average Human Value 3, Improvement enhances defense. Special Skill Archery Proficiency 0, 1000, Minor Mastery 5, Chance of critical hit. Seeing that his archery had reached minor mastery, Yi Chen suddenly gained much more confidence in the idea of hunting in the mountains. The next level required 1000 proficiency points. Feeling the soreness in his arms, he reluctantly abandoned the idea of continuing to shoot. He was already hungry, and if he exhausted himself further he wouldn't even have the strength to go hunting in the mountains. He quickly pulled out the arrows stuck in the wooden plank, slung the quiver over his back, tucked a machete into his belt, picked up the longbow and turned to walk out. In the courtyard, his elder brother Yi Shan and sister-in-law Li Shi, hearing the commotion, came out of the kitchen. His father Yi Yuanfeng also poked his head out with a wooden cane, looking curiously toward the room. Everyone thought there was a burglar. The next second Yichen walked out. Second brother. Why are you up so early? What were you doing in there? Hey! Why are you holding father's longbow? Elder brother Yishan looked at him in confusion. Usually Yichen slept until the sun was high in the sky, but now it was barely dawn. Brother, sister-in-law, father. I'm going hunting in the mountains. He explained while waving the longbow. Hunting? You? Sister-in-law Li Shi said in disbelief. With your scrawny frame even a wolf would carry you off without anyone knowing. Wait. You aren't planning to sell father's bow for money, are you? She looked at Yichen suspiciously. This longbow was of excellent quality, a family heirloom from the Yi family, and could fetch a good price. Yichen had done this before. He often secretly sold family belongings. Now not only sister-in-law Li Shi but also elder brother Yishan and father Yi Yuanfeng instinctively suspected Yichen's real motive was to sell the bow for money. Meeting their suspicious stares, Yichen couldn't help but smile bitterly. He understood that given the original owner's nature their suspicion was only natural. Sister-in-law, I really am going hunting in the mountains, not selling the bow. If I can catch some game the family can have a full meal. Yichen said seriously. Second brother, don't go out gambling anymore. This bow is a family heirloom, you can't squander it. Think of Miss Lin, she's waiting for you to marry her. Find a steady job in town. Sister-in-law Li Shi advised earnestly, still not believing his hunting story. Regardless of whether it was true or false, she didn't want Yichen to risk his life in the mountains. Even old hunters faced mortal danger. Second brother, listen to your sister-in-law. Those men are just cheaters tricking you out of your money. Don't gamble anymore. Elder brother Yishan also quickly chimed in. You wretched brat, put the bow down. Cough cough. Old man Yi Yuanfeng pointed at Yichen, getting agitated and coughing violently. Seeing that explanations were futile, Yichen had no choice but to grip the longbow and dash out of the courtyard. Father, sister-in-law, just wait for good news from me. Yichen shouted and headed straight toward the mountain path behind the village. Come back, you scoundrel. Cough cough. Yi Yuanfeng coughed until his face was red. That boy. Sigh, what a pity for that bow. Sister-in-law Li Shi sighed helplessly. She was convinced that Yichen was taking the longbow to sell for money, to gamble and turn things around, and that he would return empty-handed again. But she didn't know that this time Yichen was truly different. He clutched the longbow tightly, the weight of his past lives' regrets and present resolve in his grip. This time he would not let his family down. The mountains awaited him, and with them a chance for redemption. The sky was gloomy and the sun had yet to rise. The village was eerily quiet, with many villagers still lost in their dreams yet to stir. As Yichen walked to the foot of the back mountain, he was already slightly out of breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead and quickly evaporating into mist in the cold air. His empty stomach began to grumble and he rubbed his belly, tightening his belt a bit. Thoughts of his struggling brother and sister-in-law and his father who had caught a cold and could not afford medicine because his sister was to marry a fool flashed through his mind, igniting a spark of determination in his eyes. He looked up at the dense and foreboding forest, striding boldly into it. The woods were filled with the sound of chirping birds, and the moment Yichen stepped into the thicket many birds fluttered away, leaving him no chance to aim. With his current archery skills, shooting birds was evidently impractical, especially since he only had 6 arrows. If he missed he would return empty-handed. He did not want to continue starving. After climbing a bit further up the mountain path, Yichen was already panting heavily, his strength waning. His stomach continued to rumble and his vision began to darken. His body was already weak and he hadn't eaten much in the morning. He quickly stopped, took a few deep breaths and gradually regained his composure. Yichen frowned slightly, knowing full well that continuing like this was not a solution. He might faint from hunger before he even encountered any prey. He looked around and spotted a patch of grass interspersed with yellow and green, then hurried over, crouching down in a patch of grass in the downwind area, planning to wait here for prey to appear. At this moment he had no strength left to continue climbing the mountain and could only rely on luck. Time passed slowly. Yichen crouched motionless in the grass, keeping his breathing to a minimum, his eyes unblinking as he observed his surroundings, hoping for prey to appear. A faint rustling sound came. A nearby patch of grass stirred. Yichen's heart tightened, holding his breath, his eyes fixed on the swaying grass ahead. An arrow was silently knocked onto the bowstring. The rustling continued. Then a shadow suddenly fluttered out and landed on the grass, colorful feathers gently swaying. Goo goo goo. It was a mountain chicken. It froze in place as if time had stopped, its lively eyes scanning the surroundings, its wings taut and ready to fly away at any moment. Only after confirming its safety did it lower its head to peck at the ground, searching for insects hidden in the dirt. Hidden nearby, Yi Chen's eyes brightened, excitement swelling within him. He aimed his arrow at the mountain chicken, slowly drawing back the bowstring. In this moment his archery skills showed their effectiveness. As he drew the bowstring, his arms and waist naturally exerted force, a familiar sensation as if he had shot arrows hundreds of times. His gaze fixed on the mountain chicken ahead, the drawn bowstring aimed directly at it, he effortlessly completed the alignment, without any hesitation. His fingers relaxed, the bowstring trembled lightly and an arrow shot forth. Whoosh! In an instant a piercing sound shattered the air. The mountain chicken nearby seemed to sense danger, spreading its wings and preparing to take flight. Thud! Before it could take off, a sharp arrow pierced its body and the force sent it rolling several times, flapping its wings a few times before gradually falling silent. In almost an instant, Yi Chen dashed out from the grass where he was hiding, quickly knocking another arrow onto his longbow, running while drawing the bow ready to shoot at any moment to prevent the mountain chicken from escaping. As he got closer, he quickly crouched down, freeing one hand to grab the mountain chicken's wing. Its claws still twitched, but soon it lost its strength. Thud! Yi Chen pulled the arrow from the mountain chicken's body, blood spurted from the wound instantly. He hurriedly grabbed a handful of dirt to cover the wound, preventing the smell of blood from attracting wild beasts from the mountains. In the depths of the mountains there were plenty of wolves and tigers, he alone could not handle them. He quickly took out a piece of twine binding the nearly lifeless mountain chicken tightly, found a stick and hoisted it on his shoulder, feeling quite pleased as he prepared to leave. Finally, I can eat some meat. Yi Chen murmured with a smile, the tension in his nerves finally easing, the hours of waiting had finally paid off. Gurgle. His stomach protested loudly. He hadn't eaten since the morning and hadn't drunk a drop of water. As he relaxed, he suddenly felt dizzy and stood still for a while. Rustle. A sound came from the nearby thicket once more. Yi Chen's spirit revitalized, he quickly held his breath, slowly lowering the mountain chicken, gripping the longbow tightly with one hand and knocking an arrow onto the bowstring with the other. His gaze locked onto the thicket nearby, just 10 steps away. Rustle. A shadow suddenly pounced out, its sharp claws aiming directly at Yi Chen's face. His pupils contracted. At such a close distance there was no time to hesitate. He raised his hand to pull the string, his body and bow moving as one, unleashing his archery skills as he instantly drew the bow fully. Aiming at the shadow that pounced, he released his finger and the sharp arrow flew. Whoosh! Thud! The arrow struck the shadow. The powerful impact sent it flying several meters away. A few brown feathers drifted through the air. Yi Chen focused, discovering that the creature flopping on the ground was yet another mountain chicken. It was smaller than the previous one, its feathers duller and its tail shorter. This was a female mountain chicken. Yi Chen regained his composure, a hint of joy appearing on his face. He had originally planned to leave, but unexpectedly another mountain chicken had appeared. A double blessing. Yi Chen's gaze swept over the now lifeless male mountain chicken, then back to the gradually still female mountain chicken, unable to restrain his thoughts. This hen is quite loyal, he muttered softly. Regardless of whether this hen was seeking revenge or mourning, he quickly approached and pulled the arrow from the hen's body. The hen struggled violently for a moment before gradually falling, still curling up. He used the twine to bind the hen as well, securing it to the same stick as the male chicken. He weighed the rope and estimated that the two mountain chickens together weighed about 3 to 4 jin. This would be enough for the whole family to enjoy 2 hearty meals. Yi Chen's face was full of smiles. At this moment he dared not delay, quickly hoisting the 2 mountain chickens and walking briskly down the mountain. The descent felt particularly refreshing, not as arduous as before. As he walked he still had the energy to draw his bow and shoot arrows lightly. Archery Proficiency 1. A series of cold prompt sounds echoed through Yi Chen's mind, a beaming smile spreading across his face. After this hunting trip he understood the importance of practicing archery. Had it not been for the close distance and his good fortune, he might not have hit the target at all, and his strength still lacked explosive power. If it had been a larger beast, his arrow might have only caused a superficial wound. Ultimately his strength was still too weak. Yi Chen thought to himself that after returning he must practice diligently to increase his strength and archery skills, so that next time he would not have to rely solely on luck to hunt. Before long Yi Chen arrived at the village entrance. The archery practice had come to a halt. It was not out of fear of being seen, but because after shooting less than 100 arrows his arm began to feel sore again, even more fatigued than in the morning. Part of it was due to exhaustion and part was due to his naturally weak physique. Even such a simple action required a certain amount of strength in his arms. Under an old locust tree at the village entrance 7 or 8 plainly dressed women sat together. Their faces marked by the hardships of life bore various expressions as they whispered to each other, animatedly chattering away. When Yi-Chin appeared in their sight, all their gazes swiftly landed on him, their expressions filled with disdain and mockery. "Oh, isn't that the youngest son of the Yi family? Where has he been?" A woman thin and with a sallow complexion spoke first. "I bet he went to the neighboring village to meet a widow again." Another woman with a broader face chuckled in agreement. The news of Yi-Chin frequently visiting widows in nearby villages was already well known, and the people held a generally poor opinion of his character. How can a young man like him be so obsessed with climbing over the walls of widows? Could it be? He's just too strong. Another woman busy with her shoe soles couldn't help but laugh, making an off-color joke. At the same time she stopped her sewing work and raised her head to look at Yi-Chin approaching from a distance, carefully scrutinizing his distinctly refined face that set him apart from the typical village youth, a glint of meaningful insight flashing in her eyes. "That direction is towards the back mountain. Could it be that the second son of the Yi family has returned from hunting?" a woman of decent appearance suddenly exclaimed. As soon as she finished speaking, the previously sallow-faced woman scoffed. "Impossible. A waste like him struggles to chop firewood. How could he possibly have gone into the mountains to hunt? If he can catch any game, he'll eat shit." With that a few women erupted into laughter. Though their words were coarse, they all knew what kind of person Yi-Chin was. As they laughed, their smiles froze as they saw Yi-Chin drawing near. One by one their eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at Yi-Chin, who was holding a longbow and carrying 2 mountain chickens over his shoulders as if they had seen a ghost. It was as if they had been choked by an unseen hand, and their laughter abruptly ceased. That's a mountain chicken. And he caught 2 of them." A shocked woman exclaimed, her heart swelling with envy. "Wow, such fat mountain chickens. The second son of the Yi family is truly capable." Another woman was instantly drooling. Since winter arrived, it had become a problem for every household to even have enough to eat, let alone meat that was simply a luxury. Even the village hunters had difficulty finding game in the mountains, and there were very few villagers who could afford to eat meat. It was common for many families to go months without a taste of meat. The women stared at the mountain chickens for quite a while before shifting their gazes back to the sallow-faced woman. She had previously said that if Yi-Chin could catch any game she would eat shit. The sallow-faced woman gritted her teeth, her expression darkening in an instant. She was consumed by jealousy, yet stubbornly retorted, "I think he just got lucky wandering around in the mountains and stumbled upon 2 mountain chickens. Just him. He could possibly hunt." Hearing this, several women appeared half convinced, their gazes once again fixed on Yi-Chin in the distance, staring at the 2 mountain chickens he carried on his shoulders, their eyes wide with longing. "Those mountain chickens are still dripping blood," one woman exclaimed, looking at the bloodstains dripping from the mountain chickens, her face filled with envy. It was evident that these were freshly caught mountain chickens, not some leftovers. "I never noticed before if the second son of the Yi family actually has hunting skills." The woman busy with her shoe soles was staring with shining eyes, her thoughts drifting to Yi-Chin, causing her hands to pause their work for quite a while. As the saying goes, a dragon begets dragons, a phoenix begets phoenixes. The old Yi is a hunter, so it's only natural his son would know how to hunt. The woman with a decent appearance said with a beaming smile. Upon hearing this, the sallow-faced woman couldn't sit still, her expression darkening as she bit her teeth in displeasure. "So what if he caught 2 mountain chickens? What's so impressive about that? As if anyone can't hunt. My husband old Wang is much better at hunting than he is. Tomorrow old Wang will go hunting too, and he'll definitely catch more than him." With that she stood up and left without looking back, her heart still simmering with anger. The other women seeing this exchanged knowing smiles. They were quite familiar with the sallow-faced woman's temperament and knew she liked to compete, so they didn't take it to heart. Yi-Chin noticed the group of women sitting under the old locust tree but paid them no mind as he walked straight home. It was already noon. He had left home at dawn and hadn't eaten a bite since. He was starving, his stomach almost touching his back, only wanting to get home quickly for a warm meal. The village was filled with the fragrant smoke of cooking. Along the way Yi-Chin could smell the delicious aromas wafting from each household, making him even hungrier, and his pace quickened considerably. He soon returned to the small courtyard from where he had set out. "Linger, tidy up the table, it's time to eat." Li's voice rang out from the courtyard. "Okay. Sister-in-law, I'll help." A melodious voice followed, bright and cheerful. It was his younger sister Yi Linger. "Sister-in-law's second brother hasn't returned yet." As soon as she finished speaking, Li's voice rose a few pitches tinged with a hint of resentment. Your second brother said he went hunting in the mountains, but I suspect he took Dad's longbow to the city to sell for money. It takes half a day to go back and forth, and besides, now that he has money, who knows where he is gambling again. He definitely won't be back for a while. There's no need to wait for him. She knew very well about Yi Chen's character. As long as he had money, he would be out enjoying himself, sometimes not returning home for 3 days and nights. He'll save a bowl of thin porridge for him. Everyone else can eat first. If we wait for him, the whole family will starve. Li murmured softly. She had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Despite complaining about Yi Chen, she still reserved a bowl of thin porridge for him when everyone was struggling to have enough to eat. Oh. Why does second brother keep gambling? Didn't he promise not to gamble a while back? Yi Linger asked, her face filled with distress like a little adult letting out a long sigh. Though she didn't understand why Yi Chen loved gambling so much, she clearly knew that their family's situation was getting worse and worse because of it, and she felt strongly repulsed and even fearful of gambling. Now I can't even get enough to eat. If second brother keeps gambling, will our whole family starve? Yi Linger remembered that just a while ago a creditor had come to their door forcing her to agree to marry. She didn't want to marry, but her elder brother had already had his leg broken. If she didn't agree, second brother would also be beaten to death. This had left her with a deep psychological scar. The sound of footsteps came from outside the courtyard. Yi Linger, standing in the courtyard, was startled. She turned around abruptly, her delicate face flashing with concern, but when she saw who it was she felt relieved, her gaze sharpening, and she suddenly showed an expression of joy. Wow, it's a chicken. Second brother brought back a chicken. She exclaimed and rushed over. Linger. Yi Chen gazed at Yi Linger before him, her figure brimming with unrestrained joy, and gently stroked her small head. Seeing her frail frame, her once blossoming youth withered by hunger into sallow, hollow-cheeked fragility, a pang of sorrow and guilt pierced his heart, and he inwardly cursed the former occupant of this body as utterly inhuman. Even his own sister had wasted away to this state, yet the former owner still gambled recklessly outside, and even pressured her into marriage. Chicken. Li Shi, bustling in the kitchen, froze at the sound, her face paled instantly. That reckless boy has gone too far. It's one thing to frolic outside, but to bring someone home like this. Linger is still a child. How can she witness such things? Don't corrupt her innocence. Muttering under her breath, Li Shi's temper flared. Without hesitation she turned and strode out the door. Raising her eyes, she spotted Yi Chen in the courtyard, and opened her mouth to scold him, only for her words to catch midair the moment her gaze fell upon the 2 mountain pheasants slung across his shoulders. Her eyes widened in disbelief, astonishment surging through her mingled with sudden breathless exhilaration. These are real chickens. At that moment elder brother Yi Shan and father Yi Yuanfeng emerged from the house, their eyes locking onto Yi Chen, and all three stood motionless, struck dumb. Second brother, where did these 2 pheasants come from? Elder brother Yi Shan broke the silence first. His gaze swept over the longbow in Yi Chen's hand, confirming the birds were not purchased with money from selling it, deepening his bewilderment. In these famine-ridden years 2 mountain pheasants were priceless treasures, even theft offered no guarantee of success. Meeting his family's stunned gazes, Yi Chen smiled faintly and raised his bow. I hunted them myself. Elder brother, I brought these back from the mountains. Today was fortunate, I'd barely entered the woods before spotting them. Hearing this, elder brother Yi Shan remained skeptical. You hunted them? When did you learn archery? Second brother. He recalled Yi Chen had always shunned bows and arrows since childhood, not even learning from Yi Yuanfeng, his arms weak and untrained in any martial art, let alone archery. Yes, they were felled by arrows. Grandfather Yi Yuanfeng, recovering his composure, spoke with quiet, unwavering certainty. As an old hunter, his eyes were sharp and seasoned. He instantly recognized the clean, penetrating wounds on both birds, unmistakably inflicted by arrowheads. This proved Yi Chen had spoken truth. Second brother is truly remarkable. Finally meat. Yi Linger beamed, her mouth watering uncontrollably. Her eyes locked onto the pheasants ablaze with pure, unadulterated longing, for meat, nothing more. She cared not how they were obtained, only that she could eat them soon. Yi Chen smiled, then turned toward Li Shi, who had just stepped into the courtyard. He lowered the wooden pole bearing the 2 birds and extended it toward her. Sister-in-law, would you mind preparing them? A little feast to lift everyone's spirits. Only now, seeing the pheasants inches from her face, did Li Shi believe she wasn't dreaming. Joy bloomed across her features and she nodded vigorously. Not at all, it's all one family. Leave it to me, I'll make sure everyone eats soon. These pheasants are plump indeed. Li Shi herself felt ravenous, she couldn't even recall the last time she'd tasted meat. With delight she accepted the birds from Yi Chen, then glanced down, hesitated and looked up at him with quiet uncertainty. Second brother. Might we slaughter the smaller one first? Its broth would nourish father well. And the larger one, we could send elder brother to town tomorrow morning to sell it for grain. One pheasant could fetch enough grain to feed us for weeks. We've run out of rice and have no coin left to buy more. What do you think? Li Shi spoke with gentle reluctance. She loved meat, yes, but she understood the difference between one satisfying meal and 10 days of full bellies. Selling a fat wild pheasant in town meant sustenance for the entire family for half a month. To consume it all at once would be an unthinkable luxury. Elder brother Yi Shan and father Yi Yuanfeng watched Yi Chen in silence. The hunt was his and so was the final decision. Yi Chen understood their plight perfectly, and knew her proposal was wise. Without hesitation he nodded. Very well, I leave it to sister-in-law's judgment. Li Shi exhaled in relief, her smile returning as she patted her chest. Rest easy, second brother, I'll handle everything impeccably. Why don't you go inside and warm yourself? I'll prepare the birds right away, guaranteed to satisfy every palate. Yi Linger watched Li Shi carry off the pheasants, her mouth watering so fiercely she wished both could stay, then hurried after her without delay. Sister-in-law, let me help. They dashed into the kitchen together, where Li Shi began butchering the birds while Yi Linger assisted eagerly. Second brother, it's cold outside, come inside and warm yourself by the fire. Did the mountain chill you to the bone? Elder brother Yi Shan stepped forward, clapping Yi Chen's slender shoulders with radiant delight. He had waited years for this day, to finally see his younger brother mature into strength and purpose. Yes. Yi Chen agreed, following Yi Shan indoors, setting aside his longbow and quiver by the wall before settling beside the brazier. The glowing embers radiated warmth, enveloping him completely, his frost-numbed cheeks gradually thawed, regaining color and life. The biting cold melted away in moments, replaced by drowsy golden comfort. Yi Yuanfeng studied Yi Chen by the fire, his gaze deep, thoughtful, shimmering with quiet significance. Before long a sizzling hiss drifted from the kitchen. Chicken fat melted into golden oil in the great iron wok as the pieces tumbled in rich savory aromas billowed forth, spilling through windows and doors into the courtyard. Neighbors nearby, drawn by the scent, wept with hunger. Splash! Boiling water poured into the pan, sent scalding grease leaping and crackling violently. When the white steam cleared, the broth bubbled vigorously, its surface crowned with a luminous golden layer of fat. Beside the stove Yi Linger stared, entranced, swallowing hard. Li Shi carefully sprinkled coarse salt into the broth and stirred, its rising fragrance filling her with profound, almost reverent delight. Covering the pot, she boiled the meat until tender, then lifted the lid and ladled the steaming broth and meat into a large ceramic basin. Dinner is served. Li Shi called out cheerfully, carrying the basin from the kitchen. Yi Linger followed close behind, clutching bowls and chopsticks, dazed and intoxicated by the intoxicating aroma of wild pheasant. Wild pheasant stew, how fragrant! Yi Shan sighed, utterly enchanted. In earlier years, when Yi Yuanfeng could still hunt, meat appeared occasionally, but most was sold for grain, ensuring the family's survival. After his illness they tightened their belts, enduring months without a single morsel of meat. A few people sat down in turn. Li Shi, with one hand wielding a ladle and the other holding a bowl, first served her father Yi Yuanfeng a bowl filled with a tender stewed chicken leg, a firm chicken wing and several pieces of chicken breast. Next she served Yi Shan a bowl with golden broth mixed with several pieces of meat and a chicken wing. When it was Yi Chen's turn, she placed the last remaining chicken leg and a few plump meat chunks into his bowl. By the time it was Li Shi's and Yi Linger's turn, there were only the chicken neck and backside along with a few scraps left. Nevertheless, Yi Linger held the ceramic bowl, savoring the aroma of the meat with a look of sheer delight. With a slurp she eagerly leaned over to sip from the bowl. The rich chicken broth stimulated her taste buds and her bright eyes instantly narrowed in satisfaction. How fragrant! If only I could have meat soup every day. Yi Linger said with a face full of longing. Li Shi glanced at her, chuckling teasingly. Facing the delicious chicken soup, she couldn't help but swallow hard. Seeing Yi Yuanfeng pick up his chopsticks to eat a piece of meat, she then picked up her ceramic bowl and began to savor it. This chicken is so tender. Li Shi carefully sucked on a chicken bone, chewing on the scant meat as if relishing a heavenly delicacy. Beside her Yi Shan nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, it's tender and the soup is very delicious." While speaking, he skillfully transferred a piece of juicy chicken from his bowl to Li Shi's, not giving her a chance to refuse. Li Shi felt a warmth in her heart and playfully shot Yi Shan a glance, a hint of blush flashing across her sallow cheeks as she lowered her head to enjoy the meal. Yi Chen looked down at the sumptuous chicken leg in his bowl, then glanced at the scraps in Li Shi's and Yi Linger's bowls, feeling a lump in his throat. He understood Li Shi's intention behind the distribution, as the labor force and pillar of the family, men naturally received the most and the best food to have strength for heavy work. It was not the right moment to refuse such goodwill. Watching Yi Linger, who was enjoying her meal with grease on her mouth, a twinge of heartache flashed in his mind. He silently vowed to bring back more game so that his family could fill their bellies and live a better life. Yi Chen picked up a piece of chicken and chewed on it. The rich meat juice burst forth and the aroma exploded in his mouth. In an instant all his fatigue vanished. With the meat soup in his belly, Yi Chen suddenly felt his entire body filled with strength. Yi Linger finished the broth in her bowl in one gulp, sneaking a glance at the remaining chicken and soup in the ceramic basin, unconsciously swallowing but not daring to take more. With so many people but so little meat, this single wild mountain chicken was not enough for the 5 family members. Yi Chen noticed her unusual behavior, set down his bowl and chopsticks and scooped a ladle of broth mixed with chicken from the ceramic basin into Yi Linger's bowl. "Linger, have some more." After saying this, he turned to the others at the table. "Father, elder brother, sister-in-law, you all should eat more. You can share the rest, I am full." This. Yi Linger hesitated for a moment, feeling shy about taking more. "Linger, go ahead and eat. You've lost quite a bit of weight lately," Li Shi said with a smile, showing no displeasure at Yi Chen's actions. Hearing her say that, Yi Linger no longer hesitated, happily sipping a mouthful of chicken soup, her eyelashes fluttering as she looked at Yi Chen. "Thank you, second brother. Will we have meat again tomorrow?" Her innocent eyes were filled with anticipation. "Yes. Of course," Yi Chen replied seriously, his tone more resolute. Yi Yuanfeng watched this scene, a gratified smile appearing on his aged face as he slowly finished the chicken and broth in his bowl, setting down his utensils with a satisfied burp. "It feels so good." The long-suppressed emotions from years past also dissipated along with the warm chicken soup. The meal was filled with joy, leaving everyone warm inside, and even Yi Yuanfeng's health improved significantly with fewer coughing fits. After the meal, Yi Chen went to the yard, gripping a long bow with a quiver at his feet, pulling out a featherless arrow and beginning to practice. After a full meal, he could clearly feel that his strength had increased somewhat, much better than in the morning. However, he still couldn't fully draw the long bow to its limit, unleashing its full power, as his strength remained relatively weak. Whoosh! An arrow was shot out. Archery Proficiency 1. Listening to the prompt sound that flashed through his mind, Yi Chen displayed a hint of an expectant smile. If his archery level could be further improved, not only would he have a higher chance of triggering critical hits, but the accuracy and power of his shots would also significantly increase. This way his success rate for hunting in the mountains next time would be higher, instead of relying purely on luck. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Yi Chen's technique became increasingly proficient, supported by the strength gained from his full stomach, allowing him to practice at a higher intensity, shooting one arrow after another. Archery Proficiency 1. Archery Proficiency 1. Archery Proficiency 1. Yi Shan was chopping firewood nearby, splitting bamboo into long strips, sharpening them, and occasionally glancing at Yi Chen, who was diligently practicing archery, a hearty smile appearing on his dark face. "Second brother really has changed," he sighed, picking up the slender bamboo pole he had just finished carving, and walked into the kitchen to hand it to their father Yi Yuanfeng. In front of Yi Yuanfeng lay a sharp dagger and over a dozen colorful solid feathers, carefully selected from the wild mountain chickens they had slaughtered earlier. Upon seeing the slender bamboo pole brought by Yi Shan, he began to insert the feathers at the tail and handcraft the arrows. This was no challenge for an experienced old hunter. Seeing Yi Chen willing to hunt in the mountains and take on the family burden, Yi Yuanfeng felt gratified and was naturally willing to do what he could to help him. The only downside was the lack of arrowheads, which would greatly reduce the arrow's power. However, arrowheads were not cheap, and with the family already struggling to fill their stomachs, there was no way to afford them. In the yard, Yi Chen continued practicing archery, repeating the same motion, trying to conserve energy, pulling and releasing, appearing as if he was slacking off. Only he knew that his archery proficiency was steadily increasing, getting closer to the next level. Proficiency 1. Proficiency 1. Proficiency 1. Until his arms ached and felt swollen, devoid of strength, Yi Chen stopped his actions, slowly lowering the long bow and swinging his arms to ease the soreness. "Who?" He let out a long breath, realizing that he had practiced archery significantly more than in the morning. Focusing his mind, he looked at his attribute panel. Host Yi Chen, Strength 5, Proficiency 0, 100, average for ordinary people 8, stronger after improvement. Agility 3, Proficiency 0, 100, average for ordinary people 5, faster movement speed after improvement. Dodge 2 Proficiency 0 100 Average for ordinary people 3 Chance to dodge attacks after improvement. Physique 2 Proficiency 0 100 Average for ordinary people 3 Enhanced defensive power after improvement. Special skill Archery Proficiency 3061000 Intermediate 5 Chance of critical hit. In this short time his archery proficiency improved by over 200 points. A glimmer of joy flashed through Yi Chen's heart. At this pace of practice his archery skills would soon reach a new level. Just as he was about to take a break and continue practicing archery, a crisp sound of footsteps came from outside the courtyard. Yi Chen turned to look and a young girl stood at the door. With a broad forehead and an elongated face, her cheeks were flushed from the cold wind as she looked impassively at Yi Chen in the courtyard, her gaze cold and devoid of emotion. Dressed in a reddish-brown coat tightly wrapped with no patches visible, she said, "My mother asked me to ask you why you didn't come to see her as promised this morning. Did you buy the rouge your mother wanted you to bring into the city? Also, did you buy the hawthorn cake I mentioned the other day?" The girl with the long face slightly frowned and asked, first her eyes gleaming with a hint of expectation for the hawthorn cake. If it weren't for her longing for it she wouldn't have walked several miles in the cold to find Yi Chen. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback, a memory suddenly surfacing in his mind, and he couldn't help but appear dazed. This little girl was the child of a widow from the neighboring village. The original owner often met secretly with her mother, so naturally he would not have gone empty-handed, providing all kinds of food and necessities even better than for his own family. Over time she had developed a habit of bossing the original owner around, ordering him to buy whatever she wanted, knowing she was the child of a widow while others might think she was a relative. Seeing Yi Chen remain silent, the girl with the long face grew a bit impatient, squinting her eyes suspiciously at him, scrutinizing him. "You didn't forget to buy them, did you? With your attitude, do you think you can still play with my mother? Dream on." She pouted, displeased because she hadn't had any hawthorn cake, immediately filling with resentment towards Yi Chen. Just as she was about to say something, a waft of fragrance floated past her nose, instantly invigorating her as she sniffed carefully. "What a delicious meat smell. Did your family have meat soup today?" Yi Chen came back to his senses and nodded at her. Seeing this, the girl with the long face instantly became furious, glaring at Yi Chen with a fierce look. "You have meat and didn't bring it to my mother. You're secretly eating it at home. I never expected you to be this kind of person. I will tell my mother not to deal with you anymore." At this moment the Yi family members who heard the commotion all came out of the house. "What's going on? Who is here?" Li Shi asked as she walked forward. Upon entering the courtyard and seeing the girl with the long face outside, her smile immediately faded as she seemed to recognize her identity, her gaze unconsciously darting toward Yi Chen in the courtyard, a hint of worry flashing across her face. "It's only been a day since our family had good fortune. I'm afraid Yi Chen will give away all the good things in the house. This is..." Eldest brother Yi Shan was momentarily taken aback, wanting to say something, but his throat suddenly felt blocked, unable to produce sound. He knew about Yi Chen's dealings with the widow from the neighboring village, and at this moment he felt it was inappropriate to say anything considering Yi Chen's feelings. The girl with the long face looked at Yi Chen, her eyes darting around, a gleam of cunning greed flashing in her gaze, and she suddenly changed her tone, saying, "If you serve me 2 bowls of meat soup to take back and buy me some hawthorn cake, I will let my mother forgive you. Otherwise you can forget about seeing my mother for the rest of your life." It was evident she wasn't using this threat for the first time, as she had always managed to get what she wanted. Before Yi Chen could respond, Yi Linger, who had walked out behind him, overheard this and immediately became displeased. "You must be dreaming. There are hardly any pieces of chicken left. You still want to take some? If you want to eat, let your mother come and hunt for it herself." She glared at the girl with the long face outside, fuming. Previously she hadn't had many pieces of meat herself, and now this irrelevant person came to snatch food. How shameless. "Chicken. Slurp." Upon hearing this, the girl with the long face couldn't help but drool, completely ignoring the displeased Yi Linger, and stared intently at Yi Chen. "Yi Lao, why are you still in a daze? Hurry up and serve the meat. I want to eat it now." The widow from the neighboring village had called Yi Chen this way, and she followed suit, having become accustomed to it. "Second brother." Yi Linger looked anxious. Eldest brother Yi Shan and Li Shi also felt a bit of tension. If Yi Chen insisted on giving the meat soup away, they wouldn't be able to stop him. Yi Chen's expression darkened as he looked indifferently at the girl with the long face. "You have no upbringing. Is Yi Lao also how you address me? If you want meat, go find your mother. This is not your home. Also, don't come to me in the future, whether it's rouge or hawthorn cake. If you want something, earn it yourself." At this moment he no longer indulged her and directly retorted. The girl with the long face was stunned, her eyes wide in disbelief, seemingly not expecting that Yi Chen, who was usually easy to talk to, would actually refuse her request. Her serious demeanor startled her, turning her face pale, almost on the verge of tears. "You. Are you being fierce with me? You all bully me. I will go back and tell my mother to never deal with you again." She clenched her teeth, tears welling in her eyes, and angrily stomped her feet in place. "If you don't care, go back and tell your mother that I won't look for her anymore. I have nothing to do with your family," Yi Chen said nonchalantly. The original owner had been drained significantly by this pair of mother and daughter over the years, and he was not foolish enough to continue this relationship. "You." The girl with the long face looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. Her usual threats had surprisingly failed, and he was even planning to sever ties with them. Was this still the Yi Lao heir she remembered? "You better not regret it." The girl with the long face, unable to stand her ground, was both angry and anxious, turning around and running off to report. Yi Chen watched her retreating figure, showing no intention of stopping her. Instead, he felt a sense of relief, having shed 2 leeches. "Heir, did you really mean what you said earlier? You won't go looking for that widow anymore?" Li Shi came back to her senses and looked at Yi Chen with surprise, feeling a bit anxious. Over the past year, Yi Chen had taken quite a bit from the family to support the widow's household. She had seen it all, feeling both heartbroken and helpless. If Yi Chen truly cut ties with her, it would undoubtedly be a good thing. Hearing this, Yi Chen turned to Li Shi, nodded at her, and said earnestly, "Yes, sister-in-law, I was foolish before. I won't go looking for those irrelevant people anymore." Li Shi immediately breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "It's good that you figured it out. It's good that you figured it out." Eldest brother Yi Shan stepped forward, patting Yi Chen on the shoulder with a look of relief. "Heir, you've really changed, becoming more sensible than before." Yi Linger also laughed beside them, thinking that this way she wouldn't have to worry about others snatching food from her anymore. In the afternoon, Yi Chen practiced archery several more rounds, raising his skill proficiency to 600 points, yet there remained a considerable gap until the next upgrade. By evening, the yard was shrouded in darkness. After a long day of training, he had no strength left to practice archery and could only return to his room for a good night's sleep. The next morning, as dawn broke, Yi Chen woke from his slumber to the faint sound stirring in the yard. It was his elder brother Yi Shan and sister-in-law Li Shi who were busy getting up. "Eek." Yi Chen opened the door and stepped outside, immediately greeted by the fragrant aroma of wild vegetable porridge, which invigorated him. "The second one is awake. Come have something to eat." Standing at the kitchen door packing supplies, Yi Shan greeted him with a broad smile, his breath dissipating in the cold air. "Elder brother. What is this?" Yi Chen glanced at the neatly bundled firewood and wild mountain chicken, suddenly recalling that his elder brother Yi Shan was going to the city to exchange for food. His gaze unconsciously shifted to his brother's injured leg, a flicker of concern passing through his mind. Though Yi Shan's leg injury had mostly healed, he still walked with a limp, struggling with each step. The road to the city was long, and in this bitter cold Yi Chen worried that his brother might not be able to endure it, fearing a relapse of the injury. Sensing Yi Chen's gaze, Yi Shan guessed his worries and smiled, speaking in a relaxed tone. "Don't worry, my leg is almost fully healed. I can definitely manage the trip to the city and back."
As Song Haixin had said, after so many years of care, the debt owed to the Tang family's little restaurant had long since been repaid. He had never intended to trade marriage for profit.
After all, the family had run out of food and someone had to go to the city to buy supplies. He needed to hunt in the mountains while their father Yi Yuanfeng was gravely ill, struggling even to leave the village, let alone go to the city. The only remaining male was Yi Shan, who limped on one leg. Although sister-in-law Li Shi and younger sister Yi Linger were both capable and could walk long distances, it would be too dangerous to send them alone to the city, as they might encounter ill-intentioned individuals on the way. Yi Chen looked at his elder brother, pursed his lips. "Elder brother, be careful on the road. Don't rush. Rest assured." Yi Shan chuckled warmly. "Second brother, come in for some hot soup. I've prepared 2 wild vegetable dumplings for you to take along when you head into the mountains." From the kitchen, sister-in-law Li Shi's voice called out. "Hey sister-in-law, I'm coming." Yi Chen immediately replied, hurrying into the kitchen. Compared to yesterday, Yi Chen's steps were steadier as he left the house. After drinking the steaming wild vegetable soup and a few leftover pieces of chicken, his vitality had significantly improved. As he shouldered his longbow and quiver and reached the village entrance, he encountered a middle-aged man dressed as a hunter, also carrying a longbow. He wore a black coat, tightly wrapped, short yet sturdy, moving with a briskness reminiscent of a trained fighter. When their eyes met, a flicker of surprise crossed the man's face. "The second of the Yi family. The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow, sizing Yi Chen up, seemingly wanting to say something but swallowing the words, instead appearing to stifle a laugh before turning and walking away. At that moment fragments of memory regarding the man flashed through Yi Chen's mind. He was one of the hunters in the village Wang Defa who relied on hunting for a living, maintaining a lukewarm relationship with the Yi family with little interaction. The man's earlier reaction might have stemmed from a stereotype of the original owner being lazy and indulgent. Seeing Yi Chen with a bow and quiver suddenly struck him as odd. Yi Chen did not dwell on it and quickened his pace toward the back mountain. From a distance he saw Wang Defa's figure disappearing into the woods. As an experienced hunter he was stronger than Yi Chen in both skill and physique, and he was quite familiar with the area. Clearly he was quickening his pace to avoid letting Yi Chen follow. Besides Wang Defa, Yi Chen also saw other hunters from the village along the way, all geared up to head into the mountain. These individuals might have heard about Yi Chen catching a wild mountain chicken yesterday, or perhaps they were enticed by the rich aroma of chicken soup. With so many hunters entering the mountains, the difficulty of hunting undoubtedly increased. Once the wild beasts were startled and retreated into their dens, it would become challenging to achieve any results. Yi Chen unconsciously quickened his steps, heading toward the woods where he caught the wild mountain chicken yesterday, hoping for a stroke of luck. The forest was eerily quiet. When the cold wind blew, it produced a rustling sound accompanied by falling leaves. Yi Chen surveyed his surroundings, finding nothing. He didn't see a single feather in the grass. Yet he did not lose heart and continued deeper into the forest. After all, encountering the 2 wild mountain chickens yesterday was purely luck. Today, with plenty of hunters in the mountains, he could not afford to stay put. He had to take the initiative to increase his chances of success. His steps were light as he moved through the forest, keeping a vigilant watch around him. The woods were rife with dangers such as wolves and tigers. If he encountered one, he would become the prey. Unaware of how long he had been walking, Yi Chen was now panting heavily, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. In the cold wind he appeared to be exhaling white vapor, and his stamina was gradually wearing thin. The original owner's body was already frail. Just having 1 or 2 hearty meals would not suffice to change that. Yi Chen had no choice but to stop, finding a clearing to sit down and catch his breath. If he continued on, he might collapse from exhaustion even before finding any prey. This body is still too weak. I must find time to strengthen it, he muttered softly. He lifted his head to gaze at the nearby mountain crevice where a small stream flowed gently, echoing a soothing sound that was refreshing to the mind. Suddenly a shadow fell by the stream. It was a wild dove. It walked back and forth, its lively eyes scanning the surroundings. After relaxing its guard, it fluffed its gray-brown feathers and approached the stream, drinking delicately as it peered around cautiously. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. He quickly removed his longbow, nocked an arrow on the string, and focused intently on the wild dove by the stream, holding his breath as he slowly crouched closer, quietly estimating the distance between them. 1 step. 2 steps. He raised his longbow, aiming at the wild dove not far away. His minor success archery skills allowed him to deftly align the shot, relying on instinct to pull back the string. With a release of his fingers, the arrow shot forth. Whoosh! The arrow flew out, creating a sound of wind slicing through the forest. Archery Proficiency 1. Yi Chen's gaze followed the arrow's path, his heart racing. Thud. Flap. The arrow went astray, landing in the grass by the stream. The wild dove flapped its wings in panic and flew away. This. A bitter smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. He had hoped to enjoy dove soup but unexpectedly missed the shot. It seems that my minor success archery skills are still not steady enough. Recalling how he had hit the wild mountain chicken with 1 shot yesterday, he realized that luck had played a significant role. He sighed, preparing to walk over and retrieve the arrow. Suddenly a rustling noise came from the grass where the arrow had missed. Yi Chen's expression stiffened, a fleeting suspicion flashing through his mind. His heart surged with excitement. His gaze locked unblinkingly on the nearby thicket as he quickened his pace toward it. He swiftly drew an arrow and knocked it to his bowstring, aiming steadily at the thicket even as he ran, ready to release at a moment's notice. His heart pounded fiercely in his chest. Rustle! Rustle! As he drew nearer, the commotion within the thicket grew louder and more insistent. The fletching of his arrow trembled faintly with each rapid breath. In 3 swift strides Yi Chen lunged forward, swept aside the foliage, and there before him crouched a gray wild hare. The hare had been struck in the lower abdomen. Crimson blood welled steadily from the wound. It lay helplessly amid the grass, its short legs kicking feebly in desperate futile struggle. At the moment of discovery the hare convulsed violently several times, then fell still, breath gone. Yi Chen bent low, seized it by the ears and lifted it aloft, weighing it thoughtfully in his palm, a quiet smile brightening his face. An unexpected bounty indeed. This hare is plump, must weigh nearly a kilogram. Enough for 2 hearty meals. He murmured softly to himself, the earlier frustration of his misfire utterly dispelled. Then he withdrew the arrow from the hare's body and slid it back into his quiver. Next he drew out a slender hemp cord, bound the hare securely and hung it at his waist, just in case it feigned death and attempted escape. Once finished, he knelt beside a stream and washed the blood from his hands before rising to continue onward. He had no intention of returning home yet. Instead he pressed deeper into the dense ancient forest, determined to bring back more game. Both Yi Yuanfeng's internal injuries and Yi Shan's crippled leg demanded costly herbal remedies. Moreover, the former occupant of this body had amassed a considerable gambling debt, debts Yi Chen now bore the urgent responsibility to repay. Failure would force his younger sister Yi Ling into marriage with a simpleton from the neighboring village. Altogether this was no trifling sum. Merely hunting enough for daily sustenance would never suffice to settle such obligations. After trudging further along the mountain path, Yi Chen gasped for breath, his legs heavy as lead, his brow drenched in sweat, his exhalations puffing white mist into the crisp air. He was utterly spent. He scanned the silent woods around him, not a soul in sight. With a sigh he halted and settled onto a broad sun-warmed boulder. Gurgle. His stomach growled insistently. Reaching into his tunic he pulled out a dark green ball of wild vegetable dough, and smiled, bringing it eagerly to his lips. Gratitude stirred in his heart for his sister-in-law Li Shi, who had packed extra portions. Without them he would have collapsed, too weary and famished to hunt at all. After finishing the last bite he unslung the bamboo water flask from his waist, uncorked it with a soft pop and tilted it upward, drinking deeply. The cool water and coarse vegetable dough settled warmly in his belly, stirring a gentle fullness, and with it a slow return of strength, easing the weight of exhaustion. He stowed the flask, sat quietly for a few more moments, then wiped the drying sweat from his brow and rose once more to walk on through the forest. Passing a grove of tall whispering bamboo, Yi Chen suddenly froze, his ears catching a faint rustling susurration from within the thicket. An illusion? Or? He held his breath, listening intently. The grating sawtoothed sound came in intermittent pulses, and when he turned his head, searching every direction, nothing stirred. In one fluid motion he slipped into concealment behind a dense clump of grass, longbow drawn, another arrow already nocked, silent, watchful, his eyes scanning the hushed bamboo grove. Again the faint gnawing sound returned, delicate, scattered, emanating not from one source but from several points around him, like unseen teeth at work upon living wood. Yi Chen remained utterly still beneath the grass, waiting, patient, unwavering, as time flowed past in measured silence. Chitter, chitter, chitter. Just as impatience began to edge his focus, a fuzzy round head emerged from a pile of fallen bamboo leaves not far away. Jet-black eyes whirled alertly, sweeping the surroundings before the creature scrambled fully from its earthen burrow. Its compact body was cloaked in sleek gray-black fur, plump yet astonishingly agile. In a flash it darted to a tender bamboo shoot and sank its large incisors deep into the green stalk. Crunch. Crunch. A bamboo rat. From his vantage Yi Chen recognized it instantly, his pulse leapt and his mind already sizzled with visions of roasted meat. His fingers moved without haste, drawing the bowstring smoothly, aligning the arrowhead with the rodent's flank, holding his breath as he refined his aim with meticulous precision. His entire awareness narrowed to that single creature, breath in, breath out, the world dissolved into stillness. Arrow tip. Bamboo rat. One seamless line. His finger released, taut string snapped forward. Whoosh. A sharp cry pierced the bamboo grove. Archery Proficiency 1. The bamboo rat sensed peril, spun mid-leap to flee back into its burrow, but the arrow struck true, burying itself deep in flesh. The creature tumbled sideways, limbs flailing skyward, squeaking shrilly, hit. Yi Chen's face lit with triumph. Abandoning stealth he sprang upright and dashed forward. 3 bounding steps brought him to the wounded rodent's side. The bamboo rat lay near death, blood still welling from its wound. Yi Chen stooped, gripped its slender tail firmly and hoisted it aloft. Don't fear, it's natural to feel dizzy. Whether it understood or not, the creature ceased struggling, its limbs slackened, its breathing shallow as if already slipping beyond reach. It did not stir as Yi Chen withdrew the arrow. He weighed it thoughtfully in his hand, nearly identical in mass to the hare, roughly 1 kilogram. Plump indeed. Roasted it'll be exquisite. Simmered into soup it'll nourish and cool the body. Eagerly Yi Chen bound the bamboo rat with fresh hemp cord and hung it at his waist, his mouth already watering at the thought. He glanced around, certain now that more bamboo rats dwelled here, perhaps many. Yet the rustling had ceased entirely, leaving behind an eerie hollow silence. Perhaps that single arrow had startled the rest into retreating deep into their burrows. Digging them out would require a spade, not a bow. He tilted his head upward. Grey clouds thickened the sky. The hour was growing late. Nightfall would soon shroud the mountain paths in darkness. His gaze dropped back to the hair and bamboo rat swaying at his belt. A wide, satisfied grin spread across his face. He memorized the grove's location, slung his bow over his shoulder and turned homeward. To linger longer risked treacherous descent after dusk. Time to go home, and feast. In winter no one wants to spend the night in the mountains unless there is a suitable shelter. Otherwise in the dead of night, even if not taken by wild beasts, one could be frozen to death. At dusk figures dressed as hunters emerged from the woods. Some wore bright smiles and walked lightly while others appeared dejected and gloomy. Under the old locust tree at the village entrance many eager women were already seated. Their families had members hunting in the mountains, which determined whether they could have meat today and improve their lives, filling their hearts with anticipation. It's getting late, they should be back by now, right? If they don't come down soon it will be dark. A slender woman murmured softly, her expression showing some concern. Look over there, someone is coming back. It looks a bit like old Zhang. A sharp-eyed woman suddenly exclaimed. In an instant everyone raised their heads, their gazes fixed in unison. It really is old Zhang. His hunting skills are among the best in the village, and one wonders what he has caught today. If he has a mountain chicken, that would be delightful. The plump woman muttered with shining eyes, her mouth watering. Hearing this, another woman beside her glanced over and couldn't help but tease. I say, Widow Wang, what does it matter to you what old Zhang has caught? Even if he has a mountain chicken, are you planning to go to his house to mooch off him? You can't say that old Zhang visits her house often enough. If she can sleep well, what's wrong with having some chicken? Chicken for chicken, no one loses out. Pfft. That's indeed not a loss. A woman beside them couldn't help but laugh. Old Zhang is a loner in the village while the plump woman is a widow. They often help each other out, which isn't a secret in the village, everyone is well aware. The plump woman rolled her eyes in dissatisfaction and said, Pa. You two are so gossipy, why do you think so poorly of others? Ignoring the two, she fixed her gaze intently on old Zhang, who was walking over in the distance eagerly, hoping he would bring back a wild mountain chicken. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, old Zhang arrived at the village entrance. When he met the enthusiastic gazes of the women, a hint of awkwardness flashed across his dark face and he felt embarrassed, wanting to dig his toes into the ground. Old Zhang went into the mountains all day and came back empty-handed. Did he not catch anything? A woman was the first to speak, her expression showing surprise. In winter prey can still be caught, especially for an experienced old hunter like him. He should have had some luck. If even he returned empty-handed, it would be even more difficult for the others. For a moment the mood among the crowd darkened significantly. The plump woman sitting among them saw this and her face fell instantly, filled with disappointment. Her hopes of chicken were dashed. Facing the eager eyes from old Zhang, she ignored him completely. If she couldn't have chicken, then he shouldn't expect to eat any either. Old Li is back too. That's old Wang behind him. A woman pointed at the figures in the distance and called out. Two more hunters were slowly approaching, and from a distance one could faintly see what they had caught. Immediately two women stood up and walked a few steps forward, feeling extremely nervous. This was not just about whether they could eat meat, it also concerned their family's reputation. With so many people watching, if others had a catch while their men returned empty-handed, it would be too embarrassing. Old Li caught a wild pigeon, it looks quite plump. A sharp-eyed woman was the first to shout. The Li family was instantly delighted, rushing over to greet him warmly, their eyes glued to the wild pigeon swallowing hard. Old Wang, did you catch anything? The yellow-faced woman asked anxiously. Hearing this, Wang Defa, who had approached, sighed helplessly. Old Wang, did you catch anything? The yellow-faced woman asked anxiously. Hearing this, Wang Defa, who had approached, sighed helplessly, raised his hands and bitterly said. No. Nothing. I wandered around the mountains all day and didn't see a single wild animal. Perhaps it's too cold and they're not active. Hearing this, the yellow-faced woman's heart sank completely. She had hoped her man could redeem some face for her, but who knew he returned empty-handed. While feeling dejected, someone in the crowd exclaimed, Hey! Isn't that the second son from the Yi family? Did he go into the mountains again today? I heard he caught 2 mountain chickens yesterday, they were quite fat. I wonder if he caught anything today. Many people looked up at the figures not far away, filled with curiosity. After all, Ye's second son was known as a good-for-nothing, a complete failure in everyone's eyes. Now that even he had gone hunting, if he returned with something it would be quite a slap in the face for the hunters who returned empty-handed. 30 years of hunting experience can't compete with a young lad. The yellow-faced woman's expression froze and she quickly looked up, feeling a wave of anxiety. Just yesterday she had scoffed at Yi Chen, claiming her old Wang was a better hunter. If Yi Chen outshone him now, she would be the subject of gossip among the women at the village entrance for several days. She was someone who valued her reputation above all else. As Yi Chen approached step by step, an observant woman spotted the prey hanging at his waist and exclaimed in surprise. A wild rabbit. Ye's second son caught a rabbit, it looks so fat. Wait. It seems there's also a bamboo rat. Hiss, that bamboo rat looks plump and beautiful, slurp. Many women stared wide-eyed, unable to resist swallowing hard. This is real meat. The hunters present also cast their gazes over, and upon seeing the two not-so-small catches they felt a bit embarrassed. Especially the ones who returned empty-handed, feeling so awkward that they wished they could find a hole to hide in. This kid is really lucky. Wang Defa said enviously, attributing it all to luck to give himself an escape. Turning around, he met the yellow-faced woman's resentful gaze. All your years of hunting were for nothing. You're still not as good as that waste from the Yi family. What else can you do? As Yi Chen passed by the old locust tree, several women greeted him warmly. I've always thought he was clever and capable, and he truly is exceptional. Yi family's second son, when you have time, take my boy into the mountains as well, let him learn from you. In an instant Yi Chen transformed from a textbook example of failure into a role model in the eyes of many. A young woman sewing paused her work, her enchanting eyes fixated on Yi Chen, sparkling with admiration. Yi family's second son is truly capable. Yesterday he caught 2 game birds, and today he got a wild rabbit and a bamboo rat. Whoever marries him in the future will have meat at every meal. As soon as the words fell, a nearby woman teased her, unable to hold back her laughter. You little flirt, you've already had 2 children and you still have your eye on Yi family's second son. If your husband finds out, he will definitely teach you a lesson. Upon hearing this, the young woman blushed awkwardly, lowering her head to fiddle with her sewing, yet her eyes secretly glanced at Yi Chen, murmuring to herself. If he can find a widow from the neighboring village, why can't he come to find me? Am I not as good as that widow? Yi Chen paid no attention to these discussions and walked straight past the women. In the small courtyard, curling smoke had already begun to rise from the kitchen, the aroma of rice porridge wafting over the courtyard walls, easily detectable even from a distance. Why hasn't my second brother returned yet? The sky is getting dark. Will we have meat to eat today? The petite Yilinger leaned against the door, her gaze eagerly scanning the direction of the village entrance, anxiously hoping for Yi Chen's early return. You gluttonous girl, always thinking about eating meat. Sister-in-law Li walked out of the kitchen, jokingly teasing Yilinger, then looked up at the darkening sky, her smile fading as she frowned slightly, feeling a sense of worry arise. Why is the second one so late? What if something happened? If it gets dark, he'll be lost in the mountains, and that would be troublesome. Dear, come quickly, bring a torch, I'll go into the mountains with you to look for the second one, just make sure not to get lost. Li became increasingly anxious, hurriedly calling her brother-in-law Yi Shan to go out and search. She knew Yi Chen had never ventured deep into the mountains, and the consequences of him getting lost would be unthinkable. That could cost a life. All right, coming. Yi Shan replied, limping out of the kitchen, casually grabbing a fire stick and a torch wrapped in oilcloth, his expression serious. It's cold, I'll go find the second one, you stay home. Upon hearing this, Li shook her head with concern, looking down at Yi Shan's injured leg, pursing her lips. Your leg injury hasn't healed properly yet, I don't feel safe with you going into the mountains alone, let me go with you. Let's go, we shouldn't delay or it will be dark. Okay. Yi Shan didn't waste words, nodding as he headed out. Elder brother, sister-in-law, where are you going? Just as they stepped out of the courtyard, Yi Chen's voice rang out, and looking up they saw him approaching with a long bow slung over his back. Phew. Yi Shan and Li were momentarily stunned, but upon realizing it was Yi Chen they instantly breathed a sigh of relief, their tense expressions easing. Little brother, you're back. It's good that you're fine, your sister-in-law and I were just about to head into the mountains to look for you. It's good that you're back. Both were relieved. Second brother. Sister Yilinger rushed over, excitedly jumping into Yi Chen's arms, looking up at him with eager eyes filled with anticipation. Second brother, will we have meat to eat tonight? She had been looking forward to it all day. Of course. I'll have sister-in-law cook it for you shortly. Yi Chen looked at his quirky little sister and smiled as he spoke. Really? That's great. Second brother is awesome, we can eat meat again. Yi Linger cheered joyfully. Yishan and Li couldn't help but smile at the sight, only then noticing the wild rabbit and bamboo rat that Yi Chen had tucked at his waist, their gray fur hard to distinguish in the night. Is this a wild rabbit? And a bamboo rat? They look pretty plump, at least 2 to 3 pounds each, right? Little brother, did you catch all of these? You really are a born hunter. Yishan rat. They look pretty plump, at least 2 to 3 pounds. His second brother's transformation was simply astonishing. Li was overjoyed, stepping forward to take the wild rabbit and bamboo rat, glancing from side to side, a hint of hesitation flashing across her face. She looked up at Yi Chen and tentatively asked, "Little brother, do you want to cook the wild rabbit? Or the bamboo rat? If we cook both, we won't finish them. And it would be too wasteful." Hearing this, Yi Chen guessed Li's thoughts and smiled as he replied, "Sister-in-law is right, just cook one. Let's see which one Linger wants to eat tonight, and well, cook that one. The other one we can trade for grain with someone in the village or nearby for food in return." Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Li's face instantly lit up with joy, nodding repeatedly. "Alright then, well, do it as little brother says. If this way, the rice jar will be filled with plenty of rice. Don't worry, leave it to sister-in-law. I will ensure everything is handled properly and guarantee that our family won't go hungry for the next month." She had been most worried about the rice jar running low, but fortunately Yi Chen had managed to catch prey these past few days, allowing the family to eat meat and replenishing the rice jar. Compared to eating meat, Li preferred to use the hunted game to trade for more grain, ensuring that the family wouldn't go hungry. After all, they still hadn't stored enough grain for winter, and she felt unsettled managing the household. "Thanks for your hard work, sister-in-law." Yi Chen smiled as he spoke. "Oh, there's no need to be polite among family. Little brother is truly capable." Li waved her hand dismissively, smiling brightly in praise. Yishan pulled Yi Chen into the courtyard. "It's cold outside, let's hurry inside to warm up. The rice porridge is already cooked. Little brother should drink a bowl of hot porridge to warm up. You must have frozen in the mountains all day." "Alright." Yi Chen allowed his elder brother Yishan to lead him inside while he held on to his sister Yi Linger, and the family returned to the courtyard. In the kitchen, the aroma of cooking wafted through the air again. Yishan and Li Shi worked in tandem, skillfully slaughtering the plump bamboo rats, plucking their fur and removing their entrails, then chopping the meat into pieces with a sharp boning knife. One carried the meat while the other brought a small iron basin into the main room. Yi Chen, who was warming himself by the fire, got up to lend a hand. "Sister-in-law, let me help you with that." "No need, Lao, just sit. I'll handle it and we can eat soon." Li Shi sidestepped and moved around Yi Chen. Seeing this, he had no choice but to sit back down. While speaking, Yishan placed the small iron basin over the charcoal fire, then poured in the previously cooked rice porridge, which bubbled and released a fragrant aroma. Li Shi then added the chopped and cleaned bamboo rat meat into the rice porridge, sprinkled in some wild vegetables, and stirred it gently with a large spoon, allowing the meat juices and the fragrance of the vegetables to blend into the porridge. Before long, a rich meat aroma mixed with the sweet fragrance of the porridge filled the yard, causing the neighbors to stir with anticipation, their eyes filled with envy. Sitting nearby, Yi Chen and Yi Linger smelled the delicious scent, their stomachs rumbling with hunger. "Wow! This smells amazing. If only we could have meat porridge every day." Yi Linger squinted her eyes, savoring the delightful fragrance that filled the air, looking utterly content. Yi Chen chuckled, looking up at the large iron pot before him, swallowing hard. Even though he had eaten 2 wild vegetable dumplings in the mountains, the exertion of going up and down the mountain had left him ravenous. Li Shi carefully sprinkled a pinch of coarse salt, stirred the meat porridge with a large spoon, and after thoroughly mixing it, smiled and said, "Alright, it's time to eat. The bowls are here." Yishan handed over ceramic bowls with an understanding nod. Li Shi reached out to take a bowl and began serving porridge for everyone. A spoonful of steaming rice porridge filled with the tenderest pieces of meat was presented before Yi Yuanfeng. "Father, try it first. If it's too bland, let me know." "Alright." Yi Yuanfeng nodded, lifting the ceramic bowl to his lips, gently blowing on the steam rising from the meat porridge and sipping a mouthful along the edge of the bowl. His eyes squinted in enjoyment. "It's really fresh. So delicious." Gulp. Sitting nearby, Yi Linger couldn't help but salivate upon hearing Yi Yuanfeng's praise of the meat porridge, her eyes fixed hungrily on the iron basin, barely able to contain her excitement. "As long as it's delicious." Li Shi smiled widely, then served another bowl of meat porridge with several chunks of meat to Yishan. "Here you go, dear. Yi Shan didn't rush to pick up his chopsticks but continued to help pass the bowl. He then served a third bowl of meat porridge with more meat than Yi Yuanfeng's bowl, even slightly more than Yi Shan's. Lao, this bowl is for you. You've worked hard today. If it weren't for you going into the mountains to hunt, we wouldn't have this blessing. Li Shi presented the bowl of meat porridge to Yi Chen. Sister-in-law, you flatter me. This is what I should do. As the man of the house after his father and elder brother both fell ill, it was his responsibility to bear the burden of the family. Moreover, Yi Yuanfeng and Yi Shan had both fallen ill due to his actions, so it was only right for him to shoulder the family's livelihood. Li Shi then served 2 more bowls of meat porridge, one for the salivating Yi Linger and one for herself. The total amount of meat in those 2 bowls was still less than what was in Yi Chen's bowl. Nonetheless, Yi Linger enjoyed it greatly, slurping from the edge of the bowl only to burn her tongue and stick it out cutely. So fragrant, so delicious. Sister-in-law's cooking is amazing, and this bamboo rat meat is so tender. Yi Linger exclaimed after swallowing a mouthful of meat porridge. If it's delicious, eat more. Don't rush, there's more in the pot. Yi Chen smiled at her, then picked up the ceramic bowl in front of him, blew on it to cool it down a bit, and took a small sip of the rice porridge. The savory meat juices mingled with the sweet wild vegetables in the rice porridge, filling his mouth with a delightful salty flavor that made his taste buds dance joyfully. The warm porridge filled his belly, driving away the cold and fatigue from his body, rejuvenating his spirit. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. Faced with such a delicious meal, he ate much faster, chewing the tender bamboo rat meat and feeling that all his hard work that day was worth it. After finishing a bowl of meat porridge, he was starting to sweat all over, feeling extremely cheerful. Sister-in-law's cooking is simply delightful. I'm full now. I'm going to step outside for some fresh air. Father, elder brother, sister-in-law, Linger, you all continue eating. Yi Chen put down his bowl and chopsticks, looking at Yi Yuanfeng and the others, and got up to walk outside. Lao, aren't you going to eat a bit more? There's still more in the pot. Li Shi called out from behind. Yi Chen waved his hand. I'm full, you all enjoy it. Earlier Li Shi had already served him a full bowl, so he truly felt stuffed. Stepping into the yard, the cold wind evaporated much of the sweat on his forehead. Yi Chen wiped his sweat, walked under the eaves, picked up the longbow leaning against the wall, and holding the quiver in one hand, turned and walked to the center of the yard. Recalling the moment he missed his shot while hunting wild pigeons today, he resolved to improve his archery skills so that he could be more accurate while hunting. He couldn't always rely on luck, otherwise he would starve one day. After all, he couldn't expect his luck to hold every time hitting a wild rabbit, even after missing. Yi Chen held the bow in one hand, drew an arrow from the quiver, and with a slight pull of strength shot an arrow. Whoosh! Archery Proficiency 1. His movements did not pause for a moment, firing arrow after arrow with a determined gaze fixed ahead, aiming to upgrade his archery skills once more. Archery Proficiency 1. A series of cold notification sounds flashed through his mind. By the time he finished shooting all the arrows in the quiver, fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead and his arms felt slightly swollen, but after moving them a bit he felt better. Yi Chen felt invigorated at that moment, quickly retrieving the arrows he had shot and practicing again. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of arrows slicing through the air echoed in the yard. Archery Proficiency 1. Yi Yuanfeng sat at the door of the main house watching Yi Chen practice archery in the yard. A look of astonishment crossed his weathered face and his brow furrowed almost completely. Is this what they call practicing archery? For a moment he even doubted whether Yi Chen was merely slacking off. How did this kid manage to hunt so much game? Archery Proficiency 1. A series of cold notifications flashed by. Yi Chen felt as if his arms were burdened with 1,000-pound weight, almost unable to lift them. A deep purplered line was etched into his finger, the delicate skin breaking open. Each arrow shot out, barely traveling 2 or 3 meters before falling, lacking any power, let alone precision and lethality. Yi Yuanfeng, sitting on the doorstep, furrowed his brows, scratching his head unconsciously, unable to bear watching any longer. Is this called practicing archery? Could it be that the prey over the past 2 days was merely brought back by this kid due to luck? Ding! Congratulations, host's archery has reached great success. Archery critical hit chance increased from 5 to 15. Triggered 3 stars. Align technique. In an instant a profound understanding of archery merged with Yi Chen's body, and he gained a deeper insight into the power that unified his arm, fingertips and waist. It felt as though he had honed his experience through countless archery sessions, mastering it to perfection. Yi Chen's expression brightened immediately, halting his actions, letting his weary arms drop as he gasped for breath, steam rising from his body as sweat evaporated continuously. His consciousness shifted towards the attribute panel. Host Yi Chen Strength 5 Proficiency 0 100 Average for ordinary people 8 Strength will be greatly enhanced after improvement. Agility 3 Proficiency 0 100 Average for ordinary people 5 Movement speed will be quicker after improvement. Dodge 2 Proficiency 0 100 Average for ordinary people 3 will have a chance to evade attacks after improvement. Physique 2 Proficiency 0 100 Average for ordinary people 3 Defense power will be enhanced after improvement. Special skill Archery Proficiency 0 5000 Great success with a 15 chance to cause critical effects. 3 stars align. Archery proficiency has reached great success, increasing the chance of critical effects, and not only that but also gaining an additional technique. 3 stars align. Yi Chen's mind stirred, his arm holding the longbow becoming restless. Yi Yuanfeng beside him could no longer hold back, slowly standing up and gazing at Yi Chen, opening his mouth to speak. Second brother, you can't practice like this. Before he finished his sentence, Yi Chen suddenly lifted the longbow, swiftly nocking an arrow and aiming at the wooden stake leaning against the wall. His expression focused, he held his breath. Without a moment's hesitation. Whoosh! With a slight finger movement the charged arrow shot forth. In the next moment Yi Chen drew another arrow, drawing and knocking in one fluid motion. Whoosh! Another arrow was released. Then came the third arrow, the movements flowing like water, fast as lightning. Thud! 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 3 dull thuds echoed in the yard. The 3 arrows firmly struck the wooden stake, unmoving, the fletchings trembling slightly. Archery Proficiency 1. Archery Proficiency 1. Archery Proficiency 1. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The yard fell silent, the chilling sound of the wind faintly audible. Yi Yuanfeng stood dumbfounded, frozen in place, his gaze fixed on the 3 arrows in the stake mouth, agape in astonishment, looking as if he had seen a ghost. If it were another seasoned hunter shooting 3 arrows in quick succession it might not be remarkable, but Yi Chen was just a novice who had only hunted for 2 days with no prior archery practice. His earlier attempts were more like a half-hearted effort. How could he possibly exhibit such archery skills? How could this be? His mind was in disarray, rubbing his eyes vigorously to see more clearly, almost thinking he was dreaming. Is this really shot by my own second brother? Yi Chen's expression brightened, gripping the longbow tightly, feeling the mastery of great success in archery, as if he was one with the bow, heart and mind in sync. Not only had he achieved the 3 stars align, but the accuracy of each arrow had also greatly improved. After his excitement he noticed Yi Yuanfeng beside him seemed to have something to say, turning to him and inquiring. Father, what were you saying just now? Yi Yuanfeng paused for a moment, coming back to his senses, his expression slightly relaxing, no longer bearing the previous worries. He pursed his lips and said. I said. Practicing archery like this truly demonstrates you're a descendant of the Yi family. It's getting late, don't tire yourself too much, go rest early. He originally wanted to guide Yi Chen in practicing archery, but upon seeing the 3 stars aligned technique his words got stuck in his throat. Was there still a need for him to teach? At that moment he felt nothing but pride and satisfaction, knowing that the Yi family had a promising future. Hearing Yi Yuanfeng say this, Yi Chen smiled and nodded in agreement. Yes father, you should also rest early. Take care of yourself. At that moment only the 2 of them remained in the yard, while elder brother Yi Shan and sister-in-law Li had long returned to their warm beds. If it weren't for his desire to improve his archery he wouldn't have practiced so late, which could easily disturb his family's rest. Yi Yuanfeng probably stayed up late to accompany him. Even with a charcoal basin beside him he still felt cold in the chilly night wind, especially since his body hadn't fully recovered. Yi Chen's arms were sore and exhausted, leaving him with no strength at all. He just wanted to sleep well and had no intention of continuing archery practice. To further improve his archery level he would need to practice to reach 5,000 proficiency points, which was not something that could be achieved overnight. There was no rush. Time to sleep, time to sleep. Yi Yuanfeng murmured with a comforting smile, slowly turning to walk back into the house. Yi Chen watched as Yi Yuanfeng returned to the house and closed the door, then stepped forward to extinguish the oil lamp on the table in the main room. The yard instantly fell into darkness, a pitch-black scene. He was already familiar with the small courtyard, navigating through the dark back to his room, closing the door, placing the longbow and quiver in the corner and pacing to the bedside, collapsing onto the bed. A refreshing sensation spread throughout his body, making him feel much more at ease. This feels great. Yi Chen pulled the blanket over himself, warmth enveloping his entire being, a tingling sensation washing over him. Drowsiness immediately surged, his thoughts drifting far away, and in the blink of an eye he fell into a deep sleep. The small courtyard was silent, occasionally stirred by the sound of cold wind blowing the chill of frost blocked by the sturdy earthen walls, while the house remained tranquil and warm. As dawn broke, the village rooster began to crow. Yichen woke from his slumber, glancing up at the window where a bright beam of light flooded in, illuminating the room. Stepping out of the warm blankets, he quickly donned a thick cotton coat and put on his shoes as he headed outside. As he opened the door, a sharp cold wind rushed in. Yichen shivered, goosebumps rising on his neck, fully awakening. "It's getting colder again," he muttered with a hint of worry. "It seems like it will snow in a few days." He couldn't help but murmur, feeling somewhat troubled. The weather was growing colder by the day and the winter food supplies at home were insufficient. The original owner had not yet cleared the gambling debts from outside, and once the snow sealed the mountains, the family's rations would be cut off. At that time, if the creditors came knocking for their debts, not only would his sister Yi Linger be taken away to marry, but he would also face dire consequences. He had just crossed over, enjoying a few days of good fortune, and did not wish to perish in this harsh winter. "The second son is awake. Come, have some hot porridge to warm yourself. It's cold today, so wear something thicker, don't freeze yourself." A voice called from not far away. It was his sister-in-law Li Shi, who was coming from the kitchen holding a ceramic basin filled with hot porridge. Upon seeing Yichen standing at the door, she immediately beckoned him. "All right." Yichen came to his senses, responding as he stepped outside, casually closing the door behind him. Cough cough. "Second son, come eat." In the main room, his father Yi Yuanfeng was already seated by the charcoal basin, warming himself. Hearing the footsteps, he looked up and waved at Yichen. "Father, your health." Yichen glanced at his father, who was coughing painfully, a hint of worry flashing across his face as he opened his mouth but hesitated to speak. He wanted to suggest taking medicine to improve his health, but the family barely had any surplus grain, let alone enough to afford Yi Yuanfeng's medicine, which would require a significant expense. "It's nothing." Yi Yuanfeng waved his hand dismissively. "I know my body well. Taking medicine is a waste, it can't be cured, so don't waste money. Save your money for marrying the girl from the Lin family. Once this marriage matter is settled, I won't have any other wishes." He spoke lightly, but Yichen remembered that half a year ago, before Yi Yuanfeng was injured, he was in robust health. This was not an old ailment, but rather a gradual decline in health due to his injury. If he had the money for medicine, his health could recover. If Yi Yuanfeng continued to cough like this, it could lead to some serious inflammation which would truly be life-threatening. Yichen remained silent, having no obsession with marrying a wife. Moreover, he recalled that the Lin family had previously mentioned withdrawing from the engagement. Right now he was solely focused on making money, paying off the original owner's debts, treating Yi Yuanfeng's illness, and addressing his elder brother Yi Shan's injured leg, hoping to nurse him back to health. He didn't expect full recovery, but at least he could move around a bit better. "Second son, come have some porridge." His sister-in-law Li Shi served a bowl of hot porridge and handed it to Yichen. "Thank you, sister-in-law." Yichen accepted the ceramic bowl, expressed his gratitude, and began to blow on the steam as he ate. The emptiness in his stomach was instantly warmed and his whole body felt cozy and comfortable. "Second son, it's cold today, why don't you skip going into the mountains? Your elder brother exchanged a lot of grain for wild mountain chickens yesterday, enough for the family for a while. And that wild rabbit you caught yesterday, we can have your elder brother exchange it for more grain. You can also take a few days off." Li Shi glanced at the cold wind blowing outside and said to Yichen, "Going into the mountains in such cold weather is a torment, and the chances of encountering prey are quite low." Upon hearing this, Yichen smiled and shook his head. "It's fine, sister-in-law, I'm dressed warmly and won't freeze. Let's take the opportunity before it snows to go into the mountains and hunt some prey to stock up for winter." Li Shi hesitated but nodded, understanding the family's situation, and did not persuade him further. "Then drink more hot porridge, sister-in-law will steam some buns for you to take on the way. Otherwise you might wear yourself out by the end of the day," Li Shi said, heading outside to busy herself in the kitchen. At that moment his elder brother Yi Shan walked in, rubbing his red frostbitten hands and puffing out warm breath. His clothes were covered in wood shavings, indicating he had just returned from hauling a bundle of firewood. "Second son, it's too cold, I'm worried about you going into the mountains alone. I'll accompany you later," Yi Shan said as he served himself some porridge. "Elder brother, your leg." Yichen paused, looking hesitantly at his elder brother's lame leg. Wouldn't that make it even more dangerous for him to go into the mountains? Yi Shan sensed his concern and confidently responded, "Don't worry, I can walk to the city and back. Helping you in the mountains is not a problem, and I can also carry back a few bundles of firewood." He seemed to have already planned it out. This. Yi Chen initially wanted to refuse, not out of concern for Yi Shan dragging him down but rather worrying about him encountering danger. Just as he pondered how to persuade him, he suddenly recalled the bamboo rat he had caught yesterday and a thought sparked in his mind. Looking up at Yi Shan, he smiled and said, "It's fine if we go into the mountains together, but you need to bring a hoe and a fire starter and also take a sack with you." A hoe? Yi Shan looked puzzled. He could understand bringing a fire starter into the mountains to keep warm in the cold weather, but what was the hoe for? "It's not like we're going to work the fields. You'll understand when the time comes." Yi Chen replied with a smile, not providing further explanation. "All right." Yi Shan hesitantly nodded, not asking more to avoid being denied entry into the mountains. Yi Yuanfeng sitting beside them cast a meaningful glance at Yi Chen, his eyes flashing with insight. Soon both Yi Chen and Yi Shan were ready and prepared to set off into the mountains. Li Shi had also steamed the buns, and noticing Yi Shan was going into the mountains as well, added a few more for them to take. "Head of the family, your leg isn't stable. You must be careful in the mountains, avoid dangerous cliffs and steep paths. You must keep close to the second son, don't get lost. If you can't walk anymore, just come back. Don't push yourself, understand?" Li Shi worriedly reminded Yi Shan, finally feeling reassured to let him go. "Sister-in-law will set off first. Don't worry, you'll take good care of elder brother," Yi Chen replied cheerfully. Upon hearing this, Li Shi and the others were momentarily taken aback, looking at the spirited and determined Yi Chen, feeling as though he had completely transformed into a better version of himself, and smiles of contentment appeared on their faces. In the past it was always Yi Shan taking care of him, and now it was finally his turn to care for his family. Yi Chen and Yi Shan walked side by side, their pace leisurely. One held a longbow and carried a quiver, while the other had a hoe slung over his shoulder, clutching a burlap sack in one hand and an axe at his waist. As they exited the village, they encountered several early risers from the village who expressed their surprise. Are these two from the Yi family really going into the mountains to hunt together? Isn't the elder of the Yi family the one who had his leg broken recently? Can he really hunt in the mountains while limping? As long as he doesn't cause trouble, that's enough. Going into the mountains in this weather is just asking for trouble. I think the younger one from the Yi family is being overly ambitious. Does he really think hunting is that easy? Is he going into the mountains with his elder brother just to gather wild game? They will only understand how difficult hunting is when they return empty-handed. Some villagers were envious of Yi Chen's previous catch and spoke with a hint of jealousy, eager to see him fail. Yi Chen and Yi Shan ignored the gossip and continued on their way, walking further away. Along the way they didn't see many hunters. Perhaps the cold weather deterred those with a bit of surplus grain at home from venturing into the mountains. Wang Defa. He really is persistent. Yi Chen spotted a familiar figure from a distance, a strange smile crossing his face. It was the same villager and hunter Wang Defa whom he had encountered yesterday, who had returned empty-handed and had been scolded by his wife at the village entrance, a scene Yi Chen had overheard as he passed by. Just by looking at the figure's back he could sense the weight of the pressure Wang Defa faced today. Yi Shan, not understanding, glanced in the direction of Yi Chen's gaze and casually remarked. "Uncle Wang. He's the old hunter of the village. With over 20 years of hunting experience. Is that so?" Yi Chen raised an eyebrow and replied with a smile, "But hunting in the mountains still depends on luck." Yi Shan didn't understand what he meant, but he found it reasonable and nodded in agreement. "I hope we brothers have better luck today and can bring back more wild game. Not only can we enjoy a few more hearty meals, but we can also trade for some grain." He was filled with anticipation for this trip. As they conversed, they arrived at the foot of the mountain. While walking on flat ground, Yi Shan had no issues, but once they entered the forest and began to traverse steep slopes he found it somewhat challenging. With his limp he struggled with each step, needing to set down the hoe and use it as a crutch to help him move forward, which made it slightly easier. Seeing this, Yi Chen did not purposely stop but merely slowed his pace a little, trying to choose a path that was easier to walk and less steep. He led the way, following the route he had taken yesterday without actively searching for traces of prey, thereby saving quite a bit of time. "Where are we going, little brother?" Yi Shan noticed something unusual. Yi Chen clearly seemed to be in a hurry rather than hunting. If they were looking for prey, they should be moving slowly through the forest, keeping their eyes and ears open. At his words, Yi Chen turned to him, his expression calm as he explained. "We're almost there, just ahead. Once we arrive you'll understand." "All right." Yi Shan replied, not pressing for more details. The two continued for quite a while, surrounded by the rustling of the wind, with leaves occasionally fluttering down, the sound sending chills down their spines. Fortunately they were together, so there was nothing to fear. Soon they arrived at a dense bamboo grove. "Big brother, we've arrived, it's right here." Yi-Chen turned to Yi-Shan and said. Little brother, what's special about this place? Are you asking me to dig for bamboo shoots? Yi-Shan looked around the bamboo grove, his expression puzzled as he asked Yi-Chen. After all, Yi-Chen had asked him to bring a hoe and a burlap sack, suggesting they were more likely to dig for winter bamboo shoots. Although winter bamboo shoots are nice, they aren't very filling, and when the stomach is empty they can make one feel hungrier. Sure. Big brother, listen. Yi-Chen made a shushing gesture to him. Seeing this, Yi-Shan was initially taken aback, then quieted down as Yi-Chen instructed, listening intently. The wind whooshed past, stinging his face. Just as he was about to ask, he suddenly heard a series of jagged sounds as if something was gnawing on something. Yi-Shan recalled the tender bamboo rat meat from yesterday, his eyes brightening as he instantly realized. He excitedly turned to Yi-Chen and whispered. Little brother, the bamboo rat you caught yesterday, is it from here? Meeting Yi-Shan's surprised gaze, Yi-Chen smiled and nodded. That's right. Big brother, since your leg is inconvenient, let's dig for bamboo rat burrows here today and see if we can catch a few to take back with us. If that doesn't work, well, find the burrow entrance and use smoke to drive the bamboo rats out. The reason he agreed to let Yi-Shan come into the mountains was that he thought he could help dig for bamboo rat burrows, which would save him the effort of climbing mountains and might even yield extra rewards. Upon hearing Yi-Chen's words, Yi-Shan confidently patted his chest and said, Little brother, don't worry, I'm experienced at this. I guarantee we'll catch a few bamboo rats, just you wait and see. Having grown up running around in the mountains, he knew a thing or two about catching bamboo rats. After speaking, Yi-Shan looked at the nearby bamboo. He didn't rush to take action, but first observed for a moment, then took a few quick steps to a few dead bamboo stalks. Phew. Yi-Shan spat into his palm, rubbed his hands together, then grabbed the hoe and began to. Yi-Chen watched from the side, initially puzzled, then enlightened. Bamboo rats like to dig burrows under bamboo, and when their tunnels are too deep, the roots of the bamboo are cut off, causing them to struggle to absorb water and eventually die. Thus Yi-Shan chose to dig under the dead bamboo, guessing that there might be a bamboo rat burrow underneath. Though Yi-Shan had difficulty walking, he was strong, and with the hoe in hand he dug vigorously, quickly unearthing a pit. As he dug deeper, a hole the size of a bowl appeared in the pit. Upon seeing this, Yi-Chen slowly drew an arrow, resting it on the bowstring in his hand, his gaze fixed intently on the digging hole, his breathing slowing as he focused. It was as if the world had narrowed down to just the hole in front of him, lying in wait for the prey to appear. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Suddenly a flurry of urgent cries echoed from the hole. In the next moment a shadow darted out of the hole, moving at lightning speed. Second brother. Yi-Shan exclaimed in surprise as he swung his hoe. In the next second a sound of breaking air came from behind. Whoosh! An arrow shot through the air. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Accompanied by a shrill cry. The shadow was struck by the arrow, instantly knocked several meters away by the powerful impact, and fell to the ground, rolling a few times before coming to a stop. The cries suddenly diminished. Yi-Shan's heart tightened. What excellent archery! He looked back at Yi-Chen, his eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. It seemed he did not expect that the usually carefree Yi-Chen could possess such remarkable archery skills. It was simply unbelievable. Yi-Chen smiled calmly, saying it was a coincidence. Although he hadn't aimed, he had been ready with the arrow knocked long before the bamboo rat appeared. His attention was fully focused on the cave entrance. With the slightest rustle he could draw the bow and shoot in an instant. Yi-Shan did not think too much and hurriedly looked at the shadow not far away that had been hit by the arrow. It's a bamboo rat. So fat. A look of joy immediately appeared on Yi-Shan's face and he cried out. He quickly dropped the hoe in his hand and rushed over, fearing the bamboo rat would escape. This was a piece of meat that was practically in his grasp. At this moment the bamboo rat lay on the ground like a lump of mud, already on the verge of death, hardly struggling. The sharpened arrow had pierced half of its body, blood gushing from the wound, and it seemed unlikely to survive. Yi-Shan bent down, grabbed the bamboo rat by its slender tail and lifted it up, inspecting it upside down. This bamboo rat is about the same size as the one from yesterday, weighing around 2 jin. Haha, we can enjoy delicious meat porridge again tonight. Second brother, you really have the skills. Yi-Shan said joyfully, holding the bamboo rat and looking back at Yi-Chen. When it came to meat porridge he couldn't help but lick his lips, longing for this delicacy. Yi-Chen quickly stepped forward, reached out to grab the arrow stuck in the bamboo rat and pulled it out with a slight force. Pft! A stream of fresh blood gushed out. The bamboo rat, which had originally not moved much, suddenly twitched a few times and then fell still. He took out a thin hemp rope to tie up the bamboo rat and looked up at Yishan saying, "Big brother, this bamboo rat is in your charge. You stay here in this bamboo forest to catch bamboo rats. I'll go wander around the mountains to see if I can catch some other wild game and I'll come back to find you later." There were still quite a few bamboo rats in the nearby bamboo forest, but capturing them wasn't easy. Digging pits was both time-consuming and labor-intensive. Instead of waiting idly by, Yichen preferred to take his chances in the mountains. Moreover, a few bamboo rats couldn't solve the family's winter hunger or the gambling debts he owed outside. "All right." Yishan nodded. "Second brother, you go ahead. Just leave this to me, I guarantee I'll catch a few more bamboo rats before coming down." With a reward in hand, he was also in high spirits, filled with energy, eager to dig a few more holes. Yichen said nothing and walked towards the denser forest, bow in hand. In the depths of the mountains and forests, danger and opportunity coexisted. Without taking risks, one would not be able to gain greater rewards. Yishan watched Yichen leave, then tossed the now motionless bamboo rat into a sack, returned to his previous spot, picked up the hoe and continued to search for a dead bamboo stalk, immediately starting to dig. "Tonight we'll have bamboo rat meat porridge," he said, slightly out of breath. This was his source of motivation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yichen ventured alone into the dense forest, moving forward. No human figures could be seen around, and the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves filled the air, creating a somewhat eerie atmosphere. His gaze swept across the dark tree trunks, which all looked like strange shadows. He suddenly regretted not bringing his older brother Yishan along. If they were both traversing the forest together, he wouldn't feel so scared. However, thinking about the possibility of capturing more bamboo rats, leaving Yishan in the bamboo forest was worth it. One shouldn't put all their eggs in one basket. If he didn't catch anything here, he could still rely on Yishan's bamboo rats, preventing both of them from returning empty-handed. He didn't know how long he had walked along the way. Yichen hadn't seen a single wild beast. Occasionally he spotted passing sparrows, but they were obscured by branches. Gurgle. His stomach growled again. He estimated that he had been in the mountains for a while, around midday now. He glanced around and found a broad stone to sit on. Huh. He let out a long breath, his taut nerves relaxing slightly. He took out the corn cakes prepared for him by the Li family. They were still warm, brought them to his mouth, took a bite and chewed with a look of enjoyment. The taste wasn't great, but simply being able to eat a coarse corn cake in this situation was a very happy thing. Yichen finished one corn cake in a few bites, then picked up his water flask to drink. The corn cake melted in his stomach upon contact with water, instantly bringing a sense of satisfaction and alleviating much of his fatigue from the uphill trek. He planned to rest for a bit before continuing on the road, aiming to venture deeper into the mountains in search of prey. Perhaps due to the cold weather, most wild beasts were holed up in their burrows for winter, not coming out to move around. It was hard to encounter them, and the chances were even slimmer. For a moment Yichen even thought about turning back to join big brother Yishan in catching bamboo rats. Rustle. A commotion came from the nearby thicket. Yichen's heart tightened and he instantly became alert, holding his breath, his gaze sharp as he looked in the direction of the sound, straining his ears to listen. One hand quickly grasped the longbow while the other pulled an arrow from the quiver, slowly knocking it onto the bowstring, making almost no sound. Rustle. The sounds in the forest grew closer to him. Yichen's expression brightened. He was sure it was not the sound of the wind, but that a wild animal had appeared, and his mood couldn't help but soar with excitement. He had finally encountered prey. What could it be? A mountain chicken? Or a wild rabbit? Or perhaps a bird? As he pondered, he slowly rose while keeping his gaze forward, holding the longbow with the arrow tip aimed at the rustling thicket, bending slightly to gather strength, ready to unleash at any moment. Rustle, rustle. The commotion in the thicket grew louder. A patch of grass taller than a person was flattened. In the next second, a massive black shadow emerged boldly from the underbrush. Gulp. Yichen's pupils constricted, his mind momentarily blank, and he couldn't help but gasp in shock. A wild boar about half a person's height swaggered into view. Its thick brownish fur covered a corpulent body that trembled as it walked easily, weighing around 50 to 60 pounds. Its face bore two sharp tusks, and it lowered its head to sniff the ground continuously as if searching for food. With two large nostrils it snorted with a dull sound. Yichen regained his senses and quickly hid behind a large rock, feeling both alarmed and excited. Facing such a beast made him somewhat anxious. The arrows he brought were made of sharpened bamboo with no iron tips, rendering their lethality quite limited. They posed no problem for wild chickens or rabbits, but dealing with the tough-skinned meaty wild boar was another matter. Moreover, he lacked the strength to enhance the arrow's power. Having finally encountered such a wild delicacy, Yichen was reluctant to give up easily. He slowly drew the bowstring, aiming at the wild boar not far ahead, focusing entirely on the alignment of 3 points. His breathing grew increasingly shallow. At that moment the entire world fell silent. Yi Chen stared ahead, a determined glint flashing in his eyes. His arms suddenly exerted force, fingers twitched and the arrow left the bow. Whoosh! A sound pierced through the forest. Archery Proficiency 1. Ow! The foraging wild boar seemed to sense the approaching danger, suddenly raising its head, its pitch-black eyes fixed on Yi Chen. Its stout short legs clumsily jumped in an attempt to evade. In the next moment the arrow was upon it. Thud! The arrow pierced into its flesh, embedding slightly before stopping, merely grazing its hide. The wild boar let out a pained cry, its hefty body shaking as it tried to shake off the arrow. Yi Chen's heart sank, but his hands did not falter. The second arrow followed closely behind. Whoosh! Archery Proficiency 1. This time he pulled the string with all his might, the arrow's power slightly greater. Thud! This arrow struck the wild boar again, but once more it merely created a small hole, still failing to deliver a fatal blow. Instead it enraged the wild boar. Ow! 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 The wild boar had now spotted Yi Chen charging at him frantically, its sharp tusks looking exceedingly menacing, enough to chill a person to the bone. Oh no! Yi Chen's face changed slightly, realizing the dire situation. Watching the wild boar rush toward him, a blank thought flashed through his mind and he forcefully pushed off the stone beneath him, swiftly dodging to the side. Whoosh! The sturdy wild boar barely grazed past him, stirring up a foul stench. Yi Chen had no time to think, hurriedly scanning his surroundings for cover. If he were to be rammed by the wild boar, he would be either dead or severely injured. Ordinary hunters would not dare to confront a wild boar alone, let alone a novice like him. Ow! The wild boar turned around, charging at Yi Chen again, its momentum fierce enough to seem like it wanted to kill him. Yi Chen's gaze fell on a sturdy tree trunk nearby and he dashed over in a few strides, leaping with a powerful push off the ground, grasping a branch tightly and effortlessly climbing up the tree. The wild boar brushed past him once more, slowing down before turning back again. Once Yi Chen steadied himself on the branch, he swiftly nocked an arrow on the bowstring, aiming at the wild boar below, his fingers pulling the string taut as he took a deep breath. His archery skills, now at great attainment, erupted in full force, merging man and bow together. Whoosh! Archery Proficiency 1. Thud! An arrow pierced into the flesh of the wild boar. This time it embedded deeper, a trickle of fresh blood oozing out. Ow! The wild boar went completely berserk, charging at the tree stump with its sharp tusks. Bang! Bang! The tremendous impact caused the entire tree to shake. Fortunately Yi Chen remained steady, otherwise he could have fallen if he wasn't careful. Frowning slightly, he realized that the arrows he shot were unlikely to kill the wild boar before him, but he had no other choice. Aside from his bow and arrows, he was left with only a machete. Engaging in close combat with the wild boar using the machete would undoubtedly be far more dangerous, and a moment's carelessness could cost him his life. Looking down at the frenzied wild boar, Yi Chen felt an uneasy sense of foreboding. He had to either kill the wild boar or remain stuck in the tree until nightfall. If the ruckus attracted other beasts, his situation would become even more perilous. His hands did not stop moving. To prevent the wild boar from charging up the tree, he unleashed arrow after arrow. His movements were swift, as quick as lightning. Whoosh! Whoosh! At such a close distance he didn't even need to aim to accurately strike the wild boar. Thud! Thud! In a matter of moments over 10 arrows had pierced into the wild boar's body. It was almost becoming a porcupine. The wild boar let out pained cries, yet it had no way to reach Yi Chen in the tree. The trunk was too high for it to jump up. It could only vent its frustration on the sturdy tree stump. Yi Chen reached for the quiver and his heart sank. Looking down, he found only 2 arrows remaining. If he couldn't kill the wild boar with these, he would truly be stuck in the tree. If night fell and he still hadn't returned, his elder brother Yi Shan would surely come searching for him, and encountering the wild boar would spell disaster. He wouldn't be able to outrun it with his injury. This is it. Yi Chen steeled himself, drawing another arrow and knocking it, this time aiming directly at the wild boar's eye. His breathing gradually steadied the bow and arrow in his hands as firm as a rock. His arms suddenly exerted force, merging waist and horse. As he released his grip on the bowstring, the arrow, infused with all his strength, quivered at the tip and shot out. Whoosh! Arrow Proficiency 1. Yi Chen released an arrow without hesitation, drawing the last arrow from the quiver and preparing to nock it. Ding! Critical hit effect triggered, arrow power increased 5-fold. A cold prompt echoed. The arrow struck the wild boar's eye, its power surging, instantly penetrating its head. Most of the arrow had embedded itself into the wild boar's skull. The wild boar's body stiffened, its hefty form slowly collapsing to the ground. Thud. The ground trembled slightly. The wild boar's stout limbs twitched, snorting continuously, fresh blood streaming down its cheeks, and after a while it completely ceased to move. Yi Chen stood on the tree trunk looking down at this scene, not lowering his bow and arrow, worried that the wild boar might still not be fully dead and could retaliate. A hint of surprise flashed across his face, his heart racing. This was the first time he had triggered the critical hit effect of his archery skills. He hadn't expected a five-fold power boost, filling him with joy. If the critical hit effect could continue to increase five-fold alongside the arrow's power, then after his strength was effectively enhanced, the power would undoubtedly become terrifying. Yi Chen observed from the tree for a while until he confirmed that the wild boar below had completely lost its breath. Only then did he slowly lower his bow and arrow, letting out a long sigh as the tension in his nerves eased. He placed the arrows into the quiver, slung the longbow over his back, and grasped the resilient branches with both hands, sliding down the tree stump. As his feet touched the ground, he swiftly drew the machete at his waist, vigilantly staring at the now lifeless wild boar in front of him. Any slight rustle would prompt him to strike. Finally killed it. This boar's hide is really thick, Yi Chen said with lingering fear. If it hadn't been for triggering a critical hit effect just now, he might not have been able to take down the wild boar. He silently noted to himself that he needed to find a way to attach iron tips to his arrows to enhance their lethality. Otherwise, encountering a tough beast like a wild boar next time would put him in a dire situation. He took a deep breath, walked forward quickly, and began to pull out the arrows one by one that were lodged in the wild boar's body. Pfft. As he placed the collected arrows into the quiver and looked down at the wild boar's corpse, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel troubled. This wild boar weighed at least 50 to 60 jin, and now that it was dead it felt as heavy as mud. With his physique, just walking down the mountain would leave him gasping for breath, let alone carrying a wild boar down. He would surely exhaust himself along the way. However, calling for help to bring someone down could risk having another beast carry it away. But if he slaughtered it on the spot to lighten the load, the strong smell of blood would also attract ferocious beasts from the mountains. In these deep mountains and forests there were no shortage of wolves, tigers, and leopards. If they came following the scent of blood, not only would he lose the wild boar meat, but he might also encounter greater danger. Moreover, there were other hunters in these woods. In these times there was no morality to speak of, with everyone struggling to fill their stomachs, who wouldn't be tempted by the sight of dozens of jin of wild boar meat. They could easily take it away. Yi Chen hesitated for a moment, his gaze drifting to the nearby bamboo, and suddenly had an idea. He walked over with the machete in hand, hacking at the bamboo. Then he tied together pieces of bamboo of equal length with thin hemp rope, crafting a simple bamboo raft capable of carrying the wild boar size. Next he approached the wild boar's corpse, grasped its front and back hooves with both hands, and lifted it up forcefully. He took a few heavy steps forward, placing the wild boar's body onto the bamboo raft and securing it with the hemp rope. After completing these tasks, Yi Chen was already panting, heavily drenched in sweat, as if he had just been pulled out of the water, releasing puffs of white mist in the cold wind. He sat down on a nearby large rock, took out the last remaining steamed bun from his pocket, and began to gnaw on it while resting and replenishing his strength. As he looked at the wild boar's corpse, a joyful smile involuntarily appeared on his face. If this wild boar were exchanged for money or grain, it would be enough for his family to survive the winter with careful spending. A heavy stone in his heart was finally lifted. After gulping down a few mouthfuls of water, Yi Chen walked forward, grabbed a long thin hemp rope tied to the bamboo raft, and slung it over his shoulder, using the strength of his shoulder to drag it along. Whoosh whoosh. The bamboo raft bearing the wild boar slid along the ground, the dried leaves being crushed under friction, producing a series of sounds. Yi Chen dared not delay, exerting all his strength to drag the wild boar back. Otherwise, if it got dark, the situation would become very dangerous. As he bumped along the way, the bamboo raft would occasionally roll down the uneven hillside. Fortunately, Yi Chen had tied the wild boar to the bamboo raft in advance, preventing it from falling off during the journey. However, Yi Chen found it quite strenuous to drag it with his shoulders rubbed raw. He bit his teeth and persevered in silence, only thinking about getting the wild boar back home as soon as possible. After quite a while, he finally returned to the bamboo forest where he had parted ways with his older brother Yi Shan. From a distance he could hear the sound of earth being dug up, a dull noise echoing. Elder brother. Yi Chen stopped in his tracks, calling out to the rows of bamboo as he stood there gasping for breath, utterly exhausted. The hot breath he exhaled instantly transformed into wisps of white smoke drifting away. The muffled sounds nearby ceased. Second. Yishan's voice came tinged with a hint of uncertainty. Immediately after, a hurried sound of footsteps followed. Whoosh whoosh. Yishan came running over holding a hoe, looking somewhat anxious, thinking that Yi Chen had encountered some danger. Upon getting closer and seeing Yi Chen standing there intact, Yishan finally felt relieved. Second. Are you alright? I thought you. Yishan's words trailed off, the latter half swallowed back. He took a couple of heavy breaths and patted Yi Chen's shoulder in comfort. It's fine that the prey didn't get caught, as long as you're okay. Don't worry, I caught several bamboo rats just now, enough for the family to have several meals. Come on, I'll take you to see. He eagerly pulled Yi Chen to head back. Elder brother, wait a moment. I caught some prey. It's just a bit heavy, I need your help to pull it. Yi Chen said calmly, looking at Yishan with a light smile. Caught some game. Where is it? I'll lend a hand. Yishan was taken aback for a moment. He had just seen that Yi Chen wasn't carrying any prey and thought he was returning empty-handed. Hearing Yi Chen's reminder, he followed his gaze behind him and his expression immediately froze. This is not. How is it possible? You caught it? Yishan's eyes widened in disbelief, staring fixedly at the wild boar tied to the bamboo raft, his mind buzzing. He wondered if he was dreaming. Second. Did you catch a wild boar? By yourself? Yishan's voice trembled slightly. This wild boar weighed dozens of jin. Even the hunters from the village would run away upon encountering it, yet Yi Chen had actually killed it on his own. He was completely stunned. Was this still the second brother he remembered? Seeing Yishan's astonished reaction, Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh, feeling quite proud as he nodded to confirm. Elder brother, it was me. Let's talk more when we get back. We should head down the mountain first. It's going to get dark soon. He couldn't help but remind him. They still had quite a distance to descend and the sky was gradually darkening. They would need a lot of time to drag the wild boar down. Upon hearing this, Yishan finally snapped back to reality, quickly nodding. Alright. Let's head down first. Gil, pull the rope. We'll talk more after we're down. His mood was still very excited and the way he looked at Yi Chen had changed. Second. You really are capable. Yishan spoke while stepping forward to take the thin hemp rope from Yi Chen's hands, placing it on his sturdy shoulder before suddenly pulling with force. The bamboo raft carrying dozens of pounds of wild boar slid rapidly across the ground. Yi Chen's eyes lit up as he watched. Big brother, what strength you have. He greatly admired such power. If only he could possess the same strength as Yishan, he would be able to draw the bowstring fully and the power of his archery would be multiplied several times. Hearing Yi Chen's praise, Yishan gave a simple smile, limping slightly but showing no sign of weakening his arm and shoulder. After walking a few steps, Yishan stopped beside a sack, reaching out to grab it, but Yi Chen stepped forward first and lifted the sack. Big brother, let me do it. As he spoke, he suddenly felt a heavy weight in his hand. His expression startled as he couldn't help but open the sack and look inside. Inside there were 5 or 6 plump bamboo rats piled up haphazardly, their furry bodies adorably cute. Several of the bamboo rats were still struggling, unable to move due to being bound by the thin hemp rope. They emitted sharp cries incessantly. GG. Yi Chen looked up at Yishan, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes as he exclaimed. Big brother, you did well. Catching so many bamboo rats. Impressive. Except for the one bamboo rat he had previously shot down, the rest were all caught by Yishan alone, clearly showing that he had not been idle working hard on digging. Huh. Yishan scratched his head, smiling as he pointed at the wild boar behind him. Second brother, you are the one with the skills catching such a large wild boar. Let's go. We need to get down the mountain, it's getting dark. After saying this, Yishan pulled the bamboo raft and continued walking down the slope. Yi Chen nodded, quickly following behind with the sack of bamboo rats. The sky gradually darkened and the cold wind howled fiercely. At the village entrance, several women were standing waiting for their families to return, anxiously looking out like stones awaiting their husbands. The hunters who had gone into the mountains gradually returned, each with a dejected expression, slowing their steps as they approached the village entrance, feeling a sense of shame at not being able to face their families. At this time, Li Shi and Yilinger were also standing at the village entrance, gazing into the distance for familiar figures, their expressions betraying a hint of tension and anticipation. Sister-in-law, why haven't I seen big brother and second brother? It's already dark, why haven't they come back? Yilinger frowned, looking ahead as she spoke. Upon hearing this, a trace of worry appeared on Li Shi's face as she glanced back and forth at the approaching figures, her heart sinking. She murmured softly. Indeed. Why haven't they come back? I'm worried to death. At this moment hunters began to enter the village empty-handed, eliciting disappointment and blame from their families. Husband, you didn't catch any wild game. The rice jar at home is empty. Are we going to starve tomorrow? You might as well be like ye family's second son. He managed to catch quite a bit of wild game in 2 days. Really useless, just showing off in front of me, but can't even catch anything in the mountains. Don't come back into my bed tonight. It's been days and you return empty-handed. Do you plan to starve us both? If you can't support us, just say so. You'll find someone else to help raise the children. Ye family's second son is better than you. These quarrels filled the village entrance. The wilderness was empty with not a single figure in sight, as almost all the hunters who descended the mountain had returned. Li Shi's heart raced with anxiety as she looked at the dim night, unconsciously tightening her fists, the nails digging into her palm without her realizing it. Why? Haven't they returned yet? It can't be. At this moment nearby villagers also noticed Li Shi and Yi Linger standing alone. Their expressions varied. Some felt sympathy, some looked disdainful, while others were waiting to see the joke. I saw Yi family's eldest and second sons enter the mountains together this morning and they haven't returned yet. Something bad might have happened, right? A woman with a proper appearance frowned slightly, hesitantly speaking. It's already dark. If the mountains can be dangerous, if they might encounter bears. And big cats. Besides, in this weather staying out at night could freeze them to death. They truly aren't afraid of dying. An older hunter couldn't help but say. In such harsh weather even experienced old hunters wouldn't dare to spend the night in the mountains. Yi family's second son, that young brat, what does he know about hunting? Previously he was merely lucky enough to stumble upon a few wild games and thought he was something special. Now he must be facing hardships in the mountains. If he dies in the mountains, that would be his fate. He deserves it. She had never thought highly of Yi Chen, believing he couldn't catch anything in the mountains, only to be slapped in the face and nearly bet on bad luck. Despite losing the bet, she was convinced that Yi Chen relied entirely on luck and had no real skills, eagerly waiting for an opportunity to see him fail, and now she finally caught her chance. Moreover, with her husband returning empty-handed for 2 consecutive days, she was even more frustrated, wanting to find balance through Yi Chen and Yi Shan. A villager friendly with the Yi family couldn't help but speak out. What's with the harsh words, Wang family? We're all from the same village, there's no need to curse others. Old Yi has even helped your family before. Isn't this repaying kindness with enmity? The yellow-faced woman was scolded, her face shifting between red and white, but she remained stubborn. I didn't say anything wrong. Someone who only knows how to play with women also thinks he can hunt in the mountains. Isn't that asking for it? Hearing the villagers' discussions, Li Shi felt a surge of anger but chose not to argue, her thoughts solely focused on worrying about Yi Chen and Yi Shan's safety, feeling increasingly anxious. She felt a chill deep in her heart, her body weak and swaying slightly. If something happened to Yi Shan and Yi Chen, the Yi family would crumble completely. Gritting her teeth, she turned to Yi Linger beside her. Linger, go home and fetch a torch. Sister-in-law is going into the mountains to look for your big brother and second brother. Don't let Dad know so he won't worry. Dad's health must not go into the mountains. All right, sister-in-law, I'll go right away. Yi Linger nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation, and turned to run back towards home. As her voice fell, 2 figures faintly appeared in the distant night. Linger. Wait a moment. Madame Li paused, then suddenly called out. Linger, who had taken only 2 steps forward, halted and turned back with a puzzled expression. Sister-in-law. What is it? You won't need torches after all. As the words left her lips, Madame Li pointed eagerly toward the open field ahead. Linger, look over there. Are those 2 figures? Could they be your elder brother and second brother? Her voice trembled with rising emotion. Let me see. Upon hearing this, Yi Linger immediately gazed into the distance. There are 2 people. It's really them. Before she could finish, Madame Li dashed forward in exhilaration. Sister-in-law. Yi Linger called out once, but as she watched Madame Li's silhouette melt into the night, she hesitated not a moment before sprinting after her. At that moment, nearby villagers also noticed the commotion and lifted their heads, their eyes drawn to the 2 figures walking side by side beneath the veil of night, astonishment flickering across their faces. By their build they truly are the Yi brothers. What fortitude! They've emerged from the mountains in pitch darkness. Simply returning unharmed is blessing enough. They must have brought back no game, else they'd never have lingered so late on the descent. Consider this a sobering lesson. I dare say the Yi brothers were half paralyzed with fright, surely they'll dare not enter those mountains again. Several women chattered animatedly in no hurry to disperse, instead lingering at a distance waiting for Yi Chen and Yi Shan to draw near so they might offer admonishing words. Among the crowd a sallow-faced woman frowned and curled her lip. How fortunate. A frigid wind howled across the darkened expanse of the field. Yi Chen and Yi Shan trudged forward, one dragging a bamboo sled, the other bearing a heavy sack upon his back, their strides uneven, their breath ragged, sweat drenching their brows, bodies nearly spent. Husband. Second brother. Are you unharmed? Why did you return so late? Madame Li rushed up to Yi Shan, her voice thick with worry and urgency. Her gaze swept carefully over both Yi Shan and Yi Chen, searching desperately for any sign of injury. Ah, no harm done to me or second brother. Yi Shan stopped, breathing heavily yet smiling warmly at Madame Li before exhaling plumes of white vapor into the chill air. Hearing his reassurance, Madame Li's suspended heart finally eased. She let out a long shuddering sigh and patted her chest, her features softening with relief. Thank heavens you're safe. Thank heavens. I was terrified. I feared. She broke off mid-sentence, unable to utter the dread that had gripped her. Earlier she had been consumed by terror, certain they'd met peril in the mountains. Sister-in-law, we descended later than planned, we're truly sorry to have worried you. Yi Chen spoke up quietly beside them. Though they'd hurried as best they could, the wild boar and bamboo rats proved exceedingly heavy, and the mountain path treacherous. Exhaustion weighed upon them, stretching their journey far beyond its usual duration. By the time they neared the foot of the mountain, night had fully claimed the sky. Fortunately Yi Chen remembered the way, guiding Yi Shan safely down the darkened slopes, preventing them from losing themselves in the wilderness. No matter, it matters only that you two returned home whole and sound. Husband, let's go home now. Second brother, I'll cook something hearty for you when we get back, you must be frozen stiff. Come, let's go. Madame Li slipped her arm through Yi Shan's, then turned to Yi Chen. Yes. First loosen your grip. Otherwise I can't muster the strength. Yi Shan grinned, simple and sincere. Huh? What are you about to do? Madame Li released his arm, gazing at him in gentle bewilderment. Only then did she notice the slender hemp rope still clutched in Yi Shan's hand, her eyes following its course downward, settling upon the bamboo sled resting on the ground. Its shadowy outline blurred in the dim light, hard to discern clearly. Husband, what is this you're pulling? She asked, curiosity kindling in her voice. She leaned closer, scrutinizing it intently, until realization dawned. A wild boar. Second brother slew a wild boar. Nearly 50 jin in weight. Yi Shan beamed with quiet pride. Had it not been for this beast, second brother and I would have descended long before, no delay would have held us back. I'm utterly spent. What? Madame Li's eyes widened in disbelief. A wild boar. Her mind reeled, as if struck by thunder, leaving her stunned, unable to fathom that Yi Chen had actually felled a boar weighing dozens of jin. She dropped to her knees, nearly pressing her face to the earth, peering with fierce concentration. It is a wild boar. In that instant her breath quickened, her gaze blazing with fervent awe upon the dark massive form before her, her heart pounding with unrestrained elation. She seized Yi Shan's arm, trembling uncontrollably, so overcome she might have leapt for joy on the spot. A radiant effervescent smile lit her face as she glanced between Yi Shan and Yi Chen, eyes dancing with delight. Second brother, you're extraordinary. To have hunted a wild boar, surely I'm dreaming. Oh, second brother. Truly magnificent. Now our household need never fret over grain, you are our family's greatest hero. Madame Li babbled, giddy with joy. Just then Yi Linger came dashing up, panting hard, her small face brightening instantly upon hearing Madame Li's cry. A wild boar. Did second brother hunt one? Yay, I'll get to eat meat again. I want meat porridge. Yi Linger cried out, jubilant. Watching Madame Li and Yi Linger leap and cheer, Yi Chen and Yi Shan smiled, knowing that their family's happiness made every hardship worthwhile. Enough, let's head home now. Second brother must be starving. Yi Shan urged gently. Oh. Yes, home, we go home. Snapping back to herself, Madame Li nodded vigorously, then stepped forward and grasped the hemp rope to lend Yi Shan support. Let's go, husband. Yi Shan accepted without protest. He'd hauled the boar down the mountain alone, with Yi Chen assisting several times along the way, and now his arms burned with fatigue, nearly numb with exhaustion. With Madame Li's aid he could finally ease his burden. Second brother, I'll help you. Yi Linger mimicked her mother's gesture, scampering to Yi Chen's side to lift the sack together. No need, I've got it. Linger, such a thoughtful girl. Yi Chen declined with a gentle smile, ruffling her tousled hair and praising her warmly. The group set off toward their village in the distance, united in warmth and mirth even beneath the biting night wind. They are coming, the eldest and second of the Yi family are arriving. A woman called out as she looked ahead. The villagers gathered at the village entrance had not dispersed, staring intently at Yi Chen and his group approaching, constantly sizing them up, eager to find out more. They should have returned empty-handed, right? A sharp-tongued woman said hesitantly. A yellow-faced woman in the crowd scoffed, one is a cripple, the other is a useless bum, what prey could they possibly catch? She was waiting to enjoy Yi Chen's misfortune, unable to bear seeing them succeed. What is the eldest's wife doing? A woman squinted her eyes and vaguely noticed something unusual. It seems she is helping to pull something. Hearing this, the others looked even more closely, their curiosity piqued, eager to get a clearer view. Swish, swish, swish. The dull sound of sliding grew closer. Yi Chen walked ahead, carrying a long bow, a sack slung over his shoulder, with Yi Linger bouncing along beside him. Yi Shan and Li Shi were walking behind, coordinating with each other as the bamboo raft they were pulling quickly slid across the ground. What is in the sack that the second of the Yi family is carrying? It looks quite heavy. A sharp-eyed woman wondered aloud. It seems. It is moving. Another woman pointed at the sack on Yi Chen's shoulder, her curiosity growing. It's a living creature. The second of the Yi family has caught some game again. Remarkable, he hasn't returned empty-handed after 3 days in the mountains. A woman noticed the signs and exclaimed enviously, a sack full of game, who wouldn't be tempted to see it? Is it for real? Is there game in that sack? The old Yi family has been eating meat for several days, just the smell makes my stomach yearn. A villager living near the Yi family swallowed hard, and in an instant all eyes gathered on Yi Chen, eager to see what was in the sack on his shoulder. Suddenly a gasp came from the crowd. Is that a wild boar? On the bamboo raft that the eldest of the Yi family is dragging, it's tied up with a wild boar. As soon as the words were spoken, the scene erupted. Whether it was the gossiping women or the returning hunters, all looked at the bamboo raft being dragged by Yi Shan with shock. A furry figure came into view. Hiss. It really is a wild boar, my goodness, the Yi brothers actually managed to catch a wild boar. How is this possible? An old hunter's eyes widened, his heart racing as he exclaimed in disbelief. This wild boar must weigh at least 50 to 60 pounds with such large tusks. How could just the two Yi brothers subdue it? Wang Defa, standing in the crowd, was momentarily dumbfounded, feeling suspicious and doubtful about it. As an experienced hunter, he knew very well how difficult it was to deal with a wild boar. Without some skill it would be impossible to subdue it, and he himself had not much confidence. Wang Defa felt as if he was being slapped in the face, slowly lowering his hunting bow, unwilling to act superior in front of Yi Chen. A crippled farmer plus a useless man who only knows how to chase women are better than him. A villager intentionally approached Yi Shan with a lantern. In an instant everyone could see clearly the wild boar tied to the bamboo raft. Their emotions, shocked to the extreme, expressions varied. There was shock, envy, jealousy and greed. For villagers who hadn't eaten meat for a long time, a plump wild boar was as shocking as a beautiful woman stripping right before their eyes. If it weren't for some reservations, they would have rushed forward to snatch it. For now they could only envy Yi Chen and Yi Shan's good fortune from the sidelines. Old Yi really has good fortune, he actually gave birth to 2 capable sons. If only my son had half the success of Yi Chen. Such a large wild boar would be enough for their family to live comfortably through winter. Slurp. If only my husband could catch a wild boar too. Why didn't I notice before that the second of the Yi family is so charming? He looks good and can hunt. Whoever marries him will be so lucky. The second of the Yi family has really changed. Who knew he had such hunting skills? Truly the Yi family's bloodline born to hunt. The villagers present were wide-eyed with envy, constantly praising Yi Chen's abilities, their opinions of him having undergone a tremendous shift. Yi Chen, however, was unconcerned, passing through the crowd with the sack, quickening his pace slightly. Following closely behind, Yi Shan had a simple smile on his face, saying nothing yet feeling very pleased. He had never been praised like this before, and even Yi Chen's praises made him feel proud. Li Shi, helping to pull the bamboo raft beside Yi Shan, was almost grinning from ear to ear, all previous gloom swept away, feeling extremely joyous, wanting to drag the wild boar around the village a few times. Over the years, due to the misdeeds of the second of the Yi family, she had been mocked by the gossiping women in the village, and now in front of so many villagers she felt a sense of pride. Years of grievances had completely dissipated in an instant. The yellow-faced woman in the crowd looked at this scene feeling both jealous and furious, almost ready to explode. She had originally prepared to enjoy Yi Chen's misfortune ready with mocking words, but who knew he and Yi Shan would return triumphantly with a wild boar she couldn't even dream of. It was like a resounding slap in the face, ruthlessly striking her, shattering all her pride and face. The yellow-faced woman opened her mouth wanting to slander a few words but couldn't utter a single word. Her straight back suddenly hunched over, making her seem as if she had aged 10 years. When she looked up at her husband beside her, an inexplicable surge of anger ignited within her. "Useless good for nothing, what are you staring at? If you had the skills you would have brought back a wild boar too, why aren't you leaving? You're embarrassing us." She vented her anger and then turned to leave. Wang Defa. Wang Defa stood there in a daze, unable to comprehend how he was being scolded again. Seeing Yi Chen's harvest was enough to frustrate him, but who knew he would also be scorned by his wife? It was simply a double blow. In the small courtyard, the dim yellow light flickered in the wind, adding a touch of warmth to the night. Yi Yuanfeng sat on the threshold, his murky eyes fixed on the door of the courtyard, his dark face etched with worry, brows tightly furrowed, feeling a vague sense of unease in his heart. "Why haven't they returned yet?" he muttered softly, his voice barely audible before erupting into a violent cough. Thud. Thud. A heavy sound of footsteps came from outside the courtyard. A nimble figure dashed into the yard, calling out excitedly. "Father, elder brother and second brother are back. Second brother caught a huge wild boar, it's enormous, come quickly to see." Yi Linger dashed in front of Yi Yuanfeng, her expression filled with excitement, gesturing exaggeratedly with her hands. "A wild boar?" Yi Yuanfeng's heart jolted, his face slightly changed, and he stood up abruptly to head outside. "Is the second one hurt?" he hurriedly asked. Yi Yuanfeng knew well how ferocious wild boars could be. He had once been knocked flying by one in the mountains, nearly losing his life. Yi Chen had almost no experience dealing with wild boars, making him an easy target. "No. Second brother is unhurt, he's perfectly fine." Yi Linger shook her head, noticing Yi Yuanfeng's anxious demeanor, and quickly reassured him. At this moment Yi Chen also walked in from outside, carrying a burlap sack on his shoulder. Upon seeing Yi Yuanfeng approaching, a smile spread across his face. "Father, we are back." Yi Yuanfeng halted, carefully scrutinizing Yi Chen before him. Apart from some dust on his clothes, he saw no blood or wounds, and he did not appear disheveled, which finally eased his worried heart. "It's good that you are back." Yi Yuanfeng sighed in relief, a look of contentment spreading across his face as he gazed towards the gate of the courtyard where sounds of commotion were coming from. At this moment Yi Shan and Li Shi were also working together to pull in a bamboo raft, both of them drenched in sweat. As they entered the courtyard, they immediately released the fine hemp rope in their hands and stood there panting heavily. "Finally home. This is so heavy, my hands feel weak." Yi Shan and Li Shi exhaled in relief, looking at the wild boar on the bamboo raft, smiles involuntarily spreading across their faces. They were indeed tired, but they were genuinely happy. Yi Yuanfeng, taking advantage of the moonlight, clearly saw the wild boar that Yi Shan and Li Shi had dragged into the courtyard and was momentarily stunned. He had initially thought that Yi Linger had exaggerated, but unexpectedly Yi Chen had really hunted a wild boar. Yi Yuanfeng was completely bewildered. Glancing at the wild boar on the ground and then at Yi Chen in front of him, his mind felt a bit chaotic. Is this really my youngest son? He used to be afraid to even kill a chicken, and now he could venture into the mountains to hunt wild boars. This. Second brother, did you really kill the wild boar? You didn't just pick it up from someone else's trap, did you? Yi Yuanfeng looked at Yi Chen incredulously, still somewhat disbelieving, as if he were dreaming. Father. You can rest assured I really did kill it. There are arrow holes in the wild boar. Yi Chen couldn't help but let out a wry smile, pointing at the wild boar beside him as he explained. Hearing this, Yi Yuanfeng finally believed it to be true, a look of contentment appearing on his aged face. That's great. Second brother has really grown up. You have potential. You are stronger than your father. Yi Yuanfeng extended his calloused hand, gently patting Yi Chen's shoulder as he spoke. At this moment he could finally feel at ease. Even if one day he were no longer around, Yi Chen would be able to support this family. Soon thin wisps of smoke began to curl up from the courtyard. Yi Linger was constantly adding firewood by the stove, her small face flushed, still sweating in the cold weather. Yi Shan was eviscerating the wild boar, blood mixed with the pig's entrails flowing everywhere, emitting a strong stench. At this moment Yi Yuanfeng also took action, wielding a sharp short knife slicing along the wild boar's skin, and within a short time he had completely skinned the wild boar. The wild boar was a treasure. A complete wild boar hide could fetch a good price. Li Shi was not idle either, cleaning the pig's entrails thoroughly, scalding them with hot water to remove the stench, and then chopping them into pieces and placing them in a ceramic basin for later use. Then she mixed the previously collected pig's blood, stirring to release the air, and added coarse salt to solidify it into blocks of pig's blood. After pouring out the hot water from the large pot, when the bottom of the pot was dry and emitting wisps of white smoke, she tossed in a chunk of lard. Sizzle! The pot immediately exploded with sounds. The lard sizzled upon encountering heat, and soon yellow lard began to emerge. As the lard was nearing the last drop of oil, Li Shi tossed in chopped garlic, dried chili and ginger slices all at once. Clap! Clap! A cloud of white smoke rose from the pot and oil splattered. Li Shi skillfully stirred with a spatula, and a spicy aroma instantly wafted through the air, both enticing and pungent. Yishan, who was dividing the wild boar in the courtyard, caught a whiff of the fragrance, his eyes lighting up instantly and his stomach growled uncontrollably. It smells so good. Thanks to the second brother we can enjoy this delicious meal tonight. He muttered softly, his hands moving faster, eagerly wanting to finish so he could eat. In the kitchen. After the aroma wafted out, Li Shi added all the chopped pig entrails into the pot, stir-frying them again, the fragrance becoming even more intense, wafting in clouds out the door with the enticing scent reaching around the courtyard. The sound of the spatula clanging against the iron pot resonated with the family's anticipation. The chopped pig entrails were stir-fried to a golden brown, and Li Shi poured the previously scooped hot water back into the pot, instantly creating a sizzling sound. The red oil and soup merged into one with a layer of golden fat floating on top, exceedingly tempting. The pig entrails floated in the red oil soup, emitting bubbling sounds. Slurp. Sitting beside the stove, Yi Linger, smelling the enticing aroma, swallowed hard, getting up to peek occasionally, her eyes widening as she yearned for a taste. Sister-in-law, it smells so good. At this moment Yi Linger was completely captivated. Li Shi carefully added a bit of coarse salt, then picked up the pot lid to cover it, turning to Yi Linger with a smile. You greedy little girl, make the fire a bit bigger, don't rush, it'll be done soon. After saying this she took a deep breath of the aroma, closing her eyes slightly, enjoying the moment. Upon hearing this, Yi Linger eagerly added firewood to the stove, stuffing it full, and the flames became even fiercer. Gurgle gurgle. The pot boiled vigorously and rich aromas wafted from the edges of the lid. When it was almost ready to be served, Li Shi quickly lifted the lid, tossing in the solidified blocks of pig's blood into the iron pot, then using the spatula to break them into pieces, mixing them into the red oil soup. Yishan and the others, who had long been ravenous in the courtyard, smelled the fragrance, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. When they heard Li Shi's voice, the nearby neighbors couldn't help but feel enticed, wishing they could rush over for a meal, swallowing hard while murmuring softly. If I could have a taste, it would be worth dying. The red oil pig offal paired with coarse grain steamed bun made the whole family sweat profusely, feeling thoroughly at ease, their faces beaming with happiness. It's been a long time since I ate so well. So delicious. Yi Linger said, her mouth greasy, and she only stopped when she could eat no more, her belly full and even slightly protruding, making her look quite plump. Yi Yuanfeng, having overeaten, got up and sat on the threshold of the main house to digest, wearing a content expression. Yishan and Li Shi, energized after their meal, returned to the house first, even extinguishing the oil lamp inside, leaving the place shrouded in darkness. In the yard, Yichen washed his hands and picked up the bow and arrow again to practice archery, taking advantage of the fullness from the meal to persist a bit longer. Having had the experience of shooting a wild boar, he was now eager to elevate his archery level to achieve higher critical hit effects. Whoosh! Whoosh! He aimed at the wooden stake ahead, his fingers lightly moving, and the arrows flew out in succession. His movements were fluid, remarkably proficient. With the enhancement of his great accomplishment archery skills, nearly every shot hit the target accurately, the sharp arrowheads embedding deeply into the wooden stake. Archery Proficiency 1. Archery Proficiency 1. Archery Proficiency 1. A series of cold notification sounds echoed through the air. Yichen looked at his continuously improving archery proficiency, feeling a surge of anticipation in his heart. The improvement of archery not only increased the chance of triggering critical hits but also enhanced accuracy. His aim was now significantly better than before, hitting 8 or 9 out of 10 arrows. There was also a chance to develop even more powerful archery skills like the 3-star conjunction he had previously comprehended, allowing him to shoot 3 arrows in quick succession with a very high hit rate. Watching this scene, Yi Linger, who had just finished washing the dishes, couldn't help but clap her hands in praise. Second brother is amazing. Watching this scene, Yi Linger, who had just finished washing the dishes, couldn't help but clap her hands in praise. Her wish was to eat meat every day, which was the happiest thing for her. Hearing this, Yi Chen, who was practicing archery, couldn't help but smile wryly. If he really encountered a wild boar weighing hundreds of pounds, it wouldn't be certain who the prey was, and he might have to run away first. Sitting on the threshold of the main house, Yi Yuanfeng stroked his graying beard and nodded appreciatively at Yi Chen. Though he felt Yi Chen's practice method was somewhat perfunctory after witnessing his 3-star conjunction skills, he had no thoughts of giving advice. Before long, Yi Yuanfeng and Yi Linger both returned to their rooms to sleep. Yi Chen, with sore arms from practicing, also stopped feeling the biting cold wind. He couldn't help but shrink his neck and shiver. His consciousness turned to the archery section of his attribute panel. Special skill archery proficiency 366500, great accomplishment with a 15% chance to cause critical hits. 3-star conjunction. Once archery reached the level of great accomplishment, further improvement became much more difficult. According to his current practice duration, it would take at least 10 to 15 days to possibly achieve the next breakthrough. Yi Chen couldn't help but yawn, feeling drowsy, and immediately lost the desire to continue practicing archery. He glanced at the large pieces of pork hanging under the eaves, turned around and returned to his room. After a whole day of exhaustion, he was already incredibly tired. Back in his room, he set down the bow and arrow, collapsed onto the bed, pulled up the quilt and closed his eyes, soon falling into a deep sleep. At night, the dark yard was still filled with a spicy aroma. Under the eaves of the main house, the large pieces of wild boar meat swayed in the biting cold wind, casting long shadows across the yard. Meanwhile, 3 figures quietly appeared outside the yard, stealthily approaching the one-man-high wall. One person stayed behind to keep watch, while the other 2 jumped, pushing off the wall with their hands and leaping into the yard. Their movements were very light, hardly making any noise. The 2, smelling the aroma wafting from the yard, couldn't help but gulp, eager to rush into the kitchen and feast. But evidently they had even more important goals for coming here. After a brief infatuation, the 2 in the yard set their sights on the wild boar meat hanging under the eaves of the main house, their eyes gleaming with greed. Exchanging glances, the 2 quickly moved forward, picking up a pole nearby, carefully trying to take down the hanging meat, their movement slow. Clap. The bamboo pole touched the iron hook on the eaves, making a faint sound. The 2 felt their hearts skip a beat, frozen in place, not daring to move. The yard remained eerily quiet. After several breaths, the 2 thieves finally relaxed a little. One continued with his actions, slowly lowering the wild boar meat he had hooked. The companion beside him quickly caught it, turning to leave with a large piece of pork. The remaining one wanted to continue picking the next piece of pork to take away, when suddenly a shout came from the house. "Who is outside?" The voice thundered like a clap of thunder. The thieves in the yard were immediately frightened, dropping the pole in their hands and turning to flee outside. "Ya!" Yi Chen rushed out like the wind, holding a longbow and arrow already knocked on the string, his gaze sweeping past the thieves in the yard and landing on the one stepping out from the opened yard door. He raised his hand and shot an arrow. Whoosh! A sound of slicing through the air echoed in the yard. Thud. Ah! The scream and the sound of the arrow hitting almost occurred simultaneously. The thief, holding a large piece of wild boar meat, was shot in the leg and stumbled to the ground, the pork in his hands falling as well. He gritted his teeth in pain but still endured the hurt to struggle to get up. The companion who rushed out right behind him pulled him up, and at that moment they couldn't care about the fallen wild boar meat, using all their strength to escape. When Yi Chen chased out of the yard, the figures of the 3 thieves had already vanished into the pitch-black night. He looked down at the wild boar meat discarded on the ground, slightly furrowing his brows, secretly grateful that he had come out in time upon hearing the noise. Otherwise the hard-earned wild boar meat would have been stolen, which would have been incredibly frustrating. Who could it be? Ya! Ya! The earlier shouting had also startled others. Yi Yuanfeng, Yi Shan and Li Shi quickly ran out from the house, all dressed lightly, and the cold wind made them instantly alert, their drowsiness gone. What happened? What is going on? Yi Shan asked urgently. Did thieves enter the house? Yi Yuanfeng glanced at Yi Chen, who was standing at the yard door, and began to suspect. What about the wild boar meat? Did it get stolen? Who would dare to steal something at night? They will surely face retribution. Li Shi immediately checked the wild boar meat hanging under the eaves and began to curse angrily, her voice carrying over to the neighboring yard. The neighbors were awakened and faint sounds came from each yard. Standing at the yard door, Yi Chen turned to Yi Yuanfeng and the others, squeezing out a smile on his stern face. Father, sister-in-law, don't worry, the meat is safe. The courtyard was adorned with lanterns illuminating the surroundings brightly. Yi Yuanfeng and the others stood together, their brows furrowed as they speculated about the identity of the meat thief, feeling a wave of frustration. After this incident, Yi Shan lost all sleepiness. After hanging the stolen wild boar meat back up, he directly sat on the threshold of the main house, wrapping himself tightly in his patched cotton coat, looking up at Yi Yuanfeng and the others as he spoke. "Dad, second brother, you all go back to sleep, I'll keep watch here. If anyone dares to steal the meat, I'll kill him with a hoe." He valued the wild boar meat more than his own life. Even if it meant losing sleep, he had to keep an eye on it. "This is fine too. Big brother, you stay here, but you must not doze off," Yi Yuanfeng instructed with a serious expression. This was crucial for the family's winter provisions, and there could be no mistakes. "Rest assured, Dad, I know what to do. Go to sleep quickly." Yi Shan nodded, responding earnestly. With his assurance, Yi Yuanfeng finally felt at ease and turned to return to the house. "This." Yi Chen looked at Yi Shan, who was determined, and abandoned the thought of persuading him. "Big brother, if anything happens, just call out to me." "Sure, second brother, don't worry. If any thieves come to steal meat again, I will definitely shout for you to come out and shoot them dead." Yi Shan nodded, his face filled with indignation as he expressed his hatred for the previous thief. He had worked hard to drag the wild boar back from the mountains. How could others expect to reap benefits without effort? What a beautiful thought. Li Shi glanced at Yi Shan with concern as she quickly entered the house, coming out with a thick outer garment to drape over him, wrapping him even more snugly. Yi Shan smiled knowingly and waved his hand at her. "You go back to sleep, it's cold, don't stand here. Hurry up." Hearing this, Li Shi said nothing more and turned to go back into the house. Yi Shan crossed his arms, his palms tucked into the sleeves for warmth, his eyes wide open as he stared intently at the courtyard gate. Whenever he saw a shadow pass by, he would swing his hoe at it. Silence fell again in the courtyard. Occasionally sounds of snoring came from inside the house, rising and falling. After a long while, a faint light appeared in the east and the sky gradually brightened. Just as Yi Shan was about to doze off, a sound came from the adjacent house. "Eek!" Li Shi bundled up tightly walked out of the house and upon raising her head couldn't help but exclaim. "Ah, it's snowing." Hearing this, Yi Shan, who was sitting on the threshold of the main house, was jolted awake, his eyes wide as he gazed at the snowflakes drifting down from the sky, a hint of surprise crossing his face. "It really is snowing," he said in astonishment, realizing he hadn't noticed it earlier. Even though his eyes were open, it felt as if he had been asleep. Yi Shan slowly stood up. After sitting for the whole night, his legs were numb. He quickly supported himself against the door frame to stabilize himself, taking a while to regain his senses. Li Shi walked over, looking at the accumulating snow on the ground, her brows slightly furrowed as a trace of worry crossed her eyes. "The snow is getting heavier. Let second brother rest at home for a while, don't let him go into the mountains, it's too dangerous. He is not familiar with the deep forest and the mountain paths are hard to traverse. With the snow covering everything, the road will be hard to see." Hearing this, Yi Shan nodded in agreement. "What you said makes sense. Once second brother wakes up, I'll talk to him. After all, we caught quite a few bamboo rats yesterday along with the food we exchanged in the past few days. We have enough to eat for a while. Besides, I'll just take this wild boar meat to the city to sell for money and then buy more food. With the remaining money, I'll buy a few medicines for Dad and save the rest for second brother's future wife." Hearing Yi Shan say this, Li Shi hesitated for a moment, a hint of concern flashing across her face. "Dear, you didn't sleep all night last night, how about going to the city a bit later? I'll go now and heat some food for you. After you eat, go back inside and catch up on your sleep." Without waiting for Li Shi to finish her sentence, Yi Shan waved his hand. "It's fine, I'm feeling quite energetic now. When I return from the city, I'll just take a nap then." Seeing Yi Shan insist, Li Shi said nothing more and turned to head towards the kitchen. "Then I'll go prepare the food." Yi Shan stretched, moving around to loosen up his muscles, and then energetically began to prepare for the trip to the city. He took down the wild boar meat hanging under the eaves and placed it into a bamboo basket that was half a person's height, covering it with a layer of coarse cloth on top. After finishing these tasks, smoke began to rise from the kitchen, followed by the rich and spicy aroma wafting out. There was still quite a bit of the red oil pig offal left from last night, and now that it was heated, it filled the air with fragrance. Eek! The door of the house opened. Yi Chen walked out while yawning, seeing the courtyard covered in white snow which had accumulated a thin layer. A hint of surprise crossed his face. "It's snowing. No wonder it's so cold." He tightened his cotton coat, feeling that it was even colder than the previous days. As a gust of cold wind blew, he couldn't help but shiver. Hearing the commotion in the courtyard, Yishan turned to look and upon seeing Yi Chen called out, "Second brother, you're awake. Your sister-in-law is preparing food. Once you finish eating, go back inside to sleep. It's snowing, going into the mountains isn't safe, so don't go." He was also worried that Yi Chen would encounter danger going into the mountains on a snowy day, as the mountain paths were indeed difficult to navigate and it was easy to get lost in the deep forest. If it weren't for the fact that the snow was getting heavier, he would have wanted to go into the mountains to dig for bamboo rat holes, as he had caught a few yesterday and still felt a sense of longing. Hearing Yishan's words, Yi Chen looked at the thickening white snow in the courtyard and replied, "All right. Then we won't go into the mountains today. By the way, big brother, are you going to the city?" He noticed the bamboo basket prepared in front of Yishan filled with wild boar meat, clearly intended for sale, which was something everyone had discussed during dinner last night. With so much wild boar meat, they could sell it for a good amount of money, and saving it for themselves would be too extravagant. Whether for buying food for winter or purchasing medicine for Yi Yuanfeng, it would be more than enough. The remaining money could also be used to pay off some gambling debts. Hearing this, Yishan nodded calmly. "Yes, after I eat I will head to the city. Second brother, do you need to bring anything?" Yi Chen looked at the heavy bamboo basket, feeling a weight on his heart, and couldn't help but say, "Big brother, I want to go to the city with you. Since I am not going into the mountains today, I'd just be idle at home anyway. This wild boar meat is so heavy it would be too much effort for you to carry it alone." Although it had been bled and gutted, it still weighed dozens of pounds. The road to the city was long and Yishan's legs were already weak, making this trip would be too exhausting. "This." Yishan hesitated for a moment, glancing down at the bamboo basket filled with wild boar meat, feeling that it indeed looked challenging, and he agreed. "All right then, let's go together." On a snowy day, a bowl of spicy pork stew warmed Yi Chen and Yishan, making their bodies feel cozy, and they began to sweat, exhaling puffs of warm air. As they stepped out of the kitchen, they felt at ease despite the biting cold wind. Each carrying a basket filled with wild boar meat, the two walked outside with steady steps, crunching through the snow with muffled sounds. At the gate, Li Shi watched the two figures depart, her face beaming with a smile, her heart filled with hope for life. In the past, Yi Chen had been lazy and often gambled away the family's money, leaving Li Shi to manage the household in despair, hoping merely for enough food for the family. Now life was improving day by day. She turned back to the courtyard and began to busy herself again. Yi Chen and Yishan walked side by side, encountering many villagers on their way out of the village. "Is that the Yi family? Are you heading to the city to sell meat? Be careful on the snowy roads." "Hello, second brother Yi. You're quite the hunter, when will you teach me? Second young master Yi is really handsome. Come visit auntie's house sometime, I'll introduce you to a wife." The two young men from the Yi family are up so early, they really are diligent good husbands. Almost every passing villager greeted them warmly. They looked like close friends, yet before yesterday most of these villagers had held Yi Chen in disdain, looking down on him. This change was due to Yi Chen's 3 consecutive days of hunting in the mountains, bringing back various game, including a plump wild boar, instantly transforming him from a useless person to the most capable young man in the village. Yi Chen ignored the hollow flattery, continuing on his way, while Yishan responded appropriately, maintaining the camaraderie among the villagers to avoid awkwardness. Soon they exited the village, walking along a snow-covered road, leaving a trail of footprints behind. As the cold wind blew, Yi Chen shivered involuntarily, almost curling into a ball. The heavy basket on his back was tiring him out, and he paused by the roadside, panting. "Elder brother, let's take a break. Catch our breath," he said, glancing at Yishan, who was walking beside him. Despite his exceptional talent in archery, his body remained weak and his stamina and strength could not keep up, especially while carrying a load. He felt even more exhausted. His shoulders ached painfully. Seeing this, Yishan also stopped feeling much better. He was only slightly out of breath, showing no signs of fatigue, and had plenty of energy to continue. He looked at the basket on Yi Chen's back and slowly said, "Second brother, why don't you let me carry the pork? I can still manage it." Yi Chen quickly waved his hand, refusing his brother's kindness. "No need, elder brother, that would be too heavy for you. I can manage to walk slowly." After all, Yishan was still limping, and having to carry those dozens of pounds of meat into the city would undoubtedly worsen his leg injury, making recovery even harder. Boom! The ground trembled and a thundering sound came from the road behind them, mixed with a few whinnies. Yi Chen and Yishan stood by the roadside, both curiously looking in the direction of the noise. A horse team appeared in their view, consisting of 7 or 8 people. Leading the group was a young woman dressed in a red and white outfit, appearing to be just over 20. Her long hair was tied up, her face rosy and fair with a delicate and charming appearance, her figure perfectly outlined by her attire. Riding on her horse she held a longbow, her long hair flowing in the wind exuding an elegant demeanor. The people behind her were all dressed in blue and brown, equipped with simple blades resembling bodyguards. The group moved quickly, galloping past Yi Chen and the others in an instant, kicking up clouds of white snow. As they passed, the leading woman glanced at Yi Chen, a flicker of unusual light sparkling in her eyes. Despite Yi Chen's plain clothing, his handsome features were hard to hide. Although he had not learned anything in the village, his appearance was indeed strikingly handsome, which was why many widows were infatuated with him. "That girl is really beautiful," Yi Shan exclaimed as he watched the horse team leave. Yi Chen withdrew his gaze from the group and teasingly looked at Yi Shan upon hearing this. "Elder brother, do you think she's pretty?" "Very pretty." Yi Shan nodded without hesitation. "Then I'll tell sister-in-law when we get back." "Wait. Second brother, I was just stating a fact, I mean no harm. Please don't tell sister-in-law or she might claw me to death." Yi Shan became flustered, hurriedly pulling Yi Chen and pleading, afraid that he would actually go back and tell Li Shi. Seeing Yi Shan like this, Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh, winking at him. "Elder brother, I didn't know you were so afraid of sister-in-law." Upon hearing this, Yi Shan's face turned red, but he stubbornly replied. "Who said that? I'm just worried she might misunderstand." After a bout of laughter, the two continued on their way, knowing that if they delayed too long it would be dark by the time they returned from selling the pork. On snowy nights the howling cold wind felt like a knife. Walking on the road would freeze one to the bone. On this mountain road to the city, villagers were occasionally seen hurrying towards town, carrying various goods such as firewood, wild vegetables and medicinal herbs, hoping to trade them for money or grain. As they passed by a river, Yi Chen and Yi Shan saw a group of people spearing fish with sharpened bamboo poles on the riverbank. The river was almost frozen over with a thin layer of ice. Someone attempted to step on it only for it to shatter, instantly mixing with the river water and glistening in the rising sunlight. A passerby who stepped in the wrong place fell into the river soaking wet and hurriedly dropped the spear to climb back to the shore, shivering as he wrung out his clothes to dry quickly lest he freeze to death. "Elder brother, why don't we go take a look too?" Yi Chen licked his lips, eyeing the crowd fishing, and suddenly had an idea. Having eaten too much meat recently, he wanted to try a different flavor, perhaps some fish soup. Hearing this, Yi Shan hesitated but nodded. "All right. But second brother, fishing requires skill, and in such cold weather fish are hiding at the bottom. You won't see many in the shallow water by the riverbank. In this freezing weather don't step in the water or you might freeze your feet before reaching the city." Yi Chen chuckled eagerly, replying. "Let's go take a look. Maybe we'll get lucky and catch a few fish," he said as he walked toward the nearby river. By the riverside stood a dozen villagers who had risen early to attend the market, their attention fixed intently on the surface of the water, waiting for the right moment to thrust their sharpened wooden sticks, creating splashes. "Sigh, these fish are too cunning, they swim away before I can even jab at them," remarked an older man, pouting as he slowly lowered his stick. "Why is it so difficult to catch a fish?" another person sighed deeply. "If only we had a fishing net we might catch a few." "What a pity," a woman watching from the side lamented. "Forget it, let's not waste time." A young man impatiently tossed aside his sharp stick, shouldered his burden and turned to leave. A chorus of sighs arose from the crowd. Many had caught no fish and ended up soaked, suffering greatly in the biting cold. Yi Chen arrived at the riverbank, scanning the water's surface. The fish near the shore were few and far between, only a handful visible and none large. In contrast, there were more fish swimming in the middle of the river, some quite sizable, with grass carp weighing 2 to 3 pounds making an appearance. Most were swimming beneath the ice, while some gathered around the cracked ice gasping for air. "Brother, there are fish over there. Big fish." Yi Chen pointed toward a patch of cracked ice in the middle of the river, lowering his voice as he spoke. Hearing this, Yi Shan looked in the direction he was pointing, his expression brightening at first but then dimming as he sighed helplessly. "The fish is indeed large, but it's too far away to catch. In this cold weather, going into the water to catch fish would undoubtedly lead to freezing. Second brother, let's just move on, we won't be able to catch any fish." If it were that easy to catch fish, we wouldn't have arrived to find the bystanders already having caught them all. Upon hearing Yi Shan's words, Yi Chen smiled, seemingly having come up with an idea, and confidently said, "Don't worry, I have a plan." Yi Shan paused, curiosity piqued as he looked at Yi Chen, his expression hesitant. "What plan?" "Second brother, you're not thinking of going into the river, are you?" "That won't do, it's too cold. Don't freeze yourself. It's not worth it just to catch a few fish." He thought Yi Chen intended to go barefoot into the river and immediately grew anxious, hurriedly advising him against it. He grasped Yi Chen's arm, preventing him from acting recklessly. Yi Chen looked at his worried expression and couldn't help but laugh, feeling warm inside knowing Yi Shan cared for him, and he began to explain. Brother, rest assured, I'm not going into the river to catch fish, really I have another method. What method? Yi Shan, half convinced, released his grip and hesitantly inquired, meeting Yi Chen's curious gaze, a mischievous smile appearing on Yi Chen's face. With a bow and arrow. As he spoke he set down the basket he was carrying, deftly retrieving his longbow for self-defense and unfastening the quiver from his waist. Though he hadn't hunted in the mountains, he still carried his bow and arrows to avoid dangers on the road. These years had been unsettled, with wandering refugees and bandits occasionally appearing nearby. One could not tell when someone might target the wild boar meat they carried. A bow and arrow. To shoot fish. Yi Shan was somewhat bewildered, looking at Yi Chen with a strange expression, his mind momentarily unable to comprehend. He understood bows and hunting, but combining the two left him puzzled. Who would use a bow and arrow to catch fish? It was his first time seeing this. He almost thought Yi Chen had gone silly from hunting. Second brother, you can't be joking, right? Yi Shan snapped back to reality and saw Yi Chen beside him, tying a thin line to the end of the arrow, pulling out a long line of several meters. He seemed serious. The onlookers also noticed his actions, their expressions turning quite peculiar, stifled smiles forming on their faces. This young man is quite interesting. He's actually going to shoot fish with a bow and arrow, a middle-aged man said with a grin. How confident is he in his archery? The fish swim so swiftly in the water and the distance is so far, how could he possibly hit one? The young man scoffed, completely disbelieving that this could catch fish. Hey, maybe he's a sharpshooter with perfect accuracy. If he does hit a fish, who's to say? A woman among the onlookers couldn't help but tease, seemingly defending Yi Chen but actually mocking him. The more she boasted, the more likely he would be laughed at later. Yi Chen heard the murmurs around him but ignored them, focusing instead on fitting the arrow with the tied line onto the bowstring, then raising the longbow, aiming at the fish in the middle of the river. In a breath the world suddenly quieted, as if only he and the distant fish remained. His attention was solely on the fish and the arrow, a straight line between the two. With mastered archery skills he expertly drew back the bowstring, his arm tensing with sudden power, the soft muscles beneath his cotton clothing subtly flexing. His fingers relaxed and the bowstring twanged. Whoosh! The sharp arrow shot forth, the line trailing swiftly behind it, gliding across the water's surface. Archery Proficiency 1. Plop! The arrow plunged into the water, creating a splash. The startled fish scattered in all directions. The onlookers on the bank all turned their attention, constantly glancing at the movements in the water. I told you, how could you possibly catch a fish using a bow and arrow? Still too young, an older man shook his head, a mocking expression on his face. Just as he was about to say more, he suddenly realized the surrounding silence was eerie, unlike before when others had chimed in. Everyone wore expressions of disbelief. What was happening? He felt a jolt of anxiety, as if he had realized something, and hurriedly focused his gaze. He saw streaks of fresh red blood floating on the river's surface, which were quickly dispersed by the current. That's... At that moment Yi Chen was slowly pulling the arrow he had shot into the river back. He saw that the arrow had pierced through a grass carp, blood oozing from the wound. As it was pulled from the water it flailed a few times in a desperate attempt to shake off the arrow before gradually becoming still. Fish. It's a fish. This kid really hit one. A gasp arose from the crowd. The way they looked at Yi Chen changed dramatically. No one expected that he would actually shoot a fish with a bow and arrow. Those who had initially come to watch the spectacle were suddenly left speechless, their throats tightening as they turned red. Watching Yi Chen slowly pulling the string, they all hoped the fish would slip off the arrow. Please drop, don't let him succeed. Until the arrow was pulled to the shore, everyone's hopes were shattered. Pfft. Yi Chen with the longbow on his back held an arrow in one hand and pulled out the grass carp that had been pierced. The seemingly lifeless grass carp suddenly twitched violently a few times, almost slipping out of his grasp. Yi Chen quickly tightened his grip and threw the grass carp onto the stone beach behind him, ensuring it couldn't return to the river no matter how much it flailed. Hiss! This fish is really fat, it must weigh at least 3 pounds, exclaimed a bystander with wide eyes filled with envy. Yi Shan, quick and agile, took a step forward, crouched down and firmly pressed the grass carp down, giving it no chance to struggle. He held the fish's gills with one hand and turned to look at Yi Chen, a joyful smile on his face. Second brother, you really did well. You hit this big fish with a single arrow. It must weigh at least 3 pounds. Dad loves eating fish. He'll be so happy if we bring this back just right for a stew to nourish his health. He had thought Yi Chen was joking before, but now that he had hit a big fish with one arrow he was overjoyed, already imagining the delicious fish soup. Yi Chen smiled calmly and picked up the longbow again, confidently stating, "If you like eating fish, then let's catch a few more to take back. We can even sell the extras in town." Although the previous arrow had startled the fish not far from the ice crack, there was another school of fish swimming and breathing, and they were of considerable size. The people next to him trying to spear fish were envious. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, they felt somewhat displeased, thinking, is fishing really that easy? They hadn't speared a single fish. Who were they laughing at? The looks in their eyes towards Yi Chen changed, and they couldn't help but sneer. It was just good luck. If there was a school of fish, I could hit one too. It's just hitting one fish, what's so impressive? Next time luck might not be on your side. Does he really think he's a master archer? Hitting one fish has made him forget who he is. If he can hit one fish, he should be happy. Catching more is just wishful thinking. A murmur of discussion arose among the crowd. Yi Chen seemed to be unfazed, raising his longbow again, placing the tied arrow on the bowstring, pinching it between two fingers and slowly drawing back. The world seemed to freeze. In his eyes only the school of fish remained, his concentration palpable, the swimming trajectories of each fish vivid before his eyes. Man and longbow seemed to merge into one, every movement flowing together. With a sudden surge of power in his arm, his waist and horse aligned, the longbow bent sharply. With a release of his fingers, the arrow shot forth. Whoosh! Archery skill proficiency 1. Ding! Critical hit effect triggered, archery power increased fivefold. A sound of breaking air erupted. The sharp arrow transformed into a shadow, swiftly piercing into the nearby ice, a single shot penetrating. Bang! The previously cracked ice shattered instantly, the ice within a several-meter radius also fracturing. Pat! Pat! The surroundings fell silent. The onlookers by the shore could feel the astonishing power of the arrow, their hearts trembling as they turned to gaze at the shattered hole, watching the arrow plunge into the water. In the next moment circles of blood began to surface, and below the water there was a strong thrashing sound. Did that hit something? One bystander looking at the blood on the water's surface hesitated and spoke. The crowd, who had originally come to see a joke, was now unusually quiet. They opened their mouths wanting to say it was all luck, but they found themselves dry-mouthed and could not utter a word. Although the result was still unseen, the blood on the surface spoke volumes. If the first time was luck, then the second time truly showed skill. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Yi Chen slowly drew the string, feeling a slight heaviness in his hand, the rope taut. Below the water there was still thrashing, sending up circles of water mixed with blood. Yi Shan seemed to sense something unusual, placing the grass carp he was holding into the basket, and immediately rushed to Yi Chen's side to help pull the string, moving slowly, afraid of slipping. Splash! The arrow was pulled up to the surface. The arrow shaft was connected to 3 grass carp, each of considerable size, weighing at least 2 or 3 pounds. As the fish emerged from the water, the 3 grass carp thrashed their tails and slapped the water surface. The crowd on the shore erupted in excitement. Wow! A 3-and-0 shot, a young bystander exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide, feeling it was unbelievable. This kid not only hit a fish, but he also pierced 3 fish with 1 arrow. This luck was simply too good. A middle-aged man who had caught no fish felt envious, wishing he could also grab a bow and arrow to shoot fish. Is this really possible? Am I seeing things? It's really 3 fish. Another man, also without any catch, rubbed his eyes, a bitter expression on his face. I was just joking earlier. How did this kid become a master archer for real? The woman who had tried to belittle Yi Chen looked like she had seen a ghost, exclaiming in disbelief. Everyone felt a knot in their chests. Seeing Yi Chen catch fish was more distressing than if they had caught none. Especially seeing Yi Chen pierce 3 fish with 1 arrow, their mood became even more gloomy. It was too discouraging. Second brother, amazing. Now besides food we can sell 2 of them. Yi Shan was overjoyed, looking at the 3 grass carp getting closer, unable to contain his smile. Originally they had come to watch the excitement with Yi Chen, but they hadn't expected such a windfall. As the arrow was pulled close, Yi Shan quickly bent down to pull each grass carp off the arrow and toss them into the nearby basket, then covered them with a cloth to prevent the fish from escaping and to keep them fresh. The bystanders watched enviously, and one woman approached with a grin, looking eagerly at Yi Chen, rubbing her hands together. Young man, I saw you were extraordinarily skilled earlier, truly a remarkable archer. You really lived up to my words. At such a young age with this talent, I know a few beautiful young ladies and can help you with introductions. How about giving me a fish? I can definitely make this happen for you. Yi Chen, however, seemed not to hear her, casually shouldering the basket, then hanging up the longbow, turning to Yi Shan beside him and saying, "Brother, let's go, we shouldn't delay too long." Okay. Yishan quickly nodded, shouldering the basket and following Yichen away. Hey young man. Half a fish would be fine. I can really introduce you to a girl. The woman shouted from behind, stomping her feet in frustration as Yichen ignored her. This fish was impossible to get now. After Yichen and Yishan left, the people who were fishing with forks began to have other thoughts. Some of those living nearby dropped their sharp sticks and ran back without a second thought. Earlier they had looked down on fishing with bows and arrows, but now it was as if they had discovered a new world, treating it like a treasure. On the way, Yishan looked back at Yichen, his expression hesitant as he spoke. Second brother, why not catch a few more fish? We could sell them for a good price in the city. He was a bit reluctant to leave as Yichen's speed in catching fish was too quick, causing him to fantasize about starting a fish-selling business to supplement the household. Big brother, the fish in the river have been startled and have swum to deeper waters. It won't be easy to hit them now, Yichen explained with a smile upon hearing this. Rather than wasting time here, we might as well head into the city early to sell the pork so we can get home sooner. The reason I was able to hit fish before was largely due to the schools of fish being gathered, which increased the chances of hitting them. Now that the fish have scattered and even swum to the riverbed, it will be much harder to catch them. I see. You're right, selling the meat in the city is more urgent. Yishan nodded in agreement, dispelling the thought of continuing to fish, and quickened his pace. The snow had stopped now and the sun was high in the sky, shining down through the clouds and warming them all over, making it quite comfortable. After walking for a while, they came across a dense forest where the sunlight was blocked by the thick branches and leaves, making it look eerie. This was the only road into the city, and Yishan had walked this path countless times. Without hesitation he entered alongside Yichen, feeling the warmth fade from his body, and suddenly a chill ran down his back. It's really cold in this forest. The outside was much more comfortable. Yishan mumbled, his breath visible in the cold air. Suddenly a voice of pleading rang out ahead. Please. Don't kill me, I'm just passing through, I beg you to let me go. Thud. Before the words could finish, there was a sound like chopping meat followed by a dull thud. This poor wretch has not a single copper coin on him, disgusting. A thin man with a knife squatted down, rummaging through the body, and couldn't help but scoff. Let's hurry back to meet the boss, we've already scored big this time. We don't need this little stuff, just don't let the news leak out. A tall man next to him, wielding a wolf-tooth club, spoke up. Just as the two were about to leave, they suddenly heard the faint sound of footsteps. Yichen and Yishan, walking in the forest, heard the disturbance and almost simultaneously stopped in their tracks. Through the trees ahead they could vaguely see two figures, and a moment ago one had been pleading for mercy, but in the next second was cut down. In an instant Yishan and Yichen's minds felt like they had exploded, their faces turning pale and their hearts raced like drums. Countless thoughts flashed through their minds. Bandits. Have they encountered highway robbers? Murders. At the same time the two thieves nearby also noticed them, their fierce gazes locking onto them. They locked eyes. Second brother. Run. Run fast. Yishan shouted in terror. His first instinct was to urge Yichen to flee immediately. As common folk, encountering thieves was undoubtedly a death sentence if they had no ability to resist, and all they could do was escape. Run. Yichen hesitated not for a moment, grabbing Yishan, and the two turned and fled using every ounce of strength they had. Those two look like fat sheep. We can't let them escape, chase them. The thin thief glanced at the heavy baskets on Yishan and Yichen's backs, a glint of greed in his eyes, and immediately began to pursue. The tall companion beside him wasted no time and quickly chased after. Yishan ran with a limp, moving much slower than Yichen. When he looked back he saw the two thieves had already closed in, causing a surge of panic within him. Big brother. Hearing the footsteps behind him, Yichen suddenly felt alarmed, sensing something was wrong, and when he turned around he indeed saw Yishan about to be caught by the thieves. The thin man had already raised his knife ready to strike down on Yishan. Seeing this situation, Yichen had no time to think. He quickly drew the long bow from his back, pulled out an arrow with one hand, and without aiming, relying purely on the intuition from his mastery of archery, he raised the long bow and suddenly released it. With a flick of his finger the arrow left the string. Whoosh! Archery Proficiency 1. The sharp arrow shot through the air. Die! The thin thief shouted with a fierce expression as he swung his knife down. Yishan felt a chill in his heart, almost believing he was about to die, every hair on his body standing on end, his mind going blank. Thud. The knife hung in the air, not falling. The thin thief froze in place, staring down at the arrow embedded halfway into his chest. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but a stream of blood surged out. Clang. The knife fell from his hand and he slowly collapsed to the ground, his eyes widening as he gradually lost his breath. Who? The tall thief who had been chasing behind was taken aback, raising his head to look at the bow-wielding Yi Chen, his expression darkening. You brat looking for death. He hadn't expected that the fat sheep he was targeting would fight back. Enraged, he swung his wolf-toothed club and charged forward. Second brother, don't worry about me, you run. Yi Shan, who had just escaped a calamity, looked up at Yi Chen worried for his safety and hurriedly shouted. He knew that with his lame leg he would definitely not escape and he couldn't drag Yi Chen down anymore. Although he had killed a thief with an arrow, no one knew how many more thieves were lurking in the forest behind. If more bandits were attracted, Yi Chen would surely die here as well. Yi Chen, having hit his target, showed no intention of leaving. Watching the other thief closing in, he skillfully drew another arrow from his quiver, quickly knocking it. If he ran away, Yi Shan would undoubtedly die here. How could he possibly abandon his dear brother? You brat, you. The tall thief, seeing Yi Chen expertly knocking the arrow, instantly guessed he was an experienced hunter. Panicking, he dared not approach further and quickly took a few steps back, raising his wolf-tooth club to guard against a sneak attack from Yi Chen. He was confident in close combat, but now that the arrow was knocked he did not dare to gamble. Yi Chen, however, did not give him the chance, his gaze cold as he pulled the bowstring without hesitation. With a flick of his finger the arrow was suddenly released. Whoosh! A sound of piercing air echoed through the forest again. The tall thief fixed his gaze on the trajectory of the arrow, hurriedly swinging his wolf-tooth club to block. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. The arrow was knocked to the ground by the club. He felt relieved momentarily, but before he could celebrate he looked up and saw Yi Chen drawing his bow once more. So fast! The towering thief's pupils constricted, his expression changing abruptly, and he suddenly sensed that something was amiss. By the time he attempted to swing his wolf-tooth club it was already too late. A sharp sound of slicing through the air erupted in the forest. Pft! An arrow pierced into his chest, the entire arrowhead sinking deep into his flesh. An arrow. He completed his sentence, tilting his head slowly as he fell to the ground. Thud. The white snow on the ground was instantly stained red with blood. Second brother, you. Yi Shan looked at the two corpses of the thieves in shock, his heart filled with astonishment, not expecting that Yi Chen could easily shoot them both down. He patted his chest with lingering fear, truly frightened just moments ago. At the moment the skinny thief swung his knife, Yi Shan genuinely thought he was going to die there. Elder brother, are you alright? Yi Chen scanned the surroundings, confirming that there were no other thieves in sight before slowly lowering his longbow and turning to Yi Shan with concern. Upon hearing this, Yi Shan shook his head, looking ahead into the deep woods with a puzzled expression. I'm fine. Just why are there mountain bandits here? Usually this road is safe and sound. I've never heard of anyone being robbed, let alone murdered. This place is very close to the county town. If there were any mountain bandits nearby they would have long been exterminated by the officials. It has always been quite peaceful. Yi Chen didn't care about this. He had long heard that the outside world was not peaceful, with wars on the border and numerous provinces facing uprisings. It was not surprising that a group of robbers suddenly appeared here. Perhaps they came from somewhere else. Yi Shan stopped overthinking and turned to look at Yi Chen, his face filled with lingering fear. Second brother, listening to what they just said, there may be more robbers ahead. Let's not go into the city today, let's head home first. Lest we sell the meat but lose our lives, that wouldn't be worth it. He was already frightened and the earlier peril had left a significant shadow in his heart. At this moment he just wanted to survive. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen did not rush to leave. Recalling the earlier conversation between the two thieves, he felt a growing urge to investigate further. Elder brother, you find a place to hide first, I'll check ahead. He said to Yi Shan. If there was no danger they could go into the city together. If there were still robbers it wouldn't be too late to leave. The journey into the city was long and carrying the meat was not easy. He was reluctant to simply go back like this. Yi Shan initially wanted to persuade him, but seeing Yi Chen's resolute determination he could only nod in agreement. Alright then. Just be careful, don't be reckless, your life is the most important. Elder brother, rest assured, I remember. Yi Chen replied and placed the basket down, handing it over to Yi Shan for safekeeping. He then took his longbow and quickly headed towards the woods ahead. Having learned from the previous lesson, he moved lightly now, trying to weave through the forest to avoid being discovered. Not long after the sounds of fighting reached his ears. Yi Chen immediately halted, hiding in a patch of grass, cautiously parting the foliage to take a look. In front a group of figures stood in the woods with several corpses sprawled haphazardly on the ground, blood everywhere. A few horses also lay on the ground, their legs broken, undoubtedly unable to survive. Yi-Chen immediately recognized one party as the horse team he had encountered earlier on the road, with the gallant woman at the forefront among them. However, they now appeared quite disheveled, their red and white outfit stained with dirt, hair disheveled, and holding a sword. They were panic-stricken as they faced off against a group of robbers. In front of her, two knife-wielding guards were fighting desperately to protect her, blocking the robbers from getting close. The remaining guards had already become lifeless corpses on the ground. "Miss, you go first, we will stay behind to hold them off." At this moment one guard spoke up. They were weak and would surely be no match for the group of robbers. If any could escape, it would be one less. The gallant woman hesitated, seemingly unwilling to leave the guards behind and flee alone. "Want to escape? None of you will escape." A burly man among the robbers stepped forward, a cold smile on his face as he looked at them. His aura was clearly different from the other robbers, his sturdy frame exuded an invisible sense of oppression like a great mountain. As he spoke, his gaze fell on the gallant woman, a lewd expression flashing across his face, his eyes gleaming with desire. "This little girl needs to stay alive, be sure not to hurt her. I'm counting on her to make a fortune this time. She's really quite beautiful. I'll enjoy myself first, and after I'm done I'll leave her to you." Upon hearing this, the other robbers burst into lewd laughter. "Thank you, boss." "Don't worry, boss, we know our limits. I've never played with such a beautiful woman before, she's even prettier than the top courtesan at Eastyoung Garden." Hearing the conversation of the robbers, a trace of fear flashed across the gallant woman's face and her body began to tremble, involuntarily losing all the calmness she had earlier. If she truly fell into the hands of these robbers, her fate would undoubtedly be a horrific degradation, far worse than death. "Attack!" The burly man at the forefront waved his hand and said in a deep voice. The more than 10 robbers around him immediately raised their weapons without a word and charged forward. As soon as he finished speaking and was about to move forward, he suddenly sensed something and abruptly turned to look at the grass behind him. With just one glance he locked eyes with a pair of eyes. Yi-Chen's heart jolted and his face changed slightly, not expecting to be discovered. He believed he was well concealed and had not made a sound. How could this be possible? This person was extraordinary. The burly man not far away frowned slightly. Strange, wasn't the skinny one on lookout outside? How could someone still get in? Since he came here to seek death, then let him stay. He muttered to himself, turning back to call to several subordinates. "There's a person in the grass over there, don't let him escape." Among the robbers originally charging at the two guards, 3 immediately broke off and headed toward the grass where Yi-Chen was hiding. Seeing this, Yi-Chen's heart sank, realizing he had been exposed and with no chance of escape. He knew it would be difficult to flee. He gritted his teeth, swiftly drew an arrow and knocked it on the bowstring. His heart raced as he looked at the approaching robbers, beating like a drum. Thump thump. Closer. Just a bit closer. This guy is quite capable of hiding, isn't he? Still not coming out? Does he really think we're blind? 3 mountain bandits lunged forward with fierce expressions. An arrow suddenly shot out so fast that the few people didn't have time to react before it pierced one of them in the chest. The bandit who was hit let out a mournful cry and collapsed to the ground. The other 2 were startled and immediately became vigilant. Just as the words left his mouth, another arrow shot out from the bushes. Another bandit fell to the ground, hit by an arrow. The speed was so fast that the others didn't have time to react. Seeing this, the remaining bandit panicked and gripped his machete tightly, staring intently at the bushes ahead, knowing he was only 7 or 8 steps away. Gritting his teeth, he charged forward. Retreating now would undoubtedly make him a living target. Only by getting close could he have a chance to fight for his life. In the bushes, Yi-Chen focused entirely, not daring to let his guard down. The great success archery technique erupted, achieving the effect of man and bow becoming one. In the blink of an eye he drew an arrow and shot at the speed as fast as lightning. Another arrow shot out from the bushes. This bandit was prepared, raising his hand to slash down with his knife. The flying arrow was knocked to the ground by him. "Kid, you're dead." He snarled, his expression fierce. Just as he was about to step forward, another arrow shot came. He was startled and did not have time to think, immediately swinging his knife. The arrow had not yet reached him when he heard another sound of something cutting through the air. The bandit's face turned pale, thinking to himself that it was over. His hand continued to swing the knife. Clang! An arrow fell to the ground. In the next second an arrow shot in, striking his brow. 3 in a row. The bandit couldn't finish his sentence, falling back to the ground, eyes wide open in disbelief, gradually losing his breath. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Not far away, the leading strong man noticed the change in this direction, his expression shifting slightly with surprise. "Interesting. I didn't expect to encounter a skilled fighter. However, meeting me today is your misfortune. He remained confident, muttering lightly with a calm demeanor as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. At the same time, 2 guards surrounded by bandits were overwhelmed and knocked to the ground. The valiant woman was no longer filled with her usual bravado, and now faced with the bandits she was filled with fear. She wanted to fight desperately, but before she could swing her sword a bandit kicked her down to the ground, curling up with her hands on her abdomen, cold sweat pouring down her face in pain. "Little beauty, just stop struggling, you're no match for us. You should obediently come with us, serve our boss and the brothers, maybe we will spare your life," said one burly man with a thick beard, grinning lewdly. His small beady eyes were fixed on the woman curled up on the ground as if he wanted to see through her clothes. Just as he was about to approach, a shout came from behind. "Third brother, you guys go deal with that kid regardless of life or death," the strong man in the lead commanded. Hearing this, several bandits were stunned, turning to look, their faces showing a hint of astonishment. "What? That kid isn't dead yet? Old Sheen and the other 3 were killed. How could this happen? That kid has some skill, take him down." The bearded man's expression darkened, his demeanor fierce. After leaving one person to watch the woman, he immediately led the bandits back. The woman curled up on the ground felt a stirring in her heart, lifting her head with difficulty to look toward the forest not far away. Her cold eyes fell upon a thin figure, and a glimmer of hope surged in her heart like a light shining in the darkness. She opened her mouth and hoarsely shouted, "Help! Help me!" But her weak voice was barely audible. Not far away, Yi Chen had already emerged from the hiding bushes, swiftly gathering the arrows he had previously shot. Thud! The arrows pulled from the corpses still had fresh blood oozing from the wounds. He quickly placed the arrows into his quiver and looked up to see the bandits approaching rapidly, his heart filled with unease and his palms sweating with nervousness. Earlier, while hiding in the bushes, he could launch a surprise attack, but now the opponents would undoubtedly be on guard, making it much harder to hit. Moreover, there were 6 of them, all armed with weapons and looking tough, clearly not easy to deal with. If they got close, he would be chopped into minced meat. His gaze passed over the bandits and fell upon the valiant woman, their eyes meeting across a distance of several dozen meters. Yi Chen understood the plea in her eyes, however, dealing with 7 or 8 bandits was not an easy task. Seeing the 6 bandits getting closer, he turned and ran without a second thought. "Damn, that kid wants to run, chase him down. Kill him." The bearded man shouted anxiously, calling for the nearby bandits to chase after him quickly. The woman, still curled up on the ground, was stunned by this scene, her last glimmer of hope shattered. In the woods, Yi Chen ran swiftly, not heading back the way he came but deliberately choosing another side of the forest where the foliage was dense, making it easier to conceal his tracks and also wouldn't bring trouble to his older brother Yi Shan. The footsteps behind him were relentlessly close and getting nearer. "Kid, you can't escape, just accept your fate. I will chop you into pieces in a bit. You run quite well, huh? I'll chop off your legs and see how you run." These bandits were furious as they chased, their angry insults echoing. Yi Chen suddenly stopped, turned sharply, raised his longbow, his eyes cold, focusing on the moving figure in the forest. With a sudden burst of strength, his arm bent the bow. With a flick of his fingers, the arrow shot out. Whoosh! Archery skill level 1. After one arrow shot out, he did not pause at all, swiftly drawing another arrow, the speed extremely fast. The technique, 3 stars in a row, erupted, arrows flying one after another as fast as lightning, leaving a trail of afterimages in the forest. Whoosh! Whoosh! Archery skill level 1. Archery skill level 1. 3 sounds of something cutting through the air echoed in the woods. "Be careful." The bearded man at the front sensed something was amiss and hurriedly shouted in alarm, swinging his cleaver to slash. Despite his rapid swings, he was still struck by 2 arrows. His body swayed and his vision spun dizzily before he collapsed to the ground with a thud. The remaining thieves changed their expressions slightly upon witnessing this. No one expected that the third-in-command would also be killed by 2 arrows before even getting close. Several of them leaned over to look at the bearded man, who was gradually losing consciousness, their hearts ablaze with fury. "Chase! Avenging our 3rd brother! We must catch that kid and chop him into pieces. Be careful, this kid's archery skills are quite remarkable, don't get hit." The remaining 5 thieves became extremely alert, immediately scattering to pursue, their hearts filled with a deep-seated hatred for Yi Chen, vowing to dismember him. After firing 3 arrows in quick succession, Yi Chen ran off without looking back, quickly creating some distance, his figure disappearing into the woods. As the footsteps faded, the pursuing thieves realized that Yi Chen was lying in ambush nearby. They slowed their pace, trying to move cautiously along the tree trunks to avoid being ambushed. "Be careful, that kid is hiding nearby," one of the thieves warned. In a patch of grass ahead, Yichen crouched motionless, holding his longbow, his arms suddenly feeling sore. The 3 stars alignment improves both explosive power and accuracy, but it significantly drains one's arm strength. Continuously shooting arrows also left Yichen feeling fatigued. He glanced at the remaining arrows in his quiver, a hint of worry crossing his face. It would be extremely difficult to kill the remaining 5 thieves. The sound of crunching dry leaves reached his ears, the footsteps of the thieves growing closer. Yichen hid in the shadows, raised his hand, aimed at one of the thieves and shot an arrow. Whoosh! The moment the arrow was released, he turned and continued to flee, not caring whether the arrow would hit its mark, merely trying to buy time. "Watch out!" The thief heard the whistling sound and was startled. Having learned from the previous lesson, he quickly took cover behind a tree trunk. Bang! An arrow struck the tree trunk, the feathers at the end trembling and buzzing. Several thieves broke into a cold sweat. When they stepped out, they found that Yichen had already vanished from the woods. "Not good, that kid has run far away. Quick, chase him. We must kill this kid today and avenge our 3rd brother. If we don't catch him, we won't be able to explain to the boss." The group frowned and immediately rushed into the forest ahead. Creak! Creak! The snow on the ground left behind a trail of footprints. As the footsteps grew fainter, a figure suddenly emerged from an inconspicuous patch of grass. Yichen glanced in the direction the thieves had chased after and immediately turned back to retrace his steps. Meanwhile, in the forest where the fight had just occurred, a sturdy man slowly walked up to a poised and graceful woman, his gaze brazenly assessing her curvaceous figure, his heart racing. "What a rare beauty. If you agree to be with me, I'll make you the lady of the bandit den, otherwise my brothers will surely make your life miserable, and that would be such a pity." Upon hearing this, the woman curled up on the ground, turned pale, lifting her head to stare at the sturdy man in front of her, gritting her teeth. Do you know who I am? If you let me go now, it's not too late, otherwise my father won't spare you." Hearing this, the sturdy man showed no fear. Instead, he looked at her with disdain and sneered. "Of course I know who you are, otherwise I wouldn't have led my brothers all the way here to rob you. It's not easy to traverse these mountain paths in this heavy snow. I'm counting on you to make a fortune." The poised woman was taken aback, realizing that this band of thieves was specifically targeting her. Her face turned ashen and any hope she had faded away. At this moment, not escaping would undoubtedly lead to a tragic end. Having calmed down somewhat, she glanced around and suddenly got up to run, trying to escape. Almost the moment she stood up, the sturdy man lunged forward, his calloused hand gripping the knife hilt, shaking it violently as he aimed for her knee. Bang! Ah! The woman cried out in pain, her leg giving way as she fell to the ground with a thud. She quickly clutched her injured leg, cold sweat pouring down her face. The force of the blow was so great that it nearly shattered her leg. "You think?" The sturdy man was about to speak when he suddenly felt a chill in his heart, his expression changing drastically as he turned around. "Watch out!" Whoosh! A whistling sound pierced the air. Thud! Before the nearby thief could react, an arrow struck him in the chest, blood gushing out. Thud! He gasped, falling stiffly to the ground, his eyes staring blankly at the sky as he gradually lost consciousness. The sturdy man's expression darkened, his gaze fixed on the woods ahead, his teeth clenched in anger. That brat, he's still not dead. Killing intent practically oozed from between his teeth. He couldn't understand how Yichen had survived against his brothers. Could he have killed all 6 of them by himself? The woman, who had been plunged into despair, suddenly looked up, her eyes lighting up with joy as she saw Yichen reappear in her line of sight. As if a ray of light in the darkness, she desperately tried to grasp it. "Save me." She could only rely on Yichen now. Clang! A glint of cold light flashed. The sturdy man slowly drew his waist sword, taking steady steps toward Yichen, the simple blade emanating a chilling aura. Creak! Creak! The footprints in the snow were shallow, almost invisible. "Kid, you're looking for death, I'll grant it to you," the sturdy man said coldly, his voice icy to the bone. Dozens of meters away, Yichen stood on a mound holding his longbow, watching the sturdy man approach with vigilance, his hairs standing on end as he sensed the danger emanating from him. It felt like facing a fierce tiger. He didn't hesitate, immediately raising his longbow, skillfully knocking an arrow onto the string, his arm straining as he fought through the soreness to draw back the bowstring. Great master, archery erupted, forming a straight line, and the moment he locked onto his target, his finger released the string. Whoosh! The sharp arrow shot out. Archery Proficiency 1. A piercing sound erupted in the silent woods as a strong man watched the incoming arrows, narrowing his eyes slightly while raising his hand to swing his knife. Clang. A crisp sound echoed as the arrow was easily deflected, falling to the ground. You think you can kill me with this? He looked up at Yi Chen not far away, disdain curling his lips as a cold smile flashed across his face, then continued to walk forward. Seeing this, Yi Chen's expression changed slightly as he drew another arrow, aiming at the strong man ahead, gritting his teeth to pull the bowstring, almost exerting all his strength. His fingertips almost drew blood. In the instant he released the bowstring, the arrow shot out like a bolt. Whoosh! This time the sound of piercing air was like a firecracker exploding. The arrow's speed was even faster than before, its power greater. The strong man frowned, his sharp gaze fixed on the incoming arrow, almost instinctively swinging his knife. Clang! A shadow flashed by. The arrow was knocked away by a single slash. Kid, you are indeed better than those ordinary hunters. Without martial arts or inner strength, being capable of this is commendable among ordinary people. But that's all there is to it. Today you shall meet your demise. The strong man said in a deep voice. The moment his words fell, his expression turned cold as he suddenly accelerated, charging directly at Yi Chen like a whirlwind. Inner strength. Yi Chen was pondering when he saw the sudden assault, having no time to think. At such a close distance it was just a matter of moments. He could even feel the killing intent emanating from the opponent, a chilling wave. There was no time. Yi Chen's heart raced as he hurriedly drew an arrow and shot. At this moment he couldn't care about the soreness in his arm, once again executing the 3 stars in a row. One arrow after another, the speed was like lightning, hitting without fail. Whoosh! 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 3 piercing sounds erupted in succession. Archery Proficiency 1. Archery Proficiency 1. The strong man charging forward saw this, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes, and immediately halted, raising his crude knife to block swiftly. Clang! Clang! Thud! The 3 arrows almost arrived simultaneously. Even with his speed he still missed 1 arrow. 2 arrows were knocked down to the ground, broken in half. The strong man lowered his head in shock, looking at the arrow embedded in his chest, a faint pain radiating from the wound, anger etched on his face. 3 stars in a row. I truly underestimated you. He slowly raised his head, looking at Yi Chen ahead, his inner fury reaching its peak. As he spoke he reached for the arrow, gritted his teeth and violently pulled it out. A trickle of fresh blood oozed from the wound. It wasn't deep enough to be lethal. The strong man tossed the arrow aside and sneered at Yi Chen. Kid, your strength is too weak, such arrows cannot kill me. You die. After saying this he charged at Yi Chen once more. Seeing this, Yi Chen was stunned, his mind going blank. He knew the opponent was stronger than other thieves, but didn't expect his physique to be so extraordinary. This guy had practiced martial arts and even possessed so-called inner strength. This thought flashed through Yi Chen's mind as he watched the opponent charge again, and he could only continue to retaliate. He reached for the quiver, suddenly feeling a chill in his heart. There was only 1 arrow left in the quiver. He didn't even have the opportunity to grit his teeth and persist in executing 3 stars in a row. If this arrow couldn't kill the opponent, then he would be the one to die. At this moment his heart raced like a drum. He hurriedly drew the arrow and placed it on the bowstring, pulling back hard. His thoughts instantly immersed in a world of forgetting oneself, leaving only the bow and arrow in his hand and the target. Pulling the bowstring, his waist and legs united. The mastery of archery burst forth once more. I'm all in. This thought was all that remained in his heart. If this arrow missed, he could only hope to escape. As he released the bowstring, the arrow shot out like a phantom. Whoosh! Archery Proficiency 1. Ding! Triggered critical hit effect, arrow power increased 5-fold. A more violent sound of piercing air erupted in the woods. Like thunder crashing. The strong man almost in front of him could not evade, confidently raising his hand to swing his knife. He seemed to have already predicted the arrow's trajectory. With 1 slash. Clang! A crisp sound. The arrow exploded in half. Thud! In the next moment half of the arrow, undiminished in speed, instantly pierced through the strong man's chest. A spray of fresh blood flew out. He felt a jolt in his heart, his body instantly stiffening in place, a wave of helplessness engulfing him. The strong man froze for a moment, lowering his head in disbelief, watching the blood continually surging from his chest, his eyes wide with shock, seemingly unable to comprehend the immense power of this arrow. He had earlier endured an arrow which had only caused surface wounds, yet now he was pierced through to the core. How could this be? Your arrow. Its power increased. He furrowed his brows, unwillingly glancing at Yi Chen before muttering. Holding the crude knife, he attempted to swing it to kill him, yet his body had no strength left. His life force was rapidly draining away and his grip slackened, causing the knife to fall to the ground. Thud. With wide-open eyes he glared in anger. Despite his unwillingness, his body slowly collapsed to the ground. His gaze turned skyward, gradually losing its luster. In an instant blood stained the white snow on the ground. Who? Only when he saw the strong man breathe his last did Yi Chen's anxious heart finally relax, letting out a long sigh as his strained body slumped considerably. He had already planned to escape, but unexpectedly at this last moment his archery triggered a critical hit effect, instantly killing the opponent with one shot. If it hadn't been for the critical hit effect, this arrow's power alone wouldn't have been enough to kill the opponent. I need to find more opportunities to enhance my strength. Yi Chen murmured softly. Previously, when hunting wild boars, he had already discovered this issue, and now in the clash with the strong man he was even more acutely aware of the importance of strength, which could multiply the power of the arrows several times. He took a few deep breaths and immediately bent down to pick up the sharp crude knife on the ground, sheathing it and hanging it at his waist. This was a good knife that could fetch a decent price. More importantly, it could temporarily serve as protection. Little brother, run. Run quickly. His first reaction was to urge Yi Chen to flee. The graceful woman's eyes sparkled as she quickly sat up, looking at Yi Chen with gratitude. Thank you for saving me, young master. My surname is Liu and my name is Mengyao. You can call me Mengyao. At this moment she was still immersed in the joy of surviving the disaster. As she spoke she struggled to stand up, but the pain from her injured leg made her frown in distress. She could only balance on one foot. Yi Chen nodded at her, his gaze sweeping over her injured leg as he urged, Miss Liu, we must leave here quickly. There are still a few bandits in the woods. I managed to shake them off earlier, but if we wait for them to come back it will be troublesome. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Liu Mengjiu's face changed slightly and a flicker of fear flashed in her eyes. She had narrowly escaped danger and did not wish to fall into the hands of the bandits again. Alright, let's leave right now. Liu Mengyao quickly agreed, but as soon as she stepped forward pain shot through her, causing her to gasp. She could not move and could only stand on one foot, looking helplessly at Yi Chen with her watery eyes. Young master, my foot hurts. Her delicate fair face flushed slightly. Yi Chen noticed her condition and looked around, his eyes landing on a white horse not far away. The horse stood nearby, its legs unharmed and unscathed from the earlier attack, making it the only rideable horse among several. He hurriedly jogged over, grabbing the reins. The white horse was fairly docile and did not resist, slowly moving along with Yi Chen's pull. He led the white horse over and looked at Liu Mengyao. Miss Liu, you should get on the horse first. If there is danger later you should ride away first. Yi Chen had witnessed Liu Mengjiu's riding skills, and even with one leg injured he believed she could manage to ride away successfully. As for himself, escaping would be much easier. Liu Mengyao hesitated, realizing that she was now a burden. If she did not leave she would only slow Yi Chen down, so she nodded. Alright young master, rest assured I know what to do. After saying this she looked at the tall horse in front of her, once again facing a dilemma. Young master, can you help me? Liu Mengyao blushed, raising her hand to point at the white horse, seeking Yi Chen's assistance. At this moment she could hardly stand, let alone mount a horse, which was quite difficult for her. Yi Chen noticed her plight and nodded in response as she spoke up. Alright. Miss Liu, I apologize. In a hurry to escape he disregarded the distinction between genders. With that Yi Chen hung the long bow over his shoulder, freeing his hands to wrap around Liu Mengjiu's waist, lifting her up with force. Liu Mengjiu's waist was slender, delicate as a willow leaf, her figure light and graceful. A waft of fragrant breeze brushed past him, intoxicating. Liu Mengjiu's face flushed red, biting her lip without resistance. She quickly grasped the reins, stepping one foot into the stirrup, enduring the pain as she swung her other injured leg over, sitting steadily on the horse's back. She lowered her head and said to Yi Chen, young master, let's go together. Ahead is Jianglin County, where the county guards will be present and those bandits will surely not dare to pursue us. Upon hearing this Yi Chen shook his head, explaining, Miss Liu, you go first. My older brother is still waiting for me to enter the city. I must return to meet him. His brother Yishan was still waiting on the outskirts of the woods, and Yi Chen was also worried about his safety. He could not abandon him, especially since the wild boar meat they intended to sell was still with Yishan. I see. A hint of disappointment flashed across Lu Mengio's face as she hesitated for a moment, saying, "Then I will leave first, young master. Be careful of the bandits." At this moment, whether she followed Yi Chen back or waited in place, she could potentially become a burden to him. The only option was to leave the woods first, though she felt a twinge of reluctance. "All right, Miss Lu, you take care on your journey." Yi Chen smiled and nodded. As she was mounted, he no longer worried, believing she could easily escape even if she encountered those bandits again. As Lu Mengyao rode away on the white horse, Yi Chen quickly turned and headed back. He did not encounter the 5 bandits pursuing them along the way and safely returned to the outskirts of the woods. Elder brother. Yi Chen returned to the spot where he had last parted ways with Yi Shan, scanning the surrounding woods and softly calling out, "Second brother, I'm over here." A voice came from a nearby pile of grass. Following that, Yi Shan stood up from the grass, waving at Yi Chen. Seeing this, Yi Chen quickly walked over. Before he could say anything, Yi Shan examined him from head to toe, worry etched on his face as he asked, "Second brother, are you hurt? Are there still bandits in the woods up ahead?" Yi Chen, looking relaxed, smiled and waved his hand at Yi Shan. "Elder brother, don't worry, I'm fine." He briefly recounted his earlier encounters, downplaying the dangers he faced, including nearly being killed by a robust man, avoiding details to prevent Yi Shan from worrying. "Phew. That's good to hear." Yi Shan relaxed, letting out a long sigh. His gaze towards Yi Chen shifted and he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Second brother, you are truly impressive. You single-handedly took down so many bandits." Faced with Yi Shan's praise, Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively, his expression serious. "Elder brother, we must hurry. There are still a few bandits in this forest and we need to leave before they return." "Oh. Alright, let's go now." Yi Shan realized the current situation and quickly nodded, shouldering a basket filled with wild boar meat and fresh fish, preparing to leave. Yi Chen also shouldered his own basket beside him, ignoring the fatigue in his body, and immediately quickened his pace towards the woods ahead. The two moved swiftly, their figures darting through the woods, their feet crunching on the snow, their hearts racing with every sound, afraid that the noise would attract the bandits. Before long they reached the open area where Yi Chen had previously fought the bandits. The ground was littered with bodies in disarray. Yi Shan turned pale at the sight, his legs weakening, his mouth dry as he gulped nervously. Just as they were about to leave, they noticed several bandits emerging from the woods ahead. Yi Chen and Yi Shan almost simultaneously came to a halt, their expressions grave as they looked toward the mountain bandits not far away. Yi Shan's mind went blank, feeling that it was all over. However, this time Yi Chen stood still, realizing that if those mountain bandits caught up, Yi Shan, with his mobility hindered, would definitely not escape. A fierce battle was inevitable. After experiencing the previous life and death struggle, Yi Chen's will had also been tempered, no longer easily frightened by a few bandits. In almost an instant he unhesitatingly took off the basket from his back, raised his arm and grasped the longbow in his hand, reaching into the quiver to grab an arrow and notch it on the bowstring, aiming the arrowhead forward. Drawing the bow and knocking the arrow in one smooth motion. The few bandits not far away were momentarily stunned, and upon seeing the robust man's corpse in the snow they were instantly dumbfounded. "The boss is dead. That kid killed the boss. How is that possible? The boss was a master of inner energy. No, there's something odd about that kid. The wind is fierce and he seems dangerous." The remaining bandits looked at Yi Chen with changed expressions, as if they had seen a ghost. Instead of pursuing him as before, they turned and fled, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Those unaware might think that Yi Chen and Yi Shan were the ones robbing the road. Why are they running? Yi Shan stared at this scene in bewilderment, his mind a bit foggy. He had been ready to drag Yi Chen to escape, but who would have thought those bandits would flee at first sight? Yi Chen was also very surprised, watching the bandits vanish from sight, slowly lowering the bow and arrow in his hand, a hint of doubt flashing in his heart. What was going on? He hesitated to look at the robust man's corpse nearby, as if he had found the answer. Huff. Seeing that he had successfully scared off the remaining bandits, Yi Chen felt relieved and did not rush to leave. He quickly walked over to the robust man's corpse, crouching down and beginning to search through his clothes. Before, he was afraid that the companions of the bandits would return, so he did not dare to linger or search for spoils, and now he could finally search comfortably. After rummaging for a while, his eyes suddenly lit up. When he pulled out his hand, he found a few pieces of silver and several copper coins weighing about 5 or 6 taels. This was a small fortune. He unhesitatingly pocketed it, feeling that this trip was worthwhile. Little brother. We should hurry and leave lest those bandits come back. Yishan said in a low voice, still flustered. Faced with a pile of corpses and the possibility of returning bandits, he could not feel at ease. Upon hearing this, Yichen nodded in response. Alright big brother, don't worry, let's leave right away. He shouldered the basket again, holding the longbow in hand, carefully glancing around before continuing with Yishan toward the direction of the county town. Although those bandits had been scared away, Yichen was still worried that they might ambush and attack nearby. He did not dare to relax while holding the longbow. Even after leaving the forest, he had no intention of putting away the longbow. Hiss! Suddenly the sound of a horse's breathing came from the side of the road. Yichen and Yishan were both startled, their expressions changing slightly. Yishan was about to run while Yichen quickly drew an arrow and knocked it on the bowstring. Following the sound, a graceful young woman riding a white horse slowly emerged from behind the trees. Young master, don't be nervous, it's me. A voice as ethereal as a lark rang out. Yichen looked at Lu Mengyao, who was riding nearby, and his tense heart relaxed instantly. He slowly lowered the longbow and returned the arrow to the quiver. Miss Lu, why haven't you left yet? Yichen asked her in surprise. Logically, with her riding a horse, she should have been able to enter the city long ago. Meeting Yichen's gaze, Lu Mengyao lowered her eyes slightly, her cheeks reddening as she softly spoke. I was afraid to walk alone and wanted to wait for you, young master, to go together. Hearing Lu Mengyao say this, Yichen nodded in realization, thinking she was just scared that there might be more bandits lying in wait on the road. After all, she had just encountered an ambush and it was normal to have lingering fears. Miss Lu, don't worry, the remaining bandits have already left. Coincidentally, my brother and I are also going to the city. Let's go together. Yichen said as he walked forward. Okay. A hint of joy flashed across Lu Mengyao's face and she immediately urged her horse to follow alongside. At this moment, Yishan also recognized Lu Mengyao and his tense mood eased. He patted his chest, gasping for breath, and seeing Yichen chatting amicably with her, a hint of surprise crossed his face and he couldn't help but smile. He did not interrupt the two, quietly following behind, thinking. Little brother is not young anymore, it's time to consider marriage. If the Lin family insists on breaking off the engagement, then finding someone like Miss Lu seems quite good. However, the betrothal gifts might be considerable, but as long as little brother likes her, I will spare no effort to help him with this marriage. The unaware Yichen was still oblivious that his good elder brother had already planned out his marriage. Along the way they encountered no further bandits. Soon the three arrived at the city gate. Yichen stopped, looking up at Lu Mengyao, who was riding the white horse, and calmly spoke. Miss Lu, my brother and I have matters to attend to, so we must part ways here. You should return home early and seek a doctor for your leg injury. Also have your family report to the county office. If they can eliminate the remaining bandits, it will be safer to go out in the future. Several of her guards had died. In such a situation they naturally needed to report to the authorities, or else the bodies outside the city would be hard to explain. Moreover, the previous bandits had come for Lu Mengyao. Only by leveraging the power of the authorities to eliminate the bandits could one truly feel safe, otherwise there would still be worries about the danger of being ambushed again. Hearing this, Lu Mengyao looked at Yichen with reluctance, slowly nodding and saying with a glimmer of hope in her eyes, "All right, Brother Yi, I know what to do. Brother Yi, if you finish your tasks, feel free to visit my home. I haven't properly thanked you for saving my life yet." The two enjoyed a pleasant conversation along the way, but at the moment of parting Lu Mengyao felt a bit reluctant. Hearing her invitation, Yichen smiled and nodded. Let's talk about it after I'm done with everything. He considered it just a polite remark, unsure whether they would meet again. Upon hearing this, Lu Mengyao's eyes lit up with expectation. Really? Then I will wait at home for Brother Yi to finish and come over. Yichen. After bidding farewell to Lu Mengyao, Yichen and Yishan set off for the market with their basket on their backs. They were delayed for quite some time on the road, and by now it was nearing noon, with bustling crowds filling the streets. Upon arriving at the market, they were met with a throng of people as villagers from outside the city came to sell their goods, placing their items along the roadside and immediately starting to shout out their wares. This was not Yishan's first time in the city. He was quite familiar with the situation here. He pulled Yichen to a vacant spot by the roadside and immediately set down the heavy basket from his back. "Second brother, let's sell here," Yishan said to Yichen, casually lifting the burlap sack that covered the basket and taking out the iron scale he had prepared in advance. Seeing this, Yichen also put down the basket and uncovered the burlap sack, revealing the still fresh wild boar meat inside. After quite a while, passers-by were bustling around nearby stalls while no one paid attention to them, not a single person stopping to ask for prices. Yi Chen couldn't help but look at Yi Shan beside him. Noticing his dull and steady demeanor, he hesitated and asked, "Elder brother, are we just going to stand here like this?" Upon hearing this, Yi Shan was taken aback for a moment, scratching his head as he replied, "What else can we do?" Yi Chen wanted to say more but couldn't help but chuckle, curious about how Yi Shan had managed to sell firewood before. "Elder brother, if we are selling things here, shouldn't we shout out a bit?" He pointed at the vendor selling candied hawthorn and the lady selling wontons nearby. As he spoke, he pointed to a few examples not far away. Their shouting could be heard down the street, and it was obvious from afar that there were candied hawthorns being sold. "Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Yi Shan suddenly became shy, unable to speak up. Seeing this, Yi Chen sighed helplessly, noticing that Yi Shan was rather timid and didn't press him further, proactively starting to shout. "Come and see. Fresh wild boar meat, high quality at a low price, don't miss out. Freshly caught grass carp, don't miss it as you pass by. You get what you pay for, you won't regret it. Selling wild boar meat. Fresh pork and just caught grass carp." The loud shouts echoed throughout half the street. Yi Shan looked at Yi Chen in astonishment, feeling incredulous. He hadn't expected Yi Chen to be so adept at shouting. He had always been more timid than himself and had never been willing to do such shaming things. In the moment of his daze, several passers-by gathered around, standing before the stall to examine the wild boar meat and grass carp, reaching out to touch and asking for prices. Hearing their inquiries, Yi Shan quickly snapped back to reality, responding to each customer. "Wild boar meat is 35 won per jean. This grass carp is 10 won per jean. Rest assured, this fish was just caught this morning, very fresh, and the quality of this wild boar meat is excellent. You won't be disappointed." The prices Yi Shan offered were comparable to the market rates and even slightly cheaper. After hearing the prices, the customers began to calculate in their minds, and soon a woman dressed in cotton clothing picked up a fresh fish and placed it on the scale, saying, "I'll take this fish, can you weigh it for me?" "Sure." Yi Shan smiled widely as he began to weigh it. 3 jean 1 tael. "I'll charge you for 3 jean 31. Though Yi Shan was shy, he still handled the interactions with customers quite skillfully. After all, he had been used to selling firewood or the game that Yi Yuanfeng brought back from the mountains, so he was already accustomed to it. Yi Chen also helped nearby. If some customers couldn't afford a whole fish, he would cut it in half for sale or split it into 3 pieces with the head and tail priced differently. After all, the grass carp Yi Chen caught weighed almost 3 jean each. Not every family could afford to spend 30 when all at once to buy fish, which was already quite extravagant. Even in the county town, many common people were still struggling to make ends meet, not much different from the villagers outside the city. Thanks to Yi Shan's fair pricing and even being able to offer customers a discount, they quickly attracted many customers, and more people gathered at their stall. He had originally worried that selling dozens of jean of wild boar meat would be difficult, but that concern was clearly unnecessary. Not far away, several pairs of eyes were also fixed on Yi Chen and Yi Shan, glinting with malice. "Where did these 2 kids come from? They're ruining my meat stall's business." A round man with a face full of flesh complained unhappily. "Who says otherwise? They're selling fish too when cheaper than my stall, and all the customers have been stolen by them." The fish vendor beside him gritted his teeth in anger. Looking at them, they should be hunters from nearby villages who got lucky and brought a wild boar into the city to sell. They're making a risk-free profit, so the price doesn't matter much. It's just that our meat is harder to sell now. Another neighboring meat vendor said with a face full of grievances. Since Yi Chen and his side had more customers, their side naturally had fewer. Rivals in business at this moment, Yi Chen and Yi Shan had undoubtedly become a thorn in the eyes of these vendors. "These 2 uncouth country folks dare to steal my business, they must be taught a lesson," the fleshy-faced man said, coldly gripping the bone knife in his hand and walking with an unfriendly look toward the nearby stall. Seeing this, the neighboring vendors whose businesses were also affected quickly followed suit, wanting to take the opportunity to vent their frustrations. At that moment, Yi Chen and Yi Shan were still immersed in the joy of selling meat and collecting money, completely unaware that they were being targeted. "I'm very sorry, but the wild boar meat and fresh fish are all sold out." Yi Chen looked at the empty basket with a smile on his face as he spoke to the customer in front of him. He hadn't expected the business to be so booming, with dozens of jean of wild boar meat and 4 fresh fish selling out in a matter of moments. As the customers at the stall saw there was no meat left to buy, they all began to disperse. Phew. Yi Chen and Yi Shan sighed with relief, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over them as their tension relaxed. Setting up a stall and doing business was not so easy. "Second brother, we made quite a bit of money today. I haven't seen so many copper coins in a long time," Yi Shan said joyfully, unable to resist counting the money in his pouch, afraid he might have less. Seeing this, Yi Chen smiled and mentally calculated. The 4 fish weighed a total of 13 genes, sold at 10 won per gene, making 131. The wild boar meat weighed 32 genes, sold at 35 won per gene, totaling 1,121. In total they earned 1,150 won, equivalent to a little over 1 tael of silver. This was a considerable sum of wealth, enough for an ordinary family to live on for 3 months. Yi Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. His family would no longer have to worry about freezing or starving this winter. At that moment he suddenly remembered the few pieces of silver he had found on the bandit leader earlier and couldn't help but chuckle. He hadn't expected that the biggest gain today would actually come from the bandits. Was it not better to encounter bandits than to toil hard for hunting? Several figures surrounded the stall, instantly blocking the light, causing the surroundings to darken immediately. Yi Shan, who was carefully counting the copper coins, paused his movements, glanced up at the figures in front of the stall and thought they were customers here to buy meat, smilingly explaining. "Sorry, the wild boar meat and fresh fish are all sold out." Before he could finish speaking, the burly man at the front with a face full of flesh shouted angrily. "Who wants to buy meat? 2 country bumpkins, do you understand the rules here? Who told you to sell the meat so cheaply? Don't you know it should be more expensive than my stall? You know it should be at least 20% more than mine." He looked at the empty basket in front of him, feeling even angrier, glaring at Yi Chen and Yi Shan. He initially wanted to teach the 2 of them a lesson about the rules and disrupt their business, but who knew that in just this short while the wild boar meat they brought was all sold out. Yi Shan's expression froze, his gaze sweeping over the group. Seeing that they were not friendly, he quickly stood up, putting on a smiling face. "Everyone, I truly apologize. My brother and I are newcomers and don't understand the rules. If we have offended you in any way, I sincerely apologize here." He had sold game at the market before and had never encountered such a situation, nor did he know any rules. Perhaps it was because they had too much wild boar meat for sale which had touched others' interests that trouble had come to them. Yi Shan did not argue further, he just wanted to apologize and settle the matter, avoiding any conflict. After all, they were outsiders and offending the vendors at the market would bring no good and might even attract trouble. The burly man with a face full of flesh saw Yi Shan yielding and felt very pleased. His attitude became increasingly arrogant, glaring at him with a sideways glance and shouting loudly. "Because of you 2 we lost a lot of business. This debt must be settled. Look, you 2 have made quite a bit of money today. How about this, you each give us 100 coins and we won't hold it against you," he said, reaching out his thick palm toward Yi Shan, demanding benefits. The other vendors who had come along also smiled and extended their hands, echoing his words. "That's right, you must compensate us for our losses. It's all your fault, brothers, I didn't sell a single fish. Hurry up and pay or we'll make you regret it." They, relying on their numbers, each rolled up their sleeves and stared fiercely at Yi Chen and Yi Shan as if they were determined to get something from them. Hearing this, Yi Shan's face immediately showed difficulty, unsure of what to do. 100 coins per person, with 5 or 6 of them, that's 500 to 600 coins, which was simply a death sentence for him. You must know this is their family's food for winter, earned by Yi Chen risking his life in the mountains. How could he hand it over? Moreover, they hadn't done anything wrong. The others were clearly trying to extort them. Without waiting for Yi Shan to continue apologizing, Yi Chen couldn't hold back any longer, his face serious as he spoke coldly. "Your failure to sell fish and meat has nothing to do with us. Why should we pay you? Being ugly is one thing, but your thinking is quite unrealistic. Want money? Dream on." He unceremoniously rejected the unreasonable demands of the others. He didn't give face even to mountain bandits, let alone these few vendors. Hearing this, the group of vendors became furious, their eyes turning to Yi Chen, their expressions unfriendly. The burly man at the front, seeing Yi Chen looking weak and fragile, did not take him seriously at all. He waved the bone knife in his hand, threatening with a fierce expression. "Kid, do you want to die? How dare you speak to me like that? Not paying? Do you believe I could chop you up in one strike? Killing you is easier than killing a pig." Facing the threat of the fat burly man, Yi Chen remained unperturbed, staring directly into his eyes with an indifferent expression. "Not believing? Try it if you dare." As he spoke, Yi Chen's hand was already resting on the hilt of the simple knife at his waist. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Those vendors who originally wanted to get some benefits fell silent, a hint of fear flashing in their eyes, and they unconsciously took a step back. They did not expect that Yi Chen, despite looking weak, would be so strong and ready to fight at the slightest disagreement. No one wanted to risk their life for 100 coins, it simply wasn't worth it. "Second brother. Don't be impulsive. Yishan, who was beside him, was also shocked by this action. Once he reacted, he quickly advised against it, fearing that Yichen might act rashly in a moment of anger. Killing a few mountain bandits in the wilderness was one thing. After all, it was a noble act saving a beauty. But to fight and cause death in the city would lead to being captured and questioned by the authorities. The fat burly man in front of the stall was also stunned. He thought that scaring Yichen would make him yield, but who knew the other party was so reckless, ready to fight him. Is this kid crazy? At this moment, with so many eyes watching, he felt somewhat stuck between a rock and a hard place. If he yielded, it would be a huge blow to his pride and he would become the laughingstock of the street. Yet continuing to argue and escalate to violence would bring no good to him, regardless of whether he won or lost. At this moment, two officials walked over, heading straight to the stall. Seeing the tense situation, they couldn't help but frown, speaking in an unfriendly tone. What's going on? Who's causing trouble? Hearing this, the fat burly man's expression brightened and he quickly spoke up. Officer, these two country bumpkins don't understand the rules and are ruining everyone's business. I'm just teaching them the rules. As soon as he finished speaking, a palm the size of a fan struck him across his fleshy face. Smack. Ah. The force of this slap was not light. The fat burly man was knocked back several steps before stabilizing himself, crying out in pain, his face full of astonishment. In the moment of daze, a 5-finger mark appeared on his cheek, swelling rapidly. Officer. Why? Why is this happening? The fat burly man asked in confusion, unable to understand why he was being struck. Usually he had dealings with these officials, taking advantage of them while selling meat. Why did they suddenly turn against him? The officer who struck him glared at him and coldly said, "What are you? How dare you teach others the rules? If you continue to bully the market, don't blame me for being rude." Hearing this, the fat burly man shrank his neck in fear. Although he was still unconvinced, he opened his mouth to say something. However, the officer ignored him and turned to Yichen. His gaze swept over the longbow on Yichen's shoulder, and his demeanor suddenly became much more respectful as he cupped his hands and asked, "This young master, are you Yichen, young master Yi?" Faced with the inquiry from the officer, Yichen's face flashed with surprise as he hesitantly nodded. "It is me. May I ask what brings you here, officer?" He speculated that the officer's visit must be related to the bandits outside the city. Calculating the time, Lu Mengio's family should have already reported it to the county office. The officer did not elaborate much. After confirming Yichen's identity, he spoke respectfully, "Young Master Yi, the county magistrate requests your presence at the manor. You will understand when you arrive." Upon hearing this, the surrounding vendors were dumbfounded, staring at Yichen in shock. No one expected the officer to treat him so courteously, nor did they anticipate that this inconspicuous country boy would know the county magistrate. How is this possible? Did I hear wrong? The county magistrate wants to see him, a fish seller exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. What is the relationship between this kid and the county magistrate? Could they be relatives? A curious woman speculated. The county magistrate sent someone to invite him to the manor. If this relationship must be significant. We may have offended him earlier, and if he says something in front of the county magistrate. One of the vendors spoke with a frightened expression, his voice trembling slightly. The vendors' hearts sank and they instinctively turned their gaze toward the leading burly man seeking a scapegoat. At that moment the burly man was equally stunned, standing there with a blank expression. A chill suddenly surged within him, realizing the gravity of the situation. He kicked a hard board. Hearing the officer's words, Yichen became increasingly certain that he was being summoned to testify at the county office and immediately nodded in agreement. "All right, officer, please wait." Before leaving, he looked at Yishan beside him. "Brother, go eat something at a nearby stall and wait for my return." After instructing Yishan, he turned to the burly man beside him, his expression turning cold. "If you dare to bully my brother while I am away, I will definitely settle the score with you when I return." As soon as he finished speaking, the officer patted his chest to assure him, "Young Master Yi, don't worry. He doesn't have the guts. If he dares to bully your brother, we will deal with him first." Upon hearing this, the burly man was instantly terrified, his face turning pale. Coming to his senses, he hurriedly waved his hands in a flattering manner. "I wouldn't dare. I was wrong earlier. I apologize and hope you, sir, will be magnanimous and not hold it against me." At this moment he was genuinely scared. From the officer's attitude towards Yichen, it was evident that he was not a criminal but rather a friend of the county magistrate. Offending the magistrate would be tantamount to seeking death. In Jianglin County, the county magistrate is akin to heaven. Commoners dare not provoke him. Not to mention the burly man, even the vendors who had been causing trouble earlier were now anxiously stepping back to distance themselves, fearing to be implicated. Seeing this, Yi Chen finally felt relieved and followed the officer as they left. "Old heir, be careful. I'll wait for you here." Yi Shan called out to the departing Yi Chen, still worried that he might encounter trouble. After all, Yi Chen had killed quite a few people outside the city, although they were all bandits. One could never be too cautious. Only after Yi Chen and the officer had distanced themselves did the burly man let out a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, murmuring in lingering fear. "I didn't expect this country boy to know the county magistrate. Thankfully I didn't lay a hand on him earlier, otherwise I would have been doomed." At this moment he felt a wave of panic, glancing fearfully at Yi Shan beside him before turning to leave in a hurry, not daring to linger. Seeing this, the other vendors also hurriedly fled, no longer daring to take advantage. Yi Chen followed the two officers for a while before suddenly turning into a secluded alley where the noise gradually faded away. Just as he felt puzzled, the alley ahead reached an exit. Stepping out, he found himself on a quiet path with no pedestrians in sight. The two officers stopped, pointing to a courtyard gate ahead. "Young Master Yi, we have arrived. You may enter with us." Yi Chen looked up and followed their indication to the courtyard gate, which appeared to be the back door of a large mansion. A hint of confusion flashed across his brow. "Officer, what is this?" One of the officers, noticing his confusion, smiled and explained, "This is the back door of the county office. The county magistrate is waiting for you inside." Upon hearing the explanation, Yi Chen hesitated but nodded and continued to follow them inside, his mind filled with questions. At this moment he was convinced that the county magistrate sought him regarding the bandit incident. Logically he should have been questioned at the office. Why would they meet him privately in the back residence? Could it be that the county magistrate did not want to make it public to avoid causing panic among the people? But with only a few bandits left, was there really a need for excessive concern? While pondering this, the group had already entered the courtyard gate of the back residence. The two leading officers paused, no longer proceeding further. "Manager Wang, we have brought the person you requested." One of the officers spoke respectfully. A middle-aged man resembling a steward stood at the courtyard gate. Upon hearing the officer's words, his gaze fell upon Yi Chen and he nodded slightly. "This must be young Master Yi. The master is already waiting in the courtyard, please follow me." He turned and walked inside. Seeing this, although Yi Chen was puzzled, he still followed. At least the steward did not seem to be there to harm him. The courtyard was winding, and after taking a few steps inside, a scene of silver-covered beauty entered his eyes. The flower beds by the corridor were densely covered with white snow, with a vibrant green peeking through the pure white. Before long a pavilion appeared ahead and he could vaguely see several figures. As he got closer, their conversation came to an abrupt halt. "Master, young Master Yi has arrived." The leading steward spoke respectfully to a dignified middle-aged man seated in the main position. Yi Chen's gaze immediately fell upon him. The middle-aged man had a kind demeanor, appearing to be in his 40s, exuding an aura of righteousness that commanded respect. He wore a grey embroidered cotton coat and had an extraordinary presence. After a brief observation, Yi Chen surmised that this person must be the county magistrate of Jianglin County. Just as the steward finished speaking, the middle-aged man in the grey embroidered cotton coat slowly stood up. As soon as the steward's words fell, he walked over to Yi Chen, sizing him up. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in his bright eyes as he kindly said, "Young hero Yi, you truly are a remarkable youth. I sincerely thank young hero Yi for saving my daughter's life." As he spoke, he solemnly cupped his fists in gratitude towards Yi Chen. "No." Yi Chen hurriedly reached out to steady him, his thoughts still scattered, half convinced he had misjudged the situation. Could this man not be the county magistrate after all, but rather Lu Mengyao's father? Yet the steward's demeanor. "May I ask, who are you?" Yi Chen couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, the middle-aged man in resplendent robes chuckled warmly and replied, "I am Lu Lianshan, magistrate of Jianglin County. My daughter Mengyao owes her life to your valorous intervention. She narrowly escaped certain peril. For this debt of salvation I am profoundly grateful. Should you ever face hardship in the days ahead, Yi Xiaoxiong need only speak, the matter shall be attended to without delay." Hearing these words, Yi Chen's mind suddenly cleared, and a jolt of astonishment surged through him. He had never imagined that Lu Mengyao, the young woman he'd rescued quite by chance, was none other than the magistrate's daughter. Earlier he'd feared she'd come to file a complaint. Instead, the very parent official of Jianglin County stood before him as her father. Snapping back to awareness, Yi Chen bowed respectfully. "Honorable magistrate." Lu Lianshan waved dismissively, then personally took Yi Chen's arm and guided him toward a nearby stone table, seating them both with gentle affable warmth. This is no courtroom, nor is it official business. And since you saved my daughter's life, formalities need not burden us within these private quarters. Yi Chen, sensing the man's easygoing sincerity, nodded in agreement. No sooner had he taken his seat than Lu Lianshan slid a red velvet draped tray across the stone table toward him, still smiling broadly. Here are 50 taels of silver, my humble token of gratitude for rescuing my daughter. Please accept them without hesitation. As he spoke, he lifted the crimson cloth to reveal gleaming ingots, their silvery brilliance catching the light. It was Yi Chen's first time beholding so many silver ingots at once. A flicker of surprise flashed across his eyes, quickly subdued. Calmly he raised his gaze to meet Lu Lianshan's, his expression serene and composed. Your kindness honors me deeply, but this silver is unnecessary. My elder brother and I entered the city together. On our way through the woods we too were ambushed by bandits. My intervention was born of necessity, and saving Miss Lu arose from simple compassion, not expectation of reward. Though the sight of those gleaming ingots stirred a quiet yearning within him, this sum could clear his predecessor's gambling debts and secure his family's comfort for years, the truth weighed heavier in his heart. He knew well the goodwill of the county's highest official carried far greater weight than silver, and in times of crisis such favor might well prove life-saving. Indeed, when he'd drawn his bow he'd sought no recompense, but neither would he spurn an opportunity now presented so graciously. Lu Lianshan's eyes flickered with genuine surprise, as if he'd never anticipated such refusal of so generous a gift. 50 taels of pure snow silver, undoubtedly a fortune for any peasant family. A small token of my sincere regard, Yi Xiaoxiong, please do not stand on ceremony. Accept it. Yi Chen rose, shook his head and clasped his fists in formal salute. A true gentleman loves wealth, but acquires it only by righteous means. These ingots I cannot accept. If your excellency has no further matters, I shall take my leave. With that he turned to depart. Lu Lianshan's eyes brightened instantly, his gaze upon Yi Chen shifted, sharper, more discerning, and he swiftly called out to detain him. Wait, young friend, please stay a moment. There is something else I wish to ask. At this Yi Chen halted, turned and faced Lu Lianshan directly. Ask whatever you wish, your excellency. Lu Lianshan smiled faintly as he stroked his beard, regarding Yi Chen with unmistakable admiration. What an admirable principle, love wealth yet acquire it righteously. It seems I am the one who erred in worldly calculation. I am many years your senior, would you honor me by addressing me as uncle? Yi Chen's heart stirred, his expression turned solemn and respectful. Uncle Lu. Satisfied, Lu Lianshan nodded, gently urged Yi Chen back into his seat, then gestured toward the silent, unassuming man seated nearby. Yi Chen, this is Chief Constable Zhao of the County Yamen. Regarding the bandits, please recount to him all you remember. Yi Chen's gaze followed the gesture, settling upon the man. From the moment he'd entered, Yi Chen had noted this unremarkable figure, plainly dressed yet broad-shouldered and powerfully built, his physique markedly beyond that of ordinary men. Simultaneously Yi Chen sensed a palpable aura of danger emanating from him, like standing before a crouching tiger. It was identical to the chilling presence exuded by the bandit chieftain he'd faced earlier. Greetings, Chief Constable Zhao. Yi Chen saluted with a respectful bow. Zhao Gang's normally impassive countenance softened slightly, he offered a subtle courteous nod in return. Yi Gongzi, no need for formality. Might you describe in detail your encounter with the bandits? Were there any distinguishing features among them? Yi Chen grew serious, carefully recalling the ambush in the woods, beginning with the two bandits slaughtering passers-by. Those two were posted as lookouts outside the woods, killing travelers to silence witnesses. I overheard them say they'd come specifically for Miss Lu, having traversed great distances over mountain trails. At these words Lu Lianshan's and Zhao Gang's expressions darkened, their brows furrowing in grave concern. They exchanged a swift, weighty glance, then leaned in, listening intently. Also, their leader appeared quite young yet possessed formidable strength, much like yourself, Chief Constable Zhao. Above all, his bearing was that of a master martial artist, truly formidable. He even claimed mastery of inner force. Had my final arrow not struck true, had it not pierced his heart, I would surely lie dead beneath his blade now. Even now Yi Chen felt a lingering tremor, only he knew how narrowly he'd escaped death. Had that last shot not triggered its critical effect, he would be the corpse, not the survivor. An inner force master. Zhao Gang recoiled inwardly, eyes widening in disbelief as he blurted the words aloud. His gaze upon Yi Chen sharpened with sudden skeptical scrutiny. He found it inconceivable that someone like Yi Chen could slay such a master. Meeting Zhao Gang's stunned stare, Yi Chen nodded firmly, confirming in his own heart that inner force was no myth but a tangible terrifying reality. You truly killed him, with this longbow? Zhao Gang asked incredulous. The bandit's body remains in the woods outside the city. Dispatch men to retrieve it, you'll verify the truth for yourself. Yi Chen spoke with unruffled candor. Zhao Gang, realizing his lapse in composure, hastily offered an apologetic smile. Brother Yi, I don't doubt your word. It's simply, inner force masters are nearly invincible. This is utterly extraordinary. I've never witnessed an ordinary man slay such a master. Were I to face him now, I'd crush you with one hand. I understand. Yi Chen waved the remark aside indifferently, and continued. I still recall several distinct features of his face. No sooner had he begun describing them vividly than Zhao Gang's expression transformed, shock flooding his features. Li Hao, a renegade of the Golden Vajra sect, now a bandit chief operating near Ning'an County. Chief Zhao, do you know him? Yi Chen looked at Zhao Gang in front of him, surprised. Zhao Gang's reaction clearly indicated he was well acquainted with this bandit chieftain, otherwise he would not have instantly named the outlaw upon hearing only a few descriptive details from Yi Chen. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gang's expression grew animated. Brother Yi, you may not know this, but Li Hao, relying on his formidable martial prowess, has gathered a gang of thugs who terrorize Ning'an County, robbing and assaulting innocent travelers along the roads. Previously our Jianglin County dispatched forces several times to join Ning'an County in eradicating Li Hao and his bandits, yet each time he slipped away. By now warrants and wanted posters bearing his likeness have been issued across neighboring prefectures, yet who would have thought he'd dare appear within Jianglin County's jurisdiction, and even attempt to abduct Miss Lu. If the man you slew truly was Li Hao, Brother Yi, then you have rendered an immense service to the people. Hearing Zhao Gang's words, Yi Chen suddenly understood the man he had slain was none other than a notorious outlaw wanted by imperial authorities. No wonder Zhao Gang recognized him so readily upon hearing just a few distinguishing traits. So that is how it is. I only hope it truly is him. Zhao Gang, now visibly elated, turned toward Lu Lianshan and bowed respectfully. Sir, the constables we sent to collect the bodies outside the city have yet to return. I request permission to go myself, to verify the identity firsthand. Lu Lianshan nodded in assent. Go ahead. Report back immediately upon learning anything. And if it truly is Li Hao, this old man owes you a profound debt of gratitude, Brother Yi. Eradicating a bandit lord who had long plagued the region was no minor achievement. Yes, sir. Zhao Gang acknowledged, then strode away briskly, his steps powerful and resolute, vanishing from sight in moments. Uncle Lu, then I shall take my leave as well. No sooner had Zhao Gang departed than Yi Chen rose to bid farewell. He had already clarified all matters concerning the bandits who remaining longer served no purpose, and besides his elder brother Yi Shan was still waiting for him. Seeing this, Lu Lianshan paused startled and hurriedly interceded, don't rush off. I've already reserved a banquet at Piaoxiang Lu to express my deepest gratitude for saving my daughter's life. Surely you'll stay for at least one meal before departing. Yi Chen smiled politely and declined, I deeply appreciate Uncle Lu's kindness, but our village lies quite far and lingering too long will leave us traveling home after nightfall. My family awaits me and I fear they'll grow anxious. Moreover, winter nights are treacherous, bandits might lurk along the way. Should his sister-in-law Madame Li notice their prolonged absence, she might even venture out to search for them, making matters all the more complicated. Hearing Yi Chen's reasoning, Lu Lianshan understood his concern and reluctantly acquiesced. Very well then, I shall not press you further. But next time you come into town, Brother Yi, be sure to seek me out, I'll make good on this feast. Certainly. Yi Chen replied with warm courtesy. Just as he turned to depart, he glanced back, and there she was, a graceful figure leaning gently on her maid's arm, limping forward. Lu Mengyao. She now wore an elegant violet gown, less the bold-spirited warrior of before, more delicate and tender. Her fair complexion glowed with a soft flush, her raven-black hair cascaded down to her slender waist, and beneath the flowing violet silk her shapely form exuded quiet allure. Brother Yi. You're leaving so soon? Lu Mengyao gazed at him shyly, her heart brimming with reluctant parting. She had taken special care with her appearance, only to find him preparing to depart before she could even offer proper hospitality, leaving no time for meaningful conversation. Miss Lu, your leg injury makes walking difficult, you must rest well. I must be on my way now, but we shall surely meet again. Yi Chen glanced at her injured leg and smiled. Oh. I see, she murmured softly, biting her lip, her dewy eyes fixed upon him, her longing written plainly across her face. Lu Lianshan, observing quietly from nearby, fully grasped his daughter's feelings, and stepped forward with a knowing smile. Brother Yi earns his livelihood hunting, he frequently comes into town. Mengyao, once your leg heals you'll naturally have many chances to see him again. There's no need to rush this moment. At these words Lu Mengyao's eyes lit up, suddenly reassured, her mood brightened, and a sweet radiant smile bloomed across her delicate features. Truly. That's wonderful. Brother Yi, when you next enter the city please promise you'll seek me out. Meeting her hopeful gaze, Yichen smiled and nodded in agreement. I promise I will. Then I shall take my leave now. Miss Lu, your leg is still unsteady, please remain seated. And Uncle Lu, kindly stay where you are. With that he turned and walked away, guided ahead by a steward. Lu Lianshan watched his retreating figure, stroked his beard thoughtfully and remarked, this young man is destined for greatness. Hearing this, Lu Mengyao, who stood beside him, nodded in full agreement. I think so too. Brother Yi is a true hero, he will surely achieve extraordinary things in the future. Lu Lianshan glanced at his daughter, amused by her earnestness, and chuckled softly, then suddenly fell silent, lost in quiet contemplation. Yichen left the county yamen and retraced his path directly back toward the marketplace. He had assumed his elder brother Yishan would have gone to a nearby stall for a bite, but from afar he saw Yishan still seated exactly where he'd set up his stall earlier, patiently guarding the 2 bamboo baskets. Clearly he had stayed put for fear Yichen would return and fail to find him. Elder brother, Yichen called out as he approached. Second brother, you're back. Are you all right? Yishan turned, spotted Yichen approaching and sprang to his feet, his face taut with concern. Don't worry, the magistrate merely wished to learn about those bandits. Once I'd explained everything I came straight back, Yichen replied with a reassuring smile. Ah. That's a relief. Hearing Yichen's words, Yishan's pent-up anxiety dissolved instantly. He had feared his younger brother might have stumbled into trouble. Let's go. It's growing late, we'll buy some grain, pick up a few prescriptions for father, then head home before darkness falls. Yishan brushed dust from his trousers, bent down and hoisted the basket filled with fresh fish onto his back, then led Yichen toward a nearby rice shop. All right. Yichen responded, lifting the other empty basket. Without the wild boar meat it felt remarkably light, no burden at all. As the brothers passed by nearby vendors hastily lowered their heads, feigning busyness, terrified Yichen might hold them accountable. The stout bullying butcher who had led the earlier confrontation trembled violently at the sight of Yichen, daring not look up, pretending not to see him, even his cleaver hand shook uncontrollably as he chopped meat. Yichen cast him only a brief indifferent glance, said nothing, and walked past with Yishan. Only once the brothers had vanished into the distance did the vendors collectively exhale in profound relief. That nearly frightened me to death. After noon the temperature gradually warmed up and the snow on the ground began to melt, transforming into puddles of water. There were few stone roads in the county town, most of them were dirt paths, and after the snow melted the roads were all the passing citizens were cautious, afraid of slipping and falling. On such a cold day getting their clothes dirty would be a hassle to wash. Most of them only had one cotton coat to get through the winter, and washing it meant they had nothing else to wear. Yichen and Yishan bought 30 pounds of brown rice and 2 pounds of coarse salt, and the once empty basket became heavy again. The money they earned from selling wild boar meat and fresh fish was enough to buy more grain, but Yichen was weak and Yishan was still limping. They couldn't carry that much food back. Yichen stood at the entrance of the pharmacy waiting for Yishan to get the medicine. In a short while he saw several passers-by slip and fall into the mud, and after getting up they sadly wiped their cotton coats. This reminded him of his sister-in-law Li's worn coat, which had been patched countless times, seemingly worn for 7 or 8 years without replacement. When the family was somewhat affluent, Li took care of the household and made new clothes for Yi Yuanfeng, Yishan and Yichen, and even for his younger sister Yi Linger, who had several new outfits, yet Li herself had none, wearing only old clothes. Later the family's wealth was squandered by the original owner, and though they were strapped for cash, Li never neglected Yichen and the others, managing to squeeze out enough to buy Yichen new clothes. As the saying goes, a sister-in-law is like a mother. Li had done more than enough in this regard. At that moment Yishan came out of the pharmacy, glanced at Yichen at the door and said, "Second brother, I've bought all of Dad's medicine. Let's go. Don't you need to go to the blacksmith's?" he said, leading the way. "Elder brother, how about we buy a cotton coat for sister-in-law and Linger? The weather is getting colder and their clothes are too thin and too old." "Buying clothes?" Yichen said, stopping Yishan. "Elder brother, let's buy them a coat. I'll pick one for Linger." Sister-in-law's clothes are still wearable, so let's not buy more. Linger is still young and growing, her clothes become short in just a few months. There's no need to waste that money, it's hard to save a bit for your future marriage. He paused, wanting to buy a new piece of clothing for his wife Lee, as he felt her hardships deeply, yet he simply had no extra money. Now that they had sold wild boar meat and had a little spare cash, there were still many uses for the money. Since it was hard-earned by Yi-Chen, he couldn't bear to spend it. Yi-Chen looked up at the tailor shop not far ahead and resolutely pulled Yi-Shan towards it. Elder brother, let's buy it. You can choose one for sister-in-law and I'll pick one for Linger. This. Yi-Shan wanted to refuse again, but seeing Yi-Chen's insistence he had no choice but to follow his wishes. Soon the two walked out of the tailor shop one after the other with 2 cotton coats wrapped in coarse cloth, while their money pouch had noticeably shrunk. Yi-Shan looked pained, hesitating to return the cotton coat in his hands. Second brother, this costs 900 won. How much grain could that buy? Sister-in-law will definitely be heartbroken when we get back. How about let's return the cotton coats instead? Yi-Shan had become fearful of poverty. When they could hardly afford to eat, spending nearly a tael of silver on cotton coats felt extravagant. Hearing this, Yi-Chen waved his hand dismissively, pulling Yi-Shan along as they walked. Elder brother, don't worry about the money. Our family isn't lacking in grain anymore. It's time to get sister-in-law a nice piece of clothing. In this cold weather she has to do so much work. If she catches a cold, we'll end up spending money on medicine. But this money, we should save some to pay off debts. Yi-Shan said anxiously. He often worried about the gambling debts Yi-Chen owed outside, thinking that with the sale of wild boar meat they could save some money to pay off the debts, allowing his sister Yi-Linger to avoid being forced into marriage. However, before that money could even warm up, it was all spent on grain and cotton coats. Hearing Yi-Shan still worrying about the original owner's gambling debts, Yi-Chen stopped walking, leaned closer and whispered. Elder brother, don't worry, I can handle the gambling debts. Earlier I picked up a few taels of broken silver from that bandit leader. Once we get back I'll find a time to pay off all the debts. At that time he had taken a broken knife and some silver. If it weren't for this money he wouldn't have dared to spend so freely on cotton coats. Yi-Shan had been too frightened to notice when he saw the corpses all over the ground, and now hearing Yi-Chen say that, his eyes lit up instantly and all his worries vanished, making him feel relieved. Really? That's wonderful. If you can pay off your gambling debts, Linger won't have to rush into marriage, and perhaps your marriage with the Lin family's younger sister could also be on the agenda. Ah, how could I forget to check the bandits' corpses? Maybe I could have gathered some broken silver too. Yi-Shan regretted more and more, wishing he could quickly search through all the bandits' corpses, entirely forgetting the fear he had felt at that moment, only thinking about leaving as soon as possible. After all, there were still several bandits hiding in the shadows, and no one knew if they would take the opportunity to attack or flee. In that situation, escaping the forest to save their lives was the priority. Not just Yi-Shan, Yi-Chen also wanted to leave quickly to avoid falling into danger. He only managed to search the leader's body. Looking at Yi-Shan's regretful expression, Yi-Chen couldn't help but laugh, reaching out to pat his shoulder. Elder brother, stop dwelling on it. Let's go, or it will be dark when we get back. Alright, I'm coming. The blacksmith's is right ahead. Yi-Shan remembered there were still important matters to attend to, instantly setting aside his thoughts and quickly walking ahead. In the blacksmith's shop, Yi-Chen immediately spotted a pile of arrows stacked in the corner with materials varying. Some were made of bamboo while others were made of birch and willow with different fletchings. He looked around and chose a bundle of relatively fine arrows, pulling one out to examine it. Satisfied, he nodded and turned to ask the blacksmith nearby. Master, how much do these arrows cost? Upon hearing this, the blacksmith merely raised an eyebrow and replied coolly, 60 won each. At this, Yi-Shan's eyes widened in shock as he inhaled sharply. 61. That's so expensive. One arrow is worth 10 to 15 days of rations. Yi-Chen was also taken aback, never expecting that the crafted arrows would be so expensive. He initially thought he could buy them for just a few coins. If you think it's too expensive, the one next to it, which hasn't had the arrowhead attached yet, is 10 coins each. The blacksmith spoke in a calm tone. Yi-Chen followed his gaze and noticed a bundle of arrows made from bamboo. The iron tips on the arrows were almost made from scrap metal. They were thin and dull, lacking any real power, hardly distinguishable from the arrows he had sharpened himself. He lost interest after a glance, as they were no comparison to the arrow he held, which was made from birch wood and goose feathers. Recalling the difficulty he faced when encountering wild boars where he couldn't inflict effective damage, he gritted his teeth and chose the arrows made from the best materials. You get what you pay for it. Expensive items have their reasons. Yi-Chen suddenly asked, Master, do you accept knives? The blacksmith paused his movements, looked up at him and hesitantly nodded. I accept. But I don't want scrap metal. Hearing this, Yi-Chen promptly set down the arrow he was holding, unfastened the simple knife at his waist and drew it out, a flash of cold light glimmering. The blacksmith's heart tightened. For a moment he thought he was being robbed. His eyes fell on the simple knife in Yi-Chen's hand and he couldn't help but brighten up. This knife is decent. If I take it I can give you 5 taels of silver, he pondered for a moment and said. 5 taels. Yi-Chen muttered quietly, a look of surprise spreading across his face. This price was not low. After all, he had picked it up for self-defense and it could still be worth a few taels of silver. He was accustomed to using a bow and arrow. Using a cleaver for self-defense was less convenient for him, so he unhesitatingly handed over the simple knife. Alright, it's 5 taels, I'll sell you this knife. I want 20 of those arrows. Trading the simple knife for arrows, he still had over 3 taels left. Yi-Shan watched in astonishment, and when he came to his senses he tugged at Yi-Chen's sleeve hesitantly, saying, "Second brother, aren't you going to keep this knife for self-defense?" Upon hearing this, Yi-Chen smiled and shook his head. "Eldest brother, a woodcutter's knife is enough for me." He did not elaborate further. After all, this simple knife was the weapon of a bandit leader and carrying it would be too conspicuous. Who knows if the other party had loyal brothers seeking revenge? It was better to sell it for money to avoid trouble. Oh. Yi-Shan did not understand the intention behind this and simply took Yi-Chen's words at face value. Yi-Chen selected 20 excellent arrows and placed them into the quiver at his waist. At this moment the blacksmith also found some change and handed it to him. After the transaction was complete, Yi-Chen did not linger in the blacksmith's shop and turned to leave with Yi-Shan. They still had to hurry home. Before exiting the city, Yi-Chen specifically bought 5 candied hawthorns, planning to bring one back for each person. He knew that his sister Yi-Linger loved candied hawthorns the most. However, their family had been poorer before, and though she loved them they never bought any. Now that he had some spare money he was no longer stingy. The two of them left the county town, and after walking on the melting snow for a while their shoes were covered in mud, making it easy to slip. Every step was taken with caution. Upon arriving at the woods where they had encountered the bandits earlier, there was no sign of the bodies on the ground, only faint traces of blood. It seemed that the authorities had already come and taken the bodies away. Yi-Chen pondered whether the bandit he killed was the one named Li Hao that Zhao Gang mentioned. However, the other party's mastery of internal strength was indeed impressive, which made him yearn. If one could harness internal strength, the power of archery would undoubtedly become even more terrifying. I wonder if those bandits really left. I hope I never encounter them again, that would be too frightening. Yi-Shan nervously looked around the forest, his face filled with anxiety. The previous encounter had clearly scared him quite a bit and he felt a bit afraid even passing through here. After all, this was a necessary route into the city. If there were still bandits lurking about they would feel uneasy every time, fearing that one day they might be killed by bandits. Hearing this, Yi-Chen returned to his senses, turned to look at Yi-Shan beside him and smiled to reassure him. "Eldest brother, don't worry. Even if those remaining bandits haven't fled, the authorities are now searching for them everywhere. They definitely won't have the guts to come out again. Next time I come to the city I'll come with you and there will be nothing to worry about." With his current archery skills, dealing with a few common bandits was still manageable. Moreover, those bandits had attempted to rob the daughter of the county magistrate of Jianglin. The authorities will surely not let them go and will dispatch officials to pursue them. The remaining bandits won't have the time to hide, let alone continue robbing. At least they can't stay around here. If this forest is too close to the county town and will definitely be heavily searched by the authorities. Hearing Yi-Chen's words, Yi-Shan felt slightly relieved. That's good. If those bandits are eliminated, the common people will feel at ease. Yi-Shan muttered softly and continued to walk forward, his pace gradually quickening. Before long the two of them passed by the river they had crossed earlier in the morning. At this time the ice on the river was almost melted and there were still quite a few people fishing. When Yi-Chen and Yi-Shan focused their gaze they were taken aback, a strange expression flashing across their faces. At this moment several people by the riverbank were holding longbows, using arrows to shoot fish in the river, mirroring Yi-Chen's earlier actions. Clearly seeing him hit a fish inspired them to imitate, running back to fetch their bows and arrows. After watching for a while they didn't see anyone catching fish. These people really learn quite fast. Yi-Shan couldn't help but chuckle. Yi-Chen originally wanted to try again, but seeing so many people, the fish in the river had already been scared away, so he had to give up on the thought of shooting fish. Fortunately they had left half a fish when they sold it earlier, weighing at least 2 jin, enough for the family to enjoy a delicious fish soup. "Let's go home for dinner," Yi-Shan said with a beaming smile, feeling quite pleased. Although they encountered bandits on the way, this trip was quite fruitful, and not only did he have a few extra taels of silver, but he also bought plenty of food and even 2 cotton coats, making it a bountiful return. He was eager to go home and share this happiness with his family. All right. Yi Chen walked alongside, smiling in response, his mood considerably uplifted. As they walked, he glanced down at the exquisite and sharp arrows in his quiver, filled with anticipation. If he encountered wild boars again, his arrows would surely be effective. As dusk gradually descended, wisps of smoke began to curl up from the village. In a small courtyard, a quirky girl clad in a patched winter coat stood at the gate, constantly peering outside. Her small face was flushed red by the biting cold wind as she instinctively shrank her neck, quietly mumbling. Why haven't big brother and second brother returned yet? It's already dark, why does it take so long to enter the city? She thought, I wonder if big brother and second brother brought me any tasty treats. Yi Linger's heart was filled with anticipation, hoping Yi Shan and Yi Chen would return soon and bring her some delicious food from the city. Unbeknownst to her, the sky had begun to sprinkle snowflakes again and the cold wind intensified. Sister-in-law. It's snowing again. Yi Linger turned to call towards the kitchen. Immediately Li Shi hurried out of the kitchen, her face filled with worry. Looking up at the snowflakes gently falling from the night sky, she felt a surge of panic as darkness enveloped the surroundings. Didn't the head of the household and the second son go to the city at dawn? It shouldn't take them this long to return if the round trip is only half a day's journey. What could have happened? Li Shi murmured softly, growing increasingly anxious and sensing an unease. She hurriedly turned back to the kitchen, lit a lantern and stepped outside. Father, I'll go to the village entrance to meet the eldest and the second. The bamboo rat porridge is already cooked in the pot. You and Linger should eat first. Li Shi said as she passed through the courtyard, glancing at Yi Yuanfeng, who was sitting on the threshold of the main room. You go ahead, I'll wait for you to return so we can eat together. Yi Yuanfeng replied, equally worried. If it weren't for his poor health, he would have wanted to follow the route to the city to search for them. Sister-in-law, I'll go with you. Upon seeing this, Yi Linger immediately trotted after her. Li Shi, feeling anxious, glanced at Yi Linger but didn't refuse, continuing toward the village entrance. At this moment the village was pitch dark, and carrying the lantern alone would be frightening. Having Yi Linger for company was just the courage she needed. The two walked hastily, and before long they arrived at the village entrance. From a distance the road outside the village was dark and empty, stirring their growing unease. Why haven't they returned yet? Li Shi anxiously paced in place, her heart filled with trepidation. Yi Linger watched with wide eyes, feeling a tinge of nervousness and worry. Her fingers tightened, turning pale as her anxiety grew. A woman passed by on the roadside, her gaze sweeping over Li Shi and Yi Linger. Suddenly she stopped, looking at them with a sly grin and raised eyebrows. Isn't this the family of Yi Lao? Why are you still standing at the village entrance? Didn't your eldest and second son go to the city early this morning? They couldn't possibly still be gone, could they? Hearing this, Li Shi turned to glance at the woman, her brow furrowing slightly as a flicker of annoyance crossed her eyes. This woman was none other than the yellow-faced woman who had cursed Yi Shan and Yi Chen yesterday at the village entrance. Li Shi had no good feelings for her and was too lazy to engage. The yellow-faced woman, seeing that Li Shi was ignoring her, remained standing, clearly waiting to enjoy the spectacle, and spoke mockingly. With so much wild boar meat, they should be able to sell it for a good price in the city. Once a man has money, he can easily turn bad. Besides, there are so many fun places in the city, and maybe those two brothers are out there enjoying themselves with women. Given the character of your second son, finding women must be a common affair. I suggest you stop waiting, they'll return once they've had their fill of fun. Upon hearing this, Li Shi instantly became furious. She whipped around to glare at the yellow-faced woman, resembling a lioness defending her cubs, and coldly retorted. Old Wang's family, if you dare to speak nonsense again, watch out, I'll tear your mouth apart. The tiger does not show its might, and she thought herself a sick cat. She hadn't argued with the woman before out of laziness, but now that Yi Shan and Yi Chen had yet to return, her anxiety flared and she shot back fiercely, startling the yellow-faced woman. Li Shi usually rarely quarreled with anyone in the village, let alone became angry. Her current demeanor was completely different. The yellow-faced woman paled, staring at the fierce Li Shi in astonishment. Her momentum weakened instantly, and she opened her mouth to say a few more words, but when it came to her lips she lacked the courage, her heart trembling. I was just saying something. The yellow-faced woman awkwardly turned to leave, her pace quickening, and in the blink of an eye she vanished into the night. Yi Linger beside her stared in surprise, her mouth agape as she admired the fierce Li Shi, her eyes sparkling. Sister-in-law, you're so awesome. Upon hearing this, Li Shi gradually calmed down, looking down at Yi Linger with a faint smile. In the village, the more you endure, the easier it is to be bullied. Linger, you should go home first. Sister-in-law will go look for them. If they might be walking slowly because it's too dark out. Li Shi said to Yi Linger, and although she felt frightened walking alone in the snowy cold, she couldn't bear to let Yi Linger accompany her any longer. Yi Linger shook her head, her eyes resolute. Sister-in-law, I'll go with you. Upon hearing this, Li Shi opened her mouth, her face brightening with a smile, and nodded. All right then, let's go. Li Shi took Yi Linger's small hand holding the lantern in the other and walked towards the village exit. The bright glow of the lantern followed their movement, shining brilliantly in the darkness. After walking a distance, shadows began to appear in the darkness ahead. Li Shi was startled and quickly stopped moving the lantern forward, her expression tense as she called out. Who's there? Who is in front? She nervously sweated in her palms. If it were a passerby with ill intentions, she would immediately pull Yi Linger to run. It's me. Just wait at home. Why did you come out? It's so cold and it's snowing. Yi Shan's voice came from the darkness and the footsteps grew closer. Is it you, the head of the household? Li Shi recognized her husband's voice immediately, her expression lighting up with joy as she quickly jogged forward with the lantern. As she approached, the light of the lantern illuminated Yi Chen and Yi Shan's figures. The two were carrying heavy baskets, trudging forward with heavy footsteps, panting and exhaling puffs of white breath in the firelight. Looking at her two brothers who were safe and sound, Li Shi finally relaxed her taut heart, her anxious expression easing as she let out a long breath. Head of the household, why did you come back so late? It's already dark and I was so worried. Li Shi looked at Yi Shan, unable to help but complain, her heart filled with both anger and joy. Although she trusted Yi Shan's character and believed he wouldn't go to the city for frivolity, she couldn't help but wonder why they had been out so long. Where could they have been wandering? Upon hearing this, Yi Shan straightened his posture, paused to catch his breath, and then forced a wry smile as he began to explain. It's a long story. This morning when the second brother and I entered the city, we went fishing for a while, but on the way we encountered highway robbers which delayed us quite a bit. Fortunately, the second brother is skilled and shot several robbers, saving a noble lady from the city. If it weren't for that, you probably wouldn't have seen us at all. Mountain bandits. Upon hearing this, Li's expression turned to one of shock, her heart trembling as she scrutinized Yi Shan and Yi Chen with concern, nervously asking. Then. You both weren't hurt, right? Second brother, how are you? Upon learning the details, Li's earlier resentment dissipated completely, leaving only her concern for the two. Don't worry, neither the second brother nor I were hurt, we're just fine. Yi Shan hurriedly reassured her with a smile. Yi Chen, standing nearby, also chuckled as he waved his hand, saying, Sister-in-law, don't worry, I shot down those robbers before they could get close. Hearing their words, Li patted her chest and finally felt relieved, saying, that's good, as long as you're safe, that's all that matters. Yi Linger listened with shining eyes, unable to resist giving Yi Chen a thumbs up, exclaiming, second brother, you're really amazing. Now the snow had started to fall heavier, cascading down with a swish, quickly covering several people's heads and blanketing the ground in a layer of white. Li looked at the falling snow and finally reacted quickly, turning to Yi Shan and Yi Chen, saying, hurry back, it's freezing out here. If there's anything to discuss, let's talk at home. Seeing that the two were safe, she felt at ease and hurried them along, fearing they might catch cold. All right, we're going home. Yi Shan replied cheerfully. The group walked briskly towards the village, filled with laughter and joy. Master, should I help you carry that? Seeing Yi Shan struggling with the heavy basket, Li offered to lighten his load. No need, it's just a few steps to home, I can carry it. Besides, this basket is filled with grain, it's quite heavy and I don't want you to tire yourself out. Yi Shan waved his hand to refuse, insisting on moving forward without handing over the basket. Seeing this, Li had no choice but to give in, walking closely beside Yi Shan and holding up the basket to ease his burden. The group quickly returned home. Yi Yuanfeng was still sitting on the threshold of the main house. Upon seeing Yi Chen and the others walk through the courtyard gate, the frown on his face slowly relaxed and a glimmer of light flashed in his murky eyes as he sighed in relief. Back already? A heavy voice echoed. Yi Chen looked up at Yi Yuanfeng, nodded steadily and said, Father, sorry to worry you. He could tell that Yi Yuanfeng had been concerned, just like Li, clearly anxious earlier. Yi Yuanfeng feigned calmness and nodded, saying, it's good that you're back, put down your things and let's eat. At this moment, Yi Shan and Yi Chen also set down the basket on their backs, relaxing their shoulders and feeling considerably lighter, their breaths finally coming easier. Huff. The weight they carried along the way had nearly exhausted Yi Chen. If it weren't for the darkness pressing them to hurry, he would have wished to rest a few more times. Li looked at the heavy basket, her eyes lighting up as a broad smile spread across her face. So much grain. The rice jar at home can finally be filled and we won't have to worry about going hungry this winter. It's all thanks to the second brother, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to gather this much grain. Yishan wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled as he looked at Li. Not only grain. The second brother even specially bought you cotton clothes. As he spoke, he took out the cotton clothes wrapped in coarse cloth from the basket, handing one piece to Li. Cotton clothes. For me. Li was momentarily stunned, her expression filled with surprise as she couldn't quite believe it. She had forgotten when she last added to her wardrobe. But these cotton clothes are so expensive, why waste money on this? This must have cost a lot, right? As she took the cotton clothes handed to her by Yishan, her arms trembled slightly, her eyes reddening, instantly tears welling up as she spoke about wastefulness, yet her heart was overwhelmed with emotion. She merely glanced down at the new cotton clothes in her hands and instantly she couldn't part with them. What woman doesn't love new clothes? But she only considered herself last. Sister-in-law, it's not too much money, as long as you like it, that's enough. Once our family's situation improves, there will be more new clothes in the future. Yichen said with a smile. Li had contributed so much to this family and she truly deserved a new cotton outfit. Upon hearing this, Li could no longer hold back. Her heart was overwhelmed with gratitude, tears streaming down her face, and her gaze towards Yichen changed. The second brother is really becoming more considerate. Thank you, sister-in-law. Li had observed Yichen's changes and was increasingly hopeful about life. Yi Linger, watching from the side, was filled with envy, saying, wow. These cotton clothes are really beautiful. If sister-in-law wears them, she must look stunning. Upon hearing this, Yichen noticed the eager light in Yi Linger's eyes, smiling as he took out another piece of cotton clothes wrapped in coarse cloth from the basket, unwrapping it and handing it over. This piece of cotton clothes is for Linger, do you like it? Yi Linger was momentarily taken aback, her mouth agape in astonishment as she stared at the cotton clothes Yichen was handing over, exclaiming with both surprise and joy. Second brother is this cotton clothes really for me? I must be dreaming, right? She was dazed for several seconds, rubbing her eyes vigorously in disbelief, unable to believe that Yichen had bought her a piece of cotton clothes as well. After all, a piece of cotton clothes is expensive. Villagers generally wear the same cotton clothes for several years, with few willing to spend money on new ones. Yi Linger's clothes were all patched up by sister-in-law Li. She had dreamed of owning new clothes. Of course it's for you, take it and try it on. If it fits, wear it. Yichen said with a smile, watching his sister, who was cautiously worried about being in a dream, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache, silently vowing to provide them with a better life. Ah. Second brother, you're the best. Yi Linger confirmed that she wasn't dreaming, and the moment she took the cotton clothes she joyfully leaped into Yichen's embrace, acting spoiled. This girl. Yi Yuanfeng, sitting on the threshold of the main house, couldn't help but smile, his face full of contentment as he watched the harmonious family, and when his gaze fell on Yichen it was filled with admiration. This child has truly grown up, he can support a family now. At night the fire pit in the main room was piled high with charcoal glowing red as the gentle breeze stirred up flickering flames. The warmth enveloped the entire room, providing a stark contrast to the chill outside. A small iron pot was set up over the fire pit as Li placed a piece of tender pork belly left over from yesterday into the pot, which sizzled as the heat rendered the fat and steam, releasing an irresistible fragrance. Once the oil and water in the pot were sufficiently extracted, she took the piece of pork belly out and placed it into a ceramic bowl for use in future stir-fries. Next she placed the cleaned large fish head into the iron pot, ensuring it was in close contact with the oil. Sizzle. The pot immediately erupted with splattering oil crackling loudly. Sitting nearby, Yichen and others were immediately tempted by the aroma, their fingers itching with desire. Yi Linger was particularly drooling, her gaze fixed unblinkingly on the pot. When the fish head turned golden, Yishan, who was helping out, poured the boiled hot water into the pot. With a loud sizzle, a thick cloud of steam billowed up, bubbling vigorously as the golden fish head rolled in the milky broth, a layer of golden oil floating on the surface. Li, with practiced skill, added the cut fish meat into the pot, where it tumbled in the boiling broth, cooking through in an instant. The fragrance wafted out, steaming towards the outside, filling the courtyard with its delightful scent. The neighbor next door, who had just finished dinner, hadn't gone to bed yet. Upon smelling the enticing aroma, he swallowed hard, his stomach growling, suddenly feeling hungry again. It smells so good. Is the neighbor frying fish soup? Gulp. It must be delicious. An old man licked his lips repeatedly, closing his eyes to savor the fragrance, mumbling with envy. The woman lying beside him frowned slightly, her expression strange as she murmured, "This Yi family's second son wasn't like this before. Why has he suddenly become so capable recently? He can catch game and fish. Could it be that the old Yi family did something for him and he suddenly had a breakthrough? I must ask the wife of the old Yi family tomorrow if there's some secret recipe so that our son can also have a breakthrough." In the Yi family's courtyard, Li served each person a bowl of fish soup with several pieces of fresh white fish meat floating steaming hot. After taking a sip, warmth spread throughout his body. Finishing a bowl of fish soup made him break into a slight sweat, feeling much more comfortable in his stomach. "This fish soup is truly delicious," Yi Shan exclaimed, unable to hold back his admiration. Seated next to him, Yi Yuanfeng also wore a satisfied expression, squinting his eyes as he savored the flavors in his mouth, feeling warm all over. Even his coughs had lessened. "Sister-in-law's fish soup is amazing." After finishing the fish meat in her bowl, Yi Linger put down her bowl and chopsticks, clapping her hands in praise. The pot of fish soup quickly neared the bottom, yet none of them felt full. However, it was merely meant to fill their stomachs a little to keep Yi Shan and Yi Chen warm. Before they returned, Li had already cooked a delicious bamboo rat meat porridge. Yi Shan eagerly ran to the kitchen and soon returned with a basin of fragrant bamboo rat porridge, its golden oil wafting a rich aroma. Yi Chen peeked in and felt a surge of anticipation, saying, "Sister-in-law truly has great cooking skills. If this bamboo rat porridge looks delicious." Hearing Yi Chen's praise, Li couldn't help but smile with joy. It was undoubtedly recognition for her culinary skills, and she immediately laughed. "If it's good, eat more later. Tonight's bamboo rat meat porridge is plentiful, so everyone can eat their fill." Yesterday Yi Shan had brought back several bamboo rats, enough for the family to have several meals, plus the game Yi Chen brought in had exchanged for quite a bit of grain, allowing Li to cook the meat porridge without being as frugal as before. Now she took an iron ladle and ceramic bowl to serve the porridge generously, giving each person's bowl several pieces of tender bamboo rat meat, and Yi Linger's bowl was no exception. Neither she nor Li had to pick at scraps anymore. Yi Linger looked down at the meat porridge in her bowl, her eyes wide in shock, swallowing hard as she exclaimed, "Wow! So much meat. This flavor is simply exquisite. I want to eat 2 bowls." Hearing this, Li smiled at her with affection. All right, you can eat 3 bowls today." A large basin of bamboo rat meat porridge was Li's greatest confidence. The family finished this delicious dinner amidst laughter, rubbing their round bellies with contented expressions. Yi Shan helped Li clear the dinner table and iron pot, while Yi Linger happily licked the candied hawthorn that Yi Chen had brought back for her. Yi Yuanfeng plopped down on the doorstep of the main room, leaning back slightly to digest, his appreciative gaze fixed on Yi Chen, who was practicing archery in the courtyard, occasionally stroking his beard and nodding in satisfaction. Whoosh! 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 One arrow after another flew from Yi Chen's hand. The force was not great and he did not aim deliberately, yet with the proficient archery skill most arrows easily struck the nearby wooden stake. Archery Proficiency 1. Archery Proficiency 1. Archery Proficiency 1. 7 or 8 out of 10. Yi Chen was not very satisfied with this result. He wanted a 100% hit rate and a stronger explosive power. Only with the combination of these two could he achieve the strongest form. After witnessing the prowess of a martial artist with internal strength, Yi Chen realized his own insignificance. His current archery skills were fine for dealing with ordinary people, but against true experts he might falter. Fortunately, with the proficiency system he could easily improve his archery level with more practice, gaining higher critical hit rates. He dared not waste a moment, cherishing every second to practice archery. Having eaten and drunk enough, his strength slightly improved and he wouldn't tire as quickly. To ensure his family could live a better life without worrying about the cold winter and hunger, he felt a surge of motivation. Unaware of fatigue, he continued to shoot arrows, tirelessly repeating the same motion. One arrow after another. In the biting cold wind, the melodic notification sound resonated in Yi Chen's mind, giving him immense motivation. Archery Proficiency 1. Archery Proficiency 1. Archery Proficiency 1. Night deepened, snow thickened steadily in the courtyard. Fwhip. Another arrow flew forth. Yi Chen slowly lowered his longbow, his arms aching so fiercely he could barely lift them. A thin crimson gash split open across the fingers that drew the bowstring, oozing droplets of blood. Neither his exhausted arm strength nor his wounded fingers permitted further practice. This was the body's absolute limit, and Yi Chen reluctantly abandoned the idea of continuing his archery training. He focused his mind inward and summoned his attribute interface. Host Yi Chen. Strength 5, Proficiency 0, 100, Average Human Baseline 8, Enhanced Strength yields greater physical power. Agility 3 Proficiency 0 100 Average Human Baseline 5, Enhanced Agility grants swifter movement. Evasion 2 Proficiency 0 100 Average Human Baseline 3, Enhanced Evasion grants a chance to deflect incoming attacks. Physique 2 Proficiency 0 100 Average Human Baseline 3, Enhanced Physique bolsters defensive resilience. Special Skill Archery Proficiency 8 315000, Mastery attained 15 chance to trigger critical strikes 3 arrow barrage. His archery proficiency had surged once more, yet the gap to the next realm remained considerable. Yichen reflected quietly. The system allowed him to reallocate his cultivation focus every 10 days, be it archery strength physique or another attribute. 4 days had already passed. If he could elevate his archery to the next tier within the remaining 6 days, he would feel confident shifting his focus elsewhere. After all other attributes were equally vital to him, especially strength, which directly amplified the destructive force of his arrows and greatly aided hunting. That need was urgent, undeniable. He refused to waste another full 10-day cycle solely on archery. Instead, he yearned for accelerated growth across multiple domains, though such ambition was no simple feat. Raising his gaze, he noticed Yi Yuanfeng, who had sat silently upon the main hall's threshold for a long while. Now at last his father spoke. "Second son, your archery is already exceptional, you've improved remarkably fast. But remember to rest well and heed your body. Do not rush this path. Mastery of archery cannot be achieved overnight. There has never been a shortcut to true excellence." Hearing those words, Yichen turned his attention to his father. Inwardly he believed relentless practice was the shortcut, but outwardly he replied dutifully. "Father is right. It grows late. Please return indoors and rest, do not catch a chill." Unaware of the hour, Yichen had trained far into the night. Yishan and Li Shi had long since finished their chores and retired to bed. Even Yilinger was surely lost in dreams by now. Only Yi Yuanfeng had remained beside him, steadfastly keeping watch as the snow fell heavier and heavier. Yichen worried for his father's health, fearing wind cold might take hold. "Very well. Rest early yourself too." Yi Yuanfeng nodded, rising slowly. He paused a moment, then lifted his eyes toward the drifting snowflakes beneath the ink-black sky, lost in quiet contemplation. This snow will not cease any time soon. Tomorrow will likely bring the same heavy storm. Mountain paths will be treacherous. Stay home tomorrow. Rise later in the morning. Yichen felt warmth bloom in his chest at his father's concern. Smiling, he nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, father, I understand." With ample grain stored in the household's rice jar, there was no urgency to hunt in the mountains. Even 10 or 15 days of unrelenting snow posed no threat of starvation for his family. Once his instructions were delivered and feeling returned to his stiff legs, Yi Yuanfeng turned and walked back into the house. Yichen stood alone in the courtyard, stifling a yawn, then shook snow from his shoulders. The flakes cascaded softly, whispering as they fell. Without delay he gripped his longbow and slung the quiver over his shoulder, striding toward the nearby dwelling. Ever since thieves had broken into their home, Yichen habitually kept his bow and arrows beside his pillow each night, ready to respond instantly to any disturbance in the dark. Silence settled fully over the courtyard, broken only by the hushed rustle of falling snow. When the oil lamps inside the rooms flickered out, the small compound sank into profound darkness. Gradually dawn lightened the sky, the eastern horizon blushed with the pale silver of daybreak, and soft radiance spilled once more across the courtyard. Yichen slept soundly, and awoke to brilliant daylight streaming through his window. Ah! He sat up, stretching with a wide yawn. His limbs felt deeply relaxed, though his raised arms throbbed with lingering soreness. Yet recalling last night's surge in proficiency, his spirits soared. Every ache, every drop of sweat, had been worth it. As he donned his padded winter coat and stepped outside, a biting wind struck his face, instantly scattering the residual warmth clinging to his skin. A thick blanket of snow covered the courtyard floor. Each footstep sank deep, crunching audibly, nearly swallowing his boots whole. A thick blanket of snow covered the courtyard floor. Each footstep sank deep, crunching audibly, nearly swallowing his boots whole. He hastily withdrew his foot and pushed off with his other leg, leaping deftly onto the eaves-covered stone step, thus avoiding the snowdrifts that would have soaked his shoes completely. "Second son, you're awake. Come drink some hot congee to warm your bones. Last night's blizzard has surely sealed the mountain trails. Stay home today. It's too dangerous to go hunting." Yishan stood at the main hall's doorway, iron shovel in hand, preparing to clear the snow. Seeing Yichen approach, he called out warmly. "Yes." Yichen replied simply. Snow had begun falling during his archery practice the previous night, and Yi Yuanfeng had already advised him against entering the mountains today, a counsel Yi Chen had accepted willingly, which explained why he'd slept so deeply and risen so late. Second son's up. 2 steamed corn buns remain in the pot, I'll bring them right over. Li Shi's voice drifted from the kitchen. Let me get them. Yi Chen had just stepped toward the main hall when he heard Li Shi's offer, and decided to fetch the buns himself. But before he could move, she emerged from the kitchen holding a ceramic bowl brimming with steamed buns. I'll handle it, Li Shi said cheerfully as she walked her steps steady along the snow-free path Yi Shan had already cleared between the main hall and the kitchen. Thank you, sister-in-law. Yi Chen paused and reached out to accept the warm ceramic bowl as she approached. Oh nonsense, we're family. Eat quickly before it cools, she replied lightly, turning back toward the kitchen. Yi Chen glanced down at the steaming buns, his heart swelling with quiet gratitude. Turning, he entered the main hall. Outside, Yi Shan swung his shovel rhythmically. Soon a clear expanse of ground emerged from the white shroud. Suddenly figures appeared beyond the courtyard gate. Uncle Lin, Auntie, what brings you here? Yi Shan watched the figures appearing outside the door, his movements halted as he gripped the iron shovel, frozen in place, a surge of tension rising within him. Sensing the unfriendly expressions on the faces of the visitors, he vaguely felt an ominous premonition. Could it be Master who has come? In the kitchen, Li Shi heard the commotion and hurriedly stepped out, her gaze falling upon the figures entering the courtyard. Leading the group was a middle-aged man dressed in a black cotton coat, his long and dark face resembling a shoe sole, now looking quite intimidating. Behind him followed a dark-complexioned woman with a long face and a girl adorned with heavy rouge. Li Shi immediately recognized their identities as the Lin family couple and their daughter Lin Qingxue, who had an engagement arranged with Yes family years ago. Like Yi Shan, she stood in shock for a few seconds, a hint of panic flashing across her face as she nervously forced a smile. So it's the in-laws who have come, and Qingxue is here too. Just in time, our second son is home today, please come in. I will go boil some hot water and prepare some tea for you. Before Li Shi could finish her sentence, the lead man Lin Erai interrupted with a long face. Who are you calling in-laws? While food can be eaten haphazardly, words should not be spoken carelessly. Our family's engagement has not been finalized yet. You do not make baseless claims here. Do not worry about it. We have come today to annul the engagement. Let your elder come out and return Lin Qingxue's marriage contract. From now on, Lin Qingxue and your second son will have no relations whatsoever. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the courtyard suddenly felt frozen. Both Yi Shan and Li Shi stood there at a loss, unsure of what to do. Although the Lin family had sent word a few days ago stating their intent to cancel the engagement between Yi Chen and Lin Qingxue, they still hoped for a chance of reconciliation, even saving money to arrange a proposal for Yi Chen. However, they never expected that the other party would actually come in person to break off the engagement. Yi Shan quickly realized and felt anxious. Uncle Lin, this isn't right, is it? The marriage between our second son and Qingxue was arranged since childhood. Moreover, they grew up together as childhood sweethearts. How can it just be unilaterally annulled? Let's discuss this further. Our second son is not the same as before. He can go into the mountains to hunt now and will soon have enough betrothal gifts to propose. Yi Shan still tried to salvage the engagement, hastily dropping the iron shovel and stepping forward to pull the others into the house for a detailed discussion. This was about Yi Chen's future happiness. Humph. The long-faced woman rolled her eyes disdainfully, scoffing. Your second son, that good for nothing, can go into the mountains to hunt. What a joke. If he goes into the mountains, he might even lose himself, let alone hunt. The Lin family residing in the nearby Ban Shan village were unaware of Yi Chen's recent achievement of hunting a wild boar and could only mock him based on their past rigid impressions. Lin Erai showed no mercy, shrugging off Yi Shan's arm with a stern face. What else is there to discuss? What's wrong with a marriage that was arranged since childhood? As long as our Qingxue has not entered your household, we can cancel it whenever we want. This matter is decided by me. No matter how Yi Chen has changed in my eyes, he is no different from a good for nothing and is utterly unworthy of our Qingxue. Hearing Lin Erai say this, Yi Shan wanted to explain for Yi Chen. After all, he had witnessed Yi Chen's changes over the past few days and knew he was fully worthy of Lin Qingxue. Uncle Lin, let me explain. Before Yi Shan could finish, Lin Erai impatiently waved his hand to interrupt. To be honest, we initially thought to connect with your Yi family because you seem to be doing well. Now with one person sick, another lame, and one good for nothing, I will never marry my daughter to you. Your Yi family has failed. You should have some self-awareness and not delay our Qingxue's future. Upon hearing this, Yi Shan's face turned red and white, feeling the raw disdain from the other party. Although he was somewhat angered, he could only endure for Yi Chen's marriage, speaking humbly. Uncle Lin, our second son has truly changed. How about this? What conditions would it take to prevent the annulment and allow Qingxue to marry our second son? Just tell us and we will do our utmost to meet your requirements. What do you say? Seeing his persistence, Lin Erai frowned slightly, still wearing a sour expression. Before he could respond, the long-faced woman behind him turned her eyes and spoke to Yishan. All right, if your Yi family can provide 10 taels of silver as a betrothal gift plus 5 pieces of cloth, 200 pounds of grain and a sheep, then our family will agree to marry Qingxue to your second son. Upon hearing this, everyone present was stunned, their eyes wide in disbelief. 10 taels of silver. Yishan exclaimed, shocked by the unexpectedly high price. It must be noted that in this year of famine even a few dozen pounds of grain would suffice to marry a wife. At this moment numerous villagers had gathered outside the gate to watch the commotion, and upon hearing the long-faced woman's demands they couldn't help but gasp. 10 taels of silver. That's too much. Last month when old Li's daughter got married they only demanded a piece of cloth and 100 pounds of grain as a bride price. Her daughter isn't a celestial being, so how dare she ask for 10 taels of silver? Not to mention 200 pounds of grain and a sheep, thinking the old Yi family is easy to bully. It seems that the Lin family is deliberately making things difficult for the old Yi family, knowing they can't possibly come up with that much silver, right? Sigh. Since old Yi couldn't hunt after falling ill, their living conditions have worsened day by day. Recently their second son suddenly became clever and brought back plenty of game from the mountains, but 10 taels of silver is still far too much for the Yi family to gather. The murmurs outside the courtyard grew louder, with many villagers feeling sympathetic and unable to tolerate the long-faced woman's blatant, unreasonable demands. Hearing these discussions, the long-faced woman's expression darkened. She glanced at Yishan, her impatience evident as she said, "If your family cannot come up with these betrothal gifts, then there's no need to continue this discussion. Wanting to marry without money? Dream on. Without that capability, don't boast. There are plenty of people who want to marry our Qingxue, even if your Yi family does not." This. Yishan looked troubled, unsure of what to do. He wanted to agree but couldn't produce that much silver, and not agreeing made him fear that Yi Chen would not be able to withstand the annulment. Caught in this dilemma, Yi Chen walked out from the main house. "Whether you want to marry or not is up to you. I have no desire to marry either. It's not like she's made of gold." With a single phrase Yi Chen ignited the fury of the Lin family. "Yi heir, what are you saying? What gives you the right to look down on our Qingxue?" The long-faced woman behind him glared at Yi Chen with displeasure, her teeth clenched in anger. "Pa! You worthless fool, you don't want to marry her. Well, our Qingxue won't marry you either. When the time comes you'll regret it. Even if you offer silver, I won't let my daughter marry you." Lin Qingxue, who had been silent, was now filled with resentment as she stared at Yi Chen, who stood at the door of the main house, her eyes filled with hatred and defiance. In her view, Yi Chen should be begging her not to break off the engagement. How could he be so dismissive? Wasn't he looking down on her too much? Yi Chen's words undoubtedly struck at Lin Qingxue's proud self-esteem, and at this moment she wished she could pounce on him and tear his face apart. "That bastard! Heir, what are you saying? Don't be impulsive." Yishan was momentarily taken aback. Although he felt relieved, he quickly ran to Yi Chen's side, looking nervous as he tried to advise him. "Let's talk calmly. This concerns your marriage. Don't act foolishly. The betrothal gift might still be negotiable." Hearing this, Yi Chen knew that Yishan was looking out for him. Even after being humiliated, he remained humble, and warmth filled his heart as he gently patted Yishan's shoulder, speaking calmly. "Elder brother, I heard everything you just said. Since the Lin family looks down on us Yi family, there's no need to discuss this further. Rather than endure this humiliation, it's better to break off this engagement. It's good for everyone. Is it true that without Zhang the butcher we can't eat pork? It's not like the Lin family has any daughters. What are they flaunting? Do they really think they're superior? Some people can't be treated with kindness, otherwise they'll take it for granted." Yishan stared blankly at Yi Chen, feeling a sense of familiarity mixed with strangeness. In the past, Yi Chen had been desperate to marry Lin Qingxue. He would have been begging the Lin family not to break off the engagement, agreeing to any conditions they proposed without hesitation, possibly even kneeling to plead. It was this impression that made Yishan go to great lengths to salvage this engagement. Who would have thought Yi Chen had let it go? This left Yishan both surprised and delighted, yet somewhat hesitant. What if Yi Chen regretted it later? Meanwhile, Lin Erai, standing in the courtyard, turned dark as a pot bottom upon hearing Yi Chen's words, breathing heavily through his nostrils as he glared at Yi Chen. Ye heir, this is what you said. Alright, today this engagement is off. No one can change that. From now on our Lin family will sever all ties with your Yi family. Don't think of any friendship. If you want to marry our Qingxue again, there's no way. Meeting Lin Erai's gaze, Yi Chen nodded indifferently. Sure, if we don't associate then we won't. With your family's habit of taking advantage, I'm not interested anyway. But let me make it clear, this engagement is not a retreat from the Lin family, it's me Yi Chen choosing not to marry your daughter. As he spoke, he took out a yellowed marriage certificate from his pocket and in front of everyone tore it into pieces. He had delayed coming out earlier to find this marriage certificate with Yi Yuanfeng, and he didn't care much about this engagement. According to the memories of the original owner, when the Yi family was doing well, the Lin family would often take advantage of their in-law status, taking game and grain, claiming to borrow but never returning anything. The Yi family had also helped the Lin family frequently due to this engagement, never making them repay anything, while the Lin family always played the fool. Later, as the Yi family gradually declined and their situation worsened, the Lin family cut off all contact and directly proposed to break the engagement. The original owner grew up with Lin Qingxue and knew her character best. She was far from the innocent facade she presented, often helping the Lin family take advantage and frequently tricking the original owner into buying her various things only to flirt with other men behind his back, a true schemer. Even if the Lin family hadn't come to break off the engagement, Yi Chen wanted to find a chance to clarify things with his family and cancel the marriage, and now he had no hesitation whatsoever. Seeing this situation, everyone was dumbfounded, and no one expected Yi Chen to so decisively tear up the marriage certificate. The villagers outside the courtyard who were watching the show all knew about the relationship between Yi Chen and Lin Qingxue, and they were astonished by his resolute demeanor. Did I see this wrong? Yi heir tore up the marriage certificate. He really doesn't intend to marry the Lin family's girl. Wasn't it said that Yi family's second son wouldn't marry anyone but the Lin family's girl? He used to be at her beck and call. What happened to make him tear up the marriage certificate over a disagreement? The crowd outside buzzed with disbelief, astonished by Yi Chen's transformation. The Lin family in the courtyard was equally stunned, unable to believe their eyes as they looked at Yi Chen and the shredded marriage certificate, their minds feeling like they had exploded. You tore up the marriage certificate. Lin Erai exclaimed in shock. Good you Yi heir. The long-faced woman trembled with anger, seemingly filled with resentment for not achieving her goal. Lin Qingxue, standing nearby, had a face like water, feeling unexpected by Yi Chen's actions, tightly clenching her fists, glaring at him in fury. Although she also wanted to break off the engagement, being so abruptly dismissed by Yi Chen created an immense sense of disappointment. She had originally planned to wait for Yi Chen to beg her, relishing the feeling of superiority, and then reject him in a moment of pleading. Yet Yi Chen didn't even glance at her, treating her as if she were air, casually tearing up the engagement. This blatant disregard shattered Lin Qingxue's pride. Yi Chen, how could you do this? This is too much. Lin Qingxue shouted at Yi Chen with a face full of resentment. In response, Yi Chen merely glanced at her and chuckled disdainfully. Lin Qingxue, with your kind of attitude, do you really think you're a celestial being? You want me to beg you? Dream on. Yi Chen, you. Lin Qingxue was so angry that her teeth were grinding, her face alternating between green and pale, stamping her feet in place. The gaze she directed at Yi Chen was filled with shame and anger, wishing she could tear his mouth apart. Lin Qingxue's appearance was not particularly outstanding. She had once been elevated to the heavens by Yi Chen and came to believe she was as beautiful as a celestial being, gradually losing herself. Suddenly being mocked by Yi Chen, her mentality was on the verge of collapse. Beside her, a long-faced woman was furious, pointing at Yi Chen while trembling with rage, exclaiming, "You useless wretch, how dare you speak of my daughter like that? You can't back out of this marriage, don't even think about it. My daughter is a celestial being, you, a worthless scum, are not worthy of her. Slandering her is futile. Stop dreaming about taking what you can't have. From now on, don't come to my house to see my daughter. Just wait and see how you end up single." Lin Erai's face darkened with anger as he glared at Yi Chen and clenched his fists tightly. "You brat, do you dare to slander my daughter? I'll kill you," he said, wanting to take action against Yi Chen. "The officials have arrived." A sudden shout came from outside the courtyard. Everyone immediately calmed down, their gazes turning toward the outside, and Lin Erai paused, no longer daring to act against Yi Chen. If the officials saw this, it could easily lead to trouble. Why would officials come to the village? Who has done something wrong? A woman murmured with a puzzled expression. The other villagers watching were also baffled. Oh, those officials are coming this way. There are quite a few of them and they look intimidating. What is going on? They wouldn't be here for Ye's second son, would they? Everyone began to murmur. Yi Chen was notorious, and whenever something bad happened everyone would immediately think of him. Despite his changes in recent days he could not quickly alter the villagers' stereotypes about him. Moreover, the officials were clearly walking this way, evidently targeting the Yi family. Seeing this scene, the Lin family members were initially taken aback, then a sly expression appeared on their faces as they turned to Yi Chen, their eyes filled with mockery. Yi heir, look at the good things you've done if the officials have come to your door. With someone like you, how dare you look down on our Qingxue? I think this marriage should be called off lest it implicate our Lin family. This time you're going to pay for it. Lin Erai didn't forget to throw in a few jabs, thinking it was better than taking action himself, and prepared to watch the show. Unaware of the situation, Yi Shan and Li Shi were starting to get anxious, involuntarily glancing at Yi Chen, their hearts filled with worry. You haven't done anything wrong, have you? Yi Shan asked hesitantly. It was not that he didn't believe Yi Chen, but he had engaged in too many reckless acts in the past. Even if he had changed now, who knew if it was something from before that had surfaced? Yi Chen looked at the worried expressions of Yi Shan, and Li Shi smiled, waved his hand and reassured them, elder brother, sister-in-law, don't worry, nothing will happen. The arrival of officials might not necessarily be a bad thing. Hearing what Yi Chen said, Yi Shan and Li Shi were half convinced, still feeling anxious, their palms sweating. Li Shi grabbed Yi Shan's arm, looking apprehensively at the courtyard door, praying that the officials were just passing by. At this moment the villagers watching the commotion saw the officials had reached the front and quickly made way, their hearts filled with curiosity. Is Yi Chen living here? The leading officer suddenly stopped, looking at the nearby villagers and inquiring. They had seemingly asked their way here after entering the village. The villager who was asked was initially taken aback, but upon realizing who they were looking for he nervously began to respond, his mood quite agitated. Are you here for Yi heir? His house is right here at this courtyard, is it? He pointed at the courtyard before him, eager to help guide them. Thank you. Zhao Gang nodded slightly at him, then quickly led the officers several steps forward, passing through the crowd of villagers, and stepped into the small courtyard. The crowd outside the courtyard erupted in chatter. So these officials are really here for Yi heir. What has he done wrong? How did he attract so many officials? Yi heir is probably in for a tough time. Considering the officials' demeanor, this doesn't seem minor. Just when the Yi family had started to enjoy a few peaceful days, they encountered this kind of trouble. The Lin family really knows how to pick their days. Just as they were cutting ties with Yi heir, the officials came right after. Even if something occurs, it won't implicate them. The villagers watching were discussing it fervently, all feeling that the arrival of the officials boded ill for Yi Chen. The Lin family members in the courtyard heard the commotion and turned to look at the approaching officials, and seeing they were indeed here for Yi Chen, their hearts instantly burst with joy. The long-faced woman, filled with resentment, immediately moved closer, coming to Zhao Gang's side, pointing at Yi Chen standing at the main door, delighting in his misfortune. Officer, you are here for Yi Chen, right? He is the Yi family's second son, Yi Chen. This scoundrel is very bad, never does anything decent, often engages in petty theft. If there's anything, just arrest him. As she spoke, she shot a smug glance at Yi Chen, as if to say that this was the consequence of offending her. Zhao Gang was taken aback for a moment, first looking at Yi Chen, then at the woman beside him, slightly furrowing his brows and asking, who are you? What is your relationship with Yi Chen? Upon hearing this, the long-faced woman quickly distanced herself. Officer, please don't misunderstand, we have no relation to the Yi family at all. We are here to find Yi heir to cancel the engagement so he doesn't keep thinking about my daughter. Just arrest him, please don't arrest the wrong person. Lin Erai and Lin Qingxue, upon meeting Zhao Gang's gaze, also shook their heads, explaining. I have nothing to do with the Yi family. I have never agreed to this marriage. I don't like Yi Chen at all, I never thought of marrying him. Seeing this situation, Zhao Gang's expression turned even more peculiar as he glanced at the three of them and curled his lips, saying, who told you that I was here to arrest Yi Chen? The Lin family members were taken aback, waiting to see Yi Chen's misfortune, yet they didn't expect Zhao Gang to say this, their faces flashing with confusion as they hesitated. Officer, if you are not here to arrest Yi Chen, then what are you here for? Can this scoundrel do any good? In their minds, good things seemed to have nothing to do with Yi Chen. Zhao Gang ignored the Lin family members and instead looked at Yi Chen not far away, his serious expression softening a bit, taking on a playful tone. Yi heir, it seems your reputation in the village isn't very good. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief, their hearts racing. The crowd gathered at the gate erupted into chaos. What is going on? Why is the officer calling him Brother Yi? Are they close? When did Yi heir become acquainted with the officers? I've never heard of this. These officers aren't here to arrest Yi Chen if their tone suggests familiarity. Could it be that Yi Er is truly friends with these officers? It doesn't seem like it. The villagers looked at Zhao Gang and Yi Chen in the yard with astonished expressions filled with questions. When did Yi Chen become so well connected? Even the officers know him. The long-faced woman was left dumbfounded, unable to believe her eyes as she looked at Zhao Gang, her throat dry, doubting whether she had misheard. Yi. Brother, she murmured in disbelief. Before she could ask, Zhao Gang had already turned and walked forward. Yi Chen approached with a wry smile, looking at Zhao Gang and sighed, "I'm sorry for making brother Zhao laugh." He didn't bother explaining, as the original owner's reputation had indeed been quite poor and any explanation would only worsen the situation. Hearing Yi Chen say this, Zhao Gang waved his hand dismissively, his expression serious. "Don't say that. I know brother Yes' character well enough and won't misunderstand due to a few slanderous words from some petty people. If anyone were to claim that brother Yi has a poor character, that would be absolutely impossible. I believe in you. If you were truly of poor character, then there wouldn't be many good people left in this world." In his view, a person who would risk their life to save a stranger from a band of thieves could not possibly be a bad person. On the contrary, those who slander him are the truly despicable ones. Hearing Zhao Gang say this, Yi Chen felt his face flush. He wanted to explain but saw Zhao Gang continue speaking to himself. "It's good that this engagement is called off. I believe someone who would slander others to their face is not worthy of brother Yi. In the future, avoid associating with such people. Perhaps brother Yi will find fortune from this misfortune and meet an even better partner." The Lin family members looked at each other in confusion. Upon hearing Zhao Gang's words, the Lin family members were all stunned, originally intending to report Yi Chen only to find themselves labeled as the petty ones. They were still unconvinced, casting unfriendly glances at Zhao Gang, opening their mouths as if to say something, but upon seeing the officers nearby they swallowed their words. After all, in their eyes Zhao Gang was someone they couldn't afford to offend. While they could disdainfully confront Yi Chen, they lacked the courage to do the same with the officers. At this moment they could only endure their grievances, swallowing their anger and blaming Yi Chen for everything, their resentment growing. Yi Chen felt a bit embarrassed hearing Zhao Gang's words. He seemed to have become a saint, with all the troubles being attributed to others. However, regarding the matter of the annulment with the Lin family, he believed he had done nothing wrong, nodding in agreement. "Yes, brother Zhao is right. Our families will certainly have no more dealings in the future." As he tore apart the marriage contract with Lin Qingxue, he resolved to sever ties with the Lin family. He didn't care for such a bloodsucker at all. After saying this, Yi Chen didn't dwell on the matter any further. Instead, he looked up at Zhao Gang with curiosity and asked, "Brother Zhao, did you come to find me for something? Have the remaining thieves been caught?" He guessed that it might be related to the group of thieves from yesterday, otherwise Zhao Gang wouldn't have come looking for him, let alone brought so many officers. If it were a personal matter, Zhao Gang could have come alone without making a fuss, indicating that it was indeed a matter of public concern. "Could it be that you want me to identify the captured thieves at the government office?" Hearing this, a hint of embarrassment flashed across Zhao Gang's face as he hesitated and shook his head. "Not yet. We have already dispatched many people to search for the remaining thieves. As long as they are still within Jianglin County, we will catch them soon enough." At this moment he was quite confident, especially since the incident involved the county magistrate's daughter. This matter must be taken seriously and he will not rest until the thieves are caught. Meeting Yi Chen's puzzled gaze, Zhao Gang turned to one of the officers behind him and exchanged a glance. The officer immediately approached with a covered wooden tray. Zhao Gang then looked at Yi Chen and said, "Brother Yi, I came today to deliver some silver to you. Here are 50 taels of silver." As he spoke, he lifted the silk cloth covering the tray, revealing gleaming silver ingots. Hiss! Seeing this, the crowd was astonished, their eyes wide open, gasping in shock. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. "Silver, so much silver! Hiss! That's 50 taels. I've never seen so much silver in my life. What kind of luck has Yi Er struck? Why is the government giving him so much silver? The Yi family is about to prosper. 50 taels of silver is enough to buy how many acres of good land? Yi Er could easily afford to marry a wife with that." The villagers crowded at the gate of the yard couldn't help but exclaim, their hearts filled with envy. Many of them were struggling to make ends meet, and suddenly seeing so much silver was hard not to be tempted. This sum of silver could change the lives of many families in the village and alter the destinies of numerous individuals. At this moment the Lin family members were also dumbfounded, their eyes fixated on the silver ingots in the tray, their hearts racing. "Silver, it's really silver!" The long-faced woman exclaimed with shining eyes, Are these silver ingots all meant for Yi Er? Why? This kid has struck it rich. These officers came looking for him not to arrest him but to deliver silver. Lin Erai frowned, murmuring with a hint of jealousy. How could this happen? Yi Chen is rich now. If that's the case, this engagement shouldn't have been annulled. Lin Qingxue stared at the silver, a surge of regret washing over her. If only the annulment had been delayed a little longer, she and Yi Chen wouldn't have had to sever ties. After marrying, all that gleaming silver would have been hers. Just a little more. Lin Qingxue clenched her fists in frustration, feeling her nails dig into her flesh, her eyes fixed on the tray of silver as she plotted how to obtain it. Yi Shan and Li Shi were also left dumbfounded, almost dropping their jaws, each feeling as if they were in a dream. Suddenly someone delivered such a large sum of silver, leaving everyone bewildered. Previously they thought the officials were here to arrest Yi Chen and had even prepared to kneel and beg for mercy. Little did they know they had come to deliver silver. Both Yi Shan and Li Shi were aware of Yi Chen's deeds in shooting the bandits. After a brief moment of shock, they quickly reacted, their faces lighting up with excited smiles filled with joy. Yi Chen had become prosperous and they could bask in his glory. Yi Chen remained calm. After all, he had seen 50 taels of silver in the county office courtyard before, so this impact wasn't as great. Moreover, he had previously declined such a generous offer. At this moment he merely glanced at the silver on the tray before turning to Zhao Gang and spoke. Brother Zhao, this isn't appropriate. Didn't I already tell Lord Lu that I appreciate the sentiment, but there's no need for the silver? Before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Gang smiled and waved his hand in explanation. Brother Yi, you misunderstood. Yesterday we found the bodies of those bandits and confirmed that the leader is the notorious thief Li Hao, who is wanted by the government. This is the bounty issued by the provincial government. Regardless of life or death, anyone who captures Li Hao will receive 50 taels of silver. You shot and killed Li Hao, so this 50 taels of reward rightfully belongs to you. I am here on orders to deliver this reward to you, so please do not decline it again. Yesterday, seeing the corpse of the bandit leader Li Hao left him utterly shocked. He couldn't believe that the seemingly frail Yi Chen could shoot through the chest of a martial artist who had cultivated inner strength with a single arrow. This was simply unbelievable. If it weren't for Lu Mengyao personally telling him that Li Hao was shot dead by Yi Chen, Zhao Gang still wouldn't believe Yi Chen had such capability. This also made Zhao Gang realize he had misjudged. If this seemingly unremarkable young hunter might possess secrets he was unaware of, possibly being a hidden master. This sparked his desire to befriend Yi Chen, and when he saw him he immediately addressed him as brother. At this everyone present was astonished, their eyes simultaneously landing on Yi Chen. What bandit leader? Yi Lao killed a wanted criminal. How is that possible? Can he even kill someone? Moreover, he is a mountain bandit leader. With the official bounty delivered, it seems this matter is indeed true. Brother Yi of the Yi family is truly capable. At such a young age he has accomplished such a great feat, earning so much silver. I've always thought that Yi Chen had great potential. Indeed, he is extraordinary. If only my child could be as impressive as him. Numerous villagers outside the courtyard who had come to watch the excitement began to praise Yi Chen, making him feel handsome and compelling, wishing they could bring their daughters over to discuss marriage. The Lin family stood rooted to the spot, taking several seconds to regain their senses, feeling utterly shocked. Killing someone. Lin Erai, who had wanted to teach Yi Chen a lesson earlier, couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling a tremor in his heart, his face paling slightly. If he had acted on impulse just now, would Yi Chen have killed him too? Lin Qingxue stared blankly at Yi Chen, finding it hard to believe. They had grown up together and she thought she knew Yi Chen very well. To her he was just a useless waste who struggled to kill a chicken, let alone a mountain bandit leader. Yet this incident had been confirmed by the officials. It was indeed Yi Chen's doing, and they had even delivered the reward. This undoubtedly indicated one thing: she had misjudged him. Lin Qingxue gritted her teeth, her eyes flashing with resentment, feeling that Yi Chen had not been honest with her, possessing such skills yet never informing her. If she had known Yi Chen's capabilities beforehand, perhaps she wouldn't have made the decision to break off the engagement. Hearing Zhao Gang's explanation, Yi Chen suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Then thank you, brother Zhao. Since it was a reward from the government, he saw no need to refuse it again, especially since he was in need of silver. Previously I didn't accept it simply because I didn't want to waste the county magistrate's favor, which is worth more than 50 taels of silver. Now that it is a government bounty, I shall not refuse it. The official beside him presented the tray filled with silver ingots, and Yi Chen took it, handing it over to his elder brother Yi Shan for safekeeping. Brother Zhao, since you've come all this way, why not have a meal before you leave? Yi Chen looked at Zhao Gang, warmly inviting him. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gang shook his head, his expression helpless. Next time, if the remaining bandits haven't been caught yet and the county magistrate has issued strict orders, I need to hurry and catch them to account for it. Since I have delivered the reward to you, I will take my leave. It wasn't that he didn't want to stay for a meal, but he was busy with the pursuit of bandits under great pressure. Upon hearing Zhao Gang say this, Yi Chen nodded. In that case I won't insist. Brother Zhao, you've worked hard, next time you must come to my humble abode and try the wild delicacies from our mountains. Zhao Gang's eyes lit up, his spirit lifting. I will definitely come next time. After saying this, he turned and led the group of officials away. As Yi Chen watched Zhao Gang and his group leave, the courtyard suddenly felt much emptier. He withdrew his gaze and looked towards the Lin family members still standing in the courtyard, his expression cooling a bit, and spoke in a flat tone. What are you all still standing here for? The engagement has been dissolved. Our two families have no relationship from now on. Why don't you hurry and leave? Upon hearing this, the Lin family members snapped out of their shock, their gazes towards Yi Chen changing. If they glanced at the silver in Yi Shan's hands, then at Yi Chen, and suddenly found it hard to leave. Lin Erai pursed his lips, forcing a stiff smile as he looked at Yi Chen, tentatively saying, Yi Chen, I was impulsive earlier, let me apologize to you. Actually, I came today to discuss your marriage with Qingxue. I just lost my temper and argued with you. Given our family's long-standing friendship, can you give your uncle another chance? Let's put the previous matters behind us, shall we? Seeing the 50 taels of shining silver, Lin Erai changed his mind about severing ties and sought to continue promoting the marriage between Yi Chen and Lin Qingxue. After all, 50 taels of silver would suffice for his retirement funds for the rest of his life. Hearing this, a hint of astonishment flickered in Yi Chen's eyes as he re-evaluated Lin Erai before he couldn't help but chuckle. I never noticed before, Uncle Lin, but you have quite the thick skin. Lin Erai stood there awkwardly in response to Yi Chen's mockery, wanting to get angry but unwilling to miss out on the shiny silver, having to tolerate it for now. The long-faced woman beside them also changed her expression, smiling at Yi Chen with a touch of flattery. Yi Chen, please consider Qingxu's feelings, do not act impulsively. You two are childhood sweethearts, having grown up together. It would be such a pity to let this relationship fall apart. Your marriage can still be discussed further. While saying this, she subtly nudged Lin Qingxue beside her, hoping she would also persuade Yi Chen to reconsider. Compared to them, Lin Qingxue was undoubtedly better positioned to sway Yi Chen. Lin Qingxue understood the intentions of the long-faced woman, yet she feigned modesty, raising her head to look at Yi Chen not far away, standing tall and proud as she spoke. Yi Chen, I can give you another chance. As long as you treat me sincerely in the future, show filial piety to my parents, and regard that 50 taels of silver as a betrothal gift, I will fulfill our marriage pact with you. Despite the humiliation Yi Chen had subjected her to before, Lin Qingxue believed that he had merely spoken out of anger from being rejected. At this moment, as long as she offered an opportunity, Yi Chen would surely agree without hesitation, given his previous feelings for her. Then that 50 taels of silver would easily be within reach. Hearing this, Yi Shan and Li Shi beside them felt anxious, turning to Yi Chen with expressions of hesitation and difficulty. In the past, they would have eagerly sought to promote the marriage between Yi Chen and Lin Qingxue, even if it meant offering an exorbitant betrothal gift. But now, after seeing the smirks on the faces of Lin's family members, they realized that Lin Qingxue's change of heart was merely for the sake of that 50 taels, not a genuine desire to live with Yi Chen. In this situation, Yi Shan and Li Shi wanted to persuade Yi Chen not to act impulsively, yet they feared he might regret it, leaving them in a dilemma. Yi Chen looked at Lin Qingxue and the others with a surprised expression, studying them intently before shaking his head and smiling. You all truly are a family. One does not enter the same door without being related. Who are you calling shameless? Lin Erai's smile froze, turning dark as he shouted sternly. We are offering you a chance, don't be ungrateful. Once this village is passed, there won't be this shop anymore. If you're unwilling, there are plenty of suitors for our Qingxue. Lin Qingxue's expression also turned cold upon hearing Yi Chen call her family shameless. Furious, she trembled with rage, glaring at Yi Chen and gritting her teeth. Yi Chen, you are going too far. We were merely testing your sincerity. How could you speak so about my parents? If you continue like this, I truly won't acknowledge you. After saying this, Lin Qingxue huffed in pride, angrily turning her head away. Not acknowledge me? That would be wonderful. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, smiling as if relieved. You must never acknowledge me in the future. Your whole family should stop associating with us. Hurry and leave. Just seeing you makes me feel disgusted. Lin Qingxue. Hearing Yi Chen's words made her momentarily dumbfounded. She had intended to scare Yi Chen into begging her to stay, but instead he seemed to reject her. Could it be that he really no longer liked her? Yi Chen, what did you say? Lin Qingxue asked uncertainly, wondering if she had misheard. How could this be possible? This waste had once revolved around her, obedient to her every command. Meeting Lin Qingsu's gaze, Yi Chen's expression turned cold as he said with irritation. Is what I said not clear enough? I have already torn up the marriage contract. Our two families are no longer related. From now on you should not come to visit. Feel free to find whoever you want, it has nothing to do with me. This is my home and now I ask you to leave. Is that clear? Lin Qingsu's heart trembled, her face turning pale as she looked at Yi Chen in disbelief, her mind going blank. She could not understand how the waste who once took orders from her was now commanding her to leave. How could this happen? She did not truly wish to marry Yi Chen, she merely felt indignant that the silver which was almost within her grasp was slipping away. Lin Erai's face darkened with pent-up anger as he looked at Yi Chen with fiery eyes erupting in fury. Yi Chen, you are going too far. Do you really think our Qingxue cannot live without you? Since you say this, from now on our two families will sever all ties and no longer interact. Our Lin family is not to be trifled with. Just wait and see. After saying this with a face full of resentment, he turned to the long-faced woman and Lin Qingxue. Let's go home. In the future, even if this brat comes to beg, do not pay him any mind. This. The long-faced woman hesitated at this moment. Although Yi Chen's words were harsh, she still remembered the 50 taels of silver and was reluctant to leave, wanting to negotiate further. Husband, shouldn't we discuss this properly? It would be bad to just leave like this. Young Master Yi is impulsive, if it comes to it we could talk to old Yi. Don't you have a good relationship with him? He is easy to talk to. The long-faced woman looked eagerly at Lin Erai, standing still and unwilling to leave. Lin Qingxue felt angry and dissatisfied with Yi Chen, yet like the long-faced woman she was greedy, unwilling to give up her face for the sake of the silver. Father, I'll talk to Yi Chen again, perhaps there is a chance for change. You. Don't act impulsively. Hearing this, Lin Erai stood dumbfounded, looking at the long-faced woman and Lin Qingxue in astonishment. How did it become that he was the impulsive one? He thought he had been patient enough, yet his wife and daughter were even more tolerant than him. Lin Erai opened his mouth, but for a moment he could not find the words. Lin Qingxue gritted her teeth and walked straight toward Yi Chen, who was standing at the door of the main house. Approaching him, she put on a pitiful expression, squeezing out a few tears as she said, Yi Chen, please don't say anything out of anger. We grew up together, you promised to marry me. How can you be so untrustworthy? I was wrong before, can I apologize to you? I have never admitted fault to anyone before, surely this counts for something. Can we go back to how we used to be? I am willing to marry you, our marriage can proceed as scheduled or even be advanced. She continued, with so many people watching, if you let me leave, how will I face anyone in the future? Yi Chen, you cannot ruin my reputation like this. As she spoke she began to cry, her tear-filled eyes resembling someone wronged. The villagers gathered outside the courtyard to watch the spectacle, exchanging glances and pointing at Lin's family. Yi Erai has said such things, how can the Lin family still not leave? This is truly shameless. Why is Lin Qingxue crying? Wasn't it her who wanted to break off the engagement with Yi Chen? Look at them, they are clearly here for the silver. Previously they rejected the marriage because Yes family had fallen, and now they are back because they see Yi Erai has money again. Yi Chen was right, the Lin family is indeed shameless, and Lin Qingxue is not a good person either. The crowd murmured, their eyes filled with disdain. Yi Chen looked at Lin Qingxue, who had approached him, his eyes filled with astonishment. Seeing her pitiful and crying expression, he couldn't help but feel a mix of anger and amusement. Lin Qingxue, are you being overly sentimental? Who do you think you are? Who said anything in anger? The engagement has been annulled and we have no relationship whatsoever. I don't owe you any responsibility. If you don't leave soon, don't force me to kick you out. Yi Chen's face darkened as he spoke unhappily. At this moment he truly witnessed the allure of wealth, if the sight of 50 taels of silver laid out so openly could make a woman willingly come forward. He was also quite relieved that Lin Qingxue had taken the initiative to come and break off the engagement, allowing him to see the true colors of the Lin family. Otherwise he would not know how long they would continue to pretend. If he were to encounter such a vampire family, who knows what would become of the Yi family in the future. Lin Qingxue's expression froze and she stood there in shock. Yi Chen, how can you be so heartless? She noticed Yi Chen's impatience and determination glaring at him in anger. At this moment she still wanted to linger here, but the voices of discussion outside the courtyard grew louder, showing no signs of concealment. This Lin Qingxue used to be such an arrogant girl, I didn't expect her to be so shameless for money. Is she planning to cling to Yi Er? What a disgrace. She was the one who rejected Yi Chen before, and now it has turned into Yi Chen rejecting her. This is also karma. No one would be happy about this situation. After all, that's 50 taels of silver. Who wouldn't feel envious? The villagers' mocking voices rose and fell particularly harsh, as if they were deliberately saying it for the Lin family to hear. The usually proud Lin Qingxue could no longer hold herself together. Though she desired the silver being pointed at by so many villagers made her feel quite embarrassed. Humph. Yi Chen, just wait, one day you will regret this. Lin Qingxue stomped her foot angrily and turned to leave. Lin Erai and the long-faced woman similarly felt too ashamed to stay any longer. After giving Yi Chen a fierce glare, they hastily left. The courtyard fell silent. Yi Shan and Li Shi were left dumbfounded, their gazes towards Yi Chen now filled with something different. In their impression, Yi Chen had never been so assertive in front of the Lin family, especially not in front of Lin Qingxue, where he had previously been utterly humble. Is this a moment of enlightenment? Yi Shan looked at Yi Chen in front of him and tentatively spoke up. Did you really mean what you said just now? Are you really not regretting it now that Qingxue has left? At this moment he began to doubt whether Yi Chen was truly speaking from the heart. Back then he had been desperate to pursue Lin Qingxue, even forcing Yi Yuanfeng to spend all day hunting in the mountains to gather money for the wedding gifts. Hearing this, Yi Chen glanced at Yi Shan with an unconcerned smile. Elder brother, what do you think? What is there to regret about a woman like that? It's not like life stops just because she's gone. With the character of the Lin family, I should have cut ties with them long ago, never to interact again. If he didn't wake up now, regardless of how much silver he had, he would eventually be drained dry by the Lin family. Hearing Yi Chen say this, Yi Shan finally felt relieved, letting out a long sigh, a relaxed smile appearing on his face. It's good that you've come to this realization. You're right, it's about time to sever ties with the Lin family. Yi Shan was simple-minded but not foolish. He understood that the Lin family had always been taking advantage and looked down on the Yi family. Their previous tolerance was only for the greater good, so that Yi Chen could marry Lin Qingxue. Had it not been for Yi Chen, he would have already fallen out with the Lin family. Cough, cough, cough. A series of coughs echoed from the house. Then Yi Yuanfeng emerged from the main house leaning on his cane, his expression somewhat complex, carrying a hint of relief and regret. Father. Yi Chen and Yi Shan turned to look at Yi Yuanfeng upon hearing the noise. Yi Shan quickly began to explain. Father, this matter isn't heir's fault. It's really the Lin family who went too far. They come to take advantage when they have money and want to kick us aside when they don't. It was they who proposed the annulment. Yi Yuanfeng only glanced at Yi Shan before waving his hand. I heard everything inside. In the beginning I can only blame myself for misjudging people. I didn't expect Lin Erai to be such a person. This time did the right thing. It's time to cut ties with the Lin family. A marriage proposal is not something they can decide to make or break at will. He did not blame Yi Chen, in fact he greatly admired his decision. At this moment Yi Yuanfeng looked at Yi Chen with a more appreciative gaze, feeling that his once troubled second son was truly becoming more understanding. Huff. Hearing Yi Yuanfeng say this, Yi Shan and Li Shi both breathed a sigh of relief. They had almost thought Yi Yuanfeng would be angry and discipline Yi Chen, considering that Lin Erai and he had been old friends for many years. Both were ready to help plead for him, but in the end Yi Yuanfeng was quite open-minded. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen smiled and said, Father, it's windy outside, we should head back indoors. Elder brother, sister-in-law, let's not stand here any longer, let's go inside to warm up. And why are we carrying this silver around so openly? Isn't it tiring? Hearing this, Yi Shan suddenly remembered that he was still holding a tray of silver. He became nervous, glanced down to confirm the amount was correct, and then looked back at the courtyard door quickly and carefully, carrying the tray inside. Yes, heir is right. This silver is too conspicuous. We should hurry inside and not let others see it. As he walked he turned to Li Shi anxiously and said, quickly go close the courtyard door. Don't let anyone in. Although the villagers outside who had come to watch had already left and were aware of Yi Chen receiving 50 taels of reward silver, he still remained cautious, fearing that others might see. Yi Shan understood the principle that wealth should not be revealed. Previously, when they had hunted a wild boar, someone came to steal it that very night. If others found out they had 50 taels of silver, who knows what would happen. At this moment they naturally hoped that fewer people would know. Oh, okay, I'll go close the door. Li Shi, looking anxious, quickly jogged over to close the courtyard door and, not feeling at ease, directly secured it before hurriedly returning inside. Yi Yuanfeng, leaning on his cane, smiled as he followed inside. Yi Chen walked at the back appearing much calmer in comparison without such nervousness. Yi Chen sat calmly by the fire pit warming himself. Yi Shan stood there with a plate full of silver looking flustered afraid of losing it with no place to hide it. You can just place it on the table beside you, the silver won't disappear. Hearing Yi Chen's reminder, Yi Shan finally came to his senses, nodded in agreement, placed the plate of silver ingots on the table and then sat down again, glancing back nervously. Old second, you make it sound easy. This is 50 taels of silver, do you know how much land and grain that could buy? Yi Shan couldn't help but speak, having never seen so much silver before, worrying something might go wrong. Li Shi sat down beside him looking at Yi Chen with a tentative question. Old second, how do you plan to use this silver? She was a bit worried that Yi Chen would waste it on frivolous pursuits even though it rightfully belonged to him. At this moment Yi Shan and Yi Yuanfeng also looked at him, seemingly sharing the same concern. Meeting the gazes of the three, Yi Chen pondered for a moment before speaking. I owe a considerable amount of gambling debts from before, and my brother was beaten up because of me. Linger was also forced to sign a marriage contract. Now that we have money, we should first pay off the gambling debts and redeem the land that was mortgaged before. Set aside some silver to buy tonics for father and my brother to nourish their health, and save the remaining silver for future needs. The Yi family used to own a lot of land, but it was all squandered by the previous owner due to gambling. Fortunately it was only mortgaged, so it can be redeemed with money. Hearing Yi Chen say this, Li Shi breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a surge of joy, and nodded in agreement. Old second's plan is good. Paying off the debts will make our future more secure. Once the family's land is redeemed, your brother can plant seeds when spring comes and we won't have to worry about next year's grain. Yi Yuanfeng and Yi Shan nodded with satisfaction. Alright, let's proceed as old second suggested. Yi Yuanfeng with a look of satisfaction stroked his beard and turned to Yi Shan, instructing oldest brother. You should go out now and call those creditors from the village, pay off all that old second owes them. As for the creditors from the neighboring village, have someone deliver a message to them to come collect their money in the next couple of days. Otherwise once old second spends the money it won't be their turn. Yi Yuanfeng purposely made Yi Shan say this to prompt the creditors to come asking for their money, as it would appear to outsiders that Yi Chen was simply paying off debts and no one would be suspicious anymore. Yes father, I will go now. Yi Shan immediately nodded in agreement and got up to walk outside. Oldest brother, be careful. Li Shi called out with concern, a smile unconsciously appearing on her face. There is more hope for the future. She turned to Yi Yuanfeng and said with a cheerful smile, father, I will go prepare medicine for you, you need to get better soon. Yesterday Yi Shan and Yi Chen brought back several prescriptions after going into the mountains. Yi Yuanfeng drank one last night and felt a bit better. As Li Shi spoke, she got up and walked outside. Yi Yuanfeng nodded with a beaming smile, feeling quite good, and glanced at the silver on the table, looking at Yi Chen with excitement. Old second, after paying off the gambling debts there should still be quite a bit of silver left. Since your engagement with the Lin family fell through, tomorrow father will ask the village matchmaker to introduce a few suitable girls for you. You should marry soon, it would put father at ease. Yi Chen, who was warming himself by the fire, was taken aback and with a wry smile waved his hand. Father, I'm not in a hurry to get married, it's still early. As Yi Yuanfeng seemed ready to say more, Yi Chen hurriedly got up and ran outside. Father, I'm going to practice archery in the courtyard. Yi Yuanfeng opened his mouth watching Yi Chen escape and smiled helplessly. This kid. Didn't he used to think about finding a woman every day? Now that plans for his marriage are being arranged, he suddenly doesn't seem in a hurry. Yi Chen returned to his room to fetch his bow and arrows, then continued practicing archery in the courtyard. With the heavy snow blocking the mountains, he could take the time to practice at home. Having eaten and drunk enough, the arrows he shot had more power and accuracy. Whoosh! 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 With a swift motion he knocked an arrow and shot it out in the blink of an eye, the speed as quick as lightning. One arrow after another, he hardly paused. After finishing the bamboo arrows in the quiver meant for practice, he took a slight break, moving his sore arms and walking over to the wooden stake to pull out the arrows one by one. Only 2 or 3 arrows had fallen on the ground. His accuracy was already better than many of the old hunters in the village. Yi Chen returned to his original position and repeated the same archery action. Archery skill proficiency 1. Archery skill proficiency 1. Archery skill proficiency 1. Despite his efforts to be clever, after shooting over 100 arrows his arms couldn't help but feel sore. Yesterday his arms were not yet well from practicing archery, and now even the slightest effort caused great pain. This would undoubtedly affect his practice efficiency. Yi Chen gritted his teeth and persevered for a while longer, but when he knocked the bow again his arm was so sore that the arrow fell directly to the ground. At this moment he was almost at his limit. It hurt so much. Yi Chen couldn't help but glance at his attribute panel. Host Yi Chen Strength 5 Proficiency 0 100 Average of Ordinary People 8 Is Strength will increase after improvement. Agility 3 Proficiency 0 100 Average of Ordinary People 5 Is Speed will increase after improvement. Dodge 2 Proficiency 0 100 Average of Ordinary People 3 Chance to evade attacks will increase after improvement. Physique 2 Proficiency 0 100 Average of Ordinary People 3 I Defense Power will increase after improvement. Special Skill Archery Proficiency 1029500 with a 15% chance to cause a critical effect. 3-star String. The proficiency in the archery skill has increased by nearly 200 points compared to last night. Such a speed of improvement is still a bit slow for Yi Chen. If he wants to break through the archery skill to the next level before the reselection of improvement direction, he needs to increase his proficiency by at least 700 points every day. This will increase by 200 points in proficiency, and with his arms aching unbearably he will need to rest for at least half a day. The efficiency of his practice may be affected in the days to come. Old second practicing like this will ruin your arms if this won't do, or it might leave hidden injuries. Yi Yuanfeng, who came out from the main house, said seriously. He had previously felt that Yi Chen's way of practicing archery was off, but since he saw Yi Chen's archery level improving quickly he didn't provide much guidance. Now that the drawbacks were exposed he came out to help solve the problem. You should rest for a while. We'll go to the village and get old Zhang to bring some blood-invigorating medicine specifically for your symptoms. Upon hearing this Yi Chen was overjoyed and immediately agreed. Good. Yi Yuanfeng's health gradually improved these past few days and he could now walk outside without any issues. Yi Chen watched as Yi Yuanfeng left, then sat down beside the fire pit in the main room rubbing his arms to relieve the soreness while waiting for Yi Yuanfeng's return. The old Zhang mentioned by Yi Yuanfeng earlier is a well-known old doctor in the village skilled in treating injuries. The hunters from the village who get hurt in the mountains often seek his treatment, and even those from nearby villages are willing to take a detour to find him. After Yi Yuanfeng was gored by a wild boar in the mountains he managed to survive thanks to old Zhang's medicinal ointment. Now as long as he continues to replenish his health he will fully recover. Before long Yi Yuanfeng leisurely walked back from outside carrying several bundles of medicine and headed straight into the kitchen. Dad, just let me brew it. You go inside and warm yourself by the fire. Came the voice of Li Shi from the kitchen. Immediately Yi Yuanfeng was gently pushed out. Unable to resist Li Shi, he had to hand the task of brewing the medicine over to her and turned to walk towards the main room where he saw Yi Chen warming himself by the fire. Second, is your arm still swollen and painful? You've been training too hard these past few days. You need to rest and not wear yourself out. Uncle Zhang's medicinal ointment works quite well. Once you brew it, drink it while it's hot and you'll start to feel its effects in a few hours. Yi Yuanfeng looked at Yi Chen with a pained expression and said, I used to worry about your diligence, and now I'm worried you'll overexert yourself. Okay Dad, don't worry, I'm fine. Yi Chen replied with a relaxed smile, waving his arms a few times to show he was not seriously injured. At this moment he seemed to remember something and looked earnestly at Yi Yuanfeng, saying, Dad, do you know about internal force? Upon hearing this Yi Yuanfeng was momentarily taken aback and his expression grew serious. After sitting down he nodded towards Yi Chen. Yes. Some martial artists who practice profound martial arts for years can refine internal force. It not only enhances their physical strength but also sets their bodies apart from ordinary people. A martial artist with internal force even at the first level can be considered a master. A hint of longing flashed across Yi Yuanfeng's face as he spoke. Yi Chen nodded thoughtfully, looking at Yi Yuanfeng with curiosity. Dad, do you know if anyone in the village has cultivated internal force? What about Uncle Yang and Uncle Li? He asked about the two strongest old hunters in the village. Hearing this Yi Yuanfeng immediately smiled wryly and waved his hand. It's not easy to become a master of internal force. Strictly speaking, they are no longer ordinary people. Even common martial artists cannot reach that level. Even if Uncle Yang and the others are skilled, they only have more experience and techniques in hunting and cannot be compared to so-called masters of internal force. No one in our village has ever become a martial artist with internal force. It requires not only talent but also sufficient resources. Without money you can't even afford the daily tonics for replenishing qi and blood, let alone paying for a teacher. Yi Chen was taken aback, seeming to pick up on some information from Yi Yuanfeng's words. Hesitantly he asked, Dad, was there someone in our village who practiced before but didn't succeed? Meeting Yi Chen's curious gaze, Yi Yuanfeng nodded and said, "Do you remember your Uncle Zhou? He went to the city to study martial arts when he was young. It is said that he later joined a martial arts sect and practiced for a while, but unfortunately he didn't succeed and returned. However, at that time he was vigorous and his martial skills were definitely superior to any hunter in the village. If he hadn't been injured in the mountains, he wouldn't be living such a hard life now." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen first froze, then a sickly figure emerged in his mind and a hint of surprise crossed his face. Uncle Zhou practiced martial arts. He found it somewhat unbelievable. This Uncle Zhou mentioned by Yi Yuanfeng is also an old hunter in the village. In Yi Chen's impression, he is just a sickly uncle who has a good relationship with the Yi family and often interacts with them. When the Yi family was on the brink of starvation, he sent some grain over. Although it was just a small bag of coarse grain, it was still a lifeline he had saved from his own resources. Seeing Yi Chen's disbelieving expression, Yi Yuanfeng smiled wryly and explained that was a long time ago. Given your Uncle Zhou's current condition, it's normal that you can't tell he practiced martial arts. Recalling this old acquaintance, a look of regret flashed across Yi Yuanfeng's face as he sighed softly. Hearing this, Yi Chen hesitated, nodding slightly, and secretly noted this matter in his heart. At this moment Yi Yuanfeng suddenly became serious and instructed, "Second, if you ever encounter a master of internal force, never fight them, just run. They are not something you can deal with." His attitude towards masters of internal force was one of great caution. Yi Chen naturally understood the terror of masters of internal force, having encountered one himself and nearly losing his life. In response to Yi Yuanfeng's admonition, he nodded in agreement. "Dad, don't worry, I remember." Hearing Yi Chen say this, Yi Yuanfeng felt a bit relieved and looked at him seriously. "Second, you are now somewhat financially stable. If you want to practice martial arts, you can consider it." In the past, when they could barely afford food, he naturally did not dare to think about apprenticing to a master, as just the fees for apprenticeship are quite a burden. However, Yi Chen now has several dozen taels of silver, which qualifies him to consider apprenticing. But Yi Chen shook his head and smiled, saying, "Dad, I'm not in the mood for that right now. Let's focus on making a good living first. After spring arrives and the weather warms up, we should find someone to repair the house and replace the furniture that needs replacing." At this moment he cared more about ensuring his family could live well. For others, practicing martial arts might be the only way to grow stronger, but for Yi Chen it wasn't necessarily so. He possessed a proficiency system, and as long as he improved his attributes even without cultivating so-called internal force, his strength wouldn't be inferior to those masters. Moreover, the family had just started to accumulate a little money. Once they repaid their debts, there wouldn't be much left. He didn't want to waste money on the bottomless pit of martial arts training. Once he embarked on this irreversible path, the entire family would have to suffer along with him. Yi Yuanfeng hesitated and nodded, seemingly aware of the expenses involved. Given their current family situation, they couldn't sustain it for long. He pursed his lips and said nothing more. For lunch they had rice porridge paired with steamed corn buns, accompanied by stir-fried bamboo rat meat with wild vegetables and a few pieces of radish mixed in. The bubbling broth exuded a delightful aroma, and the radish, having soaked up the juices, took on a deeper hue, looking utterly delicious. The fragrant aroma lingered throughout the small courtyard, refusing to dissipate. Since the family's grain supply had increased, Li's cooking portions had also grown. There was no need to measure how much rice or meat to use if there was enough to satisfy everyone in the household, with even some left over. Yi Linger was happily eating, her mouth covered in grease, leaning back contentedly on a bamboo chair, rubbing her round belly and sighing at how wonderful life was. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen and the others couldn't help but burst into laughter, the family enjoying a harmonious moment. After the meal, Yi Shan helped clean the dishes in the kitchen, while Yi Yuanfeng sat in the main room warming himself by the fire, and Yi Linger pulled Yi Chen, eager to play in the snow outside. Having previously taken some medicinal tonic, Yi Chen felt his sore arm easing and couldn't wait to pick up his bow and arrows to continue practicing his archery. Seeing this, Yi Linger had no choice but to squat alone in the courtyard, playing in the snow, occasionally glancing at Yi Chen shooting arrows and applauding his precise skills. Archery Proficiency 1. Archery Proficiency 1. Archery Proficiency 1. A series of cold notifications rang out. Before long, Yi Chen's previously eased arm began to ache again. At this time, several creditors from the village came looking for Yi Chen to collect their debts, including creditors from the neighboring village who had heard the news, all braving the wind and snow to arrive. Faced with this situation, Yi Chen put away his bow and arrows, simultaneously taking out the silver and coins he had collected from the city, both small and large, to begin repaying his debts. He tore up the IOUs on the spot, paying off one debt after another, and even retrieved the land contracts he had previously pawned. The creditors were astonished by this turn of events. I didn't expect this Yilao to have really become prosperous. I heard he killed a bandit that the government was after and received 50 taels of reward. Wow. 50 taels, that's quite a lot. He really is lucky. How come I never noticed before that this Yilao had the ability to kill? Now that he has some surplus on hand, he might even continue to gamble, and all that silver will be ours then. At this moment numerous gamblers greedily looked at the silver on Yichen, contemplating persuading him to gamble further. Such a large sum of silver would make anyone envious. Directly robbing him would be unfeasible, but winning it at the gambling table would be entirely justified. Everyone immediately gathered together to plot. At this moment a shabby man stood in the courtyard holding a crumpled IOU, his face dark and his expression somewhat hesitant, seemingly uninterested in exchanging for silver. Yichen noticed him at this moment, glancing over and recalling memories of this person. He was the creditor who had previously forced Yilinger to sign a marriage contract, intending to use her as repayment for debt, marrying her off to his foolish son. Yichen furrowed his brows slightly, vividly remembering the debt owed and immediately calculating the corresponding amount, gathering the principal and interest in his hands as he walked over to the man. Uncle Zheng, here is the money I owe you, both principal and interest. Count it, he said as he handed over the silver and coins in his hands. Zheng Qi, upon hearing this, only glanced down at the silver before him without rushing to take it. Instead he looked up at Yichen, his expression hesitant as he spoke. Yichen, there's no rush to repay this money. Consider it our Zheng family's bride price, how about that? If it's not enough, we can add a bit more from our side. Look, Linger isn't that young anymore and the marriage contract has been written. Why don't we just fulfill this marriage? Upon hearing this, Yichen's expression immediately darkened and he spoke in a calm yet firm tone. Uncle Zheng, you should keep this money. The IOU and Linger's marriage contract should be returned to me. He could not bear to push his sister Yilinger into the fire pit for a few taels of silver. Not to mention that Yilinger was still very young, the other party's foolish son was notorious, marrying him would be equivalent to ruining her life. Furthermore, Zheng Qi himself was a notorious gambler, and Yilinger marrying into that family would likely lead to her suffering endlessly. Upon hearing Yichen's refusal, Zheng Qi's brows furrowed tightly, still showing no intention of taking the money or returning the marriage contract. He looked at Yichen, gritting his teeth. Yichen, I can give you the IOU and our debt will be cleared, but the marriage contract for Linger is non-negotiable. I already consider her my Zheng family's bride. At worst you can name a price and I can give you a bit more as bride price if this should work right. It seemed he was aware that if he missed this opportunity it would be difficult to arrange a wife for his foolish son. At this moment he was unwilling to hand over Linger's marriage contract. Seeing this, Yichen saw through his intentions at a glance, his expression growing colder as he spoke. According to the IOU we signed back then, once the debt is repaid the marriage contract is considered void. Are you planning to go back on your word? Zheng Qi gritted his teeth, staring menacingly at Yichen, insisting in a firm tone. What if I really don't give it? Although he was dressed in shabby clothes, his physique was impressive, exuding a powerful aura, standing in front of Yichen with an imposing presence. Meeting Zheng Qi's gaze, Yichen remained expressionless, showing no signs of fear, his tone growing increasingly cold. You can try and see. I call you Uncle Zheng because you are older than me, not because I fear you. The two locked eyes, tension building between them as the atmosphere grew taut. Zheng Qi's heart trembled when he met Yichen's gaze, a chill ran down his spine as if he were being stared at by a fierce beast. At that moment he suddenly recalled Yichen's feat of shooting the bandit leader, which was after all the origin of Yichen's silver, a story that had spread far and wide, and he was naturally aware of it. Upon sensing the killing intent emanating from Yichen, Zheng Qi clearly felt a wave of fear wash over him. If he continued to challenge him, it was possible that Yichen would truly dare to kill him. After all, Yichen's reputation had not been good before, completely seen as a reckless person, and now that he had killed someone who knew what irrational act he might commit in a fit of impulse. After a brief moment of hesitation, Zheng Qi still chose to compromise, reluctantly taking out a brand new marriage contract from his pocket along with the crumpled IOU, handing them both to Yichen. Here you go. The marriage contract and IOU are both here, he said with an expression of resignation while also accepting the silver from Yichen's hands. Yichen took the marriage contract, inspected it carefully, confirming it was indeed the one Yilinger had been forced to sign. He immediately tore it to pieces along with the IOU. Their debts were completely cleared. Zheng Qi and several creditors gradually left, and Yichen finished repaying all his gambling debts. At this moment a youth resembling a slender monkey hurried towards Yichen, complimenting him with a grin. Now that you have some money, why don't we go play a few rounds together? Perhaps your luck has improved recently and your gaming skills have also gotten better. You must want to win back the money you lost before, right? As soon as these words were spoken, Yishan and Li Shi, who were counting coins nearby, changed their expressions, their mood suddenly tense as they looked up at Yichen anxiously. You can't gamble again, little brother. It took a lot of effort to pay off these debts. If you gamble again you won't be able to stop yourself. Yishan and Li Shi were frightened. It was because of Yichen's gambling addiction that their family had fallen apart, not even having enough to eat. After finally enjoying a few days of good fortune, if Yichen gambled again they would undoubtedly be filled with anxiety, fearing that they might end up hungry again. At this moment they couldn't let such a thing happen again. Yichen looked at the slender monkey-like youth in front of him, momentarily stunned before memories of the other party suddenly surfaced in his mind. The youth named Zhao San had grown up with Yichen as a childhood friend and their relationship was quite close. However, the original owner had become addicted to gambling because of him gambling everywhere and sinking deeper into this quagmire. Initially the original owner did not notice, yet now recalling through this memory Yichen realized that although Zhao San seemed to befriend the original owner, he was actually luring him into gambling, with many of the gambling schemes being traps set by Zhao San and others waiting for the original owner to jump in. If it weren't for being tricked by Zhao San several times, the original owner wouldn't have accumulated such massive gambling debts. When the original owner was being pressured for debts, Zhao San disappeared without a trace, not having any further contact with Yichen, and now that he knew Yichen had money he reappeared. It's no wonder that Yishan and Li Shi reacted so strongly to Zhao San's suggestion. They clearly saw through his true colors and were worried that Yichen would be tricked again. Yichen calmly looked at the slender monkey youth in front of him and said in a flat tone, "No, I will never gamble again, don't come looking for me anymore." Zhao San was taken aback, looking at Yichen in disbelief, not expecting him to refuse. In the past, as soon as he called, Yichen would unhesitatingly go gambling with him, rain or shine. What has changed? Little brother, what's wrong with you? You weren't like this before. The guys are all waiting for you, come on, maybe this time you can recoup your losses. Zhao San continued to persuade him stubbornly. At this moment even Yi Yuanfeng had come out of the main house, leaning on a cane and looking anxiously at Yichen, fearing he would be swayed to gamble again. If he did, he would have to stop him at all costs. He would never let Yichen step out of this door. Yishan and Li Shi were equally worried, their palms sweating, pondering how to persuade Yichen to calm down. Facing Zhao San's persuasion, Yichen remained indifferent, his expression growing colder as he stared at him. Zhao San, don't think I don't know what you're planning. I was foolish before and I accept the losses. However, if you try to trick me again in the future, don't blame me for being merciless. Meeting Yichen's icy gaze, Zhao San's heart trembled, his face changing slightly, feeling that the Yichen before him had become utterly unfamiliar, a sense of fear rising within him. Little brother, what do you mean by that? I don't understand. We are brothers who have played together since childhood, how could I harm you? At this moment he still didn't want to admit it. Yichen stared at him intently, articulating each word. Zhao San, do you really think I'm foolish? Do you really want me to tear down this thin veil of pretense? You should know better than anyone what those previous gambling games were truly about. From now on let's not associate with each other anymore, or I fear I won't be able to control myself and might end up killing you. At the last sentence his tone suddenly turned colder, carrying a hint of killing intent. Zhao San couldn't help but shudder, his face turning pale from fear, looking at Yichen as if he were terrifying, as if he really would kill someone, his heart racing, almost unable to stand steady. At this moment he realized that Yichen truly knew everything. He opened his mouth but had no way to defend himself and hurriedly turned to run before Yichen decided to settle the score. The other gamblers, witnessing this, looked at Yichen with a hint of fear in their eyes, exchanging glances, realizing that from now on they could no longer swindle Yichen's money at the gambling table. One by one they turned and left with dejection. Soon the courtyard became empty and quiet. Yishan and Li Shi looked at Yichen in astonishment, their hearts filled with joy. Little brother, are you really not going to gamble again? That Zhao San is not a good person, cutting ties with him is the right thing to do. Not gambling is good, just live your life well, don't think about those things. Seeing that Yichen had driven Zhao San away, Yishan and Li Shi relaxed, letting out a long sigh. Standing at the door of the main house, Yi Yuanfeng loosened his grip on the cane, his expression becoming kind and gentle. If Yichen had dared to gamble he would have unhesitatingly broken his legs. Yichen seemed to sense something, turning to look at Yi Yuanfeng hesitantly, asking, "Father, why are you looking at me like that?" Hearing this, Yi Yuanfeng smiled and waved his hand, covering it up. "It's nothing, I'm just looking." Yichen was half convinced but didn't press further. He handed over the remaining silver to Li Shi for safekeeping and picked up his bow and arrow to practice in the courtyard. Having repaid all his debts he now felt lighthearted, even finding it much easier to shoot arrows. Whoosh! 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 With mental clarity even his archery skills became more precise. Although the soreness in his arms had not healed, he was much better now, at least not as weak as last night. Archery Proficiency 1. Archery Proficiency 1. Archery Proficiency 1. A series of cold prompt sounds rang out. Yichen felt increasingly motivated watching the rising proficiency. Each arrow he shot gave him a sense of accomplishment. He wished he could shoot a few more arrows to break through his archery level. For several consecutive days the sky remained overcast with heavy snow falling continuously, enveloping the entire village in a blanket of white, nearly covering everything. In the mountain forest everything was a vast expanse of white with not even a path visible, the accumulated snow piled several meters high, capable of burying a person if one was not careful. From a distance looking at the mountains felt like gazing at a grand white snow-capped peak. During these days Yichen had been practicing archery at home as the heavy snow blocked the mountains, making it impossible for him to hunt, and he seized this time to improve his archery skills. In the small courtyard the sound of arrows piercing through the air rang out continuously. Whoosh! 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 After finishing all the arrows in the quiver, Yichen put down the longbow without feeling any soreness in his arms. Since he began practicing archery while taking the invigorating herbal medicine, his physical condition had been improving significantly. Yichen exhaled a puff of white air, slightly panting, and focused his mind on the attribute panel. Host Yichen Strength 5 Proficiency 0 100 Average for ordinary people 8 Stronger after improvement. Agility 3 Proficiency 0 100 Average for ordinary people 5 Faster movement speed after improvement. Dodge 2 Proficiency 0 100 Average for ordinary people 3 Chance to evade attacks after improvement. Physique 3 Proficiency 0 200 Average for ordinary people 3 Enhanced defensive power after improvement. Special skill Archery Proficiency 4 8835000 Mastery with a 15% chance of causing critical hits. 3-star connection. His consciousness swept across the archery proficiency and a smile appeared on his face. By tonight I should be able to complete the remaining proficiency. With 10 days my archery can break through another proficiency level. Yichen murmured softly, filled with anticipation, wondering if he could trigger new archery skills. At that moment he suddenly noticed that the attribute points in the physique section had unknowingly increased from the previous value of 2 to 3. This is... Yichen's eyes widened in surprise, his mood incredibly excited, quickly realizing that the increase in physique points might be related to the invigorating herbal medicine he had taken these days, which not only invigorated blood circulation but was also a great tonic for ordinary martial artists. I didn't expect Uncle Zhang's blood-invigorating herbal medicine to have such wonderful effects. Unfortunately it is rather expensive and the quantity is quite limited. The invigorating herbal medicine that Yi Yuanfeng brought back from the same village, one set costs 50 coins, which is not a small amount. When one is not injured or ill, no one is willing to spend money on it. Even Yi Yuanfeng used to avoid such extravagance. It was only because Yichen had some spare money now that Yi Yuanfeng bought several sets of invigorating herbal medicine all at once to complement his daily archery practice, completely depleting Uncle Zhang's stock. The invigorating herbal medicine contains several rare medicinal materials collected and combined by Uncle Zhang in the mountains, and the quantity is very limited, not something one can just buy at will. Moreover, with the heavy snow blocking the mountains in recent days, it has become even more challenging to obtain medicinal materials. At this moment, after discovering the benefits of the invigorating herbal medicine, Yichen wished he could drink a set every day to strengthen his body, but the cost would be astronomical. After a brief rest, Yichen continued to practice archery with just over 100 proficiency points left, which was just a step away for him. At this moment he only wanted to charge forward to reach a higher level. Archery Proficiency 1. Archery Proficiency 1. Archery Proficiency 1. Looking at the continuously increasing proficiency value, Yichen's heart filled with anticipation, his heartbeat pounding like a drum, invigorated with energy. At this moment he felt no fatigue at all, his hands moving swiftly, shooting one arrow after another, and after the quiver was empty he quickly moved forward to retrieve the arrows and continued shooting. Ding! Congratulations, host's archery has reached the transformation realm. Archery critical hit rate 1530. Triggered the perfect shot skill. The icy prompt sound swept through. Yichen's movements paused, his hand that was about to draw an arrow froze in midair. Listening to the system's prompt, a joyful smile unconsciously appeared on his face. I've done it. In an instant an extreme and profound insight fused with him. The arm holding the longbow trembled slightly, as if he and the bow had become one, attaining a higher level of understanding of archery. Transformation realm. Yichen murmured in disbelief. This level had completely transcended the standard of ordinary archery, akin to the internal force among martial artists. Moreover, the chance of triggering critical hits had significantly increased and a new skill was also triggered. Perfect shot. Yi Chen's heart trembled. This meant that he would no longer have to worry about hitting the target with his archery. As long as this skill was triggered, he could hit his target perfectly. He swiftly drew an arrow, not even aiming at the nearby wooden stake. With just a thought, his fingers moved effortlessly. The arrow shot forth suddenly. Bang! Like thunder cracking. In the blink of an eye, the arrow hit the wooden stake, accurately burying itself 3 inches deep. Seeing this, Yi Chen's expression brightened. This shot was as powerful as the previous one, but its might was even greater. Not only that, his mastery of archery had reached a phenomenal level, responding perfectly with the bow and arrow as if they had merged into one. At this moment Yi Chen held the longbow, his heart stirred, eager to rush into the mountains to find wild beasts to test his archery. With his current skills, hunting would undoubtedly be effortless. Hearing the commotion, Yi Yuanfeng came out from the main house, his gaze landing on the nearby wooden stake, immediately noting one arrow buried even deeper, his eyes flashing with surprise. This kid's archery has improved again. How is that possible? Is this too fast? Yi Yuanfeng looked at Yi Chen standing in the courtyard with astonishment. A storm of emotions surged within him. The speed of such improvement was unbelievable. Could it be that the ancestral grave of the Yi family had caught fire? At this moment a ray of warm sunlight fell from the sky, covering the entire courtyard, causing the white snow on the ground to begin melting, turning into pools of water and flowing away. Yi Yuanfeng's expression shifted as he looked up at the warm sun in the sky. His mood suddenly brightened. Bathing in the warm sunlight, he murmured, "Finally the sky has cleared up." Hearing this, Yi Chen slowly lowered his bow and arrow, looking down at the sunlight in the courtyard and the melting snow, feeling a stir in his heart. With the snow melted, he could now venture into the mountains to hunt. As night fell, a sweet aroma of rice porridge wafted through the small courtyard. With the mountain sealed for several days, the bamboo rats captured by Yishan had long been consumed, and the family had not tasted meat for several meals. Fortunately, they had an abundance of grain and could still fill their bellies. At the dining table, Yi Chen glanced at Yi Yuanfeng and pondered for a moment before saying, "Father, the snow outside has mostly melted. I plan to go into the mountains tomorrow to see if I can hunt some wild game to bring back." Having drunk the thin porridge, he felt his mouth had become bland. Although it could satisfy his hunger, it lacked flavor. It is easy to fall from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to descend from extravagance to frugality. Having grown accustomed to eating meat, he suddenly found it hard to adjust to just porridge. As soon as he finished speaking, before Yi Yuanfeng could respond, Yi Linger with a beaming face exclaimed, "Really? Does that mean we can eat meat tomorrow? That's great. Second brother, do your best. I'll wait at home for you to bring back wild game." Seeing this, Li Shi looked at Yi Linger with a hint of reproach. "You greedy girl. The snow in the mountains melts much slower than in the courtyard. It's still quite dangerous to go into the mountains at this time, and you're only thinking about eating meat. Besides, the grain at home is enough to last us for a month or two, so there's no need to rush into the mountains. Their current life is not as impoverished as before. The rice jar is nearly full. Even without hunting they can have their fill." In contrast, Li Shi is more worried about Yi Chen encountering danger in the mountains. Beside them, Yishan immediately chimed in, "Yes, second brother, why not listen to your sister-in-law? It's not too late to go into the mountains in a few days. If you are craving meat, I can try fishing by the river tomorrow to see if I can catch a fish for a treat." Hearing this, Yi Chen sensed that Yishan and Li Shi were concerned for his safety, and warmth surged in his heart as he smiled at them. "Elder brother, sister-in-law, don't worry, I know my limits. Tomorrow I'll just explore the outskirts of the mountain. If I can't find any wild game, I'll come back and definitely won't venture deep into the mountains." Well. Yishan and Li Shi exchanged glances, both realizing Yi Chen's determination to go into the mountains, knowing their persuasion would be futile. "Since that's the case, I'll go into the mountains with you early tomorrow." Yishan spoke up, already imagining, "This time I'll bring a hoe to dig for bamboo rat holes. If I can catch a few like last time, it will be a delicacy." He was not only worried about Yi Chen going into the mountains alone, but also eager to try digging for bamboo rats again. Ever since Yi Chen took him into the mountains to dig for bamboo rats last time, Yishan had been longing for another opportunity to go digging. Hearing Yishan say this, Yi Chen smiled and nodded, "All right, elder brother, then we will go into the mountains together tomorrow morning." Though the mountain path was difficult, there was nothing to worry about as long as Yishan was just digging for bamboo rats in the bamboo forest. Moreover, having an extra pair of hands could be of great help. Listening to the conversation between the two brothers, Yi Yuanfeng's heart suddenly felt warm. He wished he could also go into the mountains to hunt, but his body had only just begun to recover. A trip into the mountains would likely exhaust him, so he could only reluctantly abandon that thought. After dinner, Yi Chen as usual went to the courtyard. This time he did not choose to practice archery but instead focused on the system prompts before him. Archery training has reached its limit. Does the host wish to choose archery again as a focus for improvement? Once chosen, it cannot be changed for 10 days. His archery skills had reached a pinnacle, and although there was still room for improvement, the required proficiency was daunting, not achievable in just a few days or even 10 days. Moreover, he had previously hoped to choose a new focus for improvement to enhance his power attributes, thus increasing the potency of his archery. Without hesitation, Yi Chen made a new choice. Ding! Congratulations to the host for selecting strength as the focus for improvement. It cannot be changed for 10 days. A cold prompt sound echoed. Yi Chen's consciousness fell upon the attributes panel. Host Yi Chen, strength 5, proficiency 0, 100, average for ordinary people 8. Strength will be enhanced upon improvement. Agility 3, proficiency 0, 100, average for ordinary people 5. Movement speed will be swifter upon improvement. Dodge 2, proficiency 0, 100, average for ordinary people 3. There will be a chance to evade attacks upon improvement. Physique 3, proficiency 0, 200, average for ordinary people 3. Defense power will be enhanced upon improvement. Special skill archery, proficiency 0, 20000, pinnacle with a 30 chance to cause critical effects. Triple shot guaranteed hit. How can I improve strength proficiency? Yi Chen pondered over the proficiency column for strength. Archery relies on shooting arrows, but what does strength rely on for improvement? He calculated in his mind, looked around the small courtyard, and his gaze fell upon the wooden stake used for archery practice, and he walked straight over. This wooden stake had some weight, making it perfect for training arm strength. Yi Chen stood in front of the stake, bent down, wrapped his arms around it, and suddenly exerted strength, slowly lifting it up. Strength proficiency 1. Just lifting it once, a cold prompt echoed in his mind. Yi Chen's expression brightened. It's useful. Without hesitation, he continued to lift the wooden stake in the courtyard, performing weightlifting motions one after another. Strength proficiency 1. Strength proficiency 1. Strength proficiency 1. What seemed like an inconspicuous wooden stake became quite burdensome after multiple lifts. Yi Chen couldn't help but breathe heavily, his arms feeling sore and fatigued. Even in the frigid weather he was drenched in sweat, constantly exhaling visible breath. His strength and physique were already weak, and he gradually began to feel fatigued, his arms becoming soft, nearly unable to exert any force. The wooden stake he was holding could fall at any moment. Yi Chen glanced at the proficiency value in the strength column, gritting his teeth to persist with the same motion. The strength proficiency continued to rise. Yi Yuanfeng and Yi Shan heard the commotion and walked out from the main house, both looking puzzled at Yi Chen's actions. What is the second brother doing? Why is he randomly hugging that wooden stake? Yi Shan scratched his head, muttering in confusion. Yi Yuanfeng observed for a moment, a hint of surprise flashing across his brow. Is the second brother not practicing archery tonight but training his arm strength instead? This kid is becoming more and more responsible. He had been watching Yi Chen's efforts and felt a wave of comfort in his heart. This once troublesome little son was now becoming more sensible. Not far away, Yi Chen suddenly paused in his lifting motion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for increasing strength to 6. In an instant Yi Chen felt his arms become more powerful and his strength had significantly increased. Lifting the wooden stake, it suddenly felt lighter. Strength is good, its strength needs to be practiced more. The sky gradually brightened and several households in the village had already started to rise smoke from their kitchens. By the time Yi Chen awoke, the sweet aroma of rice porridge was already wafting through the air. At this moment Yi Shan was already in the courtyard preparing the hoe and burlap sacks he would take. When he saw Yi Chen coming out of the house, he smiled and called out. Awake! Your sister-in-law has already cooked porridge and steamed buns, hurry and eat. He added, we should bring a few more buns with us into the mountains so we can have something to fill our stomachs later. They would be in the mountains all day and the physical exertion would be great. If they didn't bring some food along, they would likely faint from hunger before noon. Especially since Yi Shan had to dig holes to catch bamboo rats, which would require even more effort. Alright, I'm coming right now. Yi Chen responded with a smile and headed straight for the kitchen. Seeing Yi Chen arrive, Li immediately helped him by serving the porridge and brought out a plate of steamed buns. She somehow produced a boiled egg from somewhere. Eat this egg later to replenish your strength. Yi Chen was momentarily stunned upon seeing the egg placed in front of him, and a wave of warmth surged in his heart. In this year of hardship there were few families raising chickens, and eggs were indeed a luxury almost comparable to meat. It seemed this egg was specially prepared for him by Li. Even his elder brother Yi Shan did not have one. "Thank you, sister-in-law." Yi Chen did not refuse, his body was indeed too weak. Besides improving his attributes, he also needed to keep up with his diet. Just like the invigorating soup he had been taking, which could enhance his physical attributes, it meant that as long as he consumed more nourishing food, the growth of his attributes would accelerate. "Ah, we're all family, no need to thank me," Li said with a beaming smile, then turned and got busy again. Yi Chen turned his head back, peeling the egg in his hand while considering buying a few hens when he next went to town, so that when they started laying eggs the whole family could enjoy them. After eating and drinking their fill, Yi Shan and Yi Chen set off with their respective tools. One carried a hoe with a machete and burlap sack at his waist, while the other held a longbow in his hand with a quiver of arrows slung over his back, all made of birch wood with iron-tipped arrows. Li sent them off at the door, watching their figures as she reminded them, "Head of the family, remember to come back early, don't wait until it gets dark." Previously Yi Chen and Yi Shan had returned home too late several times, causing Li to worry greatly. "Got it, don't worry." Yi Shan turned back and waved, looking at Li, who was standing at the courtyard gate with a simple smile before turning and continuing on their way. Meanwhile, several well-equipped hunters from the village were heading into the mountains one after another. After several days of heavy snow, many families were nearly out of food. When the sky finally cleared, the village hunters couldn't wait to rush into the mountains to hunt, hoping to catch something to trade for food. Otherwise, if it snowed again in a few days, their families would really go hungry. As Yi Chen and Yi Shan walked out of the village, they encountered several fellow hunters from their village. They nodded slightly to each other as a form of greeting and then walked on. Unless they encountered large game in the mountains such as wild boars or ferocious tigers that one person couldn't handle, hunters would usually go their separate ways. Most of the time they hunted alone. After all, each hunter had their own hunting spots they had discovered, and naturally they did not want others to know. Yi Shan and Yi Chen entered the forest and quickly lost sight of the other hunters. Confirming that there were no others around, they hurried towards the area where they had previously caught bamboo rats. There was still a lot of accumulated snow in the forest, and they walked with one foot deep and the other shallow. If they weren't careful, they could easily fall into a pit. Yi Shan was also limping, so their speed had to slow down. "I didn't expect the snow to be this thick, it's going to be hard to dig today," Yi Shan said, frowning as he walked. The more snow there was, the more effort he would need to expend while digging, and finding the entrance to the burrow would also become more difficult. Yi Chen nodded in agreement and felt a bit worried. In such cold weather, the bamboo rats would likely be hibernating in their burrows and wouldn't be venturing out, which meant setting traps at the entrances would be ineffective. If they relied solely on digging pits, it would surely exhaust Yi Shan. The two of them chatted casually and soon arrived at the familiar bamboo grove. At that moment the area was already covered in white snow, with a thick layer of snow on the ground burying several sections of the bamboo roots. This. Yi Shan looked at the scene before him and was immediately troubled. Just digging through the top layer of snow would take a lot of time and effort. However, thinking of his family's expectations, Yi Shan wasted no time and swung the hoe to start working. He had experience now and found a pile of dry bamboo, immediately digging with all his might, sending snow flying. I'll dig here, you go ahead and take a look," he added. "Just remember not to go too deep into the mountains. If you don't find any game nearby, just come back and help me dig the pit together," Yi Shan said while digging through the snow, looking at Yi Chen next to him. The outer mountain paths were already difficult to navigate, if the unfamiliar deep mountains would undoubtedly be even more dangerous, and Yi Shan was also worried about Yi Chen going in alone. Last time they were lucky to shoot a wild boar, if they weren't so fortunate they could have been in danger. "All right. Brother, I'll go check ahead." Yi Chen nodded in response, then gripped his longbow and moved deeper into the dense forest. The branches and leaves he passed by swayed continually, causing the snow above to fall with a soft rustle. With every step he took, the snow beneath his feet crunched, making a crunching sound. These noises were particularly clear in the silent forest, easily startling any wild beasts with keen hearing. Yi Chen stopped, taking out 2 pieces of coarse cloth from his pocket. He bent down to wrap them around the soles of his shoes and tied them up. Once both sides were wrapped in coarse cloth, he made no noise while stepping on the snow. Whoosh! A sound of falling snow reached his ears. At first Yi Chen paid no attention, thinking it was the noise he made. He even deliberately avoided the branches and leaves along the path, but after walking a few steps there was still sound. He suddenly halted and the sounds grew clearer in his ears. Whoosh! Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, suddenly looking towards a dense thicket on his left, squinting slightly, a smile creeping onto his lips as he felt a surge of anticipation. He reached into the quiver and pulled out an arrow, slowly raising his longbow, knocking the arrow onto the string. He stealthily approached the thicket ahead, trying his best to hold his breath and make not a single sound. Whoosh! The rustling in the grass grew louder. As Yi Chen cautiously approached, a shadow suddenly darted out. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand and shot an arrow. The transformation archery technique erupted, blending man and bow into one. The arrow felt like an extension of his body, as easy as taking candy from a child. With a light flick of his finger, the arrow was released. Bang! A sound of breaking air echoed through the forest. In the blink of an eye, the arrow struck the shadow, piercing through it instantly. The inertia carried the shadow straight into a nearby tree. Yi Chen focused his gaze and joy immediately appeared on his face. It looks like we'll have meat to eat today. Not far away, a plump wild chicken was pierced through its body by an arrow firmly nailed to the tree trunk. The chicken's claws were still twitching vigorously, its tail feathers quivering, and the once spirited head now drooped, its eyes gradually losing their luster. Yi Chen hurried a few steps forward, filled with joy as he pulled the arrow out from the tree trunk. The wild chicken pierced through its body, suddenly flapped its wings, but after a couple of twitches it gradually fell still, its breath faint, almost on the brink of death. Indeed, you get what you pay for. If this arrow is truly excellent, Yi Chen exclaimed joyfully as he looked at the arrow in his hand. Previously he used sharpened bamboo arrows for hunting, which could at most kill wild chickens, but the explosive power was absolutely unable to pierce the heart with one shot. Although the increase in his archery skills and strength contributed, it cannot be denied that the lethality of the iron-tipped arrows is several times more powerful than bamboo arrows. At this moment, even if he encountered a wild boar with thick hide and tough meat, Yi Chen would dare to confront it head on. He looked down at the almost motionless wild chicken in his hand, found a piece of thin hemp rope to tie it up, and then secured the other end of the rope to his waist. As for the arrow in the wild chicken, he did not pull it out. To avoid damaging the arrowhead and feathers excessively, Yi Chen planned to remove it when he returned home to butcher the chicken. After all, this arrow cost 60 coins, enough to buy several pounds of rough rice, sufficient for a family to eat for 10 days or so. After shooting a wild chicken, Yi Chen felt elated, a joyful smile spreading across his face as he began to think about having chicken stew with mushrooms. Later I'll ask my sister-in-law if there are any dried mushrooms left at home. If we could also have some vermicelli, the taste would be even better. Yi Chen licked his lips, not in a hurry to return to find his elder brother Yi Shan, but instead with his longbow in hand he continued to walk deeper into the forest ahead. The sky was still early. It was not easy to venture into the mountains after so many days, and he wanted to hunt more wild game to bring back, both to satisfy his family's cravings and to supplement their health. Additionally, having excess game could be used to exchange for money to buy daily necessities. Rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar and tea. There are many places to spend money. Creak. Creak. Stepping on the loose snow, it made a series of piercing sounds. Although Yi Chen had wrapped a piece of coarse cloth around his feet, he still inevitably made noise when stepping into the deeper snow. He looked around, his gaze fixed on the nearby thicket, straining his ears to listen, paying attention to the movements of the wind and grass around him. Having wandered through the forest for a long time, he had not encountered a single beast, not even a sound of a roar. How strange. Could it be that the heavy snowfall these past few days has caused the wild animals in the mountains to go into hibernation? Yi Chen, feeling somewhat tired, stopped beside a large tree, furrowing his brow and muttering softly. Panting heavily, exhaling clouds of white breath. Thud. A fruit fell on Yi Chen's head, then rolled down to the ground. Yi Chen looked down, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Pine nuts. It seemed he thought of something, and he suddenly looked up, carefully examining the tree trunk above his head. He vaguely caught sight of a few strands of intertwined brownish fur. Could this be? A smile of anticipation flashed across Yi Chen's face as he quickly slung the longbow across his back and climbed up the stout tree trunk in a few quick steps. His agility was impressive, and climbing the tree itself required no excessive skills. As long as one was bold enough and not afraid of heights, it was manageable. In no time Yi Chen climbed to a branch about 7 or 8 meters off the ground, looking down to search, and sure enough he spotted a relatively concealed tree hole. This must be the squirrel's nest. I just wonder if this squirrel is home. Yi Chen murmured with anticipation, slowly crouching down and reaching his hand toward the hole. Not at home. What a pity. Not finding any trace of the squirrel, this could be its nest, or perhaps a hole used to store winter food. After a bit of rummaging, Yi Chen's expression brightened as he pulled out a handful of mixed fruits from the tree hole, which included hazelnuts, pine nuts and round acorns. He began to crack open the pine nuts. The kernels were fragrant and crunchy, showing no signs of dampness, and the taste was excellent with rich oil spreading in his mouth. Ichen sat lazily on the tree trunk cracking pine nuts and hazelnuts, the shells he spat out littering the ground below the tree. The acorns were bitter and hard to swallow, but he did not waste any, casually tossing them into his pocket to take back and grind into flour, which could be made into steamed buns to fill his stomach. After finishing one handful, he reached into the tree hole to rummage again, then pulled out another handful to crack. Once he had rested enough, he took a larger handful to stuff into his pocket to snack on along the way, reluctantly climbing down the tree. There were still plenty of nuts in the tree hole, and Yichun did not take them all lest the squirrel realize its home was robbed and become distressed, leaving some nuts behind for the squirrel to have hope for winter. Perhaps next time he could take them all and enjoy a meal of squirrel meat. Yichun climbed down from the tree, glancing around. Still no sign of birds or beasts. He slightly furrowed his brow and turned his gaze toward the deeper part of the forest. It seems that it is quite difficult to encounter wild animals on the outskirts of the forest. He murmured softly, then walked straight into the dense forest, cracking the pine nuts from his pocket as he went, which could also help replenish his energy and satisfy his cravings. After wandering for nearly half an hour surrounded by towering trees, the light was almost completely blocked and the forest was dim and gloomy. Yichun was panting heavily, sweating continuously on his forehead in the cold weather. He wiped his hand across it, secretly sighing. This body was still too weak. Just walking a bit on the mountain road left him exhausted. Although his archery skills and strength had gradually improved, his physique remained a fatal flaw, severely impacting his hunting. Once I improve my strength in these 10 days, I will work on my physique next. He secretly resolved after resting for a while. As he prepared to continue forward, a sudden noise came from the nearby thicket. Rustle, rustle. Yichun's heart tightened and he immediately froze in place, afraid that he might scare away his prey. He looked up in the direction of the sound. A patch of grass taller than a person was swaying continuously, seemingly indicating that some wild creature was moving. Confirming that he was not hearing things, nor was it the sound of the wind, Yichun's expression brightened and his heart filled with anticipation. Could it be a wild chicken? Having already hunted one, if he could get another wild chicken he could return home. 2 wild chickens would be enough for the family to eat for 2 days. Yichun collected his thoughts, quickly gripped his longbow, knocked an arrow onto the string and stealthily approached the nearby thicket, his steps light. The closer he got, the clearer the sounds around him became. Creak, creak. Sounded like something was munching on leaves. Yichun's expression froze. A hint of confusion flashed across his face. Do wild chickens eat grass? This thought flickered by. The next moment a wild mountain goat taller than a person emerged from the tall grass. Yichun's pupils constricted as his eyes widened in shock, staring at the wild goat emerging from the brush not far away. Its body stood over a person's height, with a remarkably strong physique, especially the sinewy curves visible in its limbs. Its head bore slightly curved large horns ridged like mountains, while long whiskers beneath its jaw gave it the appearance of an old man. The crimson eyes blinked as they surveyed the surroundings, then it lifted its head to nibble on the wild grass growing by the roadside, producing a sound reminiscent of gnashing teeth. Yichun hid behind a large tree, quickly adjusting his breathing, his heart racing with joy. This wild goat appeared to weigh at least 100 jin, perhaps even 140 or 50. If he could successfully hunt it, he would have enough meat for the winter, and even if sold in town it could fetch a few taels of silver. He couldn't help but quicken his pace, the sound of his heartbeat echoing like a drum. Yichun took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down slightly, leaning out to look at the wild goat that was grazing nearby, focusing intently on it as he slowly raised his bow. Gradually he held his breath, entering a state of forgetting oneself as the world seemed to freeze, leaving only the arrow tip and the wild goat in his vision, forming a straight line. With the transformation archery technique unleashed, he suddenly drew back the longbow, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. With a slight mental movement he activated the perfect shot skill. With a powerful force from his arm the bowstring tightened instantly. He released his fingers and the sharp arrow flew forth. Whoosh! A sound like a breaking wind exploded in the forest. The wild goat seemed to sense the danger and immediately let out a cry before fleeing. Ba ba ba. In the next moment the arrow arrived, suddenly swift as lightning. Thwack. The arrow struck deep into the wild goat's flesh, its tremendous power causing it to pierce through the other side and embed itself into the white snow on the ground. The arrow's feathers trembled, a few drops of blood hanging from them. The wild goat, seemingly unaware of the pain, continued to dash rapidly into the dense thicket. The moment Yichun loosed the first arrow, he swiftly drew another arrow and nocked it. Seeing the wild goat shot and trying to escape, he raised his hand and shot again with incredible speed. Almost as the wild goat darted into the bushes, another sharp arrow followed closely like a specter. Thwack! Blood splattered from the bushes. The wild goat vanished from sight, but the sounds of its hooves pounding the ground and the rustling of leaves could still be heard. In the silence of the forest this was particularly clear. Yichen wasted no time and followed the sound, knocking another arrow as he looked ahead, plunging into the thicket where he could vaguely see the wild grass trampled down, stained with drops of blood. A bloodied arrow lay solitary in the bushes. After 2 consecutive shots, Yichen was certain the wild goat was doomed. It could only be fleeing out of instinct and wouldn't last long. He hurriedly pursued, not even pausing to collect the arrows on the ground, knowing that losing the wild goat would be a great loss. He could clearly distinguish what was light and what was heavy. Moreover, the smell of blood in the forest could very likely attract predators, which was extremely dangerous. Creak. Creak. Its deep brown fur was stained with spots of blood and the 2 gaping wounds were bleeding profusely. Upon seeing the target, Yichen narrowed his eyes, running while raising his longbow. He aimed, drew the string and released an arrow. Under the transformation archery technique, all of this was completed in an instant, his movements reaching the pinnacle of skill. Bang! It sounded as if thunder had exploded in the forest. Ding! Critical hit triggered, arrow power increased tenfold. A cold notification echoed. Tenfold power. Yichen's heart skipped a beat as he fixated on the arrow shooting out. Boom! The arrow struck the wild goat's head. Almost the moment it hit, the arrow unleashed a terrifying force. In the next second the entire goat's head exploded, blood splattering everywhere. The wild goat, which had been running frantically, suddenly lost control, its body crashing down onto the snowy ground. Yichen's eyes widened in shock, leaving him frozen in place. This. He couldn't help but gasp in disbelief, his heart racing, unable to trust his own eyes. He had never anticipated that the arrow, enhanced by a tenfold critical hit, would possess such terrifying power, instantly exploding the goat's head. This was undoubtedly the result of the formidable lethality brought about by the transformation archery technique, revealed only under the enhancement of a critical hit. If power attributes could be enhanced, the explosive force of archery would become even more horrifying. Yichen was both astonished and elated, quickly running to the side of the wild goat's corpse, glancing around at the ground nearby, where aside from pools of blood and a pair of scattered horns there were countless fragments, not even a decent bone in sight. Gulp. The power of this shot undoubtedly exceeded Yichen's expectations. He felt regret for losing the goat's head, yet was also thankful that his shot had struck the head. Had it hit the body instead, the loss would have been far greater. He picked up the arrows that had fallen to the ground and placed them back in his quiver, then retrieved the pair of goat horns to tuck at his waist. Turning back to look at the still warm goat carcass on the ground, a smile of excitement lit his face, yet his heart was troubled. How was he to drag it back? Yichen stepped forward and attempted to pull the goat's corpse. It was incredibly heavy and he could barely hold it up for a few seconds. It must weigh at least 100 jin. He silently estimated. Even though it had lost its head, it was still heavy, and no matter how hard he tried he wouldn't be able to lift it back. The wounds on the wild goat's body continued to bleed quickly, staining the white snow beneath it, seeping through, and the air was filled with a faint scent of blood. Yichen furrowed his brows. If he didn't hurry to take the wild goat away, the smell of blood would surely attract wolves or other beasts in the forest. He quickly scanned his surroundings and immediately focused on a few small trees not far away. Drawing out his machete from his waist, he jogged over and began to chop at the tree trunk with all his might. There were no bamboo groves here, so he had to use the thinner trees instead. He pulled out a bundle of fine hemp rope and secured several pieces of wood of equal length together to form a portable raft, then returned to the wild goat's corpse, bent down, grabbed its hind legs and forcefully dragged it onto the makeshift raft. Phew! After completing this, Yichen was out of breath, sweating profusely with steam rising from his head, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. However, for him this was merely the beginning. He never thought he would one day worry about a prey being too large. In a gloomy bamboo forest the sound of digging rose and fell. The frozen ground was as hard as iron, and Yichen, gripping the hoe, was flushed and panting heavily, having only managed to dig 2 small pits. Compared to the previous time, the efficiency was several times slower. A nearly deflated sack lay on the ground with only a vague outline of a bamboo rat inside. Yichen paused in his digging, his arms suddenly feeling weak, nearly devoid of strength. He leaned on his hoe to catch his breath and glanced at the sack on the ground, a hint of bitterness flashing across his face. Bringing back just 1 bamboo rat was clearly only enough for a family to have a light meal. There wouldn't be enough meat to share. Thinking of his family filled with hope and least expectant gaze, Yichen steeled himself once more and raised his hoe to continue digging. Suddenly a bamboo rat sprang out of the pit. Yishan was quick, raising his hoe and striking it as if swinging a baseball bat, sending the rat flying. He quickly dashed forward. As the bamboo rat flipped over, Yishan grabbed its tail and lifted it up. The force of the previous strike was considerable and blood oozed from the rat's nostrils and ears before it lay still after a brief struggle. Looking at the bamboo rat in his hand, Yishan was instantly elated and pulled out a piece of fine hemp rope to tie it up, fearing it might escape. This was one of the few catches he had today. Just as he tossed the bamboo rat into the sack, a strange sound came from the nearby forest. Rustle, rustle. It sounded as if something was dragging and sliding across the snowy ground, rubbing continuously. Yishan paused, immediately perked up his ears to listen, feeling that the sound was somewhat familiar, and gradually began to speculate. Could it be? He followed the sound, but his view was still obscured by the branches of the bamboo forest, making it impossible to see anything. Is that you, Air? Yishan called tentatively. His voice echoed in the silent forest, traveling a considerable distance. A moment later a response came from nearby. Big brother, it's me. Upon hearing Yichen's voice, Yishan's heart settled, and without hesitation he dropped his hoe and hurried in the direction of the sound. Creak. Creak. Snowflakes flew up beneath his feet. Air, are you okay? As soon as Yishan laid eyes on Yichen, he quickly scanned him with concern, fearing he might have been hurt. Don't worry, big brother, I'm fine. Yichen, seeing Yishan's anxious expression, couldn't help but laugh, feeling warm inside. Phew. That's good to hear. Yishan sighed in relief, and a quick glance revealed the wooden raft that Yichen was dragging, startling him. Air, what's this? His tone was somewhat excited, carrying a hint of anticipation. Upon hearing this, Yichen turned sideways, fully revealing the wooden raft behind him, pointing at the goat's carcass tied on it. Big brother, I just shot a wild goat in the forest ahead. Tonight we can have hot pot with goat meat, he said with sparkling eyes, saliva pooling in his mouth, filled with anticipation. On the way here he had been thinking about how to eat the goat meat. My goodness! Such a large wild goat. Upon seeing the goat on the raft, Yishan's eyes widened in disbelief, rooted to the spot. He did not expect Yichen to have shot a prey larger than the wild boar from last time. After being stunned for several seconds, he regained his composure, his expression filled with excitement as he looked at Yichen and burst into laughter. Air, you truly are incredible. To hunt such a large wild goat you really have skills. Not to mention that this goat possesses a certain level of aggression, even its nimble speed is not something an ordinary person could chase. Hunting a goat is no easy feat. Suddenly Yishan paused, a hint of confusion crossing his face as he looked at the goat on the raft and hesitantly asked, Air, why does this goat have no head? Where's the head? He noticed the goat's horns strapped to Yichen's waist but did not see the goat's head. Faced with Yishan's question, Yichen scratched his head awkwardly. He couldn't reveal the secret of his archery skills and could only hastily make up a story. Big brother, I chopped off the goat's head and buried it in the snow to set a trap, hoping to catch other wild beasts. Oh, I see. Well, that's fine, but it's a pity. Yishan didn't suspect anything, only lamenting the loss of the goat's head, considering it a significant piece of meat that was not only delicious but also very nourishing. Air, give me the rope, you'll pull it. Yishan didn't ask further, reaching for the rope on the raft and slinging it over his shoulder, pulling with great effort. Big brother, this goat is heavier than the wild boar last time, let's pull it together. Yichen also didn't let Yishan do it alone, if this goat weighing over 100 pounds was quite difficult to move. He had taken several breaks on the way, nearly exhausting himself. Although Yishan was quite strong, his legs were not in good condition, making it difficult for him to pull alone. The two of them dragged the raft through the bamboo forest and paused beside a pit. Yishan stepped forward, casually picked up the sack on the ground and used a thick hemp rope to tie the opening, then tucked it at his waist. Turning to Yichen, he scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. The ground was too hard today, I only caught 2 bamboo rats. Upon hearing this, Yichen looked down at the hard frozen ground, immediately realizing Yishan's hardship. Catching those 2 bamboo rats must have been quite a challenge, and he felt a bit regretful for leaving him here alone. He glanced at Yishan's hands, red and swollen from the cold, bit his lip, feeling a pang in his heart, and forced a smile. Big brother, 2 bamboo rats are enough, we can have bamboo rat porridge tonight. Alright. Let's go home. Yishan said cheerfully, completely unconcerned about his swollen hands. He picked up the hoe with one hand and grabbed the rope of the raft with the other, pulling it down the mountain with Yichen. The biting cold wind was fierce, but both of their hearts were warm, filled with hope for life. Air, what did you say about hot pot? It's a way of eating where you slice the goat meat thinly and cook it in a hot pot. What is hot pot? Hot pot is As the sky gradually darkened, their voices slowly faded into the cold wind. At the entrance of Yi village numerous figures were scattered about, all eagerly awaiting the return of their men from the hunt. As the sky gradually darkened, more women gathered at the village entrance. Each of them shared the same sentiment, both hopeful that their men would bring back game to fill their bellies and worried for their safety. After all, hunting in the mountains was never an easy task, and it was not uncommon for hunters to meet their demise at the claws of wolves or leopards. Moreover, with heavy snow having blanketed the mountains for days, the thaw that had just begun made the situation even more perilous. "It's getting dark, why haven't they returned yet?" A woman with a haggard complexion said, her face etched with worry. "Perhaps they have encountered plenty of game in the mountains and are delayed. They should be back soon." A plump woman spoke up to offer comfort. "May the mountain spirit bless them. I hope the head of the family can bring back some game today, otherwise the children at home will truly go hungry." A young petite woman with a worried expression clasped her hands and quietly prayed toward the distant mountains. At that moment Li Shi also brought Yi Linger to the village entrance, holding a lantern in her hand and anxiously gazing into the dimming distance where not a single figure could be seen. She looked up at the sky. The sun had already set in the west and the sky was almost completely dark, causing her to frown. "He promised to return at a good time when he left, so why is he still not back? It's truly infuriating," Li Shi murmured anxiously. The dangers of the mountain after the snow were evident, and when Yi Chen suggested entering the mountains yesterday, she had expressed her concerns and even tried to dissuade him. Now, with darkness falling and no sign of his return, her worries only deepened. "Sister-in-law, don't worry. Big brother and second brother will certainly return safely. Second brother promised we would have meat tonight." Yi Linger, noticing Li Shi's anxiety, softly comforted her. Upon hearing this, Li Shi glanced at her and a faint smile emerged on her worried face as if she found solace. Yes, Linger is right. The head of the family and heir will definitely return safely." At that moment a joyful exclamation arose from the crowd nearby. "They've returned. They are back." In an instant everyone's gaze turned toward the fields outside the village, where they faintly spotted a few figures slowly approaching. The women were overjoyed and immediately sought out their family members, their previously anxious hearts finally beginning to relax. Upon hearing the news, Li Shi also looked up, but she did not see Yi Shan or Yi Chen. A flicker of worry crossed her brow as she tightened her grip on the lantern she was holding. If it got dark and they had not returned, she planned to wait at the foot of the mountain. As the hunters returned from the mountains, their family members rushed to greet them, and upon seeing the game they carried, smiles blossomed on their faces like blooming chrysanthemums, their joy evident. "The head of the family is truly skilled. He caught a roe deer. Tonight we can finally have some meat." A young woman said, her face radiant with happiness. "Head of the family, these 2 mountain chickens are so fat. We can exchange them for quite a bit of grain. Now we don't have to worry about the rice jar being empty." An older woman said, her eyes sparkling as she already calculated how the game would be distributed. "Wonderful. The head of the family finally brought back some game this time. We won't have to worry about going hungry. Tonight I'll reward you twice," an excited woman in her 40s exclaimed. As soon as she finished speaking, the middle-aged hunter in front of her suddenly turned pale, tightening his cotton jacket in fear and stammering, "Why are you repaying kindness with malice?" Most of the hunters had indeed returned with some game, creating a lively atmosphere. However, while some were joyous, others were disheartened. Li Shi still had not seen Yi Shan or Yi Chen, and her anxious heart remained tense, worry etched across her face. A haggard-faced woman noticed Li Shi's nervous demeanor, a cold smile curling at her lips. She then took her husband's arm and deliberately walked past Li Shi, glancing at her as if casually. "Oh, isn't this the Yi family's eldest household? Why haven't your eldest and second sons returned yet? The sky is about to darken. If they don't return soon, the mountains could be dangerous. I wonder if they've caught any game, or if they are too embarrassed to come back empty-handed." She had lost face in front of Li Shi several times before, and today her husband finally caught a wild chicken, so she wanted to show off a bit. Upon hearing this, Li Shi merely cast a light glance at her and did not respond, her mind preoccupied with concern for Yi Shan and Yi Chen's safety, leaving no room for argument. Seeing Li Shi's worried expression, the haggard-faced woman felt even more triumphant. She raised an eyebrow, wanting to say more, but was tugged by her husband beside her. "Just keep your comments to yourself," Wang Defa said in a low voice. In previous hunts he had returned empty-handed and found it hard to hold his head high in front of Yi Chen. Now, even though he had caught a wild chicken, he still felt it couldn't compare to the wild boar Yi Chen had hunted before, and thus dared not boast. The haggard-faced woman frowned, annoyed by his words. She turned back and shot Wang Defa a harsh glare, retorting, "Why should I keep quiet? I haven't said anything wrong." Just then Yilinger pointed toward the fields ahead and exclaimed, "Big brother and second brother are back." Upon hearing this, Li Shi's eyes instantly lit up and she quickly looked up. "Where?" As soon as she nervously asked, her gaze landed on two figures walking side by side, instantly recognizing them. "It really is them, if they have finally returned." A smile spread across Li Shi's face and she sighed in relief. In that moment she truly felt her worries lift. The haggard-faced woman beside her saw this and pouted, seemingly wanting to boast again, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "What's the use of returning? If they come back empty-handed it would be too embarrassing. A whole day in the mountains for nothing." Hearing this, Li Shi could no longer hold back. She glared at the haggard-faced woman and replied, "Our family has plenty of food in the rice jar. It doesn't matter if we didn't catch any game, as long as the people return safely, that's all that matters." Unlike some people's faces, their family truly did not lack food, and the haggard-faced woman's boasting was nothing but a joke in Li Shi's eyes. "You." Upon hearing Li Shi's words, the haggard-faced woman's face instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot, her anger bubbling within, yet she was powerless to retort. Everyone in the village knew that Ye's second son had made a small fortune receiving 50 taels of reward money, so there was no need to worry about food. Even if they wanted meat they could afford it. As they spoke, the two figures in the distance grew closer. The villagers still lingering in the area turned to see the Yi brothers returning, their curiosity piqued. They wanted to see what kind of game Yi Chen had brought back, or if he was returning empty-handed. "Aren't those the two sons of old Ye's family? Have they ventured into the mountains again today? Indeed, it's Yi Shan and Yi Chen. Didn't their family recently receive a reward bounty? Still hunting in the mountains even in this bitter cold. What game do you suppose they've bagged today?" You know well enough what second brother Yi was like before. Most of that bounty went straight to creditors. Didn't Yi Chen bring down a wild boar just days ago? I was utterly envious. I still can't tell whether it was sheer luck or genuine skill. Look, they seem to be returning empty-handed. Well, good. Fortune shouldn't smile on them every time if the mountain's bounty can't all belong to one man. Yi Shan and Yi Chen trudged slowly toward them, each step heavy and labored, their footprints etched deep into the snow like carved seals. Rustler, rustler, rustle. The grating shrill sound grew steadily clearer. Seeing this, Lady Li abandoned her quarrel with the sallow-faced woman and hurried swiftly toward the village gate. "Sister-in-law, wait for me." Yilinger broke into a quick trot to catch up. Yi Shan now spotted Lady Li and Yilinger rushing toward them. A warm, weary smile flickered across his tired face. He halted his steps and gestured gently to Yi Chen beside him. "Second brother, let's rest a moment." He gasped deeply, gazing at the village just ahead, relief flooding his chest. He no longer feared being trapped in the mountains after nightfall. "All right." At these words Yi Chen stopped without hesitation, standing rooted in place, breathing raggedly, sweat pouring down his face, steam rising visibly from his brow. The descent from the mountain had left them utterly spent. If they'd paused repeatedly along the way just to make it back safely, hence their late return. Lady Li arrived breathlessly before them. "Husband's second brother, you're finally back. Weren't you supposed to descend before dusk? Never mind whether you caught anything, safety comes first." She had been nearly frantic with worry. Hearing her, Yi Shan smiled warmly and sheepishly waved a hand. What danger could there possibly be for us? Rest easy, any peril lies with the beasts, not with second brother's prowess. Had the game we took not been so heavy, and delayed us so long on the trail, we'd have returned far earlier." At Yi Shan's words, Lady Li's eyes lit up with curiosity. What game? Was it truly that heavy? She had noticed neither Yi Shan nor Yi Chen carried any game. Her sole concern had been their safety, nothing else registering clearly. Yet she knew Yi Shan well, tall, broad-shouldered, immensely strong. Mere pounds would pose no challenge. What beast could exhaust him so completely? Meeting her gaze, Yi Shan chuckled. "You'll never guess." This time second brother brought down a wild mountain goat, weighing well over 100 jin. Lady Li froze stunned into silence. A wild mountain goat. Over 100 jin. This. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her voice faltered, barely coherent. She stared fixedly at Yi Shan, half convinced he was teasing her. After all, the last wild boar had already astonished everyone. Could they truly have taken something even larger? Yi Shan and Yi Chen offered no further explanation, merely shifting slightly aside to reveal the wooden sledge behind them. Through the gap between them Lady Li glimpsed it, a headless wild mountain goat. Its massive frame instantly electrified her senses. Heavens above, it really is a mountain goat. So enormous. Lady Li exclaimed astounded. Only now did she grasp why they'd returned so late. Her gaze lifted to Yi Chen, warmer now brighter with pride. Second brother, you truly are extraordinary. Tonight we feast on mutton, and such a beast will fetch a handsome price at market. Sister-in-law wouldn't even dare dream our family could bring down such a giant. Yi Chen laughed softly, scratching his head, calm and unassuming. Sister-in-law, it was pure chance, I happened upon it. Without elder brother's strength I'd never have hauled it back alone. Yi Linger darted forward, eyes sparkling at the sight of the goat, mouth watering, voice bubbling with delight. Yay! Mutton tonight. I knew second brother wouldn't lie to me, he's simply amazing. Her joy overflowed, for her meat was life's greatest bliss. Gurgle gurgle. At the mention of mutton both Yi Shan's and Yi Chen's stomachs growled in unison, they were ravenous. Starving, aren't you? Let's go home and talk there. Lady Li stroked Yi Linger's hair tenderly, then stepped beside Yi Shan and grasped the rope firmly. Husband, let me help. No need, Yi Shan waved his hand, intending to refuse, yet seeing Lady Li's resolve he yielded with a gentle nod. Very well, let's go. Second brother, home we go. The three seized the rope attached to the sledge and pulled with all their might, heading steadily toward the distant village. As distance narrowed, villagers gathered at the gate began to discern details more clearly. What on earth are the Yi family doing? Looks like they're helping haul something. A plump-cheeked woman raised her brows curiously. Could it be, did Yi Shan and Yi Chen bag another prize? Could it really be? A pockmarked woman asked, startled. Judging by their effort, it must be something colossal. An elder hunter squinted thoughtfully, his expression complex. Others perked up instantly, craning their necks, faces alight with eager curiosity. Even the sallow-faced woman who'd earlier boasted to Lady Li lingered, stretching her neck toward the village entrance, her narrow triangular eyes locked onto Yi Shan and Yi Chen, her expression darkening steadily. Beside her Wang Defa stood tense, swallowing hard, heart pounding, desperate to flee. He prayed inwardly, don't let the boy have taken anything grand, spare your Uncle Wang some dignity. Rustler rustler rustle. The grating sound drew nearer, tightening every onlooker's nerves. As Yi Chen and the others dragged the sledge into the village gate, all saw clearly, the mountain goat's carcass bound fast upon it. Though headless, its shaggy fur and cloven hooves left no doubt. HSSSS. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. That's a wild mountain goat. Like a stone thrown into a calm lake, the crowd erupted in excitement as they stared wide-eyed at the goat on the raft, utterly shocked. Oh my! Yi Chen hit a wild goat, it's huge. It really is a goat, it looks like it weighs over 100 pounds. This kid is really impressive. I thought he wouldn't catch anything today, but unexpectedly he got such a big game. Hiss. How can this kid be so lucky? He encounters such big catches every time. Their family is in for a feast tonight, this big goat will last them days. The crowd watched with envy, their hearts filled with jealousy. The villagers who initially thought they would see a joke now had grim expressions, as if their throats were choked, unable to utter a word. In the crowd a haggard woman heard the commotion and eagerly leaned forward, her gaze fixed on the wild goat. The moment she got a clear view, her face darkened like a pot bottom filled with jealousy. What kind of luck is this kid having? How could he catch such a large animal? It's infuriating that he managed to bring back such a big goat. She was mad with jealousy, having just mocked the Li family for not catching anything, only to be swiftly slapped in the face by reality. At that moment Yi Chen and the others were pulling the raft past her. Li Shi, who was helping, seemed to sense something and turned to look at the haggard woman, a glint of pride flashing across her face, her tone playful. Aunt Wang, isn't it a coincidence? Our second son didn't come back empty-handed again, he casually shot a goat weighing over 100 pounds. As his sister-in-law I don't have much skill, just riding on his coattails. Uncle Wang is impressive too, he brought back a wild chicken. That should be enough for you to have a feast. She seemed to be praising Wang Defa, but compared to the wild chicken in his hands her goat appeared insignificant. This was undoubtedly mocking the haggard woman. What's so great about a wild chicken? Can it compare to my goat? The haggard woman's face immediately darkened, looking extremely unpleasant, as if she had swallowed a fly. Li Shi didn't give her a chance to respond and left with Yi Chen and the goat, not lingering for a moment. This made the haggard woman even angrier, her heart burning with suppressed fury. Nearby Wang Defa watched with envy. He had hunted for many years and rarely managed to take down a wild goat alone. It required not only great skill but also immense luck. He slowly withdrew his gaze and said to his wife, "Let's go home. We'll kill this wild chicken and make soup to supplement our diet. It's been days since we had any meat." As soon as he finished speaking he was met with the haggard woman's disdainful glare as she scoffed, "Useless thing, you only brought back a wild chicken. Who could fill their teeth with that? What a disgrace. Wang Defa." Huh. Wang Defa stood there momentarily dumbfounded. When did bringing back a wild chicken become something to be ashamed of? He couldn't help but fall into deep thought. As night fell the village was engulfed in darkness. Yi Linger took the lead carrying a lantern as she entered the courtyard while Yi Chen and the others dragged the raft closely behind. The moment they passed through the courtyard gate all three simultaneously released the ropes. "Quick, put it down and rest, I'm exhausted." Yi Shan gasped for breath. Li Shi was also drenched in sweat with strands of hair clinging to her forehead, looking disheveled yet charming. Yi Chen plopped down on a nearby stump, panting, his face pale, lacking the strength to speak. He had nearly collapsed from exhaustion while coming down from the mountain. Although the journey through the village was aided by Li Shi, it was still quite tiring. "Big brother, second brother, you're back. What did you bring back?" Yi Yuanfeng, sitting on the threshold of the main house, slowly stood up, squinting at the raft. Due to the darkness near the courtyard gate he couldn't see clearly and asked while walking over leisurely. Before Yi Shan and Yi Chen could speak, Yi Linger, standing in the center of the courtyard, joyfully exclaimed, "Dad's second brother caught a wild goat. It's huge. Tonight we can eat lamb." She spoke while gesturing with her small hands, drawing a large arc. "A wild goat?" Yi Yuanfeng froze, looking at Yi Linger's exaggerated gestures, still somewhat disbelieving. "Is that true? Those creatures aren't slow and they're quite sharp if they run at the slightest noise. It's not easy to chase them or shoot them." Having hunted for many years he had encountered goats in the mountains and knew how difficult they were to catch. Sometimes it could even be dangerous. A solid sharp horn could pierce a person with one strike. "Dad, it's true. Second brother really shot a goat today. It probably weighs over 100 pounds. Come quickly and take a look." Li Shi, beaming with joy, turned to Yi Yuanfeng and said, "Really?" Yi Yuanfeng's heart raced. If Yi Linger could be believed, then Li Shi's words were certainly true. She wouldn't joke about such things. His footsteps quickened and his gaze was fixed on the raft. When he saw the goat his mind went blank and he stood there in a daze. "This really is a goat." Yi Yuanfeng looked at the goat, then at Yi Chen, his astonished expression gradually breaking into a smile overwhelmed with joy. It wasn't just the goat's catch that thrilled him, but more so the pride in his son's success. "Second brother, your hunting skills are far superior to mine. Especially your archery. Truly self-taught with exquisite technique. Our Yi family is blessed to have you. Surely our ancestors are smiling down on us." Yi Yuanfeng looked at Yi Chen with excited praise. As an old hunter he immediately noticed the two penetrating wounds on the goat, both arrows hitting true and piercing the heart with one shot. This skill surpassed most hunters. Even Yi Yuanfeng felt inadequate. After all, goats are agile and once startled they flee like the wind. Aiming and chasing in the forest is extremely challenging. Faced with Yi Yuanfeng's praise, Yi Chen quickly waved his hand and smiled. "Dad, please don't say that. I was just lucky to hit it by chance. I'm not as skilled as you say. Once you recover you might even catch bigger game in the mountains. I'm not as capable as you." What he said was heartfelt. Yi Yuanfeng had always been a skilled hunter with decades of experience, a level Yi Chen couldn't compare to. Meanwhile Yi Shan's stomach growled with hunger and he hurriedly said, "Dad's second brother, let's process this goat and eat first. Didn't second brother say he wanted hot pot lamb? I think hot pot is indeed quite convenient. Let's have that tonight." Li Shi paused for a moment, looking at Yi Shan with a puzzled expression. "Head of the family, what's hot pot? What is that?" Yi Linger and Yi Yuanfeng also cast curious glances. He, you don't understand, do you?" Yi Shan raised his eyebrows and said seriously. "Hot pot is." In the main room an iron pot was set atop a charcoal fire with the broth made from lamb bones bubbling vigorously within. The soup had already turned a milky white, releasing a waft of enticing aroma that flowed outside, quickly permeating the entire courtyard. Yi Shan entered carrying 2 large plates of lamb slices as thin as cicada wings, his face beaming with anticipation. "The meat is here." Those seated around the hot pot, including Yi Chen, were already eagerly waiting. Yi Linger stared intently at the plate of lamb, licking her lips, eager to speak. "Elder brother, the pot is boiling. Quickly add the meat." I want to taste the flavor of lamb hot pot. Although Yi Yuanfeng said nothing, his actions of gulping were clearly a sign of impatience. Alright, I'll add the meat right away. Yi Shan, who was also eager to enjoy this lamb hot pot, placed a plate of lamb on the table and then hurriedly brought one over to the iron pot. Inhaling the mouth-watering aroma, he could not resist and quickly poured all the lamb into the boiling broth. The thin slices of lamb scattered and rolled in the milky broth, and after a few moments of bubbling, the blood was nowhere to be seen, with the meat becoming firm and slightly white. Yi Chen watched closely, silently counting for a few seconds before speaking up. It's done. We can pick it up and eat now. He picked up his chopsticks, first placing a piece of meat into his father Yi Yuanfeng's bowl, then took a piece for himself, not forgetting to urge Yi Shan and the others to start eating. Elder brother, sister-in-law, this lamb hot pot is meant to be cooked and eaten simultaneously. Just a few seconds in the pot makes it ready, and the flavor is the best when it's fresh. If cooked too long it becomes tough. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Yi Shan and the others did not hold back, eagerly picking up the lamb slices. After all, there was still an entire goat at the kitchen door, and if they ran out they could just cut more slices, so there was no worry about not having enough to eat. Who? Yi Chen blew on the piece of lamb in his chopsticks before placing it in his mouth and began to chew. The rich juices and meat aroma intertwined in his mouth, carrying a hint of creaminess and sweetness. He slightly closed his eyes, wearing an expression of enjoyment. Beside him, Yi Linger could not wait to grab a piece of lamb and put it in her mouth, only to yelp as it was too hot. After chewing a few times, her lively eyes instantly lit up, her expression excited. Delicious. This lamb is so flavorful. So tasty. I've never had such delicious lamb before. Yi Linger mumbled, instantly falling in love with the taste of lamb hot pot. You greedy little girls, slow down, don't burn yourself, there's plenty of lamb to go around. Li Shi said with a smile. Yi Shan and Li Shi were not surprised, after all, meat is fragrant, especially lamb. However, the moment the lamb slices entered their mouths, both of them changed their expressions in unison. This meat is too delicious. So tender. It melts in your mouth. So fragrant, it's mesmerizing. The two immediately praised the lamb hot pot, initially thinking Yi Linger was exaggerating, only to find it truly delicious. Meanwhile, Yi Yuanfeng remained silent, his murky eyes brightening considerably, focusing solely on grabbing meat from the pot. For a moment everyone was too busy to speak, afraid the lamb slices in the pot would overcook. They quickly picked them up, blew on them, and without further ado stuffed them into their mouths, chewing with delight. So good. Too delicious. Yi Linger exclaimed in enjoyment, her eyes narrowing with pleasure. In the blink of an eye the lamb slices in the pot were completely devoured, leaving only the more robust milky lamb soup still boiling. Elder brother, hurry. Don't just stand there, add more meat, add more meat. Yi Yuanfeng urged, his appetite wide open, wishing he could eat a few more bowls. Ever since his injury he had not indulged like this in a long time. Okay. Yi Shan quickly replied, putting down his bowl and chopsticks. He stood up to fetch more lamb slices from the table and directly dumped the entire plate into the pot. This lamb hot pot is so delicious I could eat 3 bowls. Yi Linger said with a smile, her lively eyes fixated on the lamb slices rolling up and down in the pot, salivating uncontrollably. Yi Shan and Li Shi rubbed their bellies. Although they appeared to have eaten a lot, they felt no sense of fullness, especially with the exquisite taste of this lamb hot pot, making them feel as if they could consume an entire goat. Yi Chen was also savoring the meal, observing his family praising the lamb hot pot, feeling quite joyful. As the aroma spread, the milky broth in the pot continued to boil. It's done, eat quickly. Yi Yuanfeng reminded, his gaze fixed on the pot. As his words fell, everyone swiftly picked up their chopsticks, grabbed the lamb from the pot, blew on the steam, and without hesitation stuffed it into their mouths, chewing heartily. The rich juices exploded in their mouths and everyone was thoroughly satisfied. This plate contained at least 2 pounds of lamb slices. It looked like a lot, but just a few bites left it empty. After 2 successive plates of lamb, everyone was still craving more, their stomachs only half full. Even Yi Linger was still licking her tongue, staring intently at the bottom of the pot. Yi Yuanfeng put down his bowl and chopsticks, looking at Yi Shan in front of him, and instructed, elder brother, go cut some more lamb slices, cut a few more plates. Is this enough for anyone? If old Zhang next door sees this he'll think we can't afford lamb. Alright, Dad. Yi Shan quickly answered, putting down his bowl and chopsticks, and immediately headed to the kitchen, eager to have more lamb hot pot, feeling quite eager. I'll help you. Li Shi voluntarily stood up and followed him, wanting to enjoy the delicious lamb hot pot sooner. The milky bone soup in the pot continued to boil, the tempting aroma wafting throughout the courtyard, drifting far away. The neighbor next door, smelling the fragrance, was drooling, looking towards the Yi family's courtyard with envy. Is the old Yi family making lamb soup? It smells so good, slurp. If only I could have a taste. Drinking lamb soup in this cold weather would be so delightful. How many years has it been since I had a taste of lamb soup? I can barely remember what lamb tastes like. Just smelling it is already enticing. I can hardly imagine eating it. Their second son is doing well, having caught a wild goat weighing over 100 pounds. If that's enough for many days of lamb soup. If only my son could be as accomplished as Yi Chen, but alas, my son is useless. If I don't beat him tonight, I won't be able to sleep. Before long, Yi Shan returned swiftly with 2 large plates of lamb, this time containing even more than before. While the Yi family joyfully enjoyed their lamb hot pot, the sounds of a child being scolded could be heard from the neighboring courtyard. Several plates of mutton were devoured entirely, so thoroughly that even Yi Yuanfeng declared it exhilarating, while Yi Linger's belly swelled round and full, leaving her too languid to rise from the bamboo chair. Yi Shan and Li Shi cleared the dishes and returned to the kitchen to continue butchering the remaining mutton. What they had eaten earlier amounted to less than 1/10 of the whole. Yi Shan stepped into the courtyard and quite by chance noticed the wild pheasant discarded beside the kitchen doorway, long since lifeless. Earlier, while still in the mountains, he had dreamed of cooking pheasant stewed with mushrooms, and now with hot pot mutton on hand he had cast aside the pheasant, pierced cleanly through the heart. In times past a single wild pheasant would have sent the entire family into raptures, but now, having secured a wild goat, the pheasant held little allure. Even Yi Linger made no plea for chicken soup, her eyes gleamed only for the sizzling mutton hot pot. Yi Chen moved to a corner of the wall, stretched his limbs lightly and turned his awareness inward toward his attribute panel. Cultivator Yi Chen. Strength 7, Proficiency 33,300, Average Human Baseline 8. Enhanced Strength yields greater physical power. Agility 3, Proficiency 0-100, Average Human Baseline 5. Improved Agility grants swifter movement. Evasion 2, Proficiency 0-100, Average Human Baseline 3. Higher evasion grants a chance to deflect incoming attacks. Physique 3, Proficiency 0-200, Average Human Baseline 3. Strengthened Physique bolsters defensive resilience. Special Skill Archery Proficiency 0-20000, Realm of Mastery 30, chance to trigger critical strikes. 3 Arrow Barrage, Unerring Accuracy. The previous night he had already raised his strength to 7, still below the human average, yet even so, combined with his Realm of Mastery Archery and critical strike amplification, he had pierced the wild goat's skull with a single arrow. This revelation struck Yi Chen with profound intensity. Should his strength far surpass that of ordinary mortals, the destructive potency of his archery would undoubtedly surge, perhaps even enabling him to contend with masters wielding inner chi force. A fierce yearning for strength surged within Yi Chen's heart. He lowered his gaze to the wooden post lying on the ground, bent down, wrapped his arms tightly around it and hoisted it aloft once more. Proficiency in Strength 1. Proficiency in Strength 1. Proficiency in Strength 1. Cold mechanical notifications chimed one after another. Sated and invigorated, Yi Chen brimmed with energy. The motion of lifting the log grew fluid and swift, repetition after repetition. The mutton broth he'd drunk earlier still radiated warmth from deep within his stomach, suffusing his entire body with gentle heat, so much so that even standing bare-armed in the courtyard's biting wind evoked no chill. Hearing the commotion, Yi Yuanfeng and Yi Linger emerged from the main house and, spotting Yi Chen lifting the log in the courtyard, exchanged faintly bewildered glances. Father, has second brother been possessed? Yi Linger scratched her head, her expression oddly perplexed. Nonsense, don't speak foolishly. He's not possessed, he's simply exercising. Yi Yuanfeng glanced down at Yi Linger beside him, choosing his words with careful deliberation, even as doubt stirred quietly within his own mind. What on earth is second brother practicing? Immersed utterly in his training, Yi Chen remained oblivious to their strange looks, his entire focus riveted upon the rising proficiency of his strength, watching it with rapt anticipation. Proficiency in Strength 1. Proficiency in Strength 1. Proficiency in Strength 1. Almost there, almost there. Yi Chen fixed his gaze intently upon the strength proficiency bar, his excitement mounting with each increment. Though his arms throbbed with dull ache, he clenched his teeth and pressed onward, breath held tight. Ding! Congratulations, strength has ascended to level 8. Ha! At the chime of the system's announcement, Yi Chen released the log with palpable relief and exhaled deeply. The moment his arms dropped, a wave of searing fatigue washed over them, deep insistent soreness surged through his muscles. Sweat poured from his brow, steaming faintly in the frigid wind. Yet Yi Chen could distinctly feel his strength had grown, Clenching his fist, he sensed newfound power coursing through his sinews, an increase of at least several tens of gene in raw force. Joy bloomed warmly in his chest. Just then Yishan and Li Shi emerged from the kitchen, approached Yi Chen, who had just finished his exertions, and drew near. "Second brother, how shall we best handle the remaining mutton? Keep it for ourselves, or carry it into town to sell for coin?" Yishan ventured cautiously. Privately he leaned strongly toward selling it. Consuming an entire wild goat themselves would be sheer extravagance, though Yi Chen had settled all outstanding gambling debts. Their remaining funds were meager indeed. After all, Yi Chen remained unwed and Yishan was perpetually intent on saving every copper for his younger brother's dowry. Nothing was to be squandered. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen looked at Yishan before him, hesitant, tongue-tied, and instantly divined his unspoken thoughts. A faint smile touched his lips. "Elder brother, sister-in-law, how about this? We'll freeze 10 gene or so for future meals and take the rest into town to sell. While there we can also purchase household supplies. What do you think?" It was deep winter, snow or not ice formed readily. Left outdoors the mutton would freeze solid without spoiling. No sooner had he spoken than Yishan nodded vigorously in agreement. "Agreed, I think it's sound. Let's do exactly as second brother suggests. Reserve 10 gene for hot pot later and I'll carry the rest into town tomorrow morning to sell, then buy back grain. And father's herbal medicine has run out, we should procure a few new prescriptions as well." Though the rice bin stood full, their reserves would last barely 1 or 2 months. A common peasant's foremost concern was always grain storage. Without surplus the heart knew no peace. Moreover, with famine looming and unrest stirring, grain prices could soar at any moment. Only by securing ample stores could true tranquility be found. "Second brother speaks wisely, let it be so." Li Shi added her assent. "Elder brother, tomorrow morning I'll accompany you into town. The mutton is too heavy for one man to shoulder alone," Yi Chen said, gazing steadily at Yishan before him. The remaining mutton weighed nearly 100 gene. The journey from village to county seat took half a day, and Yishan burdened alone might collapse halfway. In former days perhaps he could have borne it, but ever since his leg had been crippled his strength had waned markedly. Yishan nearly declined, yet recalling how exhausted he'd been hauling last time's wild boar meat and facing now over 100 gene of mutton, he finally nodded in acquiescence. "Very well, so it's decided. Tomorrow at dawn we go together." With that, Yishan and Li Shi resumed their tasks, setting aside portions for their own consumption, then butchering the rest and packing it neatly into woven baskets, which they carried out and placed upon the courtyard steps. By nightfall the biting wind had frozen the mutton solid, no fear of spoilage lingered. Yi Chen continued to practice weightlifting in the yard, feeling a wave of satisfaction as his proficiency steadily increased. His awareness turned to the strength section of his attribute panel. Strength 8, proficiency 86,400, average for ordinary people 8, and strength will be even greater after improvement. This time the proficiency required for improvement was 400 points, and with his current stamina and aching arms it was difficult to reach a strength value of 9 tonight. He also didn't want to exhaust his arms in one go as he needed to go to town for the market tomorrow. He stopped when his strength proficiency reached 100 points. Yi Chen took a few deep breaths. Just as he was about to return to his room to sleep, he saw Yishan walking out of the house with a cotton coat directly sitting on a bamboo chair in the main room. Seeing his appearance, it seemed he intended to spend the night on the bamboo chair. "Elder brother, what are you doing?" Yi Chen walked over, looking at Yishan with a puzzled expression. "Did your wife find out you were outside looking at beautiful women and kick you out?" Yishan. Sure. Yishan's heart tightened and he quickly made a gesture for silence, glancing anxiously in the direction of the room. Seeing Li Shi hadn't come out, he finally relaxed, but his gaze towards Yi Chen changed. "Second brother, what nonsense are you talking? I didn't look at any woman. If your sister-in-law hears, she'll misunderstand again. I was just keeping an eye on things in the main room. After all, with so much lamb meat left in the yard, how could I be at ease? What if someone comes to steal the meat?" Yishan explained helplessly. He remembered the last time when wild boar meat was almost stolen, a lesson he kept in mind. With over 100 pounds of lamb meat left in the yard, he was naturally afraid of thieves' intentions. Moreover, the 3 thieves from last time were still unknown, possibly villagers from the same village. If they found out the Yi family had brought back a goat, they might have ill intentions. This was something he and Yi Chen had worked hard to bring back from the mountain, and they were exhausted on the way. If it were stolen, he would be infuriated. Upon hearing Yishan's concerns, Yi Chen finally understood his intention and nodded thoughtfully. "So that's how it is. But elder brother, it's cold at night. Won't you freeze sleeping here? Why not go back inside to sleep? There shouldn't be anyone daring enough to come steal meat now. Yi Chen advised as he looked at Yi Shan in front of him. Among the 3 thieves, one had been shot by him and they were probably terrified. That won't do. What if it gets stolen? I can't rest easy. Yi Shan waved his hand. Second brother, you've been tired all day. Go back and sleep. I'll keep an eye on things here. Don't worry, there's still the charcoal basin. Just then Li Shi walked out from a nearby room, directly approaching the 2 brothers, looking at Yi Shan. You have to go into town with second brother tomorrow morning. How can you not get a good night's sleep? I'll keep watch tonight. You go back and sleep. This. Yi Shan hesitated for a moment. Staying up all night would indeed affect his strength when carrying loads into town during the day, but he felt bad for letting Li Shi stay up. Before he could say anything else, Li Shi snatched the cotton coat from Yi Shan's hands, gently scolding him. Stop thinking about it, hurry back and sleep. After you both go to town tomorrow, I can take a nap at home. Go on, go on. Li Shi nudged Yi Shan, urging him to return to the house. All right. Just be careful and don't catch a cold at night. If anything happens, call out. I'll come out with second brother right away. Yi Shan reminded with concern. All right, I know. Li Shi nodded, then turned to Yi Chen beside her. Second brother, you should also go back and sleep. Sister-in-law will keep watch here. The lamb won't be lost. Okay, thank you for your hard work, sister-in-law. Seeing Li Shi's firm attitude, Yi Chen stopped persuading her and nodded in agreement. Ah, we're all family. Li Shi waved her hand, then wrapped herself in the cotton coat and sat down on the bamboo chair. Yi Shan and Yi Chen returned to their respective rooms, and as they closed the doors they could still faintly hear the howling wind in the yard. It was even colder at night. Yi Chen crawled back into bed, glancing at the longbow resting beside the bed, then curled up in the blanket and closed his eyes, soon falling into a deep sleep. In the night the cold wind howled, yet the blanket was exceptionally warm. As the darkness reached its peak, dawn arrived and the sky gradually brightened with a gray hue, enveloping the small courtyard in a layer of white mist. At the entrance of the main house the charcoal fire in the basin had long been extinguished. Li Shi, leaning against the bamboo chair, rubbed her sore eyes, unconsciously yawning, and slowly stood up, her joints creaking as she stood still for a moment before heading toward the nearby kitchen. At that moment Yi Shan walked out of the house, saw Li Shi and approached her, speaking softly. You haven't slept all night. Go back and rest for a while. I'll just make some rice porridge. Hearing this, Li Shi's cheeks flushed slightly and she shook her head. It's fine, I'm not sleepy yet. I'll sleep after you all leave. Without further ado she entered the kitchen and began to busy herself. Seeing this, Yi Shan sighed helplessly and followed her into the kitchen to help. Before long, smoke began to curl from the chimney. Is Uncle Yi at home? A hurried voice suddenly called from outside the courtyard. In the next moment Yi Shan quickly walked out of the kitchen, his expression puzzled. Who is it? He stepped outside and was surprised to see the person. Isn't that who? What brings you here so early to see my father? Brother Shan, you're here. The village chief asked me to inform your family. A moment later Yi Shan walked back into the yard with a grave expression. Meanwhile a worried Li Shi walked out of the kitchen, glancing at Yi Shan's face her heart sank and she quickly asked. Elder brother, what happened? Before Yi Shan could speak the door from the adjacent room also creaked open. Oh no. Yi Chen stepped out from his room. He had vaguely heard someone shouting outside the courtyard, and upon seeing Yi Shan's tense expression realized something was wrong and quickly walked over. Elder brother, what's wrong? Is there something going on? Meeting the concerned gazes of Li Shi and Yi Chen, Yi Shan took a deep breath and slowly explained. The old Wu family, father and son at the west end of the village, went into the mountains yesterday and haven't returned. His wife asked the village chief to organize people to search for them. They were found at dawn, but they were already dead. The wounds on the bodies of the father and son appeared to be man-made, not from being bitten by wild beasts in the mountain. The village chief has already sent someone into the city to report to the authorities. He asked Hu to inform everyone to be cautious if they venture into the mountains these days, especially the hunters from Jinshui village. Someone saw them in the mountains yesterday and suspects they are responsible for the Wu family's deaths. Jinshui village and Yi family village are separated by a mountain range, and the hunters from both sides hunt in this area. There have been many conflicts in the past, but it is rare for someone to die. How could such a thing happen? This is too frightening. Fortunately second brother isn't going into the mountains today. It's better to avoid going into the mountains these days. Li Shi, who was beside them, said in a tone of relief, patting her chest. She couldn't help but be thankful that Yi Shan and Yi Chen returned safely from the mountains yesterday. If they had encountered the same fate as the Wu family, their family would have been finished. Jinshui Village. Yi Chen furrowed his brow slightly, recalling a vague impression of several towering and robust figures. Although the original owner had not hunted in the mountains, he had often visited the widows of Jinshui Village for fun, becoming somewhat familiar over time, and had narrowly escaped beatings on several occasions. The relationship between the two villages was poor, often resulting in conflicts over hunting in the mountains, and in earlier years they would even rally able-bodied men from both villages for large-scale brawls. However, it had been a long time since anyone had died in the mountains, and the sudden occurrence of such an event would reignite the conflict between the two villages if it was confirmed to be the work of hunters from Jinshui Village. There would be no peace in hunting in the future. I hope the authorities can investigate thoroughly. At this moment he thought little of it and wished for the officials to resolve the matter and bring the true culprits to justice. Otherwise, if the conflict escalated into a brawl between the two villages, their family would undoubtedly have to send people. Normally villagers might mock each other, but once an outsider bullied them, they would become exceptionally united. If anyone does not lend a hand at this time, then when outsiders bully them next time, no one in the village would come to their aid. Let's hope so. Yi Shan sighed and looked at Yi Chen in front of him. Second brother, let's eat something first, then head into town to sell the mutton. After that we can ask what happened. It's been years since we've had a brawl. If the hunters from Jinshui Village really killed the Wu father and son, that's truly outrageous, and we must teach them a lesson. Otherwise they might think our Yi family village is easy to bully. Hearing this, Yi Chen nodded. All right. The two made their way to the kitchen. Li Shi, who was nearby, still looked worried and hesitantly spoke. Head of the household, the situation is still uncertain, please don't act impulsively. If you encounter people from Jinshui Village on the way, do not engage, as this matter is under the jurisdiction of the authorities. She was afraid Yi Shan would get into a conflict, and if anything happened she wouldn't know how to live. I know my limits, don't worry. Yi Shan waved his hand in response. When Yi Shan and Yi Chen were full and ready to leave, Li Shi gave each of them a steamed bun and gently reminded them. Take this dry food to eat on the way. Once we reach the city and sell the mutton, find a stall to eat something hot before coming back. Don't be stingy with your money, our family has some now. And for heaven's sake, don't buy any cotton clothes, I have enough to wear, so don't waste that money. Remember to bring back some medicine for father. As Li Shi spoke, she escorted them to the yard's entrance. You should go back. You didn't sleep a wink last night, go in and catch up on some rest. Yi Shan waved his hand at Li Shi and then left directly. Li Shi watched the two walk away before turning back into the yard, and upon raising her head she happened to see Yi Yuanfeng leaning on a crutch coming out of the main house. Father, you're awake. Li Shi thought for a moment and approached him to recount what who had come to inform them about. As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Yuanfeng's expression darkened, his brow furrowed, and his demeanor became very serious as he coldly stated. It must have been those people from Jinshui Village, and no one else would commit such a heinous act. The mountains will not be peaceful from here on out. A glint of anger flashed in Yi Yuanfeng's murky eyes, startling Li Shi beside him. Upon hearing Yi Yuanfeng's words, Li Shi felt a sudden wave of anxiety. Yi Chen still needed to venture into the mountains to hunt, and once a conflict arose it would be extremely dangerous. On the other side, as Yi Chen and Yi Shan carried their heavy baskets out of the village, they encountered groups of villagers discussing the incident involving the Wu father and son being attacked in the mountains. Many villagers kindly reminded Yi Shan and Yi Chen to be cautious while hunting in the mountains, especially to watch out for hunters from Jinshui Village and to never go alone. As they passed the village entrance, they saw the bodies of an old man and a young boy lying on the ground, frozen stiff and long devoid of breath. Yi Chen and Yi Shan couldn't help but glance at them, and their mood immediately became heavy. This was clearly a case of human foul play. Perhaps the perpetrator thought to rely on the wild beasts in the forest to destroy the evidence, yet the majority of the bodies remained intact and were discovered by the villagers. This must have been done by those from Jinshui Village, those despicable beasts. Yi Shan couldn't help but curse quietly. Yi Chen withdrew his gaze from the bodies and frowned slightly, feeling something was off but unable to pinpoint it. After walking a short distance he suddenly stopped, turned sharply and asked Yi Shan beside him. Elder brother, did you notice that the chests of the Wu father and son seem to be caved in? Upon hearing this, Yi Shan was taken aback, recalled it carefully and nodded in agreement. Yes, it is indeed caved in, as if someone had forcefully stomped on it. The person who did this is truly ruthless. Yichen suddenly realized. The arrow wounds and cuts seen earlier on the bodies were not deep enough to be fatal, which was why Yichen found it strange. And now remembering the caved-in area on the chest, he instantly understood what had happened. This was clearly a case of human foul play, and the culprit must be a master of internal strength. He looked back at the bodies at the village entrance, recalling that the official Zhao captain was also a master of internal strength, and stopped thinking further. Once the perpetrator saw the bodies, they would surely understand the intricacies of the case and might quickly find the culprit. Second brother, did you notice something? Yi Shan looked at Yi Chen with a skeptical expression. Meeting Yi Shan's gaze, Yi Chen shook his head, his expression calm as he replied. It's nothing. I thought I saw it wrong. Elder brother, let's hurry up and get going to avoid returning when it gets dark. Last time they went to town they encountered bandits on the way which delayed them significantly, and by the time they returned to the village at night it was already dark, forcing them to hurry through the dark and causing Li Shi great worry. Oh, alright then, let's go. Yi Shan quickly nodded, not thinking much of it at that moment, and immediately limped towards the direction of the county town. Due to Yi Shan's injury he couldn't walk fast, so Yi Chen naturally slowed down to match his pace, but carrying dozens of pounds of mutton was also strenuous for him, making it impossible to walk any faster. Before long he was panting and sweating profusely. Yi Chen couldn't help but frown, muttering softly, if only we had a cart that would make entering the city much easier. Yi Shan paused for 2 seconds and his gaze towards Yi Chen changed. Second brother, we do have some spare money now, but we are not rich. You must remain calm, a cart is not something we can just wish for. Soon after Yi Chen and Yi Shan departed, a squad of constables and deputies arrived. Their leader Zhao Gang wore a deep black unadorned constable's coat, bracers at his wrists, a sword at his waist, and sat astride a brown mant horse with imposing bearing. At the village entrance he vaulted down from his horse with effortless precision, his keen gaze sweeping across the assembled villagers. An elder stepped forward from among the villagers. His beard was streaked with white, yet his eyes shone with vigor. He respectfully cupped his fists to Zhao Gang. Chief Constable Zhao, I am Yi Tinia, the headman of Yi Jia village. The 2 villagers who were murdered have been carried back from the mountain. They are here. Please come with me. Hearing this, Zhao Gang's expression remained unchanged. He inclined his head slightly and followed Yi Tinia to where the 2 bodies lay. The corpses were frozen stiff. Aside from the metallic reek of blood at the wounds, there was no stench of decay. Chief Zhao, please look. Zhao Gang paused, his eyes fixed on the bodies. When he noted wounds that had been gnawed by wild beasts, a faint frown crossed his brow. He crouched and examined the injuries with care. Arrow wounds, he murmured, superficial and not iron-tipped arrows. There are 3 slashes, but they are not fatal, he muttered as he inspected further. When his gaze passed over the chest he suddenly widened his eyes. This is... His face grew grave in an instant. He peeled back the garment to reveal a collapsed sunken chest, as if some tremendous blow had been absorbed there. "Nei Jin," he said, narrowing his eyes. His expression turned sour. He could now be certain the hand that struck was that of a master of Nei Jin internal force. Their exact strength was unknown, but they were unlikely to be weaker than him. A master of archery. The image of Yi Chen surfaced in his mind. Yi Chen was the village hunter skilled with bow and blade and had once shot dead a Nei Jin master. That thought, however, was dismissed the moment it arose. He had dealt with Yi Chen before. Though Yi Chen possessed the marksmanship to fell a Nei Jin expert from range, his frail constitution could not best a grown man in close quarters, much less kill someone by employing internal force himself. Who could have done this? Zhao Gang murmured, his brow knitting tighter as he strained to recall anyone within Jianglin County known to wield Nei Jin. Chief Zhao, with the death of the Wu father and son, their household is left destitute. Their days ahead will be hard. You must ensure justice for them. Yi Tinia spoke up from beside him. Zhao Gang was momentarily taken aback, turned to the headman and asked in a low voice. Had the deceased offended anyone recently? Especially any martial experts? At Zhao's question, Yi Tinia promptly voiced the suspicion that had been gnawing at him. Yesterday several of our hunters sighted the hunters from Jinshui village in the mountains. Our villages have long been at odds. It is quite possible the Jinshui men are responsible for the deaths of the Wu father and son. Jinshui village. Zhao Gang raised an eyebrow, a trace of doubt crossing his face. As chief constable of Jianglin County he knew the 2 villages frequently clashed and that deaths had occurred in the past. Moreover, witnesses had indeed reported seeing Jinshui hunters in the mountains yesterday. A mountain range lay between the 2 villages, its ridges extending for miles. Unless one ventured deep, one would rarely stray into the other's hunting grounds. Unless of course it was deliberate. Even so he would not accuse Jin Shui on Yi Taienius word alone. Proper procedure demanded evidence. Zhao Gang rose slowly and addressed Yi Teniu. Village chief, ye entrust these two bodies to us for now. You must soothe the bereaved and prevent any unrest. The authorities will uncover the true killer and restore justice. He spoke with solemnity, though his words outwardly comforted the grieving. Their true aim was to urge Yi Teniu to keep his people calm and avert a violent clash between the villages. If many were killed or wounded and the incident escalated, even the county magistrate would be held to account. Understood. We rely on you, Chief Zhao, to apprehend the real culprit. Yi Teniu cupped his fists in thanks. Zhao Gang turned and gave orders to several deputies. Take these two bodies back to the county yamen, have the coroner examine them, make full record and report to Lu Darren. The rest of you will accompany me to Jinshui village, he continued. The prime suspects were the Jinshui hunters. He would not let that lead go unpursued. Yes. The deputies split into two parties and departed at once. Yi Teniu watched them go, then turned to the gathered villagers and with commanding authority waved them away. Do not stand about, get to your tasks. If you enter the mountains, do not go alone, travel in 3s or 5s. If you see a fellow villager being wronged, no one is to stand idle, otherwise leave Yijia village. At his words the curious dispersed. Elsewhere on a broad official road, Yishan and Yichen trudged along with heavy baskets on their backs, stopping every so often to rest and gasp for breath. They were so exhausted they could scarcely straighten their spines. Phew. Yichen set down his basket and felt an immediate lightness, drawing a deep breath. He inwardly regretted not leaving more mutton at home to eat himself. It would have spared him some weight. Though his physique and strength had improved, such labor still wore him down. Second brother, look, people are fishing over there. Yishan called out. Yichen followed his gesture and saw 7 or 8 figures spaced along a small riverbank, each holding a bamboo pole to fish. 2 warm days had melted the ice and snow. The river's frozen surface had given way to flowing water headed downstream. That was the very spot where Yichen had shot fish a few days prior when he entered the town. The catch had been generous. Not only had he sold fish for coin, but he had also savored a bowl of rich fish soup. Big brother, shall we go rest there? Yichen suggested with a raised brow. They were both breathless and could hardly continue. Yishan seemed to share the idea and smiled. All right, let's rest by the river. If we can catch another fish, so much the better. He too longed for that savory fish soup. Upon spotting fishermen nearby, the notion had already taken hold. Let's go. In agreement they hoisted up their baskets and hurried toward the river. Yichen froze for a moment, surprised as he peered at the basket in his arms, then a glint of delight crossed his face. This was simply splendid. Yichen and Yishan hurriedly walked to the riverbank, then set down the basket in their hands, breathing heavily. Their arrival did not attract the attention of the nearby fishermen, who were all focused on their own fishing, with their baskets nearly empty, containing only a few small fish the size of fingers. However, when Yichen unfastened his longbow and began to tie a fine string to the tail end of his arrow, it caught the attention of everyone around. Is that kid here to fish too? He doesn't look like he knows what he's doing. Is he really going to use an arrow as a fishing rod? He doesn't even have bait. Does he think he can catch fish? This is just a pipe dream. Does he really think fishing is easy? I've been here all morning and only caught 2 small fish in this freezing weather. Wait, why does that kid look a bit familiar? Like I've seen him somewhere before. Suddenly someone recognized Yichen and stood up, looking surprised. He's the one who shot 3 fish with 1 arrow a few days ago. I've heard of him. If the river was frozen then and he managed to shoot several big fish with just 2 arrows. I remember now, it is him. Is he planning to shoot fish again? The tale of Yichen shooting fish with a bow had spread widely. Many had tried to imitate his method but switched back to fishing with rods due to lack of success. At that moment his appearance immediately drew everyone's interest and they all lost focus on fishing. Yishan widened his eyes and looked around the water, frowning and appearing troubled. Second brother, the fish are all sunk to the bottom today. It won't be easy to shoot them. Previously the surface of the water was frozen and the big fish had to come up to find air, giving Yichen an opportunity. Now with the ice melted and the cold weather, the fish had sunk to the bottom, making them difficult to see from the riverbank, let alone shoot at. Hearing this, Yichen had already tied an arrow, and as he scanned the surface of the water, just as Yishan had said, he couldn't see even a shadow of a fish. No matter how skilled his archery was, if there were no fish on the surface it would be a matter of luck. If only I could lure the fish out. Yichen muttered quietly, suddenly looking at Yishan beside him, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Elder brother, take out a bun, crumble it finely and throw it into the river. Let's see if we can lure out a few big fish. Feed fish with a bun. Hearing Yi Chen say this, Yishan felt a bit reluctant to part with the bun, but he understood the saying that one must be willing to make sacrifices. He quickly took out the bun given by the Li family before their departure, carefully crumbled some and tossed it into the river. The scattered crumbs slowly floated and swirled on the slowly flowing river surface. Yi Chen's gaze was fixed on the crumbs on the water, completely absorbed, entering a trance. Holding his breath, he slowly raised his longbow, silently nocking the arrow. He stood perfectly still, holding the bow and arrow like a statue. Nearby fishermen cast puzzled glances. Is this kid really planning to shoot fish with a bow? Today the fish haven't even come to the surface. Does he think he can see what's beneath the water? Last time was probably just luck, he shot a few fish, but today he won't be so fortunate. As they spoke, they looked at Yi Chen, who was holding the bow and arrow, scoffing and clearly not believing he could catch any fish. After all, these fishermen had been here for several hours and none of them had caught a single big fish so far. Just then the surface of the river suddenly stirred. Splash! The sound of fish playing in the water. Several dark blue fish suddenly surfaced, creating ripples and opening their mouths to devour the floating crumbs. A glimmer sparked in Yi Chen's eyes as his transformation archery technique erupted. He suddenly exerted force in his arms, pulling back the bowstring with a snap. His fingers twitched and the sharp arrow shot forth like lightning. Whoosh! The sound of the arrow shattered the surrounding silence. The fish in the river had not yet sensed the danger when the arrow, accompanied by the sound of wind, plunged into the water. Splash! The surface of the river erupted in a spray. The entire arrow disappeared into the water without a trace, leaving only the fine string tied to the tail quickly stretching out. In an instant everyone present held their breath, their eyes fixed on the river's surface. In the next moment streaks of blood rose to the surface, quickly dissipating in the flowing water. Is that blood? Did he actually hit something? One of the fishermen widened his eyes and said incredulously. The others remained silent, staring intently at the river as if waiting for something. With one arrow released, Yi Chen showed no hesitation as he slung the longbow over his back, pulling the fine string with all his might. Splash! The arrow surfaced, revealing two big carp impaled on it. Despite being pierced, they continued to thrash, their heads and tails vigorously flapping. Fish, there are fish on the arrow, a young man watching exclaimed suddenly. The fishermen present stared dumbfounded. He really shot fish with a bow. No way, this kid's luck is just too good. What fat fish! It must weigh at least 3 to 4 pounds. The bigger one must weigh around 5 pounds. I thought this kid was just lucky. I didn't expect his archery to be so precise, hitting one with a single shot. Wow, his speed in shooting fish is faster than my fishing. Everyone watched in amazement, their expressions towards Yi Chen transforming from disdain to shock and admiration. The fishermen who had previously boasted that they would call Yi Chen father if he caught any fish now seemed choked, their faces changing colors, unable to speak. He glanced at the two big fish Yi Chen had shot, then down at the tiny fish in his own basket, and suddenly felt weak, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. Not far away, Yi Shan, upon seeing the big fish surface, instantly perked up, his expression excited as he shouted, "Second brother, you've caught one. Ha ha ha, 2 big fish. We can make fish soup when we go home tonight." He couldn't help but lick his lips, already imagining drinking the fish soup. As Yi Chen pulled the arrow that pierced through the 2 fish to the riverbank, Yi Shan quickly bent down and pounced on them, firmly holding down each fish by the gills, dragging them onto the rocky shore, finally feeling relieved. The nearby fishermen looked at the large fish shot up by Yi Chen, then at their own fishing rods, suddenly feeling that their catches were less enticing. This fish is really fat. I didn't expect such a big fish to be in this river. I've been fishing all morning and haven't caught one this big. Yi Chen ignored the discussions around him, extracting the arrow from the body of the carp, the arrowhead stained with streaks of blood, becoming sticky and clumped together. The quality of the arrow feathers could directly affect the accuracy of the arrows, but for Yi Chen, who possessed the skill of never missing a shot, this impact was nearly negligible. He picked up the longbow again, knocking an arrow onto the bowstring, his sharp gaze fixed once more on the calm surface of the river, patiently waiting for his prey to appear. Beside him, Yi Shan cooperatively tore off a bit of steamed bun crumbs and tossed them into the water to attract the fish at the bottom. With 2 large carps already caught, Yi Shan was no longer stingy with the steamed buns. After all, 1 fish was worth hundreds of buns, making this deal incredibly profitable. The fishermen watching from the side were whispering among themselves, casting doubtful glances at Yi Chen, who was intently holding his bow. Can this method really work? Isn't it just luck? Is this kid's archery really that impressive? When did hunters stop hunting and start shooting fish? If he can hit a fish, I might as well stop fishing and just shoot fish with a bow. Perhaps the previous arrow had startled the fish for a long time past without any movement on the river surface. The crumbs Yishan had thrown earlier had drifted downstream, some sinking out of sight. Seeing this, Yishan did not hesitate and quickly threw out a few more pieces of bun. I guess there won't be any fish surfacing. Sai hitting 2 fish is already lucky enough, how could he hit more? Do you really think the fish in this river are that easy to catch? Just as they spoke, a splash suddenly broke the surface of the water. Splash! Almost as soon as the sound echoed, the onlookers hadn't yet processed it when Yi Chen had already drawn back his bowstring. The bowstring tightened instantly, making a creaking sound. The transformation archery technique erupted simultaneously, unleashing the never-miss-a-shot skill. A subtle movement of his fingers released the arrow. All of this occurred in the blink of an eye, and Yi Chen hardly aimed at all. Whoosh! The arrow suddenly left the bow, slicing through the air and plunging into the river. Is there a fish? He shot already. He didn't even aim. Wow! What a fast arrow! Everyone had only just heard the noise, and before they could even glimpse a shadow of a fish, Yi Chen had already released an arrow, his speed astonishing all those present. What's the use of being fast if he can't hit a fish? One of the fishermen scoffed, clearly unimpressed. As soon as he finished speaking, they saw Yi Chen already pulling the line. Splash! At the same moment the arrow appeared. A fish weighing several pounds was pierced by the arrow, thrashing wildly, its tail splashing water everywhere. No matter how it struggled, it could not break free from the arrow. Hiss! The crowd's eyes widened, their faces filled with disbelief. He hit a fish. He hit another one. My goodness, this fish is even bigger, it must weigh 6 or 7 pounds. I haven't seen such a large fish in ages. That kid's luck is incredible. This arrow is truly fast and accurate. It seems that using a bow to catch fish is not a bad idea at all. The fishermen who had been skeptical just a moment ago were now dumbfounded, staring at the flopping fish, their faces flushed and speechless. Beside him Yishan was grinning from ear to ear, his eyes fixed on the approaching large carp, his heart bursting with joy. Old two, you really did it, you caught another fish. This one is even bigger than the last 2, it seems there are many big fish in this river. As he spoke, the arrow was pulled ashore, and Yishan immediately bent down to grip the fish's gills, lifting it with force, taking several steps backward with the arrow still embedded in the carp before finally setting it down. The 3 large fish lay in a row, each bigger than the last, occasionally flopping around. Immediately many people gathered around, including nearby fishermen and passers-by who came to watch, all gazing at them with envy. This kid is quite capable, he caught 3 large fish with a bow. These fish look great, they must smell delicious when stewed. If only I could catch a fish this big, that young man is really lucky. As the crowd grew, the fish in the river were startled and vanished, prompting Yi Chen to pack away his longbow and prepare to leave. He had originally intended to take a break during his journey to test his luck, and having already caught 3 large fish he felt quite satisfied. But just as he was about to leave, he looked down at the 3 large fish and suddenly felt troubled. He and Yishan had already carried baskets weighing dozens of pounds, the walk had already exhausted them. If they had to carry these 3 large fish, they feared they might collapse on the way. The 3 fish weighed over 10 pounds, even if Yi Chen shared the burden it would still be quite a strain. Young man, can you sell me a piece of that fish? A middle-aged woman in the crowd suddenly asked. Following that, several onlookers also started speaking up. Can I buy a fish head? Could you sell me the fish tail at a cheaper price? You can't possibly eat all 3 of these large fish, how about selling me half a fish? Even the fishermen expressed their desire to buy fish. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Yi Chen, and some even began pulling out coins from their pockets. Old two, what do you think? Yishan's eyes lit up immediately, looking at Yi Chen to seek his opinion. Sell it. Yi Chen nodded without hesitation. They were going to sell the fish in the city anyway, so since someone was willing to pay, why not take advantage of it? This would save them the effort of carrying the fish into the city. Alright then. Everyone line up one at a time, no rush. These carps are fresh, 10 coins per pound. Yishan cheerfully began to call out, drawing out a knife from his waist to start filleting the fish. In an instant the crowd was bustling and many people came to buy fish. Before long only half of the 3 large carps remained for sale. This was still left behind by Yishan for himself, otherwise they would have sold out. He casually placed the remaining half of the fish into his basket and then began to count the copper coins he had just received, feeling quite pleased. 10. 20. Second brother, we sold this fish for 120 when enough to buy dozens of pounds of grain. If only we could catch this many fish every day. Yi Shan looked at Yi Chen with a joyful expression. Such good fortune was something he had never even dared to imagine before. Even when he went fishing by the river, he usually returned empty-handed like those who fished there or caught only a few small fish. It was difficult to catch large fish weighing 4 or 5 pounds like Yi Chen did. Hearing this, Yi Chen chuckled. Big brother, this is merely good luck. If we came here every day to fish, there might not be so many large fish left in the river. Furthermore, in this cold weather, once the fish are startled, they might not surface for the entire day. Although his archery skills were impeccable, there was nothing he could do if the fish didn't come to the surface. You have a point. Yi Shan nodded in agreement. This could only be an occasional treat. If it were to be their main source of income, the whole family would likely starve. Let's go, it's getting late. We should hurry into the city. Yi Shan looked up at the sky. The sun had already risen high, and he quickly slung the nearby basket onto his back, walking heavily towards the county town. Yi Chen hurriedly followed, struggling to catch his breath under the weight of the heavy basket. As the two passed the small forest where they had encountered bandits, there was no trace of the fight left. The blood had long been covered by days of heavy snow. However, Yi Shan still felt anxious as they passed through, carefully observing the surrounding mountains and forests, afraid that bandits might suddenly appear, clearly still haunted by the experience. Half an hour later, Yi Chen and Yi Shan arrived at the market in Jianglin County carrying a basket of mutton. The noise was overwhelming, with vendors bustling all along the street, creating a lively atmosphere. The two skillfully arrived near the spot where they had set up their stall last time, found an empty space and stopped to unload their basket. Ha! Yi Chen let out a long breath, feeling relieved. He was exhausted from the journey and thought to himself that next time they had such a bounty of game, he should save some at home as rations. Otherwise, if he had to make several trips to the county, he feared he would wear himself out. Second brother, let's sell the meat here. Yi Shan said beside him. The two quickly set out the mutton from the basket. Yi Shan was in charge of chopping the meat while Yi Chen called out to attract customers. Nearby vendors tensed at their arrival. Especially the vendor selling pork not far away, who dared not shout loudly for fear of losing business to Yi Chen, knowing that would bring trouble. After all, he was a guest of the county lord, who would dare offend him? Almost instantly the entire street quieted down considerably, leaving only Yi Chen's calls ringing out. As soon as the fresh goat meat was displayed, it immediately attracted quite a few customers. Some asked the price while others picked through the meat, and business quickly picked up. Brother Quan, I want to eat goat meat. Could you buy a little bit for me? A delicate voice rang out from the crowd. A nearby constable in dark clothing glanced over, reluctant but still replied. Sure, if you want to eat, let's buy some to take home. Goat meat isn't a big deal, I can afford it. As he spoke, a man and woman squeezed through the crowd and appeared at the stall. How much is this goat meat? Please cut me some lean meat. The constable casually asked. Goat meat is 45 when a pound, sir. How much would you like to buy? Yi Shan looked up at the constable and selected a piece of goat leg, ready to start cutting by weight. Yi Chen. What a coincidence to see you here. A woman dressed in finery suddenly exclaimed in surprise at the stall. Yi Chen, who was counting money nearby, was taken aback and looked up, his expression darkening slightly. The person was his former fiancée Lin Qingxue. Yi Chen's gaze swept over her and the constable beside her, and he began to consider. Clearly these two had become involved. However, his engagement with Lin Qingxue had already been torn up and they had no relationship left. At this moment he couldn't care less who she was with. Yi Shan also recognized Lin Qingxue at this moment and opened his mouth to greet her, but remembering the Lin family's aggressive attitude from a few days ago, he choked back the words. He secretly glanced at Yi Chen beside him, seemingly worried that Yi Chen would do something impulsive. So this is Yi Chen, the useless fiancé you mentioned before. At this moment the constable beside them suddenly spoke, looking disdainfully at Yi Chen, sizing him up and finding him unimpressive. Indeed, a useless person. Lin Qingxue gritted her teeth. Seeing that Yi Chen ignored her, she felt a surge of anger. Was she being so easily dismissed? In her imagination, Yi Chen should have been jealous and furious, ready to fight for her against the constable beside her, but unfortunately he didn't. She glanced down at the goat meat displayed on the ground, a trace of envy flashing in her eyes, knowing this was the game Yi Chen had hunted in the mountains, and a hint of greed began to arise. Yi Chen, after all, we grew up together, you don't have to be so heartless, do you? This goat meat seems quite a lot, seeing as you want sell it all at once, I'll show some kindness and buy some from you. Sell it to me for 10 when a pound, how does that sound? I could consider buying a bit more meat. Hearing this, Yi Chen's gaze towards Lin Qingxue changed. 45 when a pound for goat meat was already considered cheap. There were many customers at the stall, so there was no trouble selling it out. Lin Qingxue's offer of 10 when a pound was akin to robbery. She was clearly trying to take advantage. 10 when a pound. What kind of dream are you having? If you can't afford it, then scram. Don't block others from buying meat here. If you don't buy, there are plenty of people who will. Yi Chen looked at Lin Qingxue with an expressionless face and said coldly. Bystanders cast strange glances at her, sizing her up and looking at her as if she were a fool. 10 when a pound for goat meat. What kind of good fortune does she think she has? I wouldn't even sell it for 31. Clearly she was trying to take advantage of the stall owner, right? The girl seems alright, but why is her heart so greedy? They look like acquaintances, but surely even if they were, she wouldn't dare to say something like that. To want to buy goat meat for 10 when a pound was faster than directly robbing someone. Hearing the discussions around her, Lin Qingxue's face turned crimson, filled with shame and anger, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. She glared at Yi Chen with a resentful expression, her teeth clenched in frustration. What a detestable man. Kid, what are you talking about? A nearby constable's expression darkened as he glared fiercely at Yi Chen. Buying your meat is giving you face. Don't be ungrateful. Do you believe I will flip your stall and make sure you can't sell a single copper coin? Once these words were spoken, the surroundings instantly fell silent. After all, the other party was a constable, and with such status no one dared to offend him. Yi Shan's expression changed slightly and he hurriedly forced a smile, saying, Officer, please don't be angry. My brother didn't mean. Yi Shan wanted to explain but was interrupted by Yi Chen. He looked at the constable before him without fear, shaking his head. I don't believe it. This Jianglin County is a place that respects the law. Do you really want to resort to coercion? If the other party were a county magistrate, he might acknowledge it, but for a mere constable to be so arrogant, Yi Chen decided not to give him any face. In his impression, Lu Lianshan was not a tyrannical, corrupt official and would certainly not allow his subordinates to bully the common people. Even if one were to take 1,000 steps back, Lu Lianshan still owed him a favor. If it escalated to the county office, there would be nothing to fear. Hearing Yi Chen's words, the constable's expression turned even uglier, seemingly not expecting Yi Chen to give him no face at all. With so many people watching, Lin Qingxue was also looking at him. If he were to back down, it would be too embarrassing. In his eyes, Yi Chen was just a country bumpkin, someone he could easily crush with a finger. Kid, on this street I am the law. Even if I flip your stall, what can you do about it? Since you're so arrogant, don't blame me for being rude. Now this officer suspects that your lamb has an unknown origin. Temporarily confiscate it to the county office. Don't sell anything, pack it up in the basket. The constable said arrogantly, directly dispersing the customers in front of the stall, intending to confiscate all the lamb. Once these items reach the county office, whether they truly have an unknown origin will be irrelevant. Retrieving them would be impossible. Seeing this, Yi Shan became anxious and hurriedly explained. Officer, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. My brother was just speaking out of anger. Please don't take it to heart. This lamb is for you, just consider it our respect for you, okay? He quickly took a large piece of lamb and handed it over, not daring to receive any money. After all, there were still dozens of pounds of lamb on the stall, and if they were confiscated by the constables, all their previous hard work would be in vain. Not to mention that Yi Chen had put in great effort to catch a goat, and they had only managed to carry this lamb from the village to the city to sell after much difficulty. That morning, being confiscated like this would leave anyone unwilling to accept it. Standing in front of the stall, Lin Qingxue watched this scene with extreme delight, feeling a sense of pride and looking triumphantly at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, this isn't your village. Someone like you, a waste, thinks you can compete with Quan Gu. Given that we've known each other since childhood, if you beg me now, I can say a few good words for you to Quan Gu and let you off the hook. Otherwise, if this lamb is confiscated, you won't see a single copper coin. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen remained calm, glancing at Lin Qingxue with a dismissive expression, curling his lips and saying, Lin Qingxue, what are you? Want me to beg you? In your dreams. He finished speaking and ignored the furious Lin Qingxue, reaching out to pull Yi Shan beside him, soothing him with a calm expression. Big brother, you don't need to beg him. He's just a constable, a bully under the guise of authority. Why give him any face? This Jianglin County isn't ruled by a single constable. If they really want to use such baseless excuses to confiscate the lamb, we can just report him to the county office. Do they really think that wearing this uniform allows them to act lawlessly? Yi Chen's words were directed at Yi Shan, but they were also meant for the constable before him. He truly did not take the constable to heart. This Yi Shan hesitated, looking at Yi Chen opening his mouth but stopping short, unable to understand what Yi Chen was relying on. Otherwise offending the constable before them would bring them no good. What did you say? Hearing Yi Chen's words, the constable's face instantly turned extremely ugly. He never expected that a country bumpkin would dare to disregard him, especially in front of so many people, making him lose face. At this moment he was filled with both anger and rage, staring at Yi Chen with a dark expression, clenching his fists, wishing he could teach him a lesson. Yi Chen, do you dare to disrespect Quan Ge? You're too arrogant. Lin Qingxue was the first to shout, accusing Yi Chen. Immediately she turned to the constable beside her, feigning righteous indignation as she spoke on his behalf. Quan Ge, he dares to disrespect you like this, he must be taught a lesson today. Confiscate all their lamb, let's see what he can do. He's just a country boy with no connections, how can he compare with Quan Ge? Li Quan was already furious. Hearing Lin Qingxue say this, he didn't want to lose face in front of her and immediately exploded with anger. Alright kid, you're quite arrogant. Once we arrive at the county office, let's see if you dare to be so wild. As he spoke, he directly grabbed the lamb from the stall and tossed it into the basket, then prepared to leave with the basket. This action was no different from robbery. The surrounding onlookers felt indignant for Yi Chen but dared not speak out, fearing they would invite trouble. A constable bullying a commoner is simply a matter of a finger, and no one wanted to get themselves into trouble. Nearby vendors exchanged glances, their expressions showing a hint of confusion. It's strange this young brother knows the county magistrate. How can this constable dare to bully him? Could there be a misunderstanding? The last few constables were quite courteous to him and even invited him to the county office. The faint murmurs reached the constable's ears. He caught a bit of the conversation, his expression first startled then filled with disdain as he laughed. This country bumpkin knows the county magistrate. What a pipe dream. If he knew the county magistrate, I would know the governor. It's truly laughable if this waste has probably never even been to the county office, let alone know the county magistrate. Do you really believe such words? He must be boasting to gain face. Suddenly Lin Qingxue froze. She suddenly recalled the scene from a few days ago when she encountered the county office's captain in the Yi family courtyard. The captain, named Zhao Gang, seemed to have a good relationship with Yi Chen. Had it not been for the nearby vendors mentioning it, she wouldn't have thought of it for a while. If it's true that Yi Chen knows the county magistrate, perhaps there is some possibility. Thinking of this, Lin Qingxue's face paled slightly and she began to panic. At this moment a melodious voice suddenly came from not far away. Big brother Yi, what are you doing here? Didn't we agree that when you entered the city you would come to my residence? How can you go back on your word? Lu Mengyao stepped out of the crowd and walked straight to the stall. She wore a set of apricot-colored ruchuan fitting just right, accentuating her curvaceous figure. Her long black hair was elegantly pinned up with a green hairpin. Without any ostentatious adornments, her fresh and refined appearance paired with the apricot ruchuan was utterly charming, causing hearts to flutter with just a few glances. Behind her followed a few burly guards who calmly pushed through the crowd to protect her on either side. Mengyao, it's you. Yi Chen turned towards the voice and saw Lu Mengyao appear before him, a hint of a smile breaking through his indifferent expression. I was just planning to find you after I finished selling the lamb. Hearing what Yi Chen said, Lu Mengyao smiled with satisfaction, her gaze drifting to the guard beside her who was transporting the lamb, her brows slightly furrowing as she began to guess the situation, her expression darkening. Brother Yi, is he trying to rob your lamb? I didn't expect the people from the county office to be so lawless, daring to bully the common folk like this. I will definitely tell my father about this and have him punish them properly. Just as he finished speaking, Li Quan, standing at the stall, turned pale with fright, dropping the lamb in his hands with a thud, anxiety gnawing at him. He never expected Lu Mengyao to suddenly appear, nor did he realize that she was acquainted with Yi Chen, seemingly quite familiar with him. Thud. Li Quan, terrified, felt his legs give way and knelt to the ground. Miss, I was wrong. I was just joking with this young Master Yi. Please don't tell the authorities. Spare me this time, I won't dare again. He was well aware of County Magistrate Lu Lianshan's character, who despised those who wielded power for personal gain and bullied the common people. If he were to find out about this incident, not only would he lose his position as a guard, but he might also face punishment. What are you afraid of? Don't you know the prefect? Yi Chen looked at the kneeling Li Quan with a half-smile. Li Quan. Hearing this, Li Quan was momentarily stunned, his gaze towards Yi Chen shifting. Did he not realize that Yi Chen was joking? At this moment it was clear that he was putting his life on the line. Li Quan, you are too audacious, daring to extort the common folk in broad daylight, even joking about the prefect. A guard standing behind Lu Mengyao spoke sternly, his face cold. This matter could be grave. If the prefect found out, they would all face serious consequences. Lu Mengyao shot a cold glance at Li Quan, turning to the guard beside her and said, "Take him back to the county office and let my father deal with him." "Yes, miss." The guard quickly agreed. He waved his hand and two sharp-eyed guards swiftly stepped forward, expressionless as they seized Li Quan by the arms, dragging him away. "Miss, spare me. I won't dare again. I truly didn't know that young Master Yi knew you." Li Quan cried out in desperation, but Lu Mengyao showed no sign of listening. "Brother Quan." Lin Qingxue, standing aside, was now terrified, her face pale as she watched Li Quan being dragged away, her mind buzzing as she lost all her previous bravado. As Li Quan was dragged past her, he shot her a fierce glare, grinding his teeth as he cursed, "You wretched girl, it's all your fault. You've truly ruined me this time." If it weren't for trying to show off in front of Lin Qingxue, he wouldn't have offended Yi Chen. Lin Qingxue, stunned by his insults, felt a wave of regret. Watching Li Quan being pulled away until he faded from view, she grew increasingly anxious, fearing that Yi Chen might cause her trouble. After all, Yi Chen was currently backed by the county magistrate's daughter, making it easy for him to deal with her. Lin Qingxue, feeling uneasy, looked at Yi Chen and feigned a pitiful expression. "Brother Chen, I didn't mean it. I just wanted to help you sell more lamb to wrap up early. I didn't expect Li Quan to do something as brazen as that. Actually, I'm not very familiar with Li Quan. Brother Chen, please don't misunderstand him still." Yi Chen looked at her, feigning innocence, interrupting impatiently, "Lin Qingxue, there's no need for you to put on an act in front of me. I know very well who you are. Just leave. I don't want to see you again." He felt disgusted by even looking at Lin Qingxue. Lin Qingxue met Yi Chen's disdainful gaze, her words caught in her throat as if her throat had been choked. Her face flushed red and pale, hesitating for 2 seconds, she gritted her teeth and left in defeat. Lu Mengyao, standing nearby, merely glanced at the scene, her expression curious as she asked, "Brother Yi, who is she?" Hearing this, Yi Chen replied calmly, "An irrelevant person." "Oh." Lu Mengyao nodded thoughtfully, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. She withdrew her gaze from Lin Qingxue and looked down at the lamb at the stall, her eyes brightening as she asked, "Brother Yi, is this the mountain goat you hunted in the mountains?" "Yes, I just got it yesterday. You can take some home later. Lamb soup is most nourishing during the winter." Yi Chen nodded, smiling. "Since Brother Yi says so, I won't hold back." Lu Mengyao did not refuse this kindness, her expression joyful. "Brother Yi is truly impressive, able to hunt wild goats in the mountains alone. Can I come to hunt with you in a few days when the weather warms up?" She loved hunting, but after the last incident on the road, she had been obediently staying in the county town without venturing out. Even when strolling on the streets, she was always accompanied by several guards for protection. "Sure, but it must be approved by Lord Lu. After all, the mountains are dangerous and not as easy as you think." Yi Chen casually agreed, not taking it to heart. He believed that Lu Lianshan would never allow Lu Mengyao to go hunting outside the city again for fear of her encountering danger. Upon hearing Yi Chen's agreement, Lu Mengyao's eyes brightened, her expression joyful as she said, "Brother Yi, then it's settled. I'll come find you in a few days." She was undoubtedly serious, hopping with joy. Yi Shan, standing beside, was dumbfounded, finally snapping out of his shock that Lu Mengyao was the county magistrate's daughter. He never expected that the girl Yi Chen had saved in the outskirts last time would turn out to be the county magistrate's daughter. Just a single word from her helped them resolve a significant problem. He looked at Yi Chen in bewilderment, only then realizing why he had shown no fear towards the guard earlier. Why didn't this kid mention it sooner? It had frightened him to death. At that moment, more passers-by gathered around to buy lamb, and Yi Shan had no time to ponder further, quickly getting back to work. Nearby stall owners secretly rejoiced that they hadn't clashed with Yi Chen last time, otherwise they would have ended up like Li Quan, being taken away. Especially the butcher nearby, who at this moment shrank his neck, his hand gripping the bone knife, trembling incessantly, cold sweat dripping from his forehead in the chilly weather, and even the customers at his stall were too frightened to pay attention. "Old Wang, give me half a pound of pork belly. Not selling, there's lamb over there, good quality and cheap." Before long the mutton at the stall had sold out entirely. Yi Shan counted copper coins beside it, his face radiant with cheerful laughter. "Brother Yi, since your mutton is all gone, let me take you around the city. There's so much to see and enjoy within its walls." Lu Mengyao had stood by Yi Chen's side throughout the mutton sale, not a trace of impatience on her face, and now gleamed with eager enthusiasm to escort him through the city. Meeting Lu Mengyao's gaze, Yi Chen recognized her genuine kindness and smiled as he explained. "Mengyao, perhaps another time. It's growing late, we'll need to purchase grain soon and then brother and I must head back. If we delay until nightfall the road will grow treacherous. Oh. I see. A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Lu Mengyao's face. Yet she well understood the great distance between Yajiakan village and Jianglin County, and how perilous travel would become after dusk, so she offered no further entreaty, merely nodding resignedly. All right, but you must come visit me in the city next time you're free, no more broken promises. She gazed at Yichen longingly, wishing for just a little more time together. Yes, I promise I will. Here, take this mutton. It's cold outside, hurry home before Lord Lu grows anxious. With a warm smile Yichen handed her a generous portion he deliberately set aside. Thank you brother Yi. Lu Mengyao accepted the mutton and departed, glancing back over her shoulder again and again. Once she'd vanished from sight, Yishan finally sidled closer, studying Yichen with an oddly knowing expression. Little brother, do you suppose Miss Lu holds feelings for you? Yichen blinked in surprise, turning toward his elder brother and replying with wry helpless amusement, brother, how could that possibly be? Mengyao simply loves adventure, and besides I once saved her life, which is why she wished to accompany me into the mountains to hunt. As for matters of the heart, she is the magistrate's daughter, how could someone like me ever be worthy of her regard? Hearing this Yishan nodded thoughtfully in agreement. You're right. Miss Lu's status is exalted, far beyond what our humble household could ever aspire to match. He sighed softly. What a pity. Otherwise I'd already be seeking a matchmaker to secure your marriage. He was perpetually preoccupied with finding a wife for Yichen. Brother you. Yichen paused mid-sentence, fully aware of his brother's deep-seated conviction, and chose silence instead, shaking his head with gentle resignation. Brother, it's already past noon, we should eat something first, then buy grain before returning home. At those words Yishan suddenly snapped back to awareness of the hour and briskly nodded. Right, you're absolutely right. Excellent. Today's sales of mutton and carp brought in quite a sum, we can indulge freely. Once our bellies are full we'll stock up on grain and head home, don't forget father's tonic herbs. Yichen's eyes lit up. Indulge freely. Rarely did Yishan speak so generously, and instantly Yichen's imagination bloomed with visions of roasted chicken, duck and suckling pig. Without delay the two hoisted their nearly empty baskets and strode away from the street. Soon they sat side by side at a roadside food stall. Brother, when you said, indulge freely, you meant wonton soup. Yichen stared blankly at Yishan across the table. Just moments earlier his mind had been feasting on succulent meats, only for the waiter to place before him a simple bowl of clear broth wontons. Meeting Yichen's incredulous gaze, Yishan blinked, utterly bewildered. What else would it be? These wontons aren't cheap, 3 copper coins per bowl. Watching Yishan wince as if each coin were torn from his flesh, Yichen could only chuckle helplessly. 3 won had once seemed steep for the Yi family, but today's mutton alone had earned nearly 4 taels of silver. They could have dined lavishly at any tavern and still had change to spare. Yet Yichen understood, his brother had known poverty too intimately and dared not spend a single coin unwisely. So he smiled quietly, resolving inwardly to earn greater wealth, so his family might live without fear or frugality. After finishing their wontons and wiping greasy lips with sleeves, they paid the bill, hoisted their baskets and set off to buy grain and medicinal herbs. When it came to grain, Yishan showed no restraint, he nearly wanted to carry the entire rice shop home. Though they now possessed considerable funds, carrying excessive grain remained impractical. Considering their stamina, Yishan settled on 30 jin, 10 carried by each and 20 by himself, to ensure a lighter, swifter journey. Should the load prove too heavy, they might not reach home before nightfall, and risk stumbling blindly along darkened roads. Just as they exited the apothecary and neared the city gate, Yichen's eye caught a stall by the roadside. Brother, wait! Yichen called out suddenly. What is it, little brother? Something you wish to buy? Or, have you spotted a maiden who's caught your eye? Our family's prosperous now, I'll even arrange your betrothal myself. Yishan halted and turned, half expecting Yichen had finally awakened to thoughts of marriage. Yichen blinked, then pointed wordlessly toward the distant stall, laughing ruefully. Brother, what are you imagining? I saw someone selling chicks, thought we'd bring some home to raise. Once grown they'll lay eggs. Didn't sister-in-law say she wanted hens in the courtyard? And Linger longs for pet chicks, to keep her company and chase away boredom at home. At Yichen's words, Yishan's shoulders slumped with mild disappointment. Ah. I thought. He followed Yi Chen's gesture then nodded decisively. Fine, sister-in-law did ask me to keep an eye out. Since we found them, let's buy a few. In a few months we'll no longer need to purchase eggs, though feeding the chicks will demand extra grain. They approached the stall and bought 20 chicks outright, 6 when each totaling 121. To Yi Shan's current means the sum was negligible, less than half the morning's fish sale earnings, yet he still winced as if parting with gold. As they resumed their journey, the chicks nestled inside their bamboo baskets, drawn by the scent of rice in the sacks, chirped incessantly, never pausing for breath. Passing a grove of trees, Yi Shan tensed visibly, terrified bandits might hear the noise, and nearly reached for cloth to gag the chirping chicks. One more peep, and you'll be roasted whole, he growled threateningly. Beside him Yi Chen's eyes gleamed, and his tongue flicked instinctively over his lips. I wonder, do roasted chicks taste anything like squab? The chicks. Outside Jinshui village several figures swiftly darted past. Stop, don't run. Jin Shaoan, you can't escape, surrender now. The shouts echoed back and forth, filling the gray expanse of the wilderness. The sky was nearly dark and everything around became blurred, leaving only silhouettes. Soon several figures halted before a grove, no longer pursuing, their faces grim as they gazed at the shadowy woods ahead. Damn it, he escaped. It's getting dark, it'll be hard to find him once he enters the woods. This guy knows martial arts and is quite skilled. If he ambushes us in the woods, we won't be his match. As they spoke, a figure rushed over like a whirlwind and in the blink of an eye appeared before them. Zhao Tu. The group quickly turned to shout. Where is he? Why didn't you pursue? Zhao Gang's face darkened upon seeing that his subordinates had lost track of the suspect. This. The subordinates exchanged glances, their faces full of distress as they explained. Zhao Tu Jin Shaoan is quite capable, he seems like a master. With one blow he incapacitated Wang He and Zhang Peng, then escaped without a trace. After hearing the commotion we chased to this point, worried about an ambush in the forest, so. As they said this they all lowered their heads in shame. Anyone would fear for their life. In such situations self-preservation comes first, to avoid losing their lives in vain. Hearing their explanation, Zhao Gang frowned slightly, a flicker of anger flashing through his heart. He opened his mouth to reprimand them but slowly swallowed his words, seeming to understand the difficulty faced by his subordinates. If the other party truly was the murderer they were pursuing, it undoubtedly was the inner strength master who had killed the Wu family father and son in the mountains. With such skills even these slightly stronger subordinates wouldn't dare to claim they could defeat him, let alone Zhao Gang himself. At such a time not daring to pursue was normal. Even if they caught up they wouldn't be able to win, merely risking their lives in vain. At the same time he regretted that if he had visited Jin Shaoan's home earlier perhaps he wouldn't have allowed the suspect to escape so easily. They had delayed quite a bit on the road and by the time they reached Jinshui village it was nearly dark. To verify the situation and return to Jianglin County sooner they scattered throughout the village to inquire. As a result one team of subordinates was attacked while approaching a hunter's home in the village, and by the time Zhao Gang received the news it was already too late. Zhao Gang looked up at the dark and eerie woods ahead, his expression serious as he spoke. Let's go back to the village and ask about the suspect's appearance. Report immediately to the county magistrate. We must issue an arrest warrant throughout the county to ensure he doesn't harm anyone again. Where are Zhao Peng and Wang He now? Take me to see them. At this moment Zhao Gang was already certain that the fleeing Jin Shaoan was the murderer they were looking for. Even if he wasn't just for injuring the subordinates, he was already worthy of being wanted by the authorities. He just wanted to return and check on the injuries of his subordinates to see if they were as he suspected. Yes. The others quickly agreed and immediately followed Zhao Gang back along the same route. After this incident Jinshui village became bustling with many villagers coming out with lanterns to watch the excitement illuminating the area brightly. Just as Zhao Gang and his group reached the village entrance one of the previously left behind subordinates rushed over with an anxious expression. Zhao Tu, it's bad news. Hearing this Zhao Gang's heart sank, sensing something was amiss. He hurriedly looked at the subordinate and asked, what happened? Quickly tell me. The subordinate gasped for breath, a sorrowful expression on his face as he said, Zhao Peng and Wang He are both dead. What? How could this be? The nearby subordinates all changed their expressions, clenching their fists in anger. Damn Jin Shaoan, he must be brought to justice. Bastard. He dares to kill officials, he's simply seeking death. Don't let me catch him, otherwise I'll break his legs. No matter what, we must catch him. The crowd was filled with righteous indignation, grieving for their fallen comrades. If they had known of the death of these two comrades earlier, they would never have let the suspect escape, even if it meant chasing into the grove. Zhao Gang's expression turned extremely grim, his clenched fists creaking, a strong killing intent surging around him. He hadn't expected that the other party wouldn't even bother to argue, directly attacking the subordinates with lethal force, clearly no different from a desperate outlaw. While feeling heartbroken, he was also filled with anger, wishing to tear the murderer apart. When the group arrived at the small courtyard where the previous encounter occurred, two subordinates lay on the ground, already lifeless, their bodies still warm. Zhao Gang quickly approached, crouching down to carefully examine the two corpses, his expression becoming even more serious. Indeed, it's him. Both corpses had deep indentations in their chests, just like the Wu family father and son, the ribs completely shattered, nearly a one-hit kill. Zhao Tu, is he the one who killed the father and son from Yi family village? A nearby subordinate asked. Hearing this, Zhao Gang nodded seriously. That's right, it's him. Zhao Peng and Wang He's deaths were almost identical to that of the father and son, who both were killed by a single blow from inner strength. He slowly stood up, glancing around at the villagers gathered outside the courtyard, slightly frowning as he said, I never expected that such an inconspicuous village would produce an inner strength master. Although he had previously suspected the murderer might be a hunter from Jinshui village, he still harbored doubts, believing that such a poor rural area couldn't possibly cultivate a martial artist, thinking instead that the true murderer must be someone else. In impoverished conditions, without some wealth, one wouldn't even qualify to embark on the path of martial arts, let alone practice to achieve inner strength. Just the tonic and herbs consumed during training could bankrupt several families. Zhao Tu, what should we do now? A nearby subordinate asked nervously. Facing an inner strength master, their meager skills were utterly inadequate and their lives were at risk at any moment. Even joining forces would only provide enough for self-preservation. Zhao Gang looked at him, furrowing his brow in contemplation for a moment, then took a deep breath and said. It's getting late, so let's not enter the woods for now. Send someone back to the county office to report and gather more men. Form teams of 5 to guard outside the woods, and if the suspect appears, surround and capture him immediately. After dawn we will enter the mountains together to search for the suspect, he must not escape. Understood. The subordinates immediately responded. One of them turned and departed hastily, riding back to Jianglin County to report and gather reinforcements. Zhao Gang's expression remained grave. If facing an inner strength master whose strength might be on par with his own, he couldn't help but feel anxious. If he were to be defeated, he might die at the hands of the suspect. Suddenly a figure flashed through his mind and his eyes lit up. Perhaps I could find someone skilled in hunting in the mountains to help. In Yi family village, in a small courtyard, a delicate and lively girl is squatting at the kitchen door with a large wooden basin in front of her, steam rising from the hot water inside. She is holding a dead mountain chicken, carefully plucking its feathers after scalding it with hot water, not missing a single white spot. A sweet aroma wafts from the kitchen behind her, emanating from the bubbling rice porridge in the iron pot on the stove. Yi Linger, smelling the fragrance, feels her stomach grumble, involuntarily swallowing saliva repeatedly while glancing at the courtyard gate, murmuring softly. Why haven't elder brother and second brother returned so late? They should have been home by now. It's already dark and I'm so hungry. Her hands move faster, eager to enjoy the delicious chicken as soon as possible. Footsteps are heard from the kitchen as Li Shi finishes cooking the porridge and steaming the steamed buns. Seeing that Yi Shan and Yi Chen have not yet returned, she can't help but feel worried, walking out with a frown. Glancing outside the courtyard gate, seeing no figures, she feels a sudden sense of disappointment. These two brothers really don't give anyone peace of mind. I specifically told them to come back early before leaving this morning, yet they still haven't made it home so late. Li Shi muttered softly. Seeing that it's getting late, she hesitates to go out and meet them, hoping to encounter them at the village entrance. Sister-in-law, I've finished plucking the chicken feathers. Suddenly Yi Linger speaks up, looking up at Li Shi with bright eyes full of longing for the fried chicken. Hearing this, Li Shi glances down at her, distractedly nodding. Good. Linger is really great. Just put it aside for now, well, cook it when your elder brother and second brother return. Oh. Yi Linger responds with disappointment, placing the prepared mountain chicken aside, her hopes of enjoying the tasty chicken ahead of time dashed. Sister-in-law. I'm hungry. Yi Linger rubs her belly, looking at Li Shi with a pitiful expression, only wanting to eat. Li Shi doesn't even turn her head, anxiously watching the courtyard gate. There are steamed buns in the steamer, go grab one to fill your stomach first. Alright. Yi Linger immediately stands up and runs back to the kitchen. Before long she comes out holding a steaming bun, switching it between her hands, feeling the heat and taking a deep breath, then eagerly bites into it, her face lighting up with satisfaction. No, I really need to go out and meet them. It's dark and the road is hard to walk. Li Shi ultimately can't shake off her worries and turns to grab a lantern to go out. Cough cough cough. Yi Yuanfeng sitting at the threshold of the main house notices this and coughs lightly a few times, then turns to Li Shi, who is in a hurry. Don't rush, the road to the city is long. Carrying food on the way naturally slows you down, consider it a break. They should be back soon, just wait a bit longer. Li Shi, now holding the lantern, walks to the courtyard and responds to Yi Yuanfeng's words, hey father, don't worry. I'm not in a hurry, I just want to greet them at the village entrance. Though I say I'm not in a hurry, my worries are all over my face. Yi Linger immediately follows behind Li Shi saying, sister-in-law, I'll go with you. At night Yi Linger is afraid to go out, but following Li Shi out she feels quite excited and bounces along. Alright, let's go. Li Shi, also feeling a bit afraid to go out alone, naturally doesn't refuse, with Yi Linger accompanying her. Just as they are about to go out, heavy footsteps can be heard outside. Pat pat. There are also faint sounds of chattering. Li Shi's expression freezes, her heart racing as she quickly walks to the courtyard gate and peers outside. In the pitch-black night, two figures are slowly walking toward them. In the moonlight their facial outlines can be faintly seen. You guys are finally back. Li Shi recognizes them and immediately exclaims joyfully, her previously worried face breaking into a smile. Elder brother and second brother are back, that's great. We can eat. Yi Linger beside her also shouts with excitement, her heart filled with joy. She has been eagerly waiting to eat. Though Yi Yuanfeng sitting at the threshold of the main house has not yet seen anyone, hearing Li Shi and Yi Linger's shouts relaxes his previously tense heart and body. It's good that they are back. He murmurs softly, standing up to grab some tongs and adding a few pieces of charcoal to the nearby charcoal basin, causing sparks to fly. Why did you come back so late? Didn't we agree you would return early? Li Shi steps forward to help Yishan carry the heavy basket, walking into the courtyard while softly complaining. Upon hearing this, Yishan feels warmed in his heart and smiles as he explains. We were delayed on the road and I took a few more breaks with the second brother. We also ran into some trouble while selling meat in the city, but everything has been resolved. Li Shi's heart tightens but relaxes again upon hearing that the issues have been resolved, letting out a long breath and curiously asking Yishan in front of her. What kind of trouble was it? Yishan opens his mouth, but before he can speak his stomach growls loudly and he rubs his belly with a wry smile. Let's eat first, we can talk while eating. At this moment he is truly starving, having only eaten a bowl of wontons and the steamed bun Li Shi brought him throughout the day. Li Shi isn't in a hurry to know, after all, as long as Yishan and Yichen return safely there's nothing to worry about. Alright, the rice porridge and steamed buns are ready, we can eat some now. I'll chop up the mountain chicken that the second brother caught yesterday and cook it right away, it won't take long. As soon as she finishes speaking, Li Shi quickly walks to the kitchen. Passing the door she bends down and grabs the mountain chicken from the basin, and soon the sound of chopping can be heard from the kitchen. Yishan and Yichen, standing in the courtyard, take the opportunity to set down the heavy basket on their backs. Thud. Thud. Both of them immediately feel a sense of relief. Chirp chirp chirp. Yi Linger with her keen ears immediately approaches upon hearing the noise, blinking her eyes excitedly, asking. You glutton. Yichen looked at Yi Linger, who was solely focused on eating, and couldn't help but laugh, teasing her as he casually lifted the coarse cloth covering the basket. A flock of small yellow chicks no bigger than half a palm appeared before them. Wow, it's a chick. Yi Linger's eyes instantly sparkled. She immediately squatted down beside the basket, blinking her lively eyes fixed on the chicks inside, forgetting all about the steamed bun in her hand. So many chicks. 1. 2. Yi Linger joyfully began to count. 20. She looked up at Yichen, her eyes wide with anticipation. Second brother quickly let the chicks out, they must be hungry and I want to feed them something. Seeing this, Yichen smiled and nodded, alright, I'll let them out. He bent down and began to take the chicks out of the basket, one handful at a time, placing them on the ground. Second brother, be gentle. Yi Linger, watching nervously from the side, was afraid that Yichen might accidentally squeeze one of the chicks to death. The 20 chicks in this unfamiliar environment dared not run about, they clustered together, chirping continuously at Yi Linger. Yi Linger was overjoyed, immediately breaking apart her steamed bun and scattering the crumbs on the ground. The chicks who had been hungry all day instantly pecked down, and in the blink of an eye the crumbs on the ground were devoured completely, raising their heads to chirp at Ylinger, their voices growing louder. "These chicks are so cute, eat more, grow up quickly." Ylinger continued to break apart the steamed bun, talking to the chicks in front of her. At that moment Li Shi walked out of the kitchen holding a bowl of steaming rice porridge, and upon seeing Yi Shan and the others standing in the yard she immediately called out. "Why are you still standing in the yard? It's cold outside, hurry and go inside to warm up by the fire and eat some hot porridge and steamed buns first." As soon as she finished speaking, Ylinger, who was feeding the chicks, suddenly turned to look at Li Shi behind her face filled with excitement. "Sister-in-law, come quickly and see, big brother and second brother bought back chicks, there are 20 of them and they are all so cute." "Chicks?" Li Shi was momentarily stunned. Looking at Ylinger's joyful expression, she quickly walked over with the rice porridge, her gaze landing on the chirping chicks on the ground, her eyes brightening with delight. Dear, you actually bought chicks back this time. I had wanted to raise some egg-laying hens before. This is great. Once these chicks grow up and start laying eggs, we won't have to worry about not having eggs to eat at home." Li Shi was overjoyed. She had thought about raising chickens earlier, as they could lay eggs and also be eaten during festivals, which would be killing two birds with one stone. However, life had been tough before and their family could barely afford food, let alone buy chicken chicks. Yi Shan looked up at Li Shi and said with a smile. "Wife, the second one caught 3 big carp today, leaving half a fish at home, the rest were sold. Today, not counting the mutton, just from selling fish we made a full 121. That 121 is just enough to buy these 20 chicks." Hearing Yi Shan say this, Li Shi looked at Yi Chen in surprise, her face full of smiles as she praised him. "The second one is indeed capable. In this cold weather, catching fish from the river is not easy, let alone those big ones." Squatting on the ground, Ylinger seemed to think of something, her bright eyes twinkling as she looked up at Yi Chen, grinning as she said, "Second brother is really amazing. Can we go catch some big fish tomorrow to exchange for more chicks? I want so many chicks that when they grow up we'll have endless eggs to eat." Li Shi couldn't help but laugh, unable to resist looking down at the innocent Ylinger, joking, "You little glutton. If we really raise a yard full of chicks with the way you feed them, we would surely eat our family poor." Ylinger pouted her lips, looking regretful as she continued to feed the chicks. Li Shi redirected her gaze and addressed Yi Shan and Yi Chen. "Let's eat first. These chicks can stay in the yard for now. After we finish eating, we'll find a cage to put them in so they won't be caught by rats or stray cats at night. Linger, just feed them some rice soup later, quickly go back in for dinner." Ylinger reluctantly stood up, glanced at the chicks on the ground and then headed towards the main house, still thinking about the chicken meat for dinner. Yi Shan responded, taking out half a carp from the basket and headed towards the kitchen. "I'll go get the steamed buns and chicken meat. Big brother, I'll help you." Yi Chen followed along. After all, there was a lot to fetch and Yi Shan would have to make several trips alone. Li Shi saw this and a happy smile appeared on her face as she carried the rice porridge towards the main house. Ylinger followed closely behind, occasionally looking back at the group of chicks that had lined up behind them, filled with excitement. "Sister-in-law, these chicks are following us. They must be hungry. I'll feed them some more." She completely forgot that she was hungry herself and squatted down at the entrance of the main house, continuing to break the steamed bun to feed the chicks. Yi Shan and Yi Chen each carried a container of steamed buns and a bowl of chopped mountain chicken meat. Walking over, they couldn't help but smile when they passed by Ylinger. "Dear second, you must be starving. First, have a bowl of hot porridge to warm yourselves up." As soon as the two placed their items down, Li Shi had already served 2 bowls of rice porridge and handed them over. "Good." Yi Shan and Yi Chen both replied with smiles. Their stomachs had long been growling and they were not polite at all, bringing the bowls to their mouths and slurping down a big gulp. The warm rice porridge slowly flowed into their stomachs, stopping the growling of their bellies and making them feel much more comfortable, their frozen bodies warming up. Li Shi then served another bowl of rice porridge to Yi Yuanfeng beside her. "Father, you should eat too. First fill your stomach, the chicken will be ready soon." "Oh, all right." Yi Yuanfeng received the porridge with a beaming smile, looking at his 2 tired sons and his virtuous and filial daughter-in-law, feeling very happy. The charcoal in the basin was already burning bright red, giving off a warm heat. Li Shi placed the iron pot on the stove, putting in several pieces of chicken skin covered in fat that had been cut earlier. With a sizzling sound, the fat began to melt and the chicken skin turned golden and shiny. As the oil appeared in the pot, Li Shi tossed in a few slices of ginger, and after frying out the fragrance, she poured all the chicken meat from the basin into the pot. Sizzle! Immediately a cloud of white smoke rose from the pot, mingling with strands of enticing aroma. Each piece of chicken was frying golden and tender in the oil, and as the moisture was squeezed out the meat became firmer. After a while Li Shi flipped the chicken meat over in the iron pot, continuing to fry it, and the aroma became even more intense. The fragrant aroma filled the entire house, wafting out through the open door, reaching even the nearby yard where the meat fragrance lingered. So fragrant. Yi Linger, who was feeding the chicks, brightened up immediately, dropping the steamed bun in her hand and turning to run into the house. "Sister-in-law, I'm coming." The aroma of fried chicken wafted through almost half the village, causing many households to involuntarily swallow at the enticing scent. The neighbors near the Yi family's courtyard were almost brought to tears by the temptation, standing in their yard inhaling the fragrance with saliva nearly dripping from the corners of their mouths. "It smells so good. This must be chicken, right? The old Yi family is having such a feast tonight. I really envy the old Yi for having such a capable son, able to bring back so much game from the mountains, unlike my useless son. No way, I must give him another beating today." He seemed to have made a firm resolution and turned back toward the house. Before long a young man's agonizing scream echoed from the room. In the next courtyard the Yi family members gathered together to enjoy fried chicken and drink rice porridge vaguely heard the commotion and turned their heads in confusion to look outside. Li raised an eyebrow slightly, her expression filled with surprise. "It seems Uncle Zhang is beating his son again." Yi Shan withdrew his gaze and shook his head. Poor his son, getting beaten every day. A few people turned back to continue eating, more concerned with the delicious chicken in the iron pot than the commotion next door. Each piece was fried to a golden crisp, bursting with flavor upon entry. Yi Linger ate until she was satisfied and her belly was round, unable to stop still chewing on the tender chicken with a look of delight as she leaned against the bamboo chair. "Fried chicken is really delicious. I wish I could eat this every day. I hope those little chicks in the yard grow up quickly so we could eat one a day for 20 days straight." At this moment she was already fantasizing about a wonderful life, wishing she could feed those little chicks to grow over. Hearing this, Yi Shan and Yi Chun couldn't help but turn to look at the little chicks huddled together outside the door, both holding back smiles. It will probably take quite a while for these little chicks to grow up and turn into fried chicken. Yi Chun chuckled and shook his head. Moreover, these little chicks were specially bought for laying eggs. Once they grew up, Li definitely wouldn't want to cook them but would first keep them for egg laying. Just then outside the sound of rapid hoofbeats suddenly echoed. Yi Yuanfeng with keen ears was the first to look up at the door, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. Strange. Yi Shan and Yi Chun also curiously turned their heads to look towards the courtyard gate. Why are there hoofbeats in the village so late? I haven't heard of anyone raising horses. Could it be that something has happened? It can't be. Bandits have come to the village, right? Wait, it sounds like it's coming this way. As the hoofbeats grew closer, Yi Chen and the others couldn't help but put down their bowls and chopsticks, their expressions tense as they stared at the courtyard gate, their feelings growing anxious. After all, everyone knew the situation in the village. In such times being able to fill their stomachs was already a difficult task, and there was no extra money to buy horses. If the incoming person wasn't from the village, everyone undoubtedly feared it was a thief come to rob. It wasn't unheard of for bandits to pillage villages, although in recent years Jianglin County had generally been peaceful and such incidents were rare. In matters of life and death no one dared to be careless. Out of the corner of his eye Yi Chen glanced at the longbow leaning against the door. As long as the situation outside seemed off, he would be ready with his bow and arrows to guard against intruders. Halt! In the night a person and a horse appeared at the courtyard gate. The hearts of those inside the house raised to their throats, with Yi Chen nearly ready to grab his bow. At this distance he was confident he could shoot the person dead with one arrow. "Brother Yi, are you home?" Hearing a familiar voice, Yi Chen paused for a moment, his expression filled with astonishment. "Brother Zhao." He let out a sigh of relief and turned to explain to Yi Yuanfeng and the others beside him. "Don't be afraid, it's Head Constable Zhao from the county office, the one who came a few days ago." Upon hearing this, Yi Yuanfeng and the others recalled Zhao Gang, who had personally delivered 50 taels of silver as a reward, so they naturally had a deep impression of him. Besides, Yi Chen had some acquaintance with him, so everyone felt at ease. "So it's Head Constable Zhao, I almost thought it was." Yi Shan paused and suddenly frowned, saying, "But why is he coming so late? Is there something urgent?" He looked at Yi Chen with a hesitant expression, a hint of worry flashing in his mind. Even if there was some friendship, what good news could a constable bring at such a late hour? Yi Chen noticed Yi Shan's concerns and calmly waved his hand. "Brother, rest assured, nothing will happen. You all continue eating, I'll go out and take a look." Since the other party had come, he naturally had no reason to hide. Moreover, the title Zhao Gang used indicated he wasn't here to cause trouble. Besides, he came alone without bringing any deputies, more like a visit between friends. Yi Chen stood up and walked outside quickly. As he stepped over the threshold, the temperature around him suddenly dropped, causing him to instinctively shrink his neck. Earlier while eating in the house he felt warm all over, not sensing any chill. It was simply a stark contrast. "Brother Zhao, what brings you here?" Yi Chen asked while walking, his gaze curiously examining Zhao Gang, who was dismounting outside the courtyard. The other party looked weary, as if he had rushed over specifically to find him. "Brother Yi." Zhao Gang hurriedly took a couple of steps to the courtyard gate, slightly out of breath before looking at Yi Chen and speaking. "I'm here to ask for your help." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback, immediately thinking of the bandits from before, assuming Zhao Gang wanted him to help identify them. "Brother Zhao, did you catch the bandits that escaped before?" Zhao Gang shook his head. "No. The few bandits are still not caught." A hint of embarrassment flashed across his face. After so many days not being able to catch the bandits was somewhat shameful. Seeing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel puzzled, especially seeing Zhao Gang's anxious demeanor. It was clearly not a trivial matter. "Brother Zhao, is something happening? If I can help, I want refuse." He already intended to befriend Zhao Gang, who was the head constable of Jianglin County. If he had him as a backing, no one would dare bully the Yi family in the future. Hearing Yi Chen say this, a smile immediately appeared on Zhao Gang's face, and he hurriedly explained. "We found the murderer who killed the father and son from your Yi family village. It's a hunter from Jinshui village, skilled in martial arts, a master of inner strength. I can't handle him by myself, and I want to ask you to help capture him." "Jinshui village? It really is them?" Yi Chen's expression turned cold, showing no signs of surprise. When the villagers of Yi family village learned that a hunter from their village had been killed, they all suspected it was the people from Jinshui village, as there had been conflicts between the two villages and someone had seen hunters from Jinshui village in the mountains just yesterday. As Yi Chen left the house, he saw the injuries on the two corpses at the village entrance, further confirming his suspicions. Yi family village had no martial artists who had cultivated internal strength, so the murderer undoubtedly pointed towards Jinshui village. "Brother Yi, you don't seem surprised that the murderer is a master of internal strength. Did you already know?" Zhao Gang was astonished by Yi Chen's reaction. After all, masters of internal strength were rare, especially in such a remote area where one could hardly encounter any. He was shocked for a long time when he first learned that a hunter from Jinshui village was a master of internal strength. Hearing this, Yi Chen came back to his senses and shook his head to deny it while looking at Zhao Gang. The Wu father and son have been hunting in the mountains for years. Although they are not as powerful as martial artists, they still possess some skills, and those who are strong may even be more formidable than me. The only one capable of killing them would likely be the internal strength master that Brother Zhao mentioned. "I see." Zhao Gang nodded in realization, not thinking much more of it but looking at Yi Chen with sincere hope in his eyes. "Brother Yi, this person is not easy to deal with. When he was questioned earlier, he suddenly attacked and killed two of my subordinates, then fled into the mountains. This mission to capture him may pose a threat to your life. Are you willing to assist me?" Yi Chen was startled as he met Zhao Gang's gaze, a hint of astonishment flashing across his face. He hadn't expected that the other party had killed two officials, indicating he was a ruthless person. "Brother Yi, if you are unwilling, I will not force you." Seeing Yi Chen hesitating without responding, Zhao Gang thought he was having second thoughts due to the danger, so he pretended to be indifferent but felt quite disheartened. After all, he had come all the way from Jinshui village specifically to ask Yi Chen for help in dealing with the suspect, hoping to increase their chances of success. However, Yi Chen could understand if he refused, facing a master of internal strength who had blood on his hands. He would also weigh the risks, as it could cost him his life. Brother Zhao has misunderstood. Yi Chen came back to his senses from his surprise, waved his hand towards Zhao Gang and said with a smile. "I just didn't expect that he would dare to kill officials. It seems he is indeed a ruthless person. Since you, Brother Zhao, have come to find me, it shows your trust in me, and I am willing to join you in capturing this person." This was not only to help Zhao Gang but also to aid himself and the hunters from his village. They would need to go into the mountains to hunt, and if such a cruel murderer was hiding in the woods, they could be ambushed at any time. Moreover, Jinshui village and Yi family village had always been at odds. If the other party were to roam free, they would surely strike against the villagers of Yi family village, and it was essential to take precautions. Upon hearing Yi Chen agree to help, Zhao Gang was overjoyed, and the worried expression on his face immediately brightened with a radiant smile. "Great. With Brother Yi's assistance we will surely be able to subdue this criminal." Zhao Gang said with sincerity, "I will remember this favor from Brother Yi. If you need anything in the future, just come to me and I will never refuse." Zhao Gang spoke with great enthusiasm. Although he was a government officer, he also had the straightforwardness of a man from the martial world. Yi Chen's willingness to help made him extremely grateful, and he also wished to return the favor. Yi Chen waved his hand humbly, saying, "Brother Zhao, don't mention it. I don't possess much skill, I only know a bit about archery. I don't know if I can be of any help. Dealing with the suspect still requires someone as capable as Brother Zhao." Gulul. As they spoke, Zhao Gang's stomach suddenly growled. Zhao Gang's face turned red as he awkwardly explained. "I've been busy chasing the criminal today and haven't had a chance to eat anything." Hearing this, Yi Chen smiled and turned to invite him. "If Brother Zhao doesn't mind, please come in and have a bite. Afterward I will go with you to Jinshui village to search for the criminal." Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Zhao Gang's eyes lit up and he was filled with joy. "Then I won't be polite, thank you Brother Yi." He cupped his fists towards Yi Chen. In this cold winter night it wasn't easy to get a warm meal, and he wouldn't be picky about simple fare, just filling his stomach would be satisfying. As Zhao Gang stepped into the courtyard, he suddenly stopped to sniff the air and couldn't help but swallow hard. "Gululu. What is cooking? It smells so good." His eyes lit up. Even in the restaurants of the county town there was no such fragrant dish, which made him quicken his pace towards the main room. Yi Chen led him into the main room where Yi Yuanfeng and the others had all gotten up. Captain Zhao, Li Shi and the others looked a bit restrained. To them Zhao Gang was an extraordinary figure, and they inevitably felt nervous in his presence, fearing that they would say something wrong and offend him. "I am Zhao Gang. I have come to seek Brother Ye's assistance. I apologize for the disturbance." Zhao Gang spoke first, his tone very friendly, not putting on the airs of a captain. Seeing this, Li Shi and the others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, feeling much more relaxed. It doesn't affect anything. Captain Zhao hasn't eaten yet, has he? Please sit down, we'll serve you a bowl of hot porridge. As Li Shi spoke, she turned and took a new ceramic bowl, filled it with steaming rice porridge and handed it to Zhao Gang. "Thank you." Zhao Gang accepted it with both hands and said thank you. Perhaps he was extremely hungry, as he didn't wait for Yi Shan to bring him chopsticks and drank the entire bowl of porridge in one go. Slurp slurp. Li Shi and the others were stunned, wanting to laugh but afraid that Zhao Gang might get angry. They held back their laughter. In just a few moments Zhao Gang finished a bowl of porridge and he felt much better. Huh! What a good porridge! He came back to his senses, met the gazes of Li Shi and the others, and realized that his earlier actions were a bit impolite. Looking embarrassed as he said, "I apologize for any offense." No. Captain Zhao is genuine, just treat this place as your own home and don't be polite. I will serve you another bowl." Li Shi quickly waved her hand, took back the empty bowl from Zhao Gang's hands and then filled it with another bowl of rice porridge. "Then thank you very much." Zhao Gang sighed in relief, gradually feeling less restrained, and he didn't stand on ceremony with Li Shi. He was indeed extremely hungry, and one bowl of porridge was not enough to fill him. "Captain Zhao, have some meat, this fried chicken tastes excellent." Yi Shan handed him chopsticks. Zhao Gang took the chopsticks and said with a smile, "I smelled the aroma outside the courtyard earlier and it made my mouth water. I won't hold back." He had long been drooling over the fried chicken in the iron pan. In the span of a meal the relationship between the Yi family and Zhao Gang had grown much closer. Yi Yuanfeng and Zhao Gang were chatting amiably. If not for Zhao Gang being busy with official duties, they both would have liked to enjoy some wine together until dawn. Yi Chen had already eaten his fill and came to the courtyard, listening to the sounds of laughter coming from the main room, a bit surprised, seemingly not expecting his father Yi Yuanfeng to bond with Zhao Gang. Seeing that the two were discussing old stories, he didn't think much of it and quietly moved to a corner of the wall to stretch his muscles. Lowering his gaze to the wooden stake on the ground, he bent down and lifted it with both hands, going up and down repeatedly. A series of cold notification sounds echoed. Strength Proficiency 1. Strength Proficiency 1. Strength Proficiency 1. Watching the proficiency increase rapidly, Yi Chen's mind became more agile, wishing to raise his strength value to 9 before setting off. This would undoubtedly provide him with more assurance when dealing with the inner strength expert from Jinshui village. From Zhao Gang's few words, Yi Chen could tell that this inner strength expert was very powerful, perhaps on par with Zhao Gang. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to kill 2 enforcers in an instant and escape from Zhao Gang's pursuit. If he were slightly weaker, Zhao Gang could have easily captured him. Though Yi Chen had previously shot down an inner strength expert, that time was more due to luck. Even now, with his strength greater than before, he still wasn't fully confident in facing an inner strength expert. At this moment he naturally needed to prepare more. The small courtyard was cold and windy and the temperature dropped further after dark, causing people to shiver. Yi Chen stood in the courtyard lifting the wooden stake drenched in sweat with wisps of white steam rising from his head. His breathing became heavier and his arms began to feel sore. He continued to grit his teeth and persist his consciousness looking at the attribute panel. Host Yi Chen Strength 8 Proficiency 315,400 Average for ordinary people 8 Increasing strength after improvement. Agility 3 Proficiency 0 100 Average for ordinary people 5 Moving speed will be faster after improvement. Dodge 2 Proficiency 0 100 Average for ordinary people 3 Chance to dodge attacks will increase after improvement. Physique 3 Proficiency 0 200 Average for ordinary people 3 Defensive strength will be enhanced after improvement. Special skill Archery Proficiency 0 20000 with a 30 chance to cause critical effects. 3-star linked shot hitting every target. The distance to break through in strength proficiency was still nearly 100 points, which posed a significant challenge for the exhausted Yi Chen. He simply didn't want to give up. If the average strength of an ordinary person was 8, and if he could break through to 9, it would be a qualitative improvement. Coupled with the transformation archery, its power would undoubtedly become even greater, giving him more chances against the inner strength expert. He previously agreed to help Zhao Gang also to test the gap between himself and the inner strength warriors. Strength Proficiency 1. Strength Proficiency 1. Strength Proficiency 1. Yi Chen gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead, his breathing growing increasingly rapid and his arms felt as if they weighed 1,000 pounds, almost unable to lift them. Each time he lifted the wooden stake was extremely laborious, requiring him to give it his all. Yet seeing the steadily rising values, Yi Chen felt it was all worth it. 381. 382. Almost there. A glimmer of hope ignited in his heart, and facing the opportunity so close at hand, he suddenly felt motivated. At this moment Zhao Gang was walking out of the main room with Yi Yuanfeng. While chatting, he looked up and saw Yi Chen in the courtyard suddenly freezing in place. His voice abruptly stopped. He was stunned for 2 seconds, raising his hand to rub his eyes, thinking he must be seeing things. I haven't even had a drink. What is brother Yi doing? Is he possessed? A person was lifting a wooden stake up and down at night. Anyone who saw it would be puzzled. Hearing this, Yi Yuanfeng glanced at Yi Chen not far away, his expression awkward as he explained, he is working on his physical training. Yi Yuanfeng didn't quite understand Yi Chen's intentions, but he vaguely guessed it was for cultivating skills as he had witnessed Yi Chen's progress. Physical training. Zhao Gang looked surprised, somewhat incredulous. It seemed he had not thought that Yi Chen's way of improving himself would be so simple and unadorned, and he fell into deep contemplation. If such a training method proved useful, then what hardship had he endured with the wooden hammer to temper his bones? Yi Chen, unaware of Zhao Gang and the others' gazes, remained immersed in his focus on improving proficiency, pushing himself to persist. 398. 399. Ding. Congratulations host, strength value has risen to 9. Bang. Almost at the moment of the strength value increase, Yi Chen could no longer hold on, his arms relaxed and the wooden stake fell straight to the ground. Who? He instantly felt a weight lift off his shoulders, standing in place, soaked in sweat, evaporating in the cold wind. A strong soreness surged in his arms, rendering them powerless. At this moment Zhao Gang approached, looking at Yi Chen seriously. Brother Yi, you don't have to push yourself so hard. There are methods to training the physique. Blindly practicing like this won't do you any good. If you have the determination to learn martial arts, I can introduce you to a martial arts school in the city. Their professional martial instructors will guide you. Practicing that way will be safer and more effective. Hearing this, Yi Chen turned to look at Zhao Gang, understanding that he meant well, and smiled as he explained, "Thank you for your kindness, brother Zhao, but the initiation fee for the martial arts school is quite expensive considering our family situation. I won't consider it for now, perhaps later. I feel that this practice is quite good and my arms feel much stronger." He didn't have much expectation for the martial arts school. After all, his seemingly peculiar training method was faster than most martial artists. However, he wouldn't disclose this secret. I see. Zhao Gang nodded thoughtfully, fully aware that learning martial arts requires a significant amount of silver, something an ordinary family cannot afford. The Yi family didn't seem very wealthy, being able to have enough food was already fortunate. If they were to pursue martial arts, they wouldn't be able to afford the costs. Even if they entered a martial arts school now, they would definitely give up halfway. Zhao Gang patted Yi Chen's shoulder, taking a deep breath and saying, "In that case, when I have time, I'll teach you some methods for strengthening your physique. That would be better than just holding onto a wooden stake." Yi Chen's eyes brightened, no longer rejecting Zhao Gang's goodwill, gratefully smiling. Thank you very much, brother Zhao. Though he could rely on proficiency to enhance his attributes, he could only improve one attribute every 10 days. If Zhao Gang's methods for strengthening the physique were useful, he could enhance both strength and physique simultaneously, achieving two goals with one effort. Between us there's no need for thanks. Zhao Gang waved his hand dismissively. Not long after, Yi Chen packed his belongings, slinging the longbow and quiver over his shoulder, preparing to leave with Zhao Gang. They needed to enter the mountains at dawn to trap the criminal and must arrive at Jinshui village in advance to make preparations. Before leaving, Yi Yuanfeng and the others were still worried. Although Yi Chen had previous experience dealing with bandits and had blood on his hands, facing a murderous maniac, especially one who was a formidable warrior, was inevitably concerning. A moment's carelessness could lead to death outside. Second brother, you must be very careful, be cautious and do not act impulsively. Li repeatedly urged him. If Yi Chen hadn't already promised Zhao Gang to help, she would have wanted him to stay at home. It was indeed too risky. Sister-in-law, rest assured I will be careful. Yi Chen replied with a smile. Yi Yuanfeng and Yi Shan exchanged glances, their worries evident on their faces. Yi Chen noticed this and waved his hand nonchalantly. Father, brother, I will go with brother Zhao now. Don't worry too much, perhaps we will catch the criminal and return by morning. It's cold outside, so you all should go back inside and rest early. Yi Yuanfeng nodded slightly. Go ahead. Yi Chen and Zhao Gang turned and walked out of the courtyard. Zhao Gang moved forward to untie the horse, then stepped onto the saddle and vaulted onto the horse's back. Once seated, he turned to reach out to Yi Chen. Brother Yi. Yi Chen understood and grasped Zhao Gang's arm, mimicking his actions to step onto the saddle and leap onto the horse's back. It was Yi Chen's first time riding a horse and his body was completely tense. He feared even the slightest movement might cause him to fall off. Brother Yi, don't be nervous if this horse is gentle. Just sit steady. Zhao Gang's voice came from the front. Good. Brother Zhao, I'm steady now. Yi Chen replied. Zhao Gang hesitated no longer, gently nudging the horse's belly with his feet, loosening the reins, and the horse immediately began to move forward, gaining speed. As the sound of hooves gradually faded away, Yi Yuanfeng and the others returned to the courtyard, closing the gate, their faces filled with worry. I hope the government can successfully capture the criminal from Jinshui village. Second brother must return safely without any incidents. Li prayed anxiously. Yi Shan glanced at her with a worried expression, pondering for a couple of seconds, and said, I believe in second brother's abilities. Even if he encounters that criminal, he will surely prevail. Having witnessed Yi Chen's skills, he knew that with his precise archery it wouldn't be difficult to take the initiative, especially with so many constables and officials around. Go back inside and rest. Second brother will return safely. With Captain Zhao around, he will be well protected. Yi Yuanfeng said calmly. At this moment his body had improved significantly and he no longer needed a cane, walking into the main room with his hands clasped behind his back. Seeing Yi Yuanfeng's composed demeanor, Yi Shan and Li felt like they had found a pillar of support, also convinced that Zhao Gang would protect Yi Chen, and they felt somewhat relieved. Feeling the cold wind in the courtyard, the two of them returned indoors. Though Jinshui village and Yi family village were separated by only a few mountain ranges, they seemed close, but only in terms of sight. If taking the main road, the distance between the two villages would become much longer, needing to circumvent a vast mountain range comparable to entering the city, taking about 2 hours. Fortunately, Yi Chen and Zhao Gang were riding horses, which not only saved effort but also increased their speed several times. Within half an hour, Yi Chen and Zhao Gang arrived at Jinshui village. They did not directly enter the village but rode to a bonfire outside the village. The officials who had been left behind were stationed nearby and gathered upon hearing the sound of hooves. Captain Zhao is back, as someone shouted from the crowd. The previously drowsy officials immediately perked up, quickening their steps to look at the approaching horses. Whoa! Zhao Gang pulled on the reins, and after the horse beneath him came to a stop, he skillfully flipped off the horse's back. Seeing this, Yi Chen also followed suit and dismounted. Though his movements were not practiced, his feet landed steadily. Zhao Gang initially intended to lend a hand, but upon turning around he was surprised to see that Yi Chen's base was quite good. Let me introduce you all. This is Yi Chen, the one who shot the bandit leader Li Hao a few days ago. I invited him to help us capture Jin Shaoan. You all should recognize him to avoid any misunderstandings. Zhao Gang pointed at Yi Chen as he introduced him to the surrounding officials. Some among them had seen Yi Chen while others had not, and since they were about to work together to capture the criminal, it was natural to become familiar with each other. He is the Yi Chen who shot down the wanted criminal Li Hao with one arrow. I didn't expect him to be so young. One official exclaimed in astonishment. He was of similar age to Yi Chen and was surprised by the vast difference between them. If for these officials Li Hao was a character akin to a demon. Since Brother Yi can kill Li Hao, he can surely handle Jin Shaoan. With his help our chances of winning will increase greatly. So the important matter Captain Zhao mentioned earlier was to invite Brother Yi to help us catch the criminal. That is indeed a good idea. Brother Yi usually hunts in the mountains, so he should be familiar with the environment of the forests, making it quicker to find people. The other officials' eyes lit up, thinking that with Yi Chen's help their nervousness eased considerably, and they held high hopes for him. A hunter capable of killing an inner strength master undoubtedly had impressive strength. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen looked at the officials before him and quickly said politely, "You all flatter me. I am honored by Brother Zhao's regard. I have come to assist everyone in capturing the criminal and hope to be of help." At that moment Zhao Gang stepped forward and asked the officials, "Has anything happened while I was away?" "No." One of the officials shook his head. "After you left we scattered and guarded this area and we haven't seen a single figure around. Jin Shaoan should still be in this forest." Hearing this, Zhao Gang nodded expressionlessly, glanced around and then spoke. "You all continue to spread out and keep watch. Do not let the criminal slip away. After a while the city's manpower should arrive and then we will switch to them to watch." "Yes, Captain Zhao." In response to Zhao Gang's arrangements, the officials immediately complied without any objections. Once everyone dispersed, Zhao Gang turned to Yi Chen, his expression much more relaxed, pointing to the bonfire beside them. "For tonight we will trouble Brother Yi to rest here for the night, and we will enter the mountains to capture the criminal at dawn." Hearing this, Yi Chen smiled unconcernedly. "I will follow Brother Zhao's arrangements." The east reveals a hint of fish belly white and the sky gradually brightens. The bonfire in the fields extinguishes in the cold wind, with the remaining charcoal still emitting grey smoke. The drowsy servants wake from their dreams feeling sore all over, each stretching their limbs in place. Yi Chen had hardly slept all night. He had never spent a night outdoors, let alone without even a proper tent. He had to endure the cold wind while sleeping, and although there was a bonfire beside him for warmth, it could not completely dispel the chill. After lying on the uneven ground for a night, his body was sore. He slowly stood up, brushed off the dust from his cotton coat and moved his stiff limbs a bit, which relieved him considerably. Looking up, he saw Zhao Gang sleeping soundly beside him. He seemed accustomed to such sleeping conditions and showed no signs of being affected, rising full of energy. Zhao Gang walked over and glanced at Yi Chen's dark circles, saying a bit apologetically, "Brother Yi, you didn't sleep well last night, did you? You've had a hard time." Hearing this, Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively. "What are you talking about, Zhao Dage? There's no need to be polite with me. As long as we can successfully catch the criminal today, everyone can go back and sleep soundly." Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Zhao Gang nodded in agreement, his expression turning more serious. "Brother Yi is right. No matter what, we must capture this Jin Shaoan today, dead or alive." After all, he had already lost 2 subordinates. If he failed to catch the criminal, he wouldn't be able to return to report to the county magistrate and might even face punishment. Zhao Gang harbored deep hatred for the criminal Jin Shaoan, wishing he could kill him. Last night all the servants from the county office had rushed over, bringing along a lot of food and water, and now everyone didn't bother with niceties and began to eat heartily, mixing their food with water. Before long everyone was full and satisfied. The sky had brightened considerably and the golden sun was already visible over the eastern mountains. Zhao Gang, gripping the hilt of his knife, stood seriously in front of everyone, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the servants as he spoke in a low voice. "Form teams of 5, spread out in a line to search the mountains. Once you find the criminal, don't hold back, dead or alive." The servants responded in unison, their voices booming. They had endured a whole night of cold wind to keep an eye on the criminal, their hearts filled with pent-up frustration, eager to catch the culprit and teach him a lesson. Zhao Gang nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand. "Let's go." He took the lead, stepping towards the nearby mountains. Seeing this, Yi Chen followed suit, walking alongside Zhao Gang. This way, if danger arose, Zhao Gang could fend it off for a while. After all, he was not skilled in close combat, let alone facing a master with such inner strength capable of killing with a single punch, which was simply terrifying. If he let the opponent get close, Yi Chen would undoubtedly perish. At this moment he was being extremely cautious, not daring to let his guard down, his eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. The other servants also spread out as per Zhao Gang's instructions, maintaining some distance between each small team like a large net cast over the mountains ahead. As everyone entered the mountains, their pace gradually slowed. The mountain paths were difficult to traverse, and with the need to search for and guard against the criminal, no one dared to rush forward. The deaths of the two servants yesterday served as a warning to everyone, and no one dared to be careless if they were facing a skilled criminal who was a ruthless killer. Rustle. Rustle. The sound of rustling leaves filled the mountains. Suddenly the sound of a squirrel darting through the branches startled the servants, and everyone tensed up, not even daring to breathe. Among these people, aside from the quick response servants in charge of the capture, there were also those from the black and strong classes who had come to help. Usually they were arrogant towards criminals in the office, but when facing a real criminal outside they all shrank back. At this moment they were merely there to make up the numbers, helping to search the mountains. Zhao Gang, walking in front, heard the startled noises and felt somewhat dissatisfied. However, knowing these people were merely there to make up the numbers, he suppressed his anger and did not let it out. Search carefully, with so many of us the criminal can't escape. Zhao Gang said in a low voice, his voice echoing through the mountains. Hearing this, the servants gradually felt bolder, thinking of their numbers. Zhao Tu is right, we are many, what is there to fear? Even if each of us spits at him we could drown him. An older servant immediately echoed, Zhao Peng and Zhang He's bodies are still lying in Jinshui village, we must not let their deaths be in vain. A young servant said with a face of indignation, no matter what, we must find Jin Shaoan today, otherwise how uncomfortable would it be to spend the night in the mountains in this cold weather. Another weary-looking servant could not help but complain, where the hell is that bastard Jin hiding? If I find him I will beat him to a pulp. One domineering servant made a harsh remark. Before long everyone had searched an entire mountain peak without any discoveries. Zhao Gang's brow furrowed even deeper as he looked at the dense forest, feeling worried that the criminal had already escaped over the mountains. If that were the case, their trip would be in vain. Where could this guy be hiding? Could he have already escaped? He could not help but mutter. Yi Chen, who was following beside him, pondered for 2 seconds and said, I think the criminal should still be in this forest. He left without taking anything, and if he were to go out he would be hunted by the authorities, effectively walking into a trap. For a hunter, hiding in the mountains is the safest option. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Zhao Gang nodded in agreement, feeling a bit more confident. After all, the news of the hunter from Jinshui village killing someone had already spread to several nearby villages. If anyone saw the criminal they would surely report him to the authorities. Then let's continue searching forward, even if we have to turn the entire mountain upside down we must find him. Zhao Gang declared confidently. Just as he finished speaking, a sudden scream erupted from the nearby woods. Everyone's hearts jumped and they immediately tensed up. There's someone in the grass. A servant in the woods shouted loudly. Zhao Tu, they're over here. Everyone turned their heads towards the nearby woods. Quick, surround him, don't let him escape. Zhao Gang shouted excitedly, immediately bolting over, fearing the criminal might get away. After searching for a long time they finally discovered the opponent's trail. They could not let him escape under their noses. Zhao Tu! Save me! A cry for help echoed through the woods. The enforcers operated in groups of 5. When one of them was ambushed, the remaining 4 immediately launched an attack on the assailant, but their strength was vastly unequal, making them no match. They only saw a shadow dart past, and in the next moment another person fell. Zhao Gang abruptly drew his waist knife and rushed over at the fastest speed, hearing his subordinates' cries for help, feeling anxious inside. Damn it! Don't let him escape. Yi Chen quickly followed, observing the struggle in the nearby grove without getting too close. His gaze caught a large tree beside the path and he swiftly climbed up, using the branches, positioning himself at a higher vantage point. His view instantly broadened. Standing on the split branches, he took out his longbow, knocking an arrow on the string, and aimed quickly at the forest ahead. He vaguely saw figures moving. Yi Chen's arms suddenly tensed, the bowstring bending with a buzzing sound. Transformation, archery erupted, merging man and bow. With a slight movement of his fingers the arrow released suddenly. Whoosh! A sound of breaking air resonated through the woods, moving at an incredible speed, turning into a series of afterimages. As Zhao Gang was running, his heart suddenly jolted, a chill running down his spine, his hair standing on end. If he hadn't known that the arrow was aimed at the assailant ahead he would have instinctively dodged. He marveled inwardly, not expecting Yi Chen's archery skill to be so exquisite, swift as the wind. In the dense forest a disheveled man in his 30s kicked an enforcer away and was about to strike with his fist when he heard a sudden whooshing sound, causing alarm bells to ring in his mind. He quickly took a step back, moving at lightning speed. In the next moment an arrow flew past his chest, stirring a gust of wind. Thud! An arrow pierced through bamboo, passing through 3 stalks before stopping. Gulp! The disheveled man's expression changed slightly, his heart racing as cold sweat broke out. Had he not reacted just in time he would have been shot through the chest by that arrow. Such a fast arrow. He looked in the direction the arrow had come from, and through the branches he saw Yi Chen standing atop a large tree. A flash of cold light glimmered. Another arrow suddenly shot towards him, the dark dot rapidly enlarging in the shadowy forest. The disheveled man had no time to think and immediately sidestepped to dodge. In the blink of an eye, a bamboo next to him was pierced by an arrow. He could clearly feel the power of the arrow shocked internally. Did the government really have such a powerful marksman? If it weren't for those 2 arrows forcing him back, he would have already subdued the 5 enforcers in front of him and escaped. This delay allowed the surrounding enforcers to surround him, nearly trapping him. Seeing this, the disheveled man gritted his teeth in anger. Even if he was reluctant, he could only turn and flee quickly. No matter how skilled he was, being besieged by so many enforcers would surely lead to his defeat. Stop him. Don't let him escape. Zhao Gang shouted urgently. However, the 2 enforcers closest to him were so terrified by the disheveled man's ruthless tactics that they stood frozen in place, trembling slightly with their knives. What are you 2 standing there for? Zhao Gang rushed over, angrily scolding them. Without time to deal with the 2 terrified enforcers, he chased after the disheveled man's trail. Zhao Tui. The 2 enforcers wore bitter expressions, wanting to explain something, but saw Zhao Gang had already run far away, feeling a wave of bitterness in their hearts. It's over, we're going to get punished when we return. One enforcer said in a flustered tone. Forget it, a reprimand is better than losing our lives, right? The other enforcer said gloomily. The 3 enforcers on their team were still lying on the ground, their lives uncertain, and they didn't want to die for nothing. Fortunately, those 2 arrows earlier saved us, otherwise we would be in a dire situation as well. That assailant is terrifying, a single punch could break bones. They couldn't help but feel fortunate. If it weren't for Yi Chen's intervention, they would also be lying on the ground now. Clatter clatter. A group chased through the woods. The disheveled man in front, Zhao Gang leading a group of enforcers behind, both sides in fierce pursuit. Stop. Jin Shaoan, you can't escape, surrender now. Zhao Gang shouted loudly while chasing, trying to intimidate the other party. The encircling enforcers created a formidable sense of pressure. The fleeing disheveled man felt flustered, glancing back occasionally. Seeing the rustling grass, his face turned pale. For a moment he felt like every plant and tree was a threat, unsure of where to go. While escaping, he was still wary of the hidden archer, and his speed slowed significantly. After his line of sight was obstructed, Yi Chen quickly descended from the tree, running in the direction of the crowd's pursuit. The situation was urgent, and he couldn't afford to retrieve the arrows he had shot. Holding the bow in one hand and knocking an arrow on the string with the other, his figure swiftly darted through the woods. Don't run. An enforcer suddenly sprang out, blocking the disheveled man's path, and immediately swung his knife. The disheveled man was startled, instinctively sidestepping. He then gathered strength in his right fist and suddenly punched towards the enforcer in front of him. I'm going to smash you. He moved with blinding speed, turning into a series of afterimages. The enforcer's pupils shrank, trying to retreat, but it was already too late. Bang! Crack! A punch landed, bones shattered. The enforcer was sent flying, landing in a pile of grass several meters away, lifeless. As the disheveled man successfully struck, he tried to escape, but suddenly felt a chill down his spine, his heart racing. His expression changed slightly. Without time to look back, he pushed off with his toes and swiftly sidestepped. Buzz! A blade gleaming with cold light slashed down mere inches away. Just a bit more and he would have been cleaved in 2. Jin Shaoan, meet your end. Zhao Gang shouted furiously. After missing a strike, he lunged at the disheveled man once more. Seeing his subordinate suffer one after another, Zhao Gang's anger ignited at that moment, finally managing to intercept the opponent, unleashing nearly all his strength. That depends on whether you have the ability. Jin Shaoan retorted defiantly. Realizing he couldn't escape Zhao Gang's grasp, he faced Zhao Gang directly, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. With one fist clenched, he dodged the blade while suddenly striking out, descending like a fierce tiger from the mountain, every punch filled with a dominating aura, moving with great momentum. Zhao Gang's expression changed slightly as he observed the capable Jin Shaoan, his demeanor growing serious. He realized that the opponent was not easy to deal with. Not only was he a master of inner strength, but his level was also considerable. He had encountered a tough opponent. You have some skill. Who is your master? How dare you commit such heinous acts, truly a waste of talent. Zhao Gang cursed as he struck. Jin Shaoan paid no heed, consumed with the desire to crush Zhao Gang and escape, attacking mercilessly, disregarding the latter's identity as a captor. After all, he had already taken multiple lives, killing one more captor was of no concern. The surrounding officers quickly gathered, watching as Jin Shaoan and Zhao Gang fought evenly, too afraid to intervene. They were merely ordinary people, strong in physique but vastly outmatched by true martial artists. With a single move, Jin Shaoan could easily dispatch them. Many of the officers had witnessed Jin Shaoan kill with a single punch, and they were filled with dread, fearing that their backbone Zhao Gang might also fall, leaving no one to stop the criminal. "Do you think Zhao Gang can take him down?" one officer whispered. "It looks a bit precarious. Jin Shaoan strikes with such brutality, every move is lethal, and Zhao Gang has finally met his match." A slightly older officer spoke with a grave expression. "What should we do? This brute's punch could kill a bull. If Zhao Gang is killed, what will we do?" A timid officer, his face tense, remarked. He was merely drafted to help, usually just guarding prisoners in the county office, and had rarely fought. Seeing Jin Shaoan's ferocity made his legs tremble. Many officers shared his sentiments. If they faced ordinary criminals they might intervene, but now they were up against a martial artist with internal strength which was beyond the realm of ordinary. "Trust in Zhao Gang, he will definitely bring this scoundrel down," one officer said with determination. Suddenly a feint from Jin Shaoan followed by a punch struck Zhao Gang's wrist. Clang! Zhao Gang winced in pain as his sword fell to the ground, producing a faint sound. "Zhao Gang, be careful." The watching officers' hearts tightened as they quickly warned him. Zhao Gang in pain began to retreat, but Jin Shaoan pursued relentlessly, launching another punch that left him no chance to breathe. Bang! The sound of the punch echoed. Zhao Gang's pupils constricted as he felt the overwhelming power. That punch could kill a ferocious tiger. Third layer of body refinement. He couldn't help but exclaim, sensing the urgency. At this moment, with no escape, Zhao Gang could only grit his teeth and meet the punch head-on. Boom! The two collided with a punch. Jin Shaoan remained unmoved while Zhao Gang staggered back several steps before regaining his balance. His arms suddenly throbbed with pain. He had already been injured at the wrist, gasping in agony, unable to even clench his fist. Cold sweat poured down Zhao Gang's face as he stared incredulous at Jin Shaoan before him. Astonished by the latter's strength, he had underestimated his opponent. Die! Jin Shaoan, seeing Zhao Gang injured, felt a surge of confidence, snorted coldly and launched another punch, intending to finish him off. Zhao Gang's heart sank at the sight of that terrifying punch, and he felt a chill run down his spine. It's over. He felt as if he was about to be killed by a single punch. Whoosh! At that critical moment, a sound of something slicing through the air suddenly rang out from the forest. Jin Shaoan's expression changed. He could not afford to deal with Zhao Gang anymore and quickly dodged. In the next moment, an arrow flew through the spot where he had just been, embedding itself into a nearby tree trunk. Thud! Damn it! It's that kid again. Jin Shaoan's face darkened as he cursed furiously after dodging the arrow. Earlier, when he attempted to strike the officers, he had been thwarted by 2 arrows, and now as he tried to kill Zhao Gang, another arrow had obstructed him. His anger boiled over, wishing he could crush the archer with a single punch. "If you have the skills, come out and fight me directly. Don't hide in the shadows shooting arrows. What kind of skill is that?" No sooner had he spoken than he was met with another whistling sound. Once again an arrow shot out from the nearby woods. This time Jin Shaoan saw it clearly. Facing the arrow's incredible speed, he sidestepped just in time to dodge. "You seek death!" He cursed angrily, ignoring Zhao Gang beside him, and charged towards the direction from which the arrow had come. "Brother Yi, be careful." Zhao Gang, seeing this, disregarded his injuries, leaped forward to try to stop Jin Shaoan. He knew very well that Yi Chen was only skilled in archery. Once in close range he would be like a lamb to the slaughter, especially against a martial artist of the 3rd layer of body refinement who could crush him with a single punch. "You think you can stop me?" Jin Shaoan suddenly turned and threw a punch. Zhao Gang's pupils contracted as he barely had time to react, bracing himself for the furious punch. Even though his physique was already extraordinary, facing a blow from a martial artist with internal strength, he was still sent flying, and he could vaguely hear the sound of bones cracking. Thud! Zhao Gang crashed heavily into the grass several meters away, unconscious. "Zhao Gang!" The nearby officers' faces changed dramatically as they hurriedly called out, rushing towards him. Jin Shaoan did not linger, continuing to charge towards Yi Chen's location. Meanwhile, Yi Chen stood on a thick tree branch holding a longbow, aiming at the figure below. He saw Zhao Gang's defeat and recognized Jin Shaoan's terror. If he allowed the latter to close in for combat, he had no chance of winning. At this moment he held his breath, trying to calm himself. Yichen slightly closed his eyes. When he opened them again he entered a state of unity with his bow. With the transformation archery technique unleashed he instantly locked onto Jin Shaoan's chi, triggering his 100% accuracy skill. His arm surged with power and with a flick of his fingers the arrow exploded in the forest. Whoosh! An arrow shot out. Yichen hesitated not a moment, activating the 3-star convergence technique. In the blink of an eye he drew another arrow and loosed it. Whoosh! Arrow after arrow, the sounds of their flight echoed through the woods. Jin Shaoan, rushing forward, saw the dark dots approaching rapidly, intending to evade with his agility, but in the next second the arrows seemed to have a mind of their own, shooting directly at him. This is Qi locking. Jin Shaoan's pupils constricted, his expression changed dramatically. It was as if he had seen a ghost, his mind buzzing. With no time to think, he knew he couldn't evade. He quickly stopped his steps only to reach out and grab the arrow just as it neared. Swish! The arrow stopped mere inches from his chest. He managed to catch it, but a gash appeared on his palm. Before he could feel triumphant, another arrow came hurtling towards him. Not good. This time he once again failed to evade, trying to grab the arrow. Thud. The arrow was too fast and this time he missed. One arrow pierced his chest. Just as he felt pain, another arrow followed closely behind. How is this possible? Jin Shaoan's eyes widened in disbelief. Thud. An arrow embedded itself in his right shoulder. Jin Shaoan stood stunned, gripping an arrow with one in each side of his chest, swaying slightly, his face paling. 3-star convergence. He couldn't help but exclaim, unable to believe the marksman hidden in the shadows had such terrifying archery skills. 3 arrows locked onto his vital energy, leaving no chance for evasion. Such a technique he had only witnessed in a powerful senior of the martial world, yet now he faced nothing but a mere young brat. Jin Shaoan slowly lowered his head, observing the 2 arrows embedded in his chest. The arrows did not penetrate deeply enough to threaten his life, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief as a smile crept onto his lips. Indeed, he was just a fledgling. The force of his shot was even weaker than that of a first-layer foundation establishment practitioner. What puzzled him was how such an untried youth could possess such profound archery skills. He whispered to himself, casting aside the arrows in his hand, enduring the pain as he yanked the 2 arrows out of his body and tossed them aside. Blood immediately gushed from the wounds, staining his clothes. Jin Shaoan chose to ignore it, lifting his gaze to the front, his eyes locking onto Yichen perched on a large tree, a flicker of hesitation flashing through his mind. Should he retreat or confront Hedon? In an instant he took another step forward. If the arrows had penetrated any deeper based on the method of locking onto his vital energy, Jin Shaoan would have undoubtedly turned and fled without hesitation. However, the power of the arrows made him realize that his opponent might not be as fearsome as he had imagined. He could withstand these arrows with his 3rd-layer foundation establishment strength, suffering at most only superficial wounds. 1st-layer foundation establishment refines the skin. 2nd layer refines the flesh. 3rd layer refines the bones. Though his skin and flesh were not invulnerable to blades and bullets, they were as solid as bullhide, impervious to ordinary means of killing, and he could mitigate the power of incoming attacks. On the tree trunk, Yichen watched as Jin Shaoan charged at him again, his expression growing serious, realizing that his opponent was intent on fighting to the death and he could not afford any hesitation. The fact that the previous 3 arrows failed to kill him also made him recognize the terror of his opponent. Is this the strength of a master of internal force? Far more formidable than that bandit chief I encountered last time. Yichen muttered to himself. Though the last bandit chief was also a master of internal force, the gap in strength compared to the one before him was vast. Without time to think further, he raised his hand to draw his bow, releasing an arrow. The transformation archery technique fully erupted, triggering the 100% accuracy skill consecutively, willing to expend any amount of energy. Whoosh! The arrow was released like a flash of lightning. Yichen did not even glance as he quickly drew another arrow, knocking it to the bowstring and immediately drawing back to shoot. With the aid of the 100% accuracy skill, he was confident that every arrow he shot would hit its mark. Facing the barrage of arrows, Jin Shaoan had no choice but to slow his pace, exerting all his effort to try and catch them. Thwip! The arrow flew like lightning. Even though its trajectory was visible to the naked eye, it was still not easily graspable. In the blink of an eye he was struck by another arrow in the chest, followed by a second. Though not fatal, the intense pain from the wounds filled him with rage, his eyes turning red as he glared at Yichen like a mad lion. "Brat, I will kill you!" he roared angrily. At this moment he was even too lazy to remove the arrows from his body, charging towards the tree at breakneck speed, his figure turning into a blur. Yi Chen watched as Jin Shaoan rapidly approached, unable to stop his advance with his arrows, his heart racing and anxiety taking hold. Once his opponent was upon him, he would be in dire straits. However, there was no retreat. Climbing down the tree would put him directly in front of Jin Shaoan, who was already very close. He couldn't even hope to escape. Thump thump. Yi Chen felt his heart pounding, especially upon seeing Jin Shaoan's furious expression. A wave of indescribable fear surged within him. He immediately suppressed the terror within, took a deep breath and adjusted his mindset. Once more entering the state of transformation archery, his arm holding the longbow was steady as a rock. Skilled at drawing an arrow as if performing a familiar routine, his fingers pinched the arrow and drew the bowstring back with sudden force. Aiming at his target, he triggered the 100% accuracy skill. Brat die. At this moment Jin Shaoan had already reached the base of the tree, looking up at Yi Chen with a sinister and terrifying smile, his gaze somewhat eerie and frightening. Whoosh! An arrow shot out as fast as lightning. Thwip! The arrowhead instantly pierced Jin Shaoan's shoulder, splattering blood. He merely swayed his body slightly, unfazed, with his blood-red eyes fixed intently on Yi Chen in the tree like a bloodthirsty monster leaping onto the stump and beginning to climb. The distance was closing rapidly. Yi Chen's face paled slightly, his breath growing more rapid, his chest pounding like a drum. Once more he reached for the quiver, drawing an arrow to knock on the string. With the enhancement of the transformation archery technique, he drew the bow and knocked the arrow, undeterred by fear. At this moment his eyes were terrifyingly resolute. With a flick of his fingers the arrow shot forth. Whoosh! Ding! Critical hit effect triggered, archery power increased tenfold. A cold prompt rang out. Die! Jin Shaoan charged forward, his swinging fist cutting through the air. Thwip! An arrow struck him squarely in the forehead. Boom! The power of the arrow exploded, blasting Jin Shaoan's head apart on the spot. With a loud crash, flesh and blood splattered. His entire head erupted into a cloud of crimson mist permeating the air. Silence fell around them in an instant. Yi Chen stood there, bow in hand, staring blankly at the bloody scene before him, his face smeared with blood that was still warm. He gasped for breath, his heart racing. Had that last arrow not killed his opponent, he would have been the one. At this moment he felt a chill run down his spine, unable to regain his composure for some time. The headless corpse slumped against the tree, gradually losing strength before crashing down with a thud. Gulp! Yi Chen snapped back to reality upon hearing the noise, looking down at the corpse beneath him, a sense of lingering fear washing over him as his taut nerves finally relaxed. He silently rejoiced that the arrow had triggered the critical hit effect, otherwise with Jin Shaoan's madness and ruthlessness he would truly have died here today. Pat! Pat! A group of people rushed over from the nearby woods. Yi! Brother Yi, are you okay? Zhao Gang at the forefront rushed in, anxious and frantic despite the pain from his broken bones, gritting his teeth to endure. He knew very well that aside from Yi Chen's exceptional archery skills, he was no different from an ordinary person, even inferior to the local guards, and against Jin Shaoan, who was at the third layer of foundation establishment, he would undoubtedly die without a chance of surviving even a single blow. He had brought these people to help. If anything happened, he would have no way to explain it to the Yi family. As Zhao Gang approached the tree, he caught a whiff of the pungent smell of blood, making his heart tremble suddenly, and he became extremely anxious. Yi! Just as he was about to speak, his eyes caught sight of the headless corpse beneath the tree, his eyes widening in shock. Jin Shaoan! Where is his head? Where did it go? Zhao Gang could hardly believe his eyes. His footsteps quickened as he fixated on the lifeless body lying not far away. The nearby officers quickly surrounded the area. One officer carefully examined the headless corpse's build and attire, as well as the several arrows embedded in it, and spoke with certainty. The others nodded in agreement, recognizing the body from their pursuit, especially since there were arrows on it that were clearly shot by Yi Chen. Zhao Gang, who had previously clashed with Jin Shaoan, quickly approached the corpse. As he scanned the muscular arms, the calluses on the back of his hand made his heart skip a beat, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. Indeed, it is him. But how did he end up like this? Where's his head? Zhao Gang asked with a puzzled expression, looking around but finding no trace of the head, vaguely guessing something, his eyes widening suddenly. It can't be. He slowly looked up at Yi Chen, who remained perched on a tree trunk, opening his mouth, his voice hoarse. Brother Yi. At this moment Yi Chen also regained his composure from the brush with death, looking down at Zhao Gang, calling out from below as he slung his longbow over his back and descended along the interwoven branches. Thud. Yi Chen landed steadily on the ground, feeling a sense of relief wash over him, though his back was already soaked with cold sweat. Zhao Gang immediately approached, excitement written all over his face as he looked at Yi Chen. "Brother Yi, did you kill the culprit Jin Shaoan?" Meeting Zhao Gang's gaze, Yi Chen did not hide the truth and nodded in response. "It was me." After receiving confirmation, Zhao Gang's expression toward Yi Chen changed as he grabbed his hand excitedly. "Brother Yi, you truly are amazing. Inviting you here was the right choice, you saved all our lives. If it weren't for your intervention, Jin Shaoan might have escaped. I will remember this life-saving grace. Once this case is over, I will personally come to express my gratitude. I Zhao Gang owe you a life." At this moment he regarded Yi Chen as a lifesaver filled with gratitude. If it weren't for Yi Chen's assistance, he would have faced far worse than just a few broken bones, he might have already met a gruesome end. The surrounding officers also looked at Yi Chen with newfound respect, secretly grateful. Yi Chen saved not only Zhao Gang's life but theirs as well. Otherwise, with their meager skills, they could have easily been killed by Jin Shaoan. Everyone was still unnerved, recalling the viciousness and ferocity of Jin Shaoan, their legs feeling weak. Hearing this, Yi Chen quickly waved his hand. "Brother Zhao, you flatter me, I merely helped a little. Since you called me for assistance, it was only right for me to act." "No," Zhao Gang said with a serious expression. "Brother Yi, do not be humble. Jin Shaoan is a third-level body refinement martial artist. If you hadn't acted in time, I would have surely died. A great kindness does not go unthanked. If you need anything in the future, just let me know, your affairs are my affairs." He had thought he was doomed, but thankfully Yi Chen not only diverted the fire but also killed the culprit. Body refinement. Yi Chen was taken aback, muttering softly, realizing that internal strength masters was a broad term for martial artists, and they would also categorize their strength based on their realm. Before he could ponder further, Zhao Gang curiously asked, "Brother Yi, where is Jin Shaoan's head?" "I looked around and found only a headless corpse." "What could have happened? Could it be that the head ran away by itself?" Hearing this, Yi Chen glanced at the headless corpse not far away and pondered for a couple of seconds. "The head exploded." Zhao Gang was stunned, rooted to the spot. "What do you mean? What exploded?" He pointed incredulously at the corpse nearby, his expression hesitant. "Are you saying the culprit Jin Shaoan's head exploded?" Meeting Zhao Gang's strange gaze, Yi Chen forced himself to nod, a determined look on his face. "Yes. I shot him with an arrow and then his head exploded." "Perhaps he practiced some evil technique." He attributed the reason for the exploding head to Jin Shaoan to keep his arrow's critical hit secret under wraps, which was his trump card. Evil technique? Zhao Gang was taken aback for a moment, feeling it was unlikely, but he had no explanation for how Jin Shaoan suddenly exploded. He had been far away earlier and did not witness the confrontation firsthand, so he could only choose to believe Yi Chen's words. After all, Yi Chen had previously shot Jin Shaoan with several arrows without penetrating him lethally. How could he have exploded his head with one shot? Excluding Yi Chen's involvement, it seemed that only an evil technique backlash could explain it. Regardless, it's good that he's dead, preventing further atrocities. Zhao Gang sighed with relief, choosing not to pursue the matter further. He was satisfied that they had captured the culprit. He looked up at the nearby officers, waving his hand. "Lift the corpse and bring the injured brothers down the mountain." During the pursuit of the culprit, several officers had sustained severe injuries. Thankfully no further lives were lost, otherwise Zhao Gang as the captain would not have been able to continue his duties. "Yes, Captain Zhao." The officers replied and immediately sprang into action. The moment the headless corpse was lifted, a tattered ancient book fell from its clothing. Thud. "What is that?" Yi Chen reacted quickly, rushing forward to pick up the ancient book from the ground, holding it in his hands. The yellowed cover bore the ancient characters, Thunder Fist Manual. This was undoubtedly a martial arts manual. Yi Chen's eyes brightened, realizing this was a priceless treasure. Recalling how Jin Shaoan had killed with a single punch earlier, his mood couldn't help but become excited. If I can master the Thunder Fist, its lethality would be no less than that of my Transcendence archery skills. Moreover, while he excelled in archery, he lacked close combat skills. If he could learn a fist technique for self-defense, it would also be a means of survival. The Thunder Fist Manual. It seems to be the set of techniques practiced by the culprit Jin Shaoan. Zhao Gang's voice came as his gaze fell on the manual in Yi Chen's hands, his expression equally fervent. Most martial arts manuals in the world are monopolized by martial arts schools and sects, making them inaccessible to ordinary people. Even if one paid to learn martial arts, they could only learn without retaining any manuals. Even if one were able to purchase a manual, it would either be useless flashy techniques or extremely expensive requiring a significant amount of gold. Zhao Gang had experienced Jin Shaoan's techniques before and understood the value of this manual all too well. However, why is the bottom of the manual burned? Hearing this, Yi Chen quickly flipped the manual over and discovered that the bottom had been burned out, nearly 2/3 of it damaged. This was a damaged manual. Beside him, Zhao Gang immediately wore a look of regret. What a pity! If it hadn't been burned, perhaps I could have mastered this set of martial arts. Now with only the remnants left, it's worth nothing. If one is not careful, they might end up going mad without mastering the technique. Perhaps Jin Shaoan's explosion earlier was due to this reason. An incomplete manual can easily backfire on a martial artist. Hearing Zhao Gang's words, the guards who had initially stretched their necks hoping to get a piece of the action lost all interest upon seeing the burnt remnants. Especially with the possibility of backlash leading to explosions, everyone steered clear of this martial manual. Yi Chen also felt it was a pity but did not discard the manual in his hands. He looked up at Zhao Gang in front of him, his face filled with hope as he spoke. "Brother Zhao, can I have this remnant manual?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Gang waved his hand indifferently. "You killed Jin Shaoan, so it's only right for you to have this manual. However, since it's incomplete, it's better not to practice it recklessly to avoid harming yourself." "Thank you for the reminder, Brother Zhao. I've never seen a martial manual before, I'm just curious to take a look." Yi Chen smiled as he carefully tucked the manual into his bosom. This might be a useless remnant for others, but for him it could be different. Seeing Yi Chen treasure the manual so much, Zhao Gang said nothing more and waved his hand to signal everyone to leave. Down the mountain. Yi Chen didn't forget to run to the woods where he had fought earlier to retrieve the arrows he had shot. They were all bought with money, and losing one meant he had one less. When he reached the mountainside, Yi Chen suddenly quickened his pace to catch up with Zhao Gang ahead, slightly out of breath as he said, "Brother Zhao, I won't go down the mountain with you. I can return to Yi Family Village by crossing the few mountains ahead. Yi Family Village is already separated from Jinshui Village by several mountain ranges. Although walking is a bit arduous, it's not a big deal for a hunter." Yi Chen had gotten used to walking alone in the mountains during his hunting trips, so he did not feel afraid. If it weren't for helping Zhao Gang deal with the criminal, he would have certainly gone into the mountains to hunt early. It was still early and he could return to Yi Family Village before dark while also hunting in the mountains. "Are you taking the mountain path?" Zhao Gang was taken aback, looking at Yi Chen with a surprised expression. "Yes, this way back I might even catch some game to satisfy my family's cravings." Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Zhao Gang nodded in realization. He also knew that Yi Chen relied on hunting for a living. Last night he had enjoyed a delicious pan-fried mountain chicken at Ye's house, so he felt relieved. "Alright, then you should head back. Be careful on the way. Thanks to you today, I can't express my gratitude enough. Once I'm done with my tasks, I'll come find you." Zhao Gang gently patted Yi Chen's shoulder, already considering him a good brother. "Sure, I'll always be waiting for Brother Zhao's visit." Yi Chen responded with a smile. The two parted ways. Zhao Gang led the group of guards carrying the headless corpse down the mountain. They had to hurry back to report to the county office. Yi Chen followed the mountainside and turned into another forest, heading towards Yi Family Village. Even though he had never taken this path, the mountains between Yi Family Village and Jinshui Village were all interconnected. As long as he was heading in the right direction, he could reach his destination. Yi Chen was not worried about getting lost in the mountains. It was still early, and if worst came to worst, he could just go down the mountain and follow the main road back to Yi Family Village. Rustle, rustle. Yi Chen was weaving through the woods alone, and the dry leaves beneath his feet crumbled into pieces. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with only the sound of his footsteps. At this moment he could even hear his own heartbeat. The sun had already risen, but the forest was too dense and the light was almost completely blocked by the intertwined branches and leaves. The forest still felt eerie, with the swaying shadows of the trees looking somewhat frightening. Rustle. Hearing a sound different from his footsteps, Yi Chen's heart tightened and he immediately stopped in place, holding his breath and making not a sound. He perked up his ears to listen and discern the source of the sound. Thump thump. His heartbeat grew faster. After a few breaths, a faint sound came again from the forest not far ahead. Rustle. Yi Chen suddenly looked up, confirmed the direction, and immediately walked towards the sound. He focused intently on the forest ahead as he walked, taking down the longbow from his back, holding the bow in one hand and reaching for the quiver at his waist with the other. In just a few steps an arrow was knocked on the bowstring. Rustle. Rustle. The noise grew louder. Yi Chen's mood became tense, secretly guessing what kind of wild creature it could be. A wild rabbit. A squirrel. If it were a mountain chicken, that would be nice too. He recalled the delicious pan-fried chicken from last night, the mouth-watering taste still fresh in his memory, and saliva involuntarily gathered. The noise was coming from a patch of grass. Yi Chen plunged into it, his line of sight obstructed, and his heart grew cautious to avoid being ambushed by a wild beast. The mountains were not devoid of wolves, tigers, leopards, and even bears. If he were to be attacked, he might very well end up as their meal. Rustle. Just as Yi Chen brushed aside the tall weeds ahead, a large rock blocked his way. Between the rock and the ground there was a cave that was recessed inward. In front of the cave a flower cat, slightly larger than a palm, was darting back and forth as if it had just learned to walk, wobbling unsteadily. The flower cat had light yellow fur with intersecting black stripes. Its fur was soft and fluffy all over, especially on its belly and neck, which was smooth like yellow satin. On its small head there were faint markings. Yi Chen's expression froze and he suddenly widened his eyes. This is a little tiger. He had no time to think further, his hair stood on end as he quickly looked around, vigilantly observing even the slightest movement. This was clearly a tiger's den. If there were an adult tiger in the cave, then he was doomed. The ferocity and agility of a tiger were not inferior to that of a martial artist. If an ordinary hunter encountered a fierce tiger in the mountains, the best they could do was run. Yi Chen was extremely tense, observing for a while before confirming that there were no adult tigers nearby. They had clearly left the cave to hunt. Only then did he relax, glancing at the little tiger on the ground in front of him, feeling somewhat hesitant. He wanted to take it away but worried that the scent might attract the tiger mom, which could spell trouble. Just as he hesitated, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a figure in the cave. It was also a palm-sized cub, but it had gone still with no bite marks on it, its belly looking emaciated as if it had starved to death. Looking again at the cub in front of the cave, its weakness clearly indicated that it had also been hungry for many days, struggling to crawl out of the cave to find food to survive. What is going on here? Could it be something happened to the adult tiger? Yi Chen pondered, gradually forming a conjecture in his mind. Either the adult tiger encountered an accident while out hunting, or these two cubs were abandoned. He no longer hesitated, quickly stepped forward, picked up the cub on the ground, and took out a piece of coarse cloth from his bosom to wrap it around, preventing it from scratching wildly while also providing warmth. Yi Chen held the cub in one hand and quickly left, his figure soon disappearing from sight. Ow! Ow! The cub kept mewing, its voice faint and delicate, more like playful coquetry than a true cry. By now a considerable time had passed since Yi Chen had left the tiger's den. Having crossed one mountain ridge, his stamina waned, forcing him to slow his pace. Huff! Huff! Yi Chen panted softly, his body straining under fatigue. He glanced back warily. Seeing no movement in the surrounding wilderness, he finally relaxed and settled onto an open level stretch of ground. He looked down at the tiny tiger cradled in his hands, its fangs bared in a comical snarl, its fierce but feeble demeanor utterly unthreatening, even endearing. "Little one, if you keep yowling I'll roast you whole," Yi Chen warned, feigning sternness as he fixed his gaze upon the cub. As if understanding every word, the creature instantly retracted its neck, arched its spine backward, and clamped its mouth shut, silent. Perhaps ravenous with hunger, it offered no resistance as Yi Chen held it aloft. Satisfied, he placed it gently on the ground before him, so weak it could barely stand, let alone flee. Then from within his robe he withdrew a frozen rock-hard steamed bun, the very one his sister-in-law Lady Li had pressed into his chest the night before, fearing he'd starve on the road. Hungry. He extended the bun toward the cub, testing cautiously. The cub shuffled forward, sniffed the bun intently, and overcome by hunger suddenly opened its jaws wide and bit down hard. Crunch. It failed utterly, its newly sprouted milk teeth jarred painfully against the dense crust. Instantly releasing its grip, it recoiled, lifting its head to meet Yi Chen's eyes with unmistakable wounded dismay. Ow! Ow! It cried out again plaintively. Refusing to eat. Yi Chen curled his lip skeptically. Fine, I'll eat it myself. He retrieved the bun and took a bite from its opposite side. Indeed, it was stubbornly hard, requiring prolonged chewing and saliva to soften before yielding even slightly. Truly rigid. Yi Chen murmured between chews. Yet tigers, especially cubs, consumed neither grain nor starch, only milk or meat. But then, where precisely am I to find milk for you now? Yi Chen sighed helplessly, gazing at the mewling cub before him. Ow! Ow! The cub persisted, voice soft yet insistent, yet Yi Chen feared its cries might draw prowling tigers or other predators. Having regained some strength, he tucked away the remaining half-bun and rose swiftly, determined to depart before any true tiger caught up with death would be certain if it did. Rustle. Scarcely had he lifted the cub and taken a few steps when a sudden commotion erupted from a thicket not far behind. Yi Chen's heart clenched, his face paled, every hair on his body bristling. Could it be a tiger closing in? Flight was impossible now. If it were a tiger, its speed would dwarf his own. Without hesitation he set the cub down, a cold sweat prickling his spine, and steeled himself to turn and face whatever lurked there. Almost instantly upon turning, his hand seized the longbow slung across his shoulder, fluid, practiced, precise. His eyes swept the clearing. No leaping predator loomed, but his nerves remained taut, unyielding. He focused on the rustling thicket, his left hand diving into the quiver, drawing an arrow with effortless fluency and knocking it to the bowstring, a seamless, instinctive motion. His pulse hammered violently, thump 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 thump, as though his heart sought escape from his chest. One small mercy: no tiger lunged at him the moment he turned, otherwise he'd have had no chance to resist. Rustle. Rustle. The sound swelled, growing louder, more urgent. Yi Chen's gaze locked onto the tall grass over a man's height as he slowly raised his bow, arrow already aimed ahead. Fingers gripping the fletching, he eased the bowstring taut, calibrating breath and posture, striving for absolute composure. If it were a tiger, his archery skills still afforded him a fighting chance, but fear would seal his doom. After several tense heartbeats, a dark shape burst forth from the thicket. He blinked, then recognized it, a wild hare, grey-furred and plump, its dense coat fluffing around a stout muscular frame, likely weighing 7 or 8 gene. Powerful hind legs propelled it forward in explosive leaps, each bound carrying it meters in an instant, already vanishing from sight before Yi Chen could blink. Yi Chen reacted without thought, his arm-coiled fingers snapping the string back with decisive force. At that instant his transcendent archery technique activated, unerring aim locking onto the hare's vital essence. His fingers released, arrow flying. Shush! It cleaved the air like lightning, trailing a ghostly afterimage. The hare had just sprung upward, unaware, unprepared, when the arrow pierced its flank, spattering crimson droplets. Straight through, thud. It slammed into the earth, pinning the hare fast. Startled, the hare convulsed, scrambling desperately, yet after only a few frantic hops it collapsed, blood welling from the wound, limbs twitching helplessly. Struck. A flush of triumph brightened Yi Chen's face, and with it profound relief. Thought it was a tiger, turns out just a hare. He'd nearly died of fright, yet fortune smiled, danger averted, bounty secured. Yi Chen rushed forward. Up close, the hare's bright alert eyes still darted, but its strength had ebbed, leaving it limp and still. He knelt, grasped its long ears firmly and lifted it clear off the ground. In its final gasp the hare shuddered violently, then fell utterly silent. He weighed it in his palm, a subtle smile curling his lips. Plump indeed, no less than 6 or 7 gene. Rationed carefully, it'll feed me twice. Larger than any hare he'd ever hunted before, Yi Chen chuckled, pulling out a slender hemp cord to bind the dying creature securely at his waist. Already his mind wandered to braised hare, rich, savory, succulent. Then he stepped forward, extracted the embedded arrow and slid it smoothly back into his quiver. Turning back he found the frail cub stumbling toward him, step by unsteady step, as if certain he meant to abandon it. Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh. Gazing upon that fiercely adorable little face he grew fonder with every passing second. He strode over and scooped the cub gently into his arms. Well, little one, you're quite thoughtful, aren't you? Come along, I'll take you home for meat. To shield it from the chill, and avoid drawing attention, he nestled it inside his robe where its warmth bloomed warmly against his chest. Yi Chen resettled his longbow across his back, oriented himself by the sun and resumed his journey without delay. Though the hour remained early, the cub's hollow belly and fragile state gnawed at him, he feared it might perish and rout a cruel waste. His stride quickened accordingly, his figure darting through the forest like a shadow, swift and sure. At noon the sun shone brightly in the courtyard. After lunch Yi Linger moved 2 bamboo chairs to the center of the yard and pulled Yi Yuanfeng to sit together in the sun. As the sunlight fell upon them, a warm, comforting sensation enveloped their bodies, and with their eyes gently closed they couldn't help but stifle a yawn. Yi Shan was chopping wood in the corner by the wall. With a single stroke of the axe the round log was split in 2, then chopped again into quarters and stacked beside the wall under the eaves. After Li Shi finished cleaning the dishes and walked out of the kitchen, her gaze inadvertently drifted towards the courtyard gate, a flicker of worry crossing her face. I wonder how things are going with the second brother. Has the government captured the murderer? 2 of the officers have already died. It's so dangerous. It's a pity the second brother agreed too quickly last night, there was no time to advise him. I didn't want Yi Chen to help capture the murderer last night. After all, he is a fugitive known for his brutality. Our family has only just begun to live well, if anything happened to Yi Chen it would all be ruined. Upon hearing this, Yi Shan paused his chopping, looked up at Li Shi with a helpless expression and said, Chief Zhao came personally to seek his help. It wouldn't be easy for the second brother to refuse. I hope he returns safely. Why does the government have so many officers yet they still need the second brother to help? Even though the second brother is somewhat skilled at hunting in the mountains, he is not irreplaceable. Why take such risks? Sitting in the bamboo chair in the courtyard, Yi Yuanfeng slowly opened his eyes and wanted to say some comforting words. However, thinking of the fact that the murderer was a master of internal strength, he swallowed his words, a shade of worry crossing his face. He was acutely aware of what a master of internal strength implied. It was not something an ordinary martial artist could handle. Only, why would they seek out the second brother? Yi Yuanfeng furrowed his brow slightly, feeling puzzled. Could it be the second brother actually had the ability to deal with a master of internal strength? How could that be possible? No one knew his son's capabilities better than him as a father. Snap! Snap! A faint sound of footsteps came from outside the courtyard, gradually approaching. Yi Shan and Li Shi fell silent, instinctively lifting their heads to look towards the courtyard gate, their hearts racing. Could it be? The second brother has returned. Li Shi's expression was hesitant, her eyes flashing with a hint of hope. Yi Shan and Yi Yuanfeng were thinking the same, each stretching their necks to peer outside. In the next moment a woman walked straight past the courtyard gate. Yi Yuanfeng and the others immediately withdrew their gazes, disappointment washing over them as their hopes were dashed. After a whole night, that murderer may have already disappeared. The government will also take a day or two to search the mountains. How could the second brother possibly return so soon? Yi Shan said without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Li Shi beside him let out a sigh of relief. In my opinion, it's better not to find the murderer. This way the second brother won't be in any danger. At worst he will just be tired from wandering the mountains for a couple of days and he'll be back soon. Just as he was speaking, footsteps sounded outside the courtyard again. This time Yi Shan and the others paid no attention while Li Shi turned around, preparing to go back inside for a nap. Snap! A figure stopped at the courtyard gate and walked directly into the yard. Second brother. Yi Linger, leaning against the bamboo chair basking in the sun, had sharp eyes and immediately called out upon seeing Yi Chen walking towards them. The second brother is back. Yi Shan paused in his movements and turned around to see it was really Yi Chen, quickly putting down his axe to welcome him. Li Shi, who was almost at the door, heard the shout and quickly turned around. Seeing Yi Chen return safe and sound, her anxious heart immediately relaxed. Second brother, are you hurt? What happened with the murderer? Did the government catch him? Li Shi hurried over, concerned, her gaze scanning Yi Chen's body, fearful of any injuries. Meeting the worried gazes of everyone, Yi Chen felt a warmth in his heart and smiled as he replied, Father, elder brother. Sister-in-law, don't worry, I'm fine. The murderer from Jinshui village has already been found. Right now brother Zhao and the others have returned to the county. Hearing Yi Chen say this, everyone let out a long sigh of relief, feeling completely at ease. The murderer has been found, so Yi Chen doesn't have to take any more risks to help. A rabbit. Yi Linger, noticing the wild rabbit hung at Yi Chen's waist, suddenly brightened up and shouted excitedly. A wild rabbit. Yi Yuanfeng and the others were momentarily stunned, their gazes sweeping over Yi Chen, only then noticing the lifeless wild rabbit, their faces filled with shock. Second brother, where did you get this wild rabbit? Did Chief Zhao send it as a token of gratitude? Yi Shan looked at Yi Chen with astonishment, inquiring. After all, he had gone out to help capture the murderer and returned with a wild rabbit. Anyone would assume it was a reward from the government. However, Yi Yuanfeng immediately noticed the penetrating wound on the wild rabbit and understood instantly, looking up at Yi Chen with a hint of admiration. Second brother, you must have hunted this wild rabbit on the way, right? An arrow pierced through it. Such excellent marksmanship is far better than what your father and I could do when we were young. Yi Yuanfeng couldn't help but praise. He had previously thought his second son was somewhat useless, but unexpectedly he brought so many surprises. His hunting skills had already surpassed his own at that age. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen quickly waved his hand, looking at Yi Yuanfeng with humility, saying, Father, you shouldn't say that. I just have a bit more strength and happened to pierce it. How could I compare to you? He truly respected his father Yi Yuanfeng, who had shouldered the family's burdens for so many years, and felt he wasn't even close to being as capable. Second brother, weren't you supposed to help Chief Zhao catch the murderer? How did you end up hunting in the mountains? Li Shi asked, utterly confused. Can these two tasks be done simultaneously? Meeting Li Shi's gaze, Yi Chen smiled and explained, sister-in-law, the murderer was captured early on. Just as they were in the mountains, I separated from brother Zhao and came back through the mountain path alone. On the way I encountered this wild rabbit and shot it just right for a feast for everyone. So that's how it is. Li Shi nodded in understanding, her gaze falling on the plump wild rabbit at Yi Chen's waist, her face breaking into a joyful smile. This rabbit is so fat. It's been years since I've seen such a fat rabbit. Sister-in-law will handle it and well cook it for dinner tonight. In the past Li Shi might have thought about selling this wild rabbit in town for grain, but now that the family had extra food and some spare money, she no longer lived so frugally. Hooray, we can eat rabbit meat tonight. Second brother is really amazing. Yi Linger exclaimed excitedly, her eyes shining at the sight of the game. Brother 2, why is your chest bulging? What have you hidden there? Yi Shan suddenly asked, his expression oddly fixed on Yi Chen's chest. Oh. A fluffy head poked out from Yi Chen's arms, its fur a charming blend of yellow and black. A kitten. Brother 2 brought home a little cat. Yi Linger exclaimed with delight, practically itching to scoop it up and play. Yi Yuanfeng and the others froze momentarily, then upon clearly seeing that fuzzy head their eyes widened in stunned disbelief. Brother 2, how could you bring back a tiger cub? If the mother tiger tracks it sent here, will be in grave danger. Yi Shan spoke anxiously, his voice trembling. Though he rarely hunted deep in the mountains, he well understood the tiger's terror, the undisputed sovereign of the forest whose jaws had claimed countless hunters. To every villager it was an object of primal fear. Even this tiny cub sent shivers down Yi Shan's spine. Li Shi stood frozen for several seconds before snapping back to awareness, swallowing hard and regarding Yi Chen with a flicker of alarm. Brother 2, did you encounter a tiger in the mountains? Her voice trembled with doubt. She couldn't fathom how he'd escaped, let alone carried off a tiger cub. Meeting their startled gazes, Yi Chen gently lifted the cub from his arms and smiled as he explained, elder brother, sister-in-law, it's not what you imagine. I didn't meet the tiger, I simply passed by its den. He briefly recounted how he'd stumbled upon the cub along the way. So that's how it was. Yi Yuanfeng exhaled in relief and murmured thoughtfully, then the tiger likely won't return, the cub has been abandoned. Hearing this, Yi Shan and Li Shi relaxed at once. You nearly scared me to death, I truly thought you'd run into a tiger. Li Shi patted her chest, still shaken. That gave me quite a fright. Then she turned to Yi Chen, brother 2, what do you plan to raise this tiger cub? Once grown it'll devour enormous quantities of meat, and may even turn violent. Yi Shan frowned, voicing his concern. Raising a tiger demanded extraordinary expense. Each meal consumed more meat than an entire family's daily ration, far beyond any ordinary household's means. Before Yi Chen could reply, Yi Linger eagerly interjected, elder brother, look how adorable it is. Let's keep it, we'll manage. I'll eat less meat and save mine for it. She gazed up at Yi Shan with wide pleading eyes, yearning for his consent. At that moment Yi Chen also turned to him and spoke. Elder brother, left in the mountains the cub would starve. Better to raise it, for now. When older we can teach it to hunt, perhaps it'll even help us trap game. Hearing this, Yi Shan glanced at the cub mewling softly in Yi Chen's hands, and unable to bear the thought of its slow death in the wild, nodded in agreement. Very well, if you're set on raising it, then keep it. But watch it closely, never let it wander outside and frighten the villagers. Don't worry, elder brother, I'll keep a close eye on it, Yi Chen replied with a smile. Wonderful. Now I can play with my kitten every day. Yi Linger bounced with joy. Li Shi watched, torn between laughter and dismay. Silly girl, that's no kitten. It's a tiger, grown it will devour people. Yi Linger, utterly unafraid, declared confidently, no it won't. Once I raise it it'll be as gentle as a kitten, and guard our chickens too. Li Shi blinked, then looked sharply at the cub in Yi Chen's arms. Oh no. She whirled and hurried off to corral the chickens, scattering wildly. Yi Linger darted to Yi Chen's side, breathless with eagerness. Brother 2, let me hold it, I want to. Yi Chen chuckled and nodded. Alright, here you go. Be gentle. He crouched and carefully placed the cub onto the ground. Brother 2, why can't it walk yet? Yi Linger tilted her head, puzzled. The cub lay limp on the earth, its limbs utterly slack, uttering only faint plaintive cries. Yi Chen glanced down and sighed wryly. It's not that it can't walk, it's too starved to lift a paw. Yi Linger gasped, lifting her face urgently to Yi Chen. What do we do? Feed it something, quickly. She feared the tiny creature would perish before her eyes. Just then Yi Yuanfeng spoke up. The cub is still very young, and weakened by days of hunger. We mustn't feed it meat yet. First try milk for several days and see if it survives. Yi Linger, already heading toward the kitchen for meat, halted mid-step. Frustrated, she scratched her head. Li Shi, having secured the chickens, approached and, hearing Yi Yuanfeng's words, offered a suggestion. Uncle Zhou's daughter-in-law gave birth just 2 days ago, her milk should be plentiful. With some grain we could surely barter for some. Shall I go fetch it? Uncle Zhou's household. Yes, that would work, Yi Yuanfeng nodded approvingly. The families shared deep bonds. Uncle Zhou had once aided the Yi family during dire hardship. Now, with grain scarce at his home, Li Shi's proposal would serve both households equally. Let's prepare the rabbit brother too hunted, give half to Uncle Zhou's family as nourishment for his daughter-in-law. This wasn't mere exchange, it was kinship made tangible. Yes, right away. Li Shi nodded and stepped forward, taking the plump wild rabbit from Yi Chen's hands, not a pang of regret in her, for when famine gripped their home, Uncle Zhou had parted with a precious sack of grain, sparing their lives one mouthful at a time. That debt she had never forgotten. Wife, let me help. Yi Shan hurried after her into the kitchen. Uncle Zhou. Yi Chen murmured, memories surfacing, vague yet distinct. Though his recollection was faint, he remembered clearly the last time Yi Yuanfeng spoke of inner force cultivators he'd mentioned Uncle Zhou. In youth the man had pursued martial cultivation, then inexplicably fell gravely ill, his foundation shattered beyond recovery. Had it not been for that misfortune, his family would not have sunk into such hardship. Father, let sister-in-law and I go together. I haven't visited Uncle Zhou in ages, I'll use this chance to see him. Yi Chen raised his gaze to Yi Yuanfeng, already planning to ask about martial cultivation. On such matters Uncle Zhou would certainly know far more than Yi Yuanfeng, especially regarding realms like the third tier of body forging. Before long Yi Shan and Li Shi emerged carrying half a rabbit and a bag of grain. The bag was nearly full, estimated to weigh over 10 jin. Father, we are going to Uncle Zhou's house. Before leaving, Yi Shan looked at Yi Yuanfeng, who was sitting on a bamboo chair, and said, Go ahead. Yi Yuanfeng waved his hand, saying, Check if your Uncle Zhou's health has improved, it's been a long time since we last saw him. Make sure he has time to come over for a meal. Got it, I will mention it to Uncle Zhou. Yi Shan replied and walked out of the courtyard with Li Shi. Elder brother, sister-in-law, I'll go with you. Yi Chen spoke up, immediately following them. Second brother, are you also going to Uncle Zhou's? Yi Shan looked at Yi Chen in surprise and asked, You and Uncle Zhou? He was there to help Li Shi carry things and didn't expect Yi Chen would also go. He remembered that in the past Yi Chen had acted recklessly, losing all the family's money gambling, and then went to Uncle Zhou's to steal things. As a result, he was lectured by Uncle Zhou, and since then he held a grudge and had never visited him. Meeting Yi Shan's strange gaze, Yi Chen recalled these past events from the original owner's memory and couldn't help but scold the original owner for being such a disgrace, feeling ashamed as he spoke. I was immature before, and I just want to take this opportunity to visit Uncle Zhou and apologize. Upon hearing this, Yi Shan nodded in realization. I see, second brother, you are becoming more sensible. Alright then, let's go together. Yi Shan didn't say much more, beckoning Yi Chen to join them. The three of them walked out of the courtyard and gradually distanced themselves. Yi Linger initially wanted to go with them, but since she had to take care of the little tiger and the chick at home, she stayed behind trying to feed the little tiger some rice porridge, and she was overjoyed when it began to lick. Mimi, eat more, if you fill your belly you'll grow big quickly. In a dilapidated courtyard. Dear, I heard from a neighbor that Yi Chen has recently hunted a lot of game in the mountains and earned 50 taels of reward from the government. Life has improved a lot, can you go borrow some grain from their family? There's not much grain left at home. It's not a solution for you and father to eat only one meal a day. Besides, if you don't think of me, you should at least think of the child, right? Father's health has certainly deteriorated over the years. If you end up starving, how will the two of us survive? We have such a good relationship with the Yi family. As long as you're willing to go, Uncle Yi will definitely agree to lend us grain. A woman's voice came from inside the house, clearly audible in the courtyard. Yi Chen and the others happened to reach the courtyard gate hearing the plea from inside, and they couldn't help but pause, their expressions silent. They could empathize with this feeling, after all they had only been living well for half a month. Before that, the Yi family's situation was just like the Zhou family's now. unable to afford food, unable to buy medicine, living on watery porridge once a day with no rice to cook. That sense of despair was deeply felt. Then a man's voice came out. Our two families have a good relationship, but what kind of argument did Yi Chen and father have before? They nearly came to blows. Now all the money and grain at the Yi family are earned by him. He definitely wouldn't be willing to lend it to us. In the end Uncle Yi would be the one in a difficult position, so let's forget it. I'll think of a way regarding the grain. I'll head to the river outside the village later to try and catch a fish to bring back to you for nourishment. He sighed helplessly, feeling guilty for not being able to feed his family. At that moment Yi Chen, who was standing outside the courtyard, heard this and awkwardly touched his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. Meeting the gaze of Yi Shan and Li Shi, he quickly spoke up, elder brother, sister-in-law, don't worry. I won't argue with Uncle Zhou this time. They had all seen Yi Chen's changes during this time and naturally believed in his character at this moment, otherwise they wouldn't have brought him along. Second brother, don't worry. Uncle Zhou is a good man, he won't hold the past against you. Once you've talked things out it will all be over. Yi Shan patted Yi Chen on the shoulder and said. Who is outside? The couple inside the house heard the noise from the courtyard and immediately called out. Ya. The door opened and a young man wearing a patched cotton coat stepped out. He was sturdy, even stronger than Yi Shan, like a small mountain, but his complexion was yellow, clearly a result of long-term malnutrition. Brother Zhou, hi, it's me. I came with your sister-in-law to visit Uncle Zhou. Yi Shan called out to the young man in the courtyard. Hearing this, Zhou Hai was taken aback, his gaze sweeping over Yi Shan and Li Shi's faces, and he was instantly overjoyed, saying, Brother Shan, sister-in-law, it's you. Come in quickly, come in quickly. It's cold outside, don't catch a chill. He quickly walked a few steps forward, opened the half-height barrier and warmly welcomed the guests inside. The two families had known each other for decades, previously visiting each other often, but after the conflict between Yi Chen and Uncle Zhou they had rarely interacted. At this moment Zhou Hai also noticed Yi Chen standing outside, his expression flashing with surprise, seemingly not expecting him to appear as well. After a brief moment of astonishment he warmly invited him in. Brother Yi Chen is here too. Come inside quickly, it's been a long time since we last met. You've grown stronger. Brother Zhou. Yi Chen nodded at him, smiled and walked into the courtyard. Zhou Hai was taken aback. In his memory Yi Chen had never been this polite before, always calling him Zhou Hai directly. Regaining his senses he turned around and followed them in. The main room was cold and empty, and after Yi Shan and the others walked in it felt just as chilly as standing outside. Brother Shan, sister-in-law, brother Yi Chen, you all sit for a moment, I'll go get the brazier. Zhou Hai said, turning to walk outside. Brother Zhou, no need, we just came to see Uncle Zhou and will leave shortly. Don't go to the trouble. Yi Chen stepped forward and pulled him back. He understood that this brazier was definitely meant for his newly delivered wife. In winter charcoal is very precious, and for the Zhou family, who couldn't even afford enough food, charcoal was certainly scarce. Oh, in that case I'll take you to my father's room, he has a brazier there and it's warm. Zhou Hai nodded and didn't insist, as their family situation indeed couldn't afford to waste charcoal. By the way, brother Zhou Hai, I heard your sister-in-law gave birth a few days ago. Here's some rabbit meat that second brother hunted in the mountains today, along with some grain. You can cook it to nourish your sister-in-law. Yi Shan stepped forward, handing over the rabbit meat and a bag of grain he was carrying. This. How can this be? Zhou Hai was startled, his expression becoming awkward as he stared at the rabbit meat and grain in Yi Shan's hands, not reaching out to take them. While grain might be acceptable, rabbit meat was far too precious, since many families in the village had not seen meat for an entire year. Even those hunters who went into the mountains seldom dared to eat the game they caught, if they would rather sell it for grain to ensure enough food for their families. Take this rabbit meat, consider it for your sister-in-law's recovery. Take this grain too, if it's not enough just let us know, our family Take this rabbit meat, consider it for your sister-in-law's recovery. Take this grain too, if it's not enough just let us know, our family still has some extra grain. Yi Shan insisted, stuffing the rabbit meat and the bag of grain into Zhou Hai's hands without giving him a chance to refuse. This. Zhou Hai's eyes turned red, choked up and unable to speak as he looked down at the grain and meat in his arms, taking a deep breath. Brother Shan, sister-in-law, brother Yi Chen, thank you. This was undoubtedly a life-saving supply for their family. Sai, what are you thanking me for? It's only natural. Yi Shan waved his hand dismissively. Li Shi was also looking at him, both of them exchanging glances, feeling somewhat awkward. Brother Shan, sister-in-law, is there something you need? We're family, so just speak your mind without such formality. Feel free to ask me for anything. Well. Yishan hesitated upon hearing Zhou Hai's words. Brother Zhou, it's not that we need anything from you, but it's about your wife. Zhou Hai was taken aback. Li Shi quickly explained beside him. It's like this: if the second child found a kitten in the mountains today, it was just born not long ago and is starving, so it needs to be fed with milk for a few days. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hai immediately understood Li Shi's meaning and agreed without a second thought. Sure, my wife has plenty of milk. How much can a kitten drink? I'll have her save some for you to take back. Tomorrow I will bring you some more. You don't have to make a special trip here. Seeing Zhou Hai readily agree, Yishan and Li Shi both breathed a sigh of relief. Then thank you, brother Zhou. Thank you, brother Zhou da. Yichen expressed his gratitude as well. After all, the little tiger was what he had brought back to raise, and Yishan and Li Shi were here to help make this request. Zhou Hai shook his head and said seriously. I should be the one thanking you. Our family is struggling, and without the food and rabbit meat you brought, I don't know how we would survive this winter. A little milk is nothing compared to that. Let's go, I'll take you inside. After saying this, he led Yi Chen and the others into the inner room. He opened a door and walked straight in, with Yi Chen and the others quickly following behind. A warm current of air enveloped them, instantly dispersing much of the coldness. The room was somewhat dim with insufficient light, the windows were tightly shut and a faint medicinal smell lingered in the air. Father, brother Shan and sister-in-law along with brother Yi Chen have come to see you. Zhou Hai walked to the bedside and said to the middle-aged man lying on the bed. Yi Chen and the others followed his gaze. The middle-aged man's appearance did not seem old. He looked much younger than Yi Yuanfeng with bright eyes, but his face and body were very thin, resembling a mere skeleton, as if his essence had been drained. Yi Chen's mind also flashed with memories of the other party, Zhou Qingdao, since he became aware the other had always looked this frail. There was no trace of martial arts practice visible on him. Uncle Zhou. The middle-aged man with Zhou Hai's support slowly sat up, leaning against the bedboard, his gentle gaze sweeping across the group as he smiled warmly and spoke. Welcome, please sit down. Don't stand around. His gaze lingered on Yi Chen. Little Chen has come too. I heard that you have been going into the mountains to hunt recently. You are indeed becoming more capable, just like your father when he was young. Meeting Zhou Qingdao's gaze, Yi Chen pursed his lips and took a deep breath. Uncle Zhou, I was immature before, please don't take my previous words to heart. Before he could finish, Zhou Qingdao waved his hand, interrupting him with a smile. Sai, I've watched you grow up. Your father and I are good brothers. How could I hold such trivial matters against you? As long as you can turn over a new leaf and live well, that's enough for me. You are doing well now, you haven't disappointed us. Although he was lying at home, he could still hear the neighbors chatting and naturally knew of Yi Chen's recent achievements. He felt genuinely pleased looking at Yi Chen, as if he were his own son, sincerely wishing for his well-being. Yi Chen could sense the sincerity in Zhou Qingdao's words, like the concern of an elder for a younger, warming his heart. Thank you, Uncle Zhou. With the conversation opened, Yishan and Li Shi also felt relieved, their previous worries dissipating. After chatting for a while, a baby's crying sound came from outside. I'll go take a look. It must be the child who is hungry. Just in time, I had my wife save some milk for you to take back. Hearing the cries, Zhou Hai stood up, speaking as he walked outside. Sorry to trouble you, brother Zhou. We should be heading back too, as there is still a lot of work left at home. Yishan and Li Shi said as they stood up together, greeted Zhou Qingdao and turned to leave. Yi Chen followed suit but did not rush to leave. Instead, he looked at Zhou Qingdao, who was leaning against the bed with a more serious expression. Uncle Zhou, my father said you practiced martial arts when you were young. Do you know how those martial artists cultivate their inner strength? Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Zhou Qingdao's eyes as he sized up Yi Chen, seemingly guessing something, and said with astonishment. You want to practice martial arts? He found it hard to believe, as Yi Chen had previously given the impression of being lazy, unable to endure hardship and merely indulging in pleasure. Meeting Zhou Qingdao's gaze, Yi Chen did not deny it and nodded at him. I want to give it a try. This way I can have a better chance when hunting in the mountains. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingdao nodded thoughtfully and suddenly smiled wryly. Little Chen, practicing martial arts is not as easy as you think. It's not just about enduring hardship to succeed. The path of martial arts is not one that ordinary mortals can tread if the waters are too murky. A slight misstep could cost you your life, just like. Yi Chen's heart jolted as he sensed the hidden meaning in Zhou Qingdao's words and couldn't help but ask curiously, Uncle Zhou, why is that? Zhou Qingdao did not hide anything at this moment. After pondering for 2 seconds he looked seriously at Yi Chen and explained. What you referred to as inner strength is a force that martial artists cultivate by tempering their foundations through various exercises which condenses within them. This may be a significant achievement for an ordinary person, but in the realm of martial arts it is merely the beginning. The cultivation of inner strength leads to the body refinement stage, which consists of 9 levels. The first level refines the skin, the second the muscles, the third the bones, the fourth the blood, the fifth the lungs, the sixth the liver, the seventh the spleen, the eighth the kidneys, and the ninth the heart. Every advancement in these realms requires immense effort. Merely tempering the foundation is insufficient. The most critical part is the continuous supply of vital energy, and just this one requirement can exhaust the wealth of a prosperous family. Not to mention stepping into the martial world where heroes abound like fish crossing a river. You and I are but a speck of dust. A single misstep could lead to the end of this life. He seemed to reminisce about his once vibrant youth, light flickering in his eyes hinting at a sense of regret. The room fell into a silent stillness. Yi Chen carefully recalled what Zhou Qingdao had said earlier about the body refinement realm, which is divided into 9 levels. The criminal Jin Shaoan he had encountered before possessed the strength of the 3rd level of body refinement. To think that someone at just the 3rd level of body refinement could possess such formidable power. If body refinement is merely the entry point for warriors, how terrifying must the strength of those above it be? In this moment Yi Chen seemed to understand what Zhou Qingdao meant by a grain of floating dust. Before those true powerhouses he was indeed like an ant. However, he was not intimidated, nor was he willing to spend his life in a small village living an ordinary existence. If there were indeed stronger beings in this world, he yearned to explore and aspire to reach the pinnacle. Yi Chen looked at Zhou Qingdao, who was lost in memories, and softly said, "Uncle Zhou, I will head back now. I will come to see you again when I have time." After saying this he turned to leave. At that moment Zhou Qingdao suddenly came to watching Yi Chen's back and said unexpectedly, "Xiao Chen, do you believe in ghosts and gods?" Upon hearing this Yi Chen was taken aback, his expression changing dramatically as if a chill ran down his spine. Had he been seen through? He stood frozen in place, cold sweat pouring down, countless thoughts flashing through his mind. "Never mind, I was just asking casually. You don't need to take it to heart. Overthinking is just the trouble of a fool." Zhou Qingdao shook his head and continued speaking to himself. Yi Chen's expression stiffened as he realized that the other party was not referring to him. He breathed a sigh of relief, glancing back at Zhou Qingdao, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. Overthinking. Seeing that Zhou Qingdao had no intention of elaborating, he walked straight out of the room, still feeling puzzled. Why did he suddenly bring up ghosts and gods? If there truly were ghosts and gods in this world, did that imply the existence of immortals? Yi Chen's heart quaked, instantly stirring up a storm of excitement. Immortals, those are beings transcending the mundane. If one could truly cultivate to immortality, wouldn't that mean one could attain eternal life? A surge of fervent desire welled up within him. "Second brother, what were you discussing with Uncle Zhou? You've been in there for so long." The voice of Yi Shan came from nearby. Yi Chen paused for 2 seconds, snapping back to reality from his bold thoughts. He met Yi Shan's curious gaze and calmly shook his head. "Nothing. Just chatted for a bit." His gaze fell on the bamboo tube in Li's hand, which contained milky white milk. "I see." Yi Shan nodded and did not press further. "Then let's go, we've got the milk, it's time to feed the little cat. We mustn't let it starve." As he spoke he walked out of the courtyard with Li. At this moment Yi Chen remembered that the little tiger at home was still waiting for milk to save its life. It had already been starved and could very well die from hunger after such a long time. "All right," he replied and immediately followed. Yi Chen wait a moment. As he reached the courtyard door, a voice called out from behind. Zhou Hai hurriedly caught up. "Brother Zhou, is there something you need?" Zhou Hai hesitated for a moment, looking at Yi Chen with a hint of embarrassment before speaking. "Yi Chen, when you go into the mountains next time, could you take me with you? I know a good spot where we can hunt game, but alone I have no chance, so I want to find you to go together. At that time whatever we hunt we can split it equally. What do you think?" Recently the news of Yi Chen hunting wild boars and mountain goats has spread throughout the village. Everyone has begun to view him with newfound respect, changing their previous stereotypes of him as a waste. Zhou Hai was no exception. Upon learning of Yi Chen's hunting prowess, he developed the idea of teaming up with him, feeling that it would provide more assurance and support in the woods. Although he provided the location of the game without a strong partner, he could only lament his situation as the prey might be snatched away by someone else, leaving him empty-handed. Moreover, in these days Yi Chen had no time to spare in the mountains. A 50-50 split was practically a gain for him. Yi Chen instantly understood Zhou Hai's intentions. Zhou Hai had also relied on hunting for a living, but his limited strength often meant he returned empty-handed. Not to mention these days he had been hungry for days on end. Given his current condition, just having the strength to go into the mountains was already a feat, let alone dealing with ferocious beasts. Seeing Yi Chen remain silent, Zhou Hai thought he was dissatisfied with the division of spoils and hurriedly added, "Brother Yi Chen, how about a 70-30 split?" Before he could finish, Yi Chen interrupted with a wave of his hand. "Brother Zhou, let's go into the mountains together tomorrow morning. No matter how much we catch, we can split it evenly." Setting aside their decades of friendship, if Zhou Hai truly had a good spot for beasts, it would be a significant gain for Yi Chen, saving him the trouble of wandering aimlessly in the woods. "All right. Then I'll look for you tomorrow morning." "Brother Yi Chen, thank you." Zhou Hai looked at Yi Chen with a face full of joy as he expressed his gratitude. Currently many hunters in the village wished to team up with Yi Chen to go into the mountains but had no opportunity. This was undoubtedly a huge favor, akin to pulling him from the brink of despair. Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively. "Brother Zhou, I will head back now." "All right, take care on your way." Zhou Hai nodded with a smile. After agreeing on the time to enter the mountains tomorrow, Yi Chen turned and quickly pursued the already distant figures of Yi Shan and Li. "Second brother, what did Brother Zhou want to talk to you about?" Yi Shan asked curiously. Hearing this, Yi Chen did not hide anything and briefly mentioned their plan to go into the mountains together. "I see. It seems Brother Zhou has had some bad luck lately, returning empty-handed each time, or else his family wouldn't be out of food." Yi Shan muttered as they walked. "Then I'll go with you guys tomorrow. If he truly knows a spot with big game, I can help out too. Hunting is one thing, but transporting the game is another." With Yi Chen's build and Zhou Hai's condition, it would be quite challenging to bring down big game, so having more people would provide more help. At the same time, he feared that Yi Chen might encounter danger in the mountains, so he wanted to accompany him for protection. Hearing Yi Shan's words, Yi Chen did not refuse and readily agreed. After all, Yi Shan had been quite helpful during their previous trips into the mountains. Without him they might not have been able to bring back the wild boars and mountain goats. Upon returning home, Yi Linger immediately rushed forward. "Big brother, second brother, sister-in-law, you're back?" she asked eagerly, her eyes fixed on the bamboo tube in Li Shi's hands. "Do you have breast milk?" Li Shi chuckled and nodded reassuringly. Yes, go fetch a bowl and I'll pour it in so we can feed the little tiger cub." "All right, they'll get one right away." Yi Linger dashed off toward the kitchen, brimming with excitement. At that moment, Yi Chen and the others glanced down at the small tiger crouched on the ground. Its condition had markedly improved. Seeing scattered rice grains on the floor, they instantly understood what had happened. Clearly during their absence, Yi Linger had fed the cub rice gruel. Relieved to see the tiger unharmed, Yi Chen and the others exhaled deeply. They had feared along the way that the cub might starve to death. Thump thump thump. Yi Linger hurried back breathless and set the porcelain bowl down on the ground without pausing to catch her breath. "Sister-in-law, quickly pour out the milk." Hearing this, Li Shi flushed faintly, casting Yi Linger an affectionate, exasperated glance. She removed the wooden stopper from the bamboo tube and bent down to pour its milky contents into the bowl. A generous portion of creamy white milk filled the bowl, yet much still remained in the tube. Brother Zhou Hai's wife truly has abundant milk. Li Shi couldn't help but marvel aloud. How thoughtful of her to share so generously while nursing her own child. Yi Linger swiftly scooped up the tiger cub and brought the bowl close to its mouth, gently stroking its head. "Mimi, drink up, then you'll feel strong again." Yi Chen and the others froze in astonishment. "Linger, did you just call this tiger cub Mimi?" Yi Shan blurted out, utterly bewildered. Beside him, Yi Chen shook his head wryly, raising a tiger like a house cat. Who knew whether it would someday chase mice? Whether it understood her words or simply lured by the fragrance of milk, the cub extended its tongue and began lapping eagerly. As the creamy liquid flowed into its mouth, its sunken belly gradually swelled with vitality. Before long, the entire bowl was emptied. The cub's vigor visibly returned. It no longer appeared feeble and even managed to stagger about the courtyard. Its recovery was now all but certain. In a few days, once it could eat meat, there would be no further need for milk. Li Shi set aside the bamboo tube, preserving the remaining milk for the evening feeding, lest the cub grow hungry again before dawn. Gurgle gurgle. Yi Chen's stomach rumbled involuntarily. he'd watched the cub drink milk until he himself grew ravenous. Aside from a meager snack before heading into the mountains at dawn to hunt the criminal, he'd only nibbled 2 coarse steamed buns en route. His belly had long since hollowed out. Leisure suddenly realized his plight. "Second brother, you haven't eaten all day. How forgetful of me, I should have made you drink a bowl of porridge before you left this morning. I'll reheat the porridge and buns, just wait a moment." She hurried toward the kitchen, anxious not to let Yi-Chen go hungry. Yi-Chen hastily intervened. "Sister-in-law, please don't trouble yourself, I'll just have a bowl of yesterday's cold porridge. No need to reheat it." But Li Shi paid no heed. "That won't do, the porridge is chilled and the buns are frozen solid. It'll take no time at all to warm them up. Just wait inside." Even as she spoke, she had already vanished into the kitchen. Yi-Chen ceased his protests, warmed instead by a quiet, heartfelt tenderness. Turning back, he saw Yi-Shan stride to the corner beside the kitchen, pick up his axe and resume splitting firewood, his body thrumming with inexhaustible energy. Yi Linger, now gleeful and full of spirit, frolicked with the revitalized tiger cub across the courtyard, her laughter ringing through the air. Soon after, Li Shi emerged from the kitchen bearing a steaming bowl of rice porridge and warm buns. "Sister-in-law, let me take that." Yi-Chen stepped forward briskly, accepting the porcelain bowl from her hands and picking up chopsticks to begin eating right there standing. The house felt empty and hollow in comparison. He preferred the courtyard, where a crisp breeze cooled the hot porridge to perfect savor and where he could watch Yi Linger play with the tiger cub, making every bite rich with joy. "Second brother, slow down." Li Shi smiled, her eyes shimmering with gentle concern. Yi-Chen finished the porridge in several swift mouthfuls, then took a bite of the steamed bun. Though still coarse, the reheated bun had softened considerably, no longer harsh against his teeth. "Second brother, shall I serve you another bowl?" Li Shi offered, already turning toward the pot. "No, sister-in-law, I'm full. Please rest, you've done more than enough." Yi-Chen waved lightly and carried the empty bowl toward the kitchen. "Here, I'll wash these myself." Li Shi took the bowl and chopsticks from his hands and turned toward the kitchen without hesitation, not a thought spared for rest. After washing the dishes, she set about preparing the remaining rabbit meat for dinner. Yi-Chen let out a soft belch, then turned his gaze toward the wooden post by the wall, and an idea stirred within him. Last night he had raised his strength stat to 9, a value surpassing that of ordinary men. Yet even with his perfected archery technique he had failed to kill Jin Shaoan, a third-tier body refinement cultivator. This meant his current arrow strikes matched only second-tier body refinement power, unless a critical hit occurred, granting him fleeting strength comparable to 4th or 5th-tier practitioners. Yet in terms of physical constitution and agility he lagged far behind, not merely below cultivators but even beneath average mortals. "Still too weak," he murmured softly. His confrontation with Jin Shaoan had starkly reaffirmed his fragility against any martial artist of even modest prowess. His life hung by a thread. "I must first raise my strength. Surpassing ordinary capacity isn't enough. I need at least double the baseline." He recalled Jin Shaoan's fist, each blow delivering hundreds of Jin of force, easily fatal upon impact. His own strength hadn't even reached 100 Jin. Without perfected archery he was nothing more than an ordinary man, incapable of even grazing a true cultivator's skin. Yi-Chen strode straight to the wooden post, drew a deep breath, bent low and wrapped both arms around it, resuming his training. Strength Proficiency 1. Strength Proficiency 1. Strength Proficiency 1. Satiated and energized, each repetition felt effortless, his heart ablaze with the fierce, unyielding hunger for strength. Yi-Shan paused mid-swing, glanced over at Yi-Chen and frowned with quiet dismay. "Has second brother fallen ill again?" Yi-Chen gripped the wooden log tightly, lifting it with astonishing speed in the courtyard. With each exertion his arms gradually sculpted a defined, powerful silhouette. A series of cold mechanical notifications flashed across his awareness. Strength Proficiency 1. Strength Proficiency 1. Strength Proficiency 1. His proficiency surged rapidly, lifting his spirits. Watching those numbers climb ignited an even fiercer resolve within him. After a while a deep burning fatigue crept in, his hands grew weak and tremulous, strength ebbing away thread by thread. Sweat drenched Yi-Chen's brow, his stamina neared its breaking point. The log in his hands now weighed as if forged from 10,000 Jin, each lift demanding every ounce of his will and might. His movements slowed. His consciousness turned inward, to his attribute panel. Host Yi-Chen, Strength 9, Proficiency 398,500, Average Human Baseline 8. Enhanced strength yields far greater physical power. Agility 3, Proficiency 0-100, Average Human Baseline 5. Increased agility grants swifter, more fluid motion. Evasion 2 Proficiency 0-100, average human baseline 3. Higher evasion affords a chance to deflect incoming attacks. Physique 3 Proficiency 0-200, average human baseline 3. Enhanced physique bolsters defensive resilience. Specialty Archery Proficiency 0-20000, Realm of Transcendent Mastery. Grants a 30% chance to land critical strikes, 3-arrow barrage unerring accuracy. He had lifted the log nearly 400 times in one unbroken session, far exceeding previous attempts, yet each incremental rise in strength demanded exponentially greater proficiency gains. With a final hollow thud, boom. The log slipped from his exhausted hands and crashed onto the ground the moment his proficiency hit precisely 400. Huff. He gasped raggedly, utterly spent, sweat cascading like monsoon rain. Just then his stomach growled fiercely. His earlier bowl of congee and steamed corn bun had vanished without a trace. Yichen rubbed his abdomen with a wry smile, recalling Elder Zhou Qingdao's words: the martial path was no road for ordinary men. Beyond the exorbitant cost of blood-activating medicinal herbs, even daily sustenance alone lay beyond the means of most common households. Had he not previously hunted wild boar and mountain goats, selling their hides and meat for grain, he might have single-handedly impoverished his entire family through sheer consumption. Brother 2, is this training truly effective? Yi Shan approached, handing him a steamed corn bun. The sound of his rumbling stomach had clearly carried. Thank you, elder brother. Yi Chen accepted without hesitation, biting into the bun before grinning. It does help, I can feel my arm strength increasing markedly. Yi Shan nodded thoughtfully, asking no further. Don't overexert yourself. I'll stoke the hearth for your sister-in-law, we'll serve dinner early tonight. With that he strode toward the kitchen. One bun down, Yi Chen felt a flicker of renewed vigor. Bending low once more, he seized the log and resumed his relentless practice. Inwardly he resolved to complete the final 100 points of proficiency, pushing strength to its next threshold. Strength Proficiency 1. Strength Proficiency 1. Strength Proficiency 1. Time bled silently forward minute by minute. Yi Chen keenly felt the searing ache in his arms, each limb heavy as molten lead, every lift a defiant confrontation with his own limits. More than once surrender whispered at the edge of his mind. Yet as the number drew ever closer, he clenched his teeth and pressed on, counting inwardly: 491, 492. His breath came in sharp, ragged bursts, steam billowing from his lips into the chill air, his body radiating heat like a furnace shrouded in mist. Ding! Congratulations, host, strength has ascended to level 10. In that instant his arm meridians flared open, his chi surging with unprecedented vigor, even a clenched fist now pulsed with devastating potential. Boom! The log tumbled from his slackened grip. Utterly drained, he stood rooted in place, drenched in sweat. Arms hanging loosely at his sides, he savored the subtle yet profound transformation. This single-point ascent multiplied his raw power manyfold. Were he to combine this newfound strength with his realm of transcendent mastery in archery, he held firm confidence one arrow could slay a first-rank bodyforging cultivator outright, and he stood an overwhelming favorite against any second-rank opponent. He tightened his fist. Hunger for power blazed anew within his chest. With his archery technique already refined to perfection, greater strength meant greater lethality, absolute precision, absolute destruction. That certainty became an inexhaustible wellspring of motivation. After only a brief respite he returned to the courtyard, lifting, straining, unwavering, tireless. Yi Linger, who had been playfully teasing a young tiger cub nearby, watched utterly spellbound. Though she grasped neither his purpose nor method, her eyes shone with pure, unfeigned admiration. Second brother grows stronger every day. Perhaps tomorrow he'll bring back even more game. As she daydreamed, a silvery thread of drool escaped the corner of her mouth. Nightfall descended softly over the village. Homes dimmed, smoke curled lazily from chimneys. Lanterns flickered to life in the main hall and kitchen, embers glowed warmly in the brazier, casting golden light across the courtyard. Soon the rich, savory aroma of braised rabbit wafted from the kitchen, permeating the entire yard. Sister-in-law's rabbit stew smells divine. I'll eat 3 full bowls tonight. Yi Linger's eyes lit up. She cried out, brimming with anticipation, swallowing hard as her mouth watered uncontrollably. Yi Chen set the log aside, standing in the courtyard and drawing deep, ragged breaths. His stomach had long since begun its urgent rhythmic protest. The intoxicating scent alone made him ache for the meal to begin. Sister-in-law's culinary artistry is truly peerless. Tonight promises a feast beyond compare. No sooner had the words left his lips than Li Shi emerged from the kitchen bearing a steaming basin of braised rabbit. Having clearly overheard his praise, her face bloomed with quiet, radiant joy. I merely tossed it together, but credit belongs to brother 2 for bringing home such plump game today. Without it none of us would savor this rare delicacy. At that moment Yi Shan followed closely behind, cradling a pot of fragrant fish congee, beaming warmly at Yi Chen and Yi Linger in the courtyard. "Brother Tu Linger, dinner's ready. Tonight we feast on tender rabbit and delicate fish congee, rich, savory, unforgettable. Slurp, I'm coming." Yi Linger's eyes sparkled as she answered instantly and dashed forward, nearly weeping from sheer hunger and delight. Yi Chen chuckled softly, shaking his head, then quickened his pace toward the table, his own heart pounding with equal eagerness. That aroma had roused every dormant craving within him. The delicate umami of fish congee and the deep salty sweet fragrance of braised rabbit intertwined, drifting far beyond the courtyard walls. A brief hush settled over the neighboring yard, then, as if summoned, the familiar plaintive wails of a child being chased echoed once more into the evening air. At night the yard was eerily quiet. Yi Shan and the others had their fill and chatted for a while before retreating to their respective rooms to rest. Yi Chen practiced on the wooden post for a while longer until his arms felt sore and heavy before he too returned to his room. After closing the door he quickly returned to his bed, not rushing to sleep but instead took out an ancient book with yellowed pages from his bosom. This was the Thunderbolt Fist manual that had fallen out from the corpse of Jin Shaoan after he killed him in the mountains during the day. Although the manual was mostly destroyed and Zhao Gang and the others deemed it useless, merely a few techniques could be observed, yet it was impossible to learn. Yi Chen felt otherwise. He gently stroked the yellowed cover, leaned closer to the nearby oil lamp and began to peruse it like a treasured possession under the flickering flame. This was his first encounter with a martial arts manual from this world, filling his heart with curiosity. Thanks to his familiarity with the characters from his memory, Yi Chen was able to read through the manual effortlessly, feeling grateful that the original owner had attended school since childhood, otherwise he would be illiterate now. Every page contained characters paired with images of techniques appearing simple and clear, but just a few pages in a large charred hole appeared with most of the drawings and words in the middle missing, making it impossible to deduce the movements. What a pity. Yi Chen casually flipped through a few more pages, encountering almost the same situation, and couldn't help but sigh. He couldn't help but wonder whether this manual was accidentally burned by Jin Shaoan or if it had always looked like this when he acquired it. If the other party had managed to practice the fist techniques with such a damaged manual, that would be quite impressive. Ding! Detected that the host is reading the Thunderbolt Fist manual. Congratulations, host has successfully unlocked the Thunderbolt Fist. A cold notification sound echoed. Yi Chen was taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise, his heart filled with joy. It worked. He had hoped that the system would help him comprehend the fist techniques just like it did when he grasped archery. At this moment it had truly succeeded. Yi Chen's heart raced as if he were dreaming, and he immediately looked at his attribute panel. Host Yi Chen, Strength 10, Proficiency 236,600, average for ordinary people 8, Strength will be even more formidable when enhanced. Agility 3, Proficiency 0, 100, average for ordinary people 5, will enhance movement speed when improved. Physique 3, Proficiency 0, 200, average for ordinary people 3, will enhance defensive power when improved. Special Skill Archery Proficiency 0, 20000, with a 30% chance to deal critical damage. Triple shot, hitting every mark. Thunderbolt Fist Proficiency 0, 1000, for entry level, can unleash greater power relying on inner strength. At this moment the Thunderbolt Fist appeared in the Special Skill section. Yi Chen was convinced he wasn't dreaming. His heart surged with excitement, wishing to enhance the Thunderbolt Fist to its peak immediately. If he perfected the fist techniques he wouldn't have to worry about close combat. Inner strength. Yi Chen frowned slightly. Although he had the power to fight against body-refining realm warriors, he still hadn't cultivated inner strength. This meant that even if he learned the Thunderbolt Fist, it's worry about close combat. Inner strength. Yi Chen frowned slightly. Although he had the power to fight against, Yi Chen muttered softly, not feeling overly anxious. After all, he had chosen his improvement direction and it would take 10 days before he could change it again. He not only wanted to enhance his strength but also needed to improve his physique, agility and evasion, with the Thunderbolt Fist even being a lower priority. He closed the manual in his hand, glanced at the cabinet by the bed and casually stuffed it inside. Having already comprehended the Thunderbolt Fist, the manual was of little use to him now. He had thought of letting his elder brother Yi Shan practice it as well, but upon seeing the extent of the manual's damage he dismissed the idea. Now this damaged manual was likely useless for anyone hoping to learn the Thunderbolt Fist. Ha! Yi Chen yawned, sleepiness surged and fatigue enveloped his entire being. He leaned in to blow out the oil lamp and the room instantly fell into darkness, shrouded in thick blackness. Lying on his bed he pulled over a thick quilt to cover himself, and as warmth enveloped his entire body he gradually drifted into slumber. As the night deepened, a faint gray hue appeared after the darkness reached its peak. The sky gradually brightened without him realizing, revealing a pale white. At this time the sun had yet to rise, but movement could be heard in the yard. Li Shi lightly walked out of her room, then busied herself in the kitchen. Smoke began to rise from the chimney, and soon the yard was filled with the sweet aroma of congee. Yi Chen vaguely heard some sounds and woke from his dreams, feeling refreshed, reluctant to leave the warm quilt and wanting to sleep a little longer. However, remembering that he had an appointment with Zhou Hai to enter the mountains today, he no longer lingered in bed. As soon as he got out of bed, he quickly grabbed the cotton coat beside him, wrapped it around himself, then stood up to put on his shoes, glancing at the bow and arrows leaning against the bedside before walking straight out of the room. The moment he opened the door, a wave of icy coldness rushed in. Yi Chen shrank his neck from the cold, squinting his eyes to look at the sky outside, feeling chilled to his hands and feet. If the weather were even slightly damp, it would surely snow. "I hope it doesn't snow today," he mumbled, tightening his cotton coat as he stepped out. At that moment Li Shi happened to come out of the kitchen carrying a steaming bowl of rice porridge and smiled warmly at Yi Chen. "The second son is awake. Come have breakfast. Drink some hot porridge first, and later there will be steamed buns. There are a few pieces of rabbit meat left from last night. He'll heat one up and bring it to you." "Okay, sister-in-law, I'm coming," Yi Chen replied, feeling warm inside. Just as he was about to follow her, he faintly heard a soft sound of footsteps. He turned to look at the yard door, which was firmly shut, completely blocking the view outside. Yi Chen hesitated for a moment, then walked straight over, pulled open the latch and opened the door. A figure carrying a long bow and quiver stood outside the door. "Brother Zhou, when did you arrive? Why didn't you call out? Come in quickly, it's so cold outside, don't freeze." Yi Chen recognized it was Zhou Hai outside the door and immediately greeted him warmly to come in. Seeing the redness on his cheeks from the cold, it was evident he had been standing outside for a while, perhaps worried about missing the time to enter the mountains. Suddenly, as the yard door opened, Zhou Hai, taken by surprise, met Yi Chen's gaze and awkwardly said, Yi Chen, I just arrived. You go eat something, you'll wait here." He seemed a bit shy standing outside the yard without stepping in. "Brother Zhou, you haven't eaten yet, right? Come in and have some hot porridge to warm yourself up," Yi Chen said as he looked at him. "No. It's fine, I've eaten. You go ahead and eat, don't mind me," Zhou Hai said, but his stomach betrayed him with a grumble. After all, every household was short on supplies during the winter, and he felt embarrassed to ask for food. Yi Chen saw through his thoughts, took a few steps forward, grabbed him and smiled. "Brother Zhou, why are you being so polite with us?" He pulled Zhou Hai toward the yard. Zhou Hai's face turned red. Faced with Yi Chen's enthusiasm, he had no choice but to step inside. "Brother Zhou Hai has arrived. Come and quickly have some hot congee and steamed buns to warm yourselves. We need to head into the mountains soon," Li Shi cheerfully greeted as she stepped out of the main house and saw Zhou Hai being pulled in by Yi Chen. "Sister-in-law. Then. I won't be polite then." Zhou Hai looked up at Li Shi, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Ah, don't say that, it feels distant. Adding a pair of chopsticks is nothing to worry about." Li Shi waved her hand and walked towards the kitchen while speaking. Thank you, sister-in-law." Zhou Hai felt deeply moved. Though the two families had often interacted in the past, he felt too embarrassed to come over for a free meal as he was not living well at the moment. Yi Chen led Zhou Hai into the main house. The charcoal fire had already been lit, and as they entered, a wave of warmth enveloped them, melting away much of the chill from their bodies. "Brother Zhou, please have a seat," Yi Chen said as he walked over to the table, picked up a bowl and chopsticks and filled a bowl with hot congee, then turned to hand it to Zhou Hai. "Here, drink some congee first, no need to rush into the mountains, we can wait until after we are full." "Alright, thank you, brother Yi." Zhou Hai quickly reached out to take the hot congee, feeling warmth in his hands and his heart warming up as well. Seeing this, Yi Chen also served himself a bowl of rice porridge, sat down next to the charcoal basin, blew on the steam rising from the surface, and then began to drink. The warm rice porridge flowed down his throat into his stomach, warming half of his body, instantly making him feel at ease and much more spirited. At that moment Li Shi entered with a steaming tray, releasing waves of heat, and placed it on the side table. "Take your time eating, there are also steamed buns." Li Shi casually picked up 2 steamed buns and placed them into Yi Chen's and Zhou Hai's bowls. "Eat more, there are plenty of buns. Take a few with you when you head into the mountains, don't let yourselves go hungry." Now the Yi family at least didn't have to worry about food, and not only was there meat for every meal, but the grain in the rice jar was also quite ample. "Thank you, sister-in-law." Zhou Hai quickly expressed his gratitude as he glanced at the bun in his bowl, licking his lips. It had been days since he had eaten such soft and tasty food. Since his wife gave birth, the family's food had been reserved for her, leaving Zhou Hai and Zhou Qing only one meal a day, which was a thin porridge that barely filled them. He took a bite of the bun, chewing with a face full of enjoyment. This bun is really fragrant and delicious. Yi Chen, seeing this, smiled and said, "If it's good, eat more." Before he finished one bun, Li Shi returned carrying a plate of fragrant rabbit meat, placing it in front of Yi Chen and Zhou Hai, and the aroma immediately filled the room. "Brother Zhou Hai, try the rabbit meat made by your sister-in-law," Li Shi encouraged him. Zhou Hai nodded, initially feeling a bit shy, but seeing Yi Chen and Li Shi's warm hospitality, he didn't hold back anymore. He picked up his chopsticks, grabbed a piece of rabbit meat, and after a few chews the rich flavor exploded in his mouth. Zhou Hai's eyes lit up as he couldn't help but praise, "Delicious. This rabbit meat is so fragrant, I haven't had such tasty rabbit meat in ages." He had caught wild rabbits before, but he couldn't bring himself to eat them, always trading them for more grain to support his family. As long as it's delicious, that's all that matters. You and the second brother should eat more. Li Shi's face broke into a smile. Receiving compliments on her cooking made her feel fulfilled. Before long, Yi Shan also got up, greeted Zhou Hai, and began to have breakfast as well. After Yi Chen finished eating, he returned to his room to grab his longbow and quiver, and once ready he went to the yard to wait. Zhou Hai also arrived in the yard, similarly carrying a longbow and quiver along with some traps for setting and a dagger strapped to his waist. Seeing Yi Chen, he seemed to remember something and took a bamboo tube from his waist and handed it over. "Brother Yi Chen, this is milk. It should be enough for your little cat to drink for a day. I'll bring more tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen accepted it, feeling the weight of the tube. He didn't expect Zhou Hai to remember this matter. "Thank you, brother Zhou, if this is enough to drink, you've worked hard." Zhou Hai waved his hand. "The grain and rabbit meat you brought yesterday were a great help. My wife has been feeling much better after eating the rabbit meat. She even asked me to thank you when I went out today." At that moment Yi Shan came out from the main house, wiping his mouth, and upon hearing this he casually laughed, "We're all family and no need for thanks. It's cold, let's hurry into the mountains and see if we can bring back more wild game so your wife can eat some meat to nourish her health." Hearing Yi Shan's words, Zhou Hai immediately nodded in agreement. "All right, with brother Shan and brother Yi Chen here, we're sure to catch some wild game today." He had great confidence in Yi Chen. Li Shi, hearing the commotion, quickly came out of the kitchen holding a bundle wrapped in cloth. "These are a few steamed buns for you, take them to eat on the way, don't let yourselves go hungry. Be careful on the road, come back early and don't drag it out like last time." She stuffed the bundle of buns into Yi Shan's hands, reminding him to distribute them for everyone to eat, not forgetting to give a few more instructions. After all the last few times they went into the mountains, both he and Yi Chen returned in the dark, causing her a lot of worry. "Got it, we're off." Yi Shan stuffed the wrapped buns into his coat, looking at Li Shi with a cheerful smile. Before leaving, Yi Chen handed the bamboo tube filled with milk to Li Shi, asking her to help feed the little tiger. The three of them walked out of the courtyard, their figures gradually fading into the distance. Li Shi watched the three disappear from sight before turning back into the courtyard, finally having time to drink a bowl of hot congee. Yi Linger also woke up, and upon learning that Yi Chen and the others had entered the mountains, she immediately filled with anticipation. "I hope my second brother can catch a wild chicken today so we can have fried chicken. Last night's fish congee was also very delicious. If he could bring back another fish to cook congee, that would be even better. I want to eat that too." As she murmured softly, drool trickled out of the corner of her mouth. Li Shi, seeing her like this, couldn't help but laugh. "You greedy girl, making wishes here. Do you really think your second brother is a god?" Upon hearing this, Yi Linger pouted, but her mind was still filled with thoughts of delicious food. At the foot of the mountain outside the village, Zhou Hai walked in front, explaining as he walked, "Brother Shan, brother Yi Chen, I found a wild boar nest the last time I entered the mountains. Those big fellows weigh at least hundreds of pounds and I can't handle it alone. I originally planned to team up with a few hunters from the village, but I was worried." He hesitated for a moment, clearly concerned about being taken advantage of by the village's hunters. After all, dealing with a big game comes with life-threatening risks. If it weren't for the trusted companions by his side, facing danger meant no one would help you, and you might even end up being a shield. Hundreds of pounds. That does sound a bit dangerous. Yi Shan's pupils constricted, surprised. That could really crush someone. A fully grown wild boar weighing hundreds of pounds, its ferocity is no less than that of a wolf, and perhaps even more terrifying than encountering a wolf in the wild. The charging force of an adult wild boar and its sharp tusks can pierce a person straight through. Even 2 or 3 people might struggle to withstand it. Yi Chen was also startled. Although he had considered that there might be something significant at the location Zhou Hai mentioned, he never expected it would be a wild boar weighing hundreds of pounds. And not just one. Previously he might have backed down, as dealing with a not yet fully grown wild boar had been quite challenging, and he had awkwardly taken refuge in a tree, relying on a critical shot to bring it down. However, now he had gained confidence in his archery and strength. Although he still couldn't fully draw the bow, his power was at least several times greater than before. Moreover, his arrows had been replaced with iron-tipped shafts, significantly enhancing their penetrating power compared to the previous bamboo and wooden arrows. At this moment Zhou Hai suddenly turned to the two, his expression serious. "Brother Shan, brother Yi Chen, let me make this clear, there is more than one wild boar. If there's any danger, you two should run first, don't worry about me. If possible, please take care of my family." Although Yi Chen had joined them, Zhou Hai still felt uncertain. The reason he dared to hunt this group of wild boars was that his family's situation could no longer support them if they had to take risks. At this moment he was undoubtedly entrusting his family to them, relying solely on the Yi family. "What are you talking about? We're going into the mountains together. If there's danger, are we just going to leave you behind? That's not how we do things." Yi Shan immediately said with a stern face. "Brother Zhou, rest assured we will advance and retreat together. If the wild boars go berserk, we won't confront them hidden, we will find a tree to hide in and we will find a way out." Yi Chen also looked at Zhou Hai with a serious expression. He could see that both Zhou Hai and Yi Shan were honest men willing to risk their lives to protect those who treated them well. If facing the hunters from the same village, Zhou Hai might trust them, but he would never be this open-hearted. Hearing what Yi Shan and Yi Chen said, Zhou Hai opened his mouth but had to swallow his words back, nodding in agreement. "Alright, if we can take down a wild boar, we can get through this winter. I hope the heavens grant us this opportunity." He licked his lips, filled with anticipation. One wild boar shared between 2 families would yield at least 100 pounds of meat, enough to sell in the city to buy grain, allowing a family to eat for several months. Hunting wild boars carries significant risk, but if successful they could enjoy a carefree month or 2. The 3 men's pace gradually quickened as they ventured deeper into the dense forest. Yi Chen and Yi Shan followed behind Zhou Hai, vigilantly scanning their surroundings to avoid encounters with wolves, tigers or leopards. This forest was a hunter's paradise, yet it was also fraught with danger. This route Yi Chen had never taken before, leading to the deeper old forest where few hunters dared to enter alone. The dangers here were not comparable to those on the outskirts of the forest. Only in groups would anyone have the courage to enter, otherwise if danger struck there would be no one to answer a call for help. At this moment Yi Chen looked at Zhou Hai in front of him, feeling a bit of admiration for his courage. To dare explore such a place alone was truly reckless. "If we go a bit further we'll reach a grove," Zhou Hai said quietly as they walked. "There used to be pythons around here, but now it's winter, so they should be hibernating in their dens, so we don't need to worry too much about encountering them." "Are we almost there? This place is quite far," Yi Shan said, slightly out of breath. He found it difficult to walk, especially since they were traversing steep slopes and he was already exhausted. Hearing this, Zhou Hai noticed his fatigue, so he stopped, turned to look at Yi Chen and Yi Shan. "Brother Shan, brother Yi Chen, shall we take a break here? We'll be at our destination soon, and if we encounter those big fellows we won't have a chance to rest then." Hearing Zhou Hai say this, Yi Chen nodded in agreement. "Alright." At this moment he too could barely move. If Zhou Hai hadn't suggested it, Yi Chen would have wanted to call for a break, otherwise if they were exhausted when facing a wild boar weighing hundreds of pounds they might not even be able to run away. Before dealing with the wild boars they naturally needed to adjust their state to improve their chances. Yi Chen unfastened the water flask at his waist, opened the cap and took a few sips, immediately feeling much more comfortable, letting out a long sigh of relief. At this time Zhou Hai and Yi Shan also took out their water flasks to drink, breathing heavily. Crash! Suddenly a noise came from the nearby bushes. Yi Chen and Zhou Hai were startled, both reacted quickly and turned to look at the bushes nearby, their expressions instantly becoming alert. They were too close to the wild boar den, separated only by a grove, and it was highly likely that the wild boars were active nearby. If they were ambushed it would be extremely dangerous. "What was that sound?" Yi Shan asked, slow to realize, but seeing Yi Chen and Zhou Hai's cautious demeanor he finally understood something was amiss. Although they had come to hunt, once they encountered a big catch, they could also become prey. The 3 of them almost simultaneously set down their water flasks. Yi Chen and Zhou Hai quickly grabbed their longbows, knocking arrows onto the bowstrings. Yi Shan beside them drew out his hatchet, nervously staring at the bushes not far away. If a wild boar charged, he planned to confront it, buying time for Yi Chen and Zhou Hai. Crash crash. The noise from the bushes grew louder, the tall grass swaying in a tangle. Yi Chen and Zhou Hai slowly raised their longbows, aiming at the rustling grass, their hearts racing. At this moment they could hear their own heartbeat thumping steadily. After a tense moment, a dark shadow suddenly leaped out from the bushes. It was quite large, with colorful feathers at its tail. That is. Zhou Hai began to speak. Before the shadow touched the ground, Yi Chen's arms suddenly exerted force and he quickly drew back the bowstring. At the moment of aiming, the transformation archery technique erupted. Between 2 points, man and bow became one, as if aided by divine intervention. His movements were swift, the energy flowing smoothly, and with a release of his fingers the bowstring quivered. The arrow suddenly left the bow. Whoosh! It was seamless, quick as lightning. Thud! The arrow pierced through the shadow, embedding solidly into a nearby stump, leaving a streak of blood on the arrow's feathers. Thud! At the moment the shadow landed, it floundered a few times before collapsing, gradually becoming still.